I have just awakened to become the strongest in the world. Level lightning talent achieved in under 3 minutes. My cousin insists that this belongs to him. A Jotun's meticulous craftsmanship. Allow me to separate it and return it to him. The family members not only refrain from speaking on my behalf. Azo's wandering scissors. Instead, I was coerced into signing a voluntary donation agreement, forcefully stripping away my talents and transferring them to my cousin. Manjian. Just when I believed my demise was inevitable. Zhou, Manjian. A golden hair appeared in the palm of my hand, pulsating with life, unexpectedly awakening the system of the victorious fighting Buddha. The voice of the great sage resonates in my ears. Fear not, dear child. As the gentle breeze sways, drifting afar. Should you encounter adversity? Simply clench your fists, and let us engage in a spirited battle. Meanwhile, the sacred talent of the victorious Buddha of battle has also been activated. Not only can it bestow weight upon weapons, but it can also deepen the understanding of the martial arts cultivated over the past 50 years. One can conceal divine weapons within the ear's cavity, akin to the depths of the universe. Enlightenment in cultivation is ever present, transcending the boundaries of time. However, I did not immediately seek vengeance against the Li family. Instead, I returned to school to attend my classes. As the Abyssal War is about to commence, I, Zhou, must distinguish myself as a student in this inaugural Battle of the Abyss. Only by swiftly entering the upper echelons of the Zhenyuan Army can one easily annihilate the entire Li family. As I just entered the school, a boy hurriedly approached me. Zhou, somewhat nervously, remarked, "Li Mu, the student council president, Li Xiaohong, has asked you to come and practice together." I casually inquired, "For whom shall I serve as a sparring partner?" Zhou's hesitant stammering lingered for quite some time, before he finally managed to utter a name, Sun Long. "He wishes for your presence." Upon hearing this name, an icy chill enveloped my heart. The student council president, Li Xiaohong, is my cousin. I never anticipated that she would now be involved with Sun Long. With a disdainful snort, I made my way directly to the training ground. As soon as I arrived at the location, I witnessed Sun Long fiercely assaulting his training partner beside him. The sparring partner dared not retaliate, relying solely on the golden bell shield to barely withstand Sun Long's relentless onslaught. Aman Jian, solely due to the fact that Li Xiaohong, as the president of the student council, holds a degree of authority over the allocation of certain external cultivation resources. Although these resources may not compare to those directly provided by schools, they are immensely valuable to underprivileged students. As I approached, Li Xiaohong greeted me with a cold smile and leaned in to whisper softly in my ear. "My boyfriend has specifically requested to strike you. Please do not remain still. It would be preferable for you to struggle a bit. Otherwise, he may not find the experience sufficiently satisfying. Furthermore, a warning to you, should he find no joy in his play, I shall have to tidy up after you every day." After uttering this, she patted my shoulder, assuming an air of authority over me. At that moment, accompanied by a fierce explosion of flames from Sun Long, the golden bell shield of his sparring partner was utterly shattered, and the force of the fiery blast sent him hurtling backwards. Amidst the cries of despair, a Zhou man desperately rolled on the ground, thrashing about for several turns in an effort to extinguish the flames engulfing him. A few students rushed forward, lending their assistance by beating the flames with their garments. When he finally rose to his feet, his hair had been singed away, more than half gone. His clothing was riddled with holes, presenting a most woeful sight. Li Xiaohong remarked sarcastically, "Aman, Adan, the abyssal creatures certainly do not halt their actions casually." The sparring partner clenched his fists tightly, ultimately enduring the humiliation and retreating to the sidelines. Standing on the stage, Sun Long wore a beaming expression, his face illuminated with a sense of triumph. He gracefully moved his neck, gestured towards me with an outstretched hand, beckoning me to join him on the platform, embodying the demeanor of one who revels in the success of the lesser. In the past, Li Xiaohong commanded me from the side. I cast a fleeting glance at her before striding directly towards the weapons rack. This action left everyone momentarily stunned. Adan Manjian. What are his intentions? Is he reaching for a weapon? Has this fellow's mind rusted? Li Mu. Does he still fail to recognize his identity as a mere punching bag? Do not resist, for it is in your best interest. The throat. Enduring a beating may only result in superficial injuries. But should we truly engage in a struggle? One might very well find themselves bedridden for half a year. I listened to their idle chatter, a cold smile forming within me. Casually, I seized a broom, gently disassembling it to reveal a slender bamboo rod concealed within. After trimming the branches and leaves, I casually waved my hand, and the bamboo strip emitted a sound that pierced through the air. Upon witnessing this, Sun Long merely chuckled. Such a trivial object as a bamboo strip was hardly worthy of his attention. I grasped the bamboo stick as I returned to the arena, my gaze slightly somber. A Zhou, with a languid grace, had quietly imbued his bamboo weapon with a weight of 50 pounds. In that fleeting moment, the bamboo stick in my hand felt as though it had transformed into a leaden burden. I grasped the bamboo strip and weighed it in my hands. Although I could lift the 50-pound weight, it was not without effort, and I found it somewhat strenuous to wield. To this end, I invested 30 battle points to learn an auxiliary technique known as the burden-bearer art. As soon as the skill took effect, I was instantly enveloped by an indescribable surge of power coursing through my entire being. The muscles appeared to be forged from rock, unyielding in their strength. Adon moved gracefully, as if dancing through the air. In an instant, his power surged dramatically. The opponent, Sun Long, could hardly contain his eagerness as he charged forward. I deftly shifted my form, skillfully evading Sun Long's fist with impeccable timing. Meanwhile, the bamboo strips, akin to venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, struck his wrist with precision, producing a muted thud. His fist narrowly grazed my chest, yet it was abruptly intercepted by my counterattack. A cry of agony followed as he staggered back 2 steps. Lowering his head, he beheld a glaring crimson bruise upon his wrist, a striking mark that throbbed with pain, causing the muscles in his face to twitch involuntarily. Sun Long was so enraged that he seemed ready to set the heavens ablaze. A Zhou, with a calm demeanor, dared to retaliate. Words escaped through clenched teeth. His heart consumed by fury. I gently lift the corners of my lips, with a hint of disdain, for I possess an audacity beyond measure. Before the words had escaped my lips, a gust of wind surged beneath my feet. The bamboo strip in my hand transformed once more into a tempest, striking Sun Long squarely upon the face. This time, a crisp sound reverberated throughout the training ground. As a Zhou made a swift motion, a sharp crack echoed, and in an instant, a vivid crimson mark appeared on Sun Long's face. He was just about to unleash a furious roar, but before he could utter a word, a sharp crack resonated through the air as bamboo strips struck relentlessly against Sun Long's face. The students who were watching the entire match erupted in excitement. What an extraordinary display of skill! A Zhou's remarkable editing skills are truly impressive. My dear Mugu has reached an extraordinary level of mastery, showcasing unparalleled techniques. It is no wonder that he is the top student in the martial arts class. Sun Long, ensnared by pride, in that fleeting moment completely relinquished the demeanor of a formidable presence in the arena. He initially believed he could effortlessly deal with me, a worthless individual stripped of class talent. However, it is he who now finds himself at a disadvantage. Ah, you worthless creature! With a fierce determination, I shall bring you to your end. He roared like a rabid wild dog, flailing his limbs wildly as he lunged towards me. I raised the bamboo stick once more to greet him. Sun Long's face was swollen to twice its size, mottled with hues of green and purple, rendering his original visage unrecognizable. Li Mu! Stop it! Li Xiaohuang could no longer contain her outburst. She stood at the edge of the stage, pointing at me. A Zhao was so furious that her voice became slightly distorted. Stop right there! Remain motionless! Her utterance instantly rendered the crowd silent. The students exchanged glances, each observing the other. What does it mean? Adon man! Stand still, do not move. Zhou man really intends to let her boyfriend take a punch to vent his anger, right? What justifies this? What gives him the right to rely on the power of women to bully others simply because he, Sun Long, cannot prevail? What prevents Li Mu from retaliating? However, upon hearing this, I truly paused my actions, the bamboo strip hanging at my side, slightly hesitating. As Sun Long observed my halt, he instantly unleashed a flurry of punches, all aimed squarely at my visage. At this moment, he paid no heed to the potential embarrassment of basking in a woman's radiance. He solely yearned to deliver a powerful blow to me. I silently observed as his fist drew nearer, a slight smile gracing my lips. I chuckled softly, just kidding, you fool. As soon as the words left his lips, I swiftly pivoted to the side, effortlessly evading his powerful fist. Utilizing the momentum of my turn, I drew the bamboo stick in my hand, crafting a graceful arc. Filled with terrifying power, it surged forward with a resounding crash. The bamboo strip struck Sun Long's face with a violent thud. Under the astonished gaze of all present, Sun Long flew through the air like a ragged sack, colliding with several onlooking students. He then rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. I clapped my hands and, raising my voice, retorted to Li Xiaohong's earlier remark, how could the abyssal creatures ever cease their relentless pursuit? Barely had my words faded away when the system's prompt tone arrived as expected. Ah Zhou, with a graceful flourish, emerged victorious, earning victory points. In the wake of this fleeting silence, a voice, hoarse and desperate, suddenly erupted from the crowd. Though the sound was swiftly subdued, it undeniably ignited the atmosphere of the entire gathering. The students gathered around raised their fists one after another, united in a chorus of cheers, exclaiming in unison, well fought. Ah Zhou's gaze fell upon Sun Long, who lay sprawled upon the ground, resembling a swollen pig's head. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him, causing him to crumble in an instant. When Zhou and Li Xiaohong beheld her boyfriend transformed into a grotesque semblance of a wolfish figure, her fury reached its zenith. She glared fiercely, roaring, "Who gave you the audacity to retaliate? Did I not instruct you to remain silent and immobile? Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou, with a swift motion, raised her hand and struck my face. The slap was delivered with considerable force. Yet, no matter how rapid her actions were, they could not surpass my reflexes. My hand struck first, delivering a forceful slap across her face, so powerful that a tooth flew straight from her mouth. She let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. Ah Kai! Ah Zhou man! Li Xiaohong! What pretense are you putting on? I observe her with a cold gaze. My tone laced with irony. Just moments ago, you whispered in my ear, urging me to showcase my true abilities and thoroughly teach Sun Long a lesson. I let out a cold, mocking laugh and added, do not feign innocence with me. The tumultuous enmity between you and Sun Long is nothing short of melodramatic. Do not regard me as a mere weapon. Having said that, Zhou casually trimmed. I nonchalantly stepped on her face, crossing over her with indifference. She was utterly stunned, frozen in disbelief. She desperately racked her brain, yet could not fathom when she had ever uttered such words. When she met Sun Long's intricate gaze, she comprehended completely it was I who had set her up. Li Xiaohong hurriedly got up and rushed to find Sun Long, who was still on the ground. That's not true, she exclaimed. I never said that. Please allow me to explain. As his pleas fell on deaf ears as Sun Long unleashed a furious roar, commanding her to leave. With a swift kick, he sent her sprawling to the ground, then, clutching his face, he hastily fled towards the infirmary. Long, do not flee. Listen to my words. Li Xiaohong, like a lone wolf, climbed up and stumbled out in pursuit. After a few seconds of silence among the crowd, a burst of laughter finally erupted. This fellow, having lost the protection of the Li family, has now offended Sun Long. It remains uncertain whether this will lead to fortune or misfortune. Ah Zhou. Everyone was expressing their opinions, exchanging thoughts back and forth. I chose to disregard their words and instead immersed myself in contemplating the functionalities of the system. This system of the victorious Buddha is simply astounding. Under its enhancement, I have discovered that no matter which cultivation technique I practice, I achieve results with half the effort. As for weapons, I believe I should acquire a staff akin to that of the great sage for some amusement. Just as I was lost in thought, a boy named Li Mu burst into the classroom, panting heavily. The headmaster is calling for you, he said. I smiled faintly, saying nothing, while secretly devising my thoughts. Ah Zhou's reckless actions had left Sun Long in such a state undoubtedly, he would be unable to partake in the abyssal military training tomorrow. I can only imagine that Director Liang Hai is seething with anger, eagerly awaiting my arrival. However, to speak candidly, I am not particularly concerned. At most, the director may express some reprimands, but what could they truly do to me? The rules of this world have long established that the equitable combat among martial artists is unbound by legal constraints. As long as there is a witness, inflicting injury upon an opponent becomes inconsequential. After all, a warrior must retain their fervor. If one were to bear legal consequences for harming another, then what is there left to discuss regarding one's spirited nature? In the office, the director, Liang Hai, sat behind his desk, his expression dark and brooding. His gaze was icy as it fixated upon me. I entered, undeterred by Liang Hai's frigid stare, maintaining an air of calm amidst the tension. Liang Hai lowered his voice and spoke solemnly. Li Mu, are you aware of the disparity in value between you and Sun Long? I blinked softly, responding with nonchalance. I don't know, I replied, my words neither warm nor cold, causing Liang Hai's brows to furrow in subtle discontent. He let out a soft sigh. A Dan casually snipped. A Zhou drifted by. With a face full of disdain. It appears you are still unable to accept reality. Upon hearing this, I secretly scoffed. With not a trace of disturbance in my heart. When I had just awakened my class talent, Liang Hai summoned me to his office and lectured me for a full 30 minutes, insisting that I should repay the kindness of my mentor with utmost gratitude. Aiden's demeanor has drastically shifted. Just 2 days have elapsed, and his attitude has changed as swiftly as one turns the pages of a book. It is evident that he has aligned himself with Sun Long. Liang Hai extended 2 fingers, his face deliberately suppressing his anger while revealing a hint of disdain. I shall present you with 2 choices. First, go and apologize to Sun Long and Li Xiaohong. Regardless of the method you employ to earn their forgiveness, promptly leave the school. His voice grew several degrees louder, exuding an imposing presence. This is my final offer. I choose option 2. Before he could finish speaking, I unhesitatingly lifted my gaze to meet Liang Hai's eyes. Jian. The fury in Liang Hai's eyes suddenly flared up. His gaze fixed upon me, as if he wished to utter something. Yet I found myself disinclined to engage in trivial banter with him. I spoke directly, repeating my words once more. I said, could you please expedite the delivery of my termination letter? Zhou Manjian. I am pressed for time. Liang Hai's expression completely faltered. Ha! He. How resolute indeed. Li Mu. He promptly picked up the phone on the table and dialed the number. Class 9 of the 3rd year. Please retrieve his file for me, Liang Hai said as he spoke. He cast a sidelong glance at me, as if curious to see whether I would yield to this intimidation. I merely slipped my hands into my pockets and let out a soft hum, too indifferent to even meet his gaze. This wretched affair cannot intimidate me. It seemed as though someone on the other end of the line uttered a few words. Liang Hai's gaze darkened. And he raised his voice, shouting back resolutely. No need for reporting. I, Liang Hai, shall make the decision to expel the student. Zhou, the editor. Is there still a need for approval? Do we not even possess this minimal authority? Now. Immediately provide me with the dismissal letter and have it delivered to my office. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone with a sharp sound. Raising his head, he fixed his gaze upon me with unwavering intensity, a hint of a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he were suppressing a torrent of pent-up fury with no outlet. Li Mu. As your mentor, this is my final lesson. The smile that a Zhou man displayed towards me was hardly friendly. It felt more like a reprimand aimed at a junior who was utterly unresponsive. One must inevitably bear the consequences of one's choices in life. Is this lesson sufficiently engaging? What do you think? Oh, by the way, I can offer you some guidance. Liang Hai paused for a moment, then suddenly adopted an expression that was half mocking, half sympathetic. Pointing a finger towards the distant window. Across the diagonal. Zhou. Heilongjiang University. Recruiting with an almost frantic fervor. Without any discernment. For someone of your caliber. Where would be the most suitable place to go? I lowered my head and chuckled silently. Raising my gaze, I expressed my gratitude by saying, thank you for the reminder. Before long, a staff member from the Student Affairs Department entered briskly. Holding a file folder and a letter of dismissal, when I handed it to Liang Hai, that person cautiously glanced at me. Take what you need and leave, Liang Hai casually tossed the letter onto the table. As I reached out to grasp it, I turned and departed, leaving no superfluous expression behind. I quickened my pace, heading towards the dark waters of the high school diagonally opposite the school gate. Heishui University is an institution that consistently ranks at the bottom across various metrics. It lacks a substantial background, attracts a less desirable student body, and suffers from limited resources and funding. Suppressed by prestigious institutions with profound legacies, Zhou feels disheartened, as even diligent students are reluctant to come. I conveyed my purpose to the gatekeeper. He promptly and warmly directed me on my way. I proceeded to the enrollment office. The head of the academic affairs department personally assessed my status. Xin hurriedly took my documents to process the registration, almost breaking into a run. She even summoned 2 clerks to engage me in conversation, creating an atmosphere that made me feel they were apprehensive about my potentially changing my mind and fleeing. In just a few minutes, all the formalities were completed. They even gathered my uniform, school emblem, and student ID card with great efficiency. The minister, smiling, patted me on the shoulder and urged me not to rush away. Upon your enrollment in our esteemed institution, you shall receive a welcome gift. You may select one martial arts technique of your choice, in addition to a monetary sum of 10,000 yuan. The funds have already been credited to your student card and may be withdrawn at your convenience. Thank you, teacher. I received the school uniform, politely acknowledged it, and couldn't help but be secretly astonished. This Heishui High School truly spares no expense in its efforts to attract students. Although ranked at the bottom, Azhou is indeed well treated. As I swipe my student card to enter the technique zone, I find myself lacking in everything, except for my internal skills. As for martial arts, I have long since devised a plan. Since the great sage wields a staff, I shall undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of the great sage. Ultimately, I chose a rudimentary staff technique known as Flowing Cloud's 3 shocks. It employs a distinctive method of leveraging force to deliver a series of continuous strikes against my adversaries. Each staff, when wielded, imbues the weapon with vital energy, creating a shockwave upon striking the target. In the sequence of 3 strikes, each staff accumulates the power of its predecessors, with the 3rd strike being the most formidable. Under the support of the system, I have made remarkable progress in my understanding of this staff technique. While I was deeply immersed in comprehending the martial arts, on the other side, Tenglong High School was in an uproar. The news of my expulsion swiftly spread throughout the entire campus. Principal's office. The door was forcefully slammed, echoing with impatience. The principal furrowed his brow. Come in. The homeroom teacher of Class 39, Jai Long, stormed in with a furious expression. Our classmate, Li Mu, has been expelled by Director Liang Hai. Are you aware of this matter? The principal cast him a disdainful glance and replied. A mere grade talent. If it has been awakened, so be it. What is there to be anxious about? Upon hearing this, Jai Long widened his eyes in astonishment. Azhou, with a look of incredulity, exclaimed, Have you perhaps miswired something in your brain? Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his fury and demanded an answer with fervor. Li Mu has indeed lost his grade talent. However, he raised his phone, pointing at the screen, and his voice rose a notch. Look at this video. Sun Long is indeed an individual of exceptional talent, classified as a grade gifted individual. Yet, he found himself thoroughly bested by Li Mu. Can you, perhaps, engage your mind and contemplate the profound significance of this situation? Azhou Manza. The principal, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand upon the desk, resonating with a thunderous sound. Jai Long. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to me in such a tone? Riding a magnificent warhorse. Li Xiaohong exclaimed with indignation. She vividly recalled the grudge she held against Li Mu for that slap. She was still missing a tooth as a reminder. How dare he strike her? She was determined to find someone to give Li Mu a thorough beating. However, she had been preoccupied with appeasing Sun Long the previous day, and with military training today, she had yet to arrange for an attack. Li Lan shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the matter. After a moment, she speculated, could it be related to his father? His father has certainly slain numerous abyssal monsters in service of the family. Perhaps he is acquainted with an officer from the Zhenyuan Army, which would explain the officer's favor towards Li Mu. Li Xiaohong nodded in agreement. It must be so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made an exception to sell him a horse. But where could that scoundrel possibly have acquired such wealth? To my knowledge, he is utterly broke. Li Lan waved her hand dismissively, glancing toward the entrance of the horse grounds. Regardless, we shall call home shortly to report on the situation. Let us go and select a horse. Indeed. Li Xiaohong smiled slyly, a hint of pride in her voice. It seems we were overly concerned, even a penniless wretch like Li Mu can buy a horse here. Once we reveal our identities, they will likely offer us each a horse free of charge. As they conversed, the two swiftly approached the entrance of the horse grounds. Yet, before they could get close, two guards halted their progress. Halt! The guards commanded, standing tall with their swords drawn to block their path. Students, keep your distance from the military horse grounds. Li Xiaohong smiled slightly, exuding confidence as she declared, East District, Li family. Chapter 14, The Li family's despair. The guard furrowed his brow, perplexed by her sudden utterance of those 5 words. He maintained his vigilant stance. For guards are often courteous when treated with respect, yet they are least tolerant of those who attempt to exert authority over them. Li Xiaohong and her companion also wore expressions of deep concern. Do you not understand? We are from the Li family of the Eastern District. We have come to procure 2 horses. Upon hearing her tone, the guard's demeanor instantly turned frosty. Military horses are not available for purchase by civilians. They can only be exchanged for merit and contributions. Li Xiaohong was instantly incensed. Not only did they refuse to offer them horses, but they wouldn't even allow them to purchase any? My brother possesses an S-class talent. Li Xiaohai. Surely you have heard of the Li family from the Eastern District? The guard replied coolly, I have heard of you, the ones who snatched another's S-class talent. Qin Zhanya, a martial arts enthusiast, seldom kept up with social news. Yet the guards were aware of the Li family. They had seen Qin Zhanya arrive with Li Mu and then depart, recalling that incident. Li Xiaohong was furious. How dare they speak to them in such a manner, knowing their identity? It was clear they held the Li family in disdain. What was happening? Was the Li family's influence not yet felt within the military district? This was simply outrageous. She pointed angrily at Li Mu's departing figure. If that lowly trash can acquire a military horse here, why can't we? The guard smirked. I'm afraid Li Mu's horse was not purchased but rather gifted by the military district. Why is that? Li Lan could no longer contain her frustration and demanded loudly. There is no need for further explanation. I shall say this one last time, step back. The guard reiterated coldly, as 2 other soldiers moved closer. The soldiers glared menacingly, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation. Reluctantly, Li Xiaohong and Li Lan retreated. Teeth clenched in resentment. The guard turned back to his post, refusing to cast a glance in their direction. In truth, he had no obligation to engage with them extensively. But their incessant references to the Li family, claiming they had stolen Li Mu's talent and then deriding him as lowly trash, was infuriating. Thus, he felt compelled to deliver a few parting words to diminish their arrogance. As they exited the horse grounds, Li Xiaohong and Li Lan seethed with indignation. Why is this happening? That lowly trash possesses military horses, and I merely desire one to assert my status. Is that too much to ask? Li Xiaohong clenched her fists in frustration. Li Lan then pulled out her phone. This matter must be reported to the matriarch. Yes, let us make the call. As their information reached the Li family, they were convening for a family meeting. Matriarch Ma sat at the head of the table, and the family was reviewing recent discussions with various business and political figures seeking collaboration. However, there was a point of dissatisfaction, although many had come. They were mere small fry, and the true heavyweights had shown no interest in partnering with them. Given the current circumstances, it is quite challenging for them to swiftly turn the tide. Mother, from what Xiaolan just implied, it seems that Li Mu shares a close rapport with an officer from the Zhenyuan Army. Uncle set down the phone, he had it on speaker, allowing everyone to hear. It is highly likely this connection stems from the previous relationship of our third brother. Second uncle nodded in agreement. The third brother once held considerable prestige and maintained a strong bond with the Zhenyuan Army. Perhaps one of his acquaintances learned that Li Mu was the son of the third brother, thus extending him some preferential treatment. Second aunt scoffed. Humph. Li Mu has been acting like a buffoon these past few days. After all the commotion, he is merely leveraging this connection, deliberately allowing Xiaohong and Xiaolan to witness it, simply to capture our attention. He dares to aspire to return to the Li family so soon. However, once our Xiaohao shines in this inaugural battle in the abyss, the acclaim he garners will far surpass that of Li Mu. He wishes to return to the family? How absurd. Everyone turned their gaze towards the matriarch. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Currently, we are advancing rapidly in business, yet our political standing seems stagnant. Many are adopting a wait-and-see approach, anticipating Shaohao's performance in this inaugural battle in the abyss. If we can establish a connection with the military officers, we could manipulate the outcome of this first battle to ensure Shaohao secures the championship, leaving nothing to chance. I believe it would be prudent to bring Li Mu back, using him as a stepping stone." As soon as the matriarch finished speaking, second aunt jumped up in protest. "Mother! This is unacceptable. We were adamant about expelling him. I cannot agree to such a concession. Moreover, our Shaohao possesses S-class talent. There is no need for any underhanded tactics. Once Shaohao secures a position, our military connections will naturally be established. We do not require Li Mu at all." Second uncle quickly shot her a warning glance. "Enough. Let this matter go, we should heed Mother's words." He understood his wife's concerns. The Li family is expanding, and the return of Li Mu and his mother would undoubtedly require them to share in the spoils. The matriarch sighed. "Very well. I understand your worries. Rest assured. We are merely allowing Li Mu to return to the family temporarily. We have not stated that he will be reinstated in the family tree. There is no opportunity for him to claim a share of the Li family's assets. We shall inform him that his performance will be assessed over the course of a year, and he will naturally strive to prove himself." The matriarch spoke with firm conviction. As if Li Mu were a mere lapdog, ready to wag his tail for a crumb of favor, without considering the notion that Li Mu might refuse, an utterly inconceivable scenario. Second aunt crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. "That's more like it. Let us proceed with this decision. Call Xiaohong and Xiaolan, and instruct them to go together. Tell them not to be too harsh on Li Mu. We are in dire need of this military connection right now." The matriarch stood up, reminding everyone of her directive. The Li family members responded in unison. In the abyss, within the military training zone, Li Mu returned to the military training area of Heishui High School on horseback, causing an immediate stir among the students who flocked around his steed with great curiosity. Concerned classmates quickly encircled him, with Xiao Lingtong anxiously inquiring, "Li Mu, why are you so covered in dust? Are you all right? The officers didn't give you a hard time, did they?" In response to their worries, Li Mu shook his head. His return on horseback was intended to reassure them. He had not only escaped punishment but had also received a reward, preventing any decline in their impression of the Zhenyuan Army. This was a small task assigned to him by Qin Zhanya. The three newly appointed instructors at Heishui High School were exceptionally diligent. The military training encompassed both practical exercises and theoretical discussions, primarily focusing on the types of monsters encountered during the inaugural battle in the abyss, combat strategies, physical training, team assignments, and practical drills. The afternoon training session concluded swiftly, and to ensure the safety of the students, none were permitted to remain overnight in the abyss. They would return the following day. By around 6 o'clock, all students gathered at the abyss elevator to ascend to the surface, after which they boarded the aerial train back to their respective schools. As Li Mu settled into a meditative position on the train, he opted to avoid the incessant inquiries from his peers. Observing his tranquility, the other students refrained from disturbing him, instead engaging in discussions about his cloak and warhorse. Many students from less affluent families struggled to acquire even a basic iron weapon, while those from moderately well-off families invested heavily for the first battle in the abyss, often managing only to procure a superior-grade weapon. In contrast, Li Mu not only possessed a fine spiritual treasure but also a warhorse. Unbeknownst to them, he also held another exquisite weapon and 2 superior-grade techniques. The value of techniques far surpasses that of weapons and spiritual treasures at the same level, as the various energies and resources gathered from the abyss serve primarily as materials for crafting them. Techniques, however, require a lineage of knowledge. Each one represents the culmination of a warrior's dedication. Li Mu grasped the technique stone in his hand, beginning to comprehend the first defensive skill, Longyin Juexiang. Upon completing his understanding of the technique, he silently marveled at the terrifying nature of the Wuping Tianxi Ju, which could enhance all techniques with 50 years of insight. For those practicing internal skills or advanced techniques, 50 years of use is a remarkable feat. Conversely, lower quality techniques like Luyun Sanjin are typically discarded after a few years of practice. It is improbable for anyone to devote 50 or 60 years to mastering a foundational technique. Even if someone did, their comprehension would never match Li Mu's innate talent with the Tianxi. In other words, even if a warrior practiced Luyun Sanjin for 50 years, they might not attain understanding of Luyun Wuzhen. Thus, Li Mu's Tianxi, when applied to other techniques, effectively elevated their quality. For instance, Longyin Juexiang is essentially an upgraded version of the mundane technique Jinzong Zhao. While the basic Jinzong Zhao cannot be moved during its application and offers only defensive capabilities, Longyin Juexiang enables the rapid mobilization of true energy through vocal commands, allowing for the deployment of a shield that is remarkably agile. This shield not only absorbs damage but, when charged with a substantial amount of true energy, can also explode. The sound of shattering reverberates like a dragon's roar, with explosive energy capable of rebounding against opponents, embodying a martial art that seamlessly blends offense and defense. However, it excels merely in functionality. To speak strictly of defense, it does not surpass the Golden Bell shield, nor does it encompass a broader range. Moreover, the ultimate detonation necessitates a considerable expenditure of vital energy. After 50 years of profound understanding, Li Mu discovered that he could enable the shield to absorb and withstand damage. By channeling external energy to enrich himself, he could ultimately induce an explosion. This technique could reduce vital energy consumption by over 80% while amplifying the rebounding force compared to before. Most importantly, Li Mu felt that he need not vocalize to summon his vital energy, as long as he remained in a combat state, with his energy circulating throughout his body. He could unleash it instantaneously. This is the terrifying essence of the celestial immortal technique. Subsequently, Li Mu retrieved a second superior martial art, the iron cutting style, and began to comprehend its intricacies. Chapter 15, The Blackwater Academy Cannot Retain You Iron Cutting Technique. Truly, it is a superior martial art. Strictly speaking, it is not an offensive move but rather a method of utilizing true energy in a passive manner. It allows for a significant infusion of true energy into a weapon through a special technique, resulting in immense damage. Its designation as a superior technique is attributed to its ability to compress and directly enhance the strength of true energy, akin to a charged heavy strike. Yet it achieves this without wasting any energy. The sole drawback of the iron cutting technique is that the attack speed slows after charging, and one cannot attack during the charging process. While it is undeniably powerful, it is also undeniably slow, making it challenging to land a hit. This technique is predominantly practiced by sword and saber wielders, with very few spear practitioners opting for it, as their attacks are already inherently slow, and any further delay would result in them merely enduring blows. However, Li Mu is undeterred. He possesses the ability to immobilize his opponent in the future. At worst, he can hold them in place and strike thereafter. Nevertheless, the immobilization technique requires 200 points to activate, and Li Mu currently only has 70 points. Moreover, under the influence of the inferior celestial technique, Li Mu has gained a new understanding of the iron cutting technique. He can infuse more true energy and retain it for a longer duration, allowing him to accumulate energy in advance and deliver a formidable first strike. Upon comprehending the iron cutting technique, Li Mu suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him. His eyelids twitched violently, for it was the inferior celestial technique operating autonomously. It seemed that the comprehension of two superior techniques had provided a substantial nourishment to the inferior celestial technique. Above Li Mu's yellow meridian, a terrifying energy surged, breaking through the bottleneck between the first and second tiers of the yellow grade. With a thunderous bang, the node of the second tier of yellow grade illuminated abruptly in his meridian. He had achieved a breakthrough. Li Mu was elated. Immediately thereafter, his Danci underwent astonishing changes, becoming increasingly expansive, while his meridians grew ever more resilient. The incessant flow of energy was fervently transforming his body. In martial cultivation, internal power dictates the direction of one's progress. Some internal arts focus on enhancing the physical body, while others strengthen techniques, weapons, attributes, or defenses, each with its own unique characteristics. Li Mu discovered that the celestial technique was superior in refining the physical body compared to basic internal arts, albeit to a limited extent. Aside from deepening his understanding of techniques, it rendered the Danci more vast and profound, and the meridians broader and tougher. The effects were rather unimpressive. It seems he must hasten to elevate his grade. Only upon reaching the Great Celestial technique could he barely meet the expectations. After the breakthrough, Li Mu's spirits soared. He glanced at the system's divine abilities. Currently, he could activate the Fire Ice technique and the Water and Fire avoidance techniques. The Fire Ice technique required 50 points, while the Water and Fire avoidance techniques astonishingly demanded 5,000 points each. Thus, Li Mu promptly purchased the Fire Ice technique. Upon activation, Li Mu was left speechless. Fire Ice technique, when activated, it allows one to see through the flow of true energy within the meridians, yet it consumes a significant amount of true energy. Li Mu? Is this the so-called golden eye? Is it akin to the three-flame true fire produced by an alchemical furnace? Is this not merely a low-quality imitation of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? What a low-tier counterfeit! Gold, silver, bronze, iron, tin. You might as well be called the all-seeing eye. However, it is evident that even the all-seeing eye requires victory points for upgrades. Below, there exists a branching system akin to a skill tree. Unlike the skills of mountain carrying and divine armament, which can be quantified, where divine armament increases by the pound and mountain carrying by the ox, the description of the all-seeing eye lacks quantitative specifications, thus resulting in a skill tree. Li Mu casually glanced at several unlockable branches, which included a slight reduction in the consumption of true energy, the ability to discern the weak points in an opponent's defenses, a small increase in resistance to visual illusions, and enhancements to night vision capabilities. Furthermore, none of these branches were inexpensive, the cheapest required dozens of points, with costs escalating further down the tree. With only 20 victory points remaining in his possession, Li Mu decided to invest them directly into divine armament. Consumed 20 victory points. Enhancement of divine armament successful. Divine armament bestows weight upon a weapon. Current weight is 70 pounds. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. Previously, with the strength of 1 tiger and 3 oxen, wielding 70 pounds was more than sufficient. Now that he had reached the second rank, his physical prowess had also improved. With his physique and the mountain carrying technique combined, it would be entirely normal to wield weights of 200 to 300 pounds. Unfortunately, his victory points were insufficient. If only he could increase it to 300 pounds. Even without using true energy, striking someone with it would surely leave bruises. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu opened his eyes, only to find that his classmates in the carriage were staring at him in astonishment. Just moments ago, an overwhelming surge of energy had erupted from him, radiating a brilliant white light that seemed poised to pierce through the entire carriage. He had evidently achieved a breakthrough. To break through while seated in a carriage? Moreover, with the first battle against the abyss nearly 2 days away, he had accomplished this so casually? Oh! What a prodigious talent! His classmates exchanged bewildered glances, encircling Li Mu once more. Li Mu stood up, cheerfully brushing off his clothes, and said, "Everyone, please take your seats, no need for bowing, just a small gift will suffice." Although they had only spent a day together, Li Mu had already formed a camaraderie with them, joking lightheartedly. "Brother, must you make breakthroughs look so effortless? It makes me feel as though I could do it too." Xiao Lingtong quipped. "I was merely fortunate to find an opportunity after being stalled for quite some time," Li Mu replied nonchalantly. "So now you're at the second rank?" a female classmate asked in surprise. Upon seeing Li Mu nod, peculiar expressions spread across the faces of everyone, as if they simultaneously recognized something. "What is it with you all?" Li Mu inquired, puzzled. His classmates wore expressions of resignation, glancing toward the entrances of the 2 side carriages. Observing them were not only students from Heishui High School but also representatives from at least 3 other institutions. The commotion from Li Mu's recent breakthrough had not gone unnoticed. Xiao Lingtong sighed helplessly and remarked, "Congratulations. When the other schools come to recruit you, remember to ask for some benefits for yourself." Following her words, the classmates quietly returned to their seats. It was at this moment that Li Mu finally grasped the meaning behind their expressions. The inaugural battle at the abyss is imminent. Among the senior students, those who can attain the second rank are the main contenders for prominence. It is noteworthy that many so-called prodigies with a B-level talents are ultimately unable to match their potential. With the aid of various resources and potions, even the seniors manage to reach only the first rank. In institutions like Blackwater, there are pitifully few students who achieve the late stages of the first rank, let alone the second. This reality does not warrant any excitement, for they are incapable of retaining such talent. Any school could easily lure away individuals, offering Li Mu certain personal resources. The higher the institution's ranking, the greater its influence, consequently increasing the likelihood of securing admission to prestigious universities in the future. Thus, it is inevitable that Li Mu will be poached in the coming days. Li Mu, however, chose not to elaborate to others, as he deemed it unnecessary. The carriage progressed amidst this oppressive atmosphere. Meanwhile, within the other compartments, news of Li Mu's breakthrough to the second rank had spread like wildfire. Soon, the train reached its destination, and Li Mu blended into the crowd as he returned to Blackwater Academy. Upon entering the school gates, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. In the expansive school square, rows of desks were arranged like a dragon. On the desks were fruits, snacks, hot pot, stewed meat, and an array of beverages. Several second-year seniors were assisting in the setup. Xiao Lingtong turned to Li Mu and explained, "This is a banquet organized by our school to reward us newcomers who have just returned from military training. The principal mentioned that we would not receive adequate nourishment in the abyss, so we must indulge ourselves upon our return. This event will last for 3 consecutive days. Although our academy may lack resources, the school spirit is commendable." In his words, Xiao Lingtong also hoped for Li Mu to remain. Yet, he refrained from stating it explicitly, recognizing that individuals have the right to pursue better opportunities. Some sentiments were left unspoken. Nevertheless, after expressing his thoughts, Xiao Lingtong let out a weary sigh. Chapter 16, Digging Me, You Are Unworthy. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Heishui High School excels in its emphasis on humanistic care. In the realm of martial arts, as students transition to university, they will find themselves within 2 distinct categories of institutions. The liberal arts universities encompass departments such as martial arts philosophy, monstrous studies, genetic research, pharmacology, metallurgy, abyssal geography, and energy development, among others. Conversely, the martial sciences universities categorize their disciplines based on innate talent in weaponry, including blades, firearms, swords, staffs, beast taming, mechs, and true essence firearms. The divergence between the 2 fields will become increasingly pronounced. Liberal arts universities are gradually establishing their academic achievements, thus becoming integral components of social logistics. In contrast, students at martial sciences universities devote much of their time to the abyssal wars. Why should a young man not wield his sword and reclaim the 50 states beyond the mountains? The survival of humanity following the emergence of the abyss is attributed to the countless ancestors who fought valiantly with their blood. Thus, the Zhenyuan Army has attained its current standing, boasting extraordinary military accomplishments and overwhelming strength. This is the pinnacle of authority in this high martial arts world. To discern which type of university one will attend in the future, students in their final year must begin engaging with the abyss during the 2nd semester after awakening their talents. Those who fear facing the abyssal creatures, who possess inferior combat abilities and slow cultivation speeds, would do well to pursue liberal arts studies and aim for a liberal arts university. The true elites filtered through this process naturally set their sights on martial sciences universities. For the training resources available there far exceed those of liberal arts institutions by several times, if not more. Despite the heightened risks, the potential achievements for martial sciences students are significantly greater. As the students entered the school, they erupted in exuberant cheers, racing towards their respective classrooms. Li Mu, unfamiliar with the surroundings, chose to follow Xiao Lingtong closely. To his surprise, the principal was already aware of his transfer. Upon returning from their unsuccessful pursuit of Li Mu, the registrar, Old Ma, and Zhao Qingshan informed the principal of the situation. The principal, Yin Changming, would not typically seek out a student for such a matter, yet today, he happened to be welcoming the new students alongside other school leaders. As Li Mu walked through the throng, Old Ma pointed him out. "Ah! That's him. That lad is Li Mu." Instantly recognizing Li Mu amidst the crowd, Old Ma gestured in his direction. Li Mu, spotting Old Ma, smiled sheepishly and approached him. Principal Yin Changming, a kind-hearted middle-aged man of slender build and slight stubble, remarked jokingly, "You rascal, you've truly put me in a predicament. I thought you had run off with my reward. Old Ma chided him lightheartedly. Esteemed leaders, I sincerely apologize. Upon receiving the martial arts technique, I could hardly contain my eagerness to try it out and neglected to report in. Li Mu bowed slightly in apology to the assembly. Old Ma, smiling, introduced. This is our principal, Yin Shangming, and this gentleman is your homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingshan. Li Mu once again offered a respectful salute. Principal Yin Shangming nodded with a smile. But soon his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he inquired, "You have reached the second rank?" As soon as these words left his lips, the school leaders collectively probed with their true essence. Indeed, it was confirmed Li Mu had already attained the second rank. Beside him, Xiao Lingtong interjected. It was during the train ride that he broke through. We all witnessed it, of course, and so did the others from different schools. Upon hearing this, all the school leaders were taken aback. They were already aware that Li Mu possessed an F-grade talent, yet he had now ascended to the second tier. What extraordinary aptitude this was! Talent and aptitude are two distinct concepts. Aptitude reflects a warrior's insight, their understanding of martial arts and techniques, shaping one's innate capabilities. Talent, on the other hand, is the characteristic bestowed by the ethereal energies of the universe. In principle, the influence of talent far surpasses that of aptitude. However, what is terrifying about aptitude is its limitless potential and its elusive nature. Having been stuck at the first-tier threshold for quite some time, it was indeed time for a breakthrough. Li Mu continued to use this excuse. Yin Changming nodded with a smile, gently patting Li Mu on the shoulder. Excellent. Heroes emerge from youth. Let us head inside and grab a bite. Li Mu could distinctly sense that, although Yin Changming's eyes sparkled with approval, there was a hint of melancholy. The expressions of the other school leaders did not radiate excessive joy either. Undoubtedly, the reason was the same as that of the students. They all believed he did not truly belong to Heishui High School and would soon be poached. Everyone wanted to advocate for Li Mu to remain. Yet what grounds did they have? In terms of promised resources and status, they were no match for other schools. As expected, after Li Mu expressed his gratitude to the principal and was about to enter the school for hot pot, a sharp laugh echoed from behind. Ah, Principal Yin. Long time no see. The rotund figure, with a protruding belly and a shiny, balding head, was somewhat nauseating to behold. It was none other than Sun Tong, the admissions director of Zhenyuan High School. Zhenyuan High School ranked even higher than Tenglong High School, barely making it into the T1 category, significantly surpassing the T4 and T5 ranks of Heishui. Although this plump man was merely an admissions director, he carried himself with considerable swagger, strutting over with a few associates. The faces of the Heishui High School representatives darkened considerably. Truly, one fears what one attracts. Sun Tong, what brings you here? Yin Changming asked with a furrowed brow. The rotund man smirked and turned his gaze to Li Mu. Why, I am here to rescue talent. Greetings, Li Mu, I am the admissions director of Zhenyuan High School. I heard you just broke through to the second tier of the yellow rank. Zhenyuan High School is willing to offer you a place. If you join us, you will be a second-tier honor student. After Sun Tong finished speaking, Yin Changming's face darkened as he sternly rebuked, Sun Tong, this is outrageous. While my Heishui High School may not match yours, there should be a certain decorum when poaching talent. A second-tier honor student? You don't even offer him any resources? If that's the case, my Heishui High School will go to great lengths to contend with you. In response to Yin Changming's fury, Sun Tong merely chuckled derisively. He didn't even regard Yin Changming with a second glance, laughing as he said, resources? Ha ha ha, my Zhenyuan High School is the top tier in the East District. The influence of a second-tier honor student pales in comparison to some resources. What makes you think you can compete with me? Should Li Mu display commendable performance in the future, he may yet acquire some resources. Furthermore, having had his S-level talent usurped and being expelled from the Li family, it is likely that few institutions, apart from Zhenhua University, would genuinely desire his presence. As he spoke, Sun Tong's eyes gleamed with arrogance, implying that Li Mu was not yet worthy of his investment in resources. Although he had attained the second rank, he remained an individual with F-level talent. Utilizing him merely to enhance the rankings in the Abyss inaugural battle was all that was deemed necessary. Investing resources in someone without a promising future was deemed unnecessary. Yin Changming and the others were rendered speechless, their fists clenched tightly, as they recognized the truth in Sun Tong's words. Indeed. Their second-tier honor students held greater influence than the prodigies of Heishui University. In terms of satisfying vanity, this far surpassed any advantage in resources. Ultimately, the leaders of Heishui University, filled with indignation, could only exhale a long sigh. Sun Tong, with a hearty laugh and assured demeanor, waved to Li Mu. "Come on. Li Mu," he exclaimed. Yin Changming, a middle-aged man, found himself publicly humiliated, his head lowered in silence, his body trembling slightly. He dared not express his anger. For if he were to unleash his fury publicly, and Li Mu ultimately chose Jin Hua, his rage would merely appear as the impotent fury of a jester. An object of ridicule for all. After all, countless students and teachers stood behind him. Just as he gritted his teeth in humiliation, a derisive snicker echoed from behind. It was Li Mu. All eyes turned to him as he slowly shook his head. It is truly laughable that even the most insignificant schools dare to claim the status of a leading tier. A profound silence fell over the gathering. Everyone stunned by Li Mu's words. Sun Tong narrowed his eyes dangerously. "What did you say?" Li Mu, gazing steadfastly at Sun Tong, proclaimed with pride. "To poach talent before our school leaders is to display a lack of dignity as a martial artist, revealing your utter disregard for principles. Your institution sends a pathetic figure like you, wielding a self-important title, merely to dismiss me, indicating your arrogance. You are aware of my F-level talent, yet fail to recognize the significance of my breakthrough to the second rank despite it. This demonstrates your short-sightedness. A person like you, devoid of principles, self-righteous, and myopic, is unworthy to be my mentor." Chapter 17, I hope you remain this wild. Li Mu concluded with a light snort, leaving everyone present in a state of utter bewilderment. Particularly the students nearby. Wild. Absolutely outrageous. You look down upon me, and my school? To me, your so-called prestigious institution is nothing but worthless trash. The students were left in shock. Was Li Mu truly unafraid of offending Zhenyuan University? What did you say? Sun Tong's face flushed with rage, his teeth gritted. And his aura intensified. Suddenly, Yin Changming and Zhao Qingshan stepped forward in unison, positioning themselves protectively in front of Li Mu. The leaders of various schools behind them exuded a formidable presence, swiftly overwhelming Sun Tong. He was aware that the poor quality of students at Heishui High stemmed from practical issues and inadequate resources, not from a lack of teaching competence. Sun Tong's ascension to the position of head of the Zhenyuan admissions office was merely due to personal connections, lacking substantial strength. Even Zhao Qingshan surpassed him in rank. As the pressure from the 5th and 6th tier martial artists unfolded, the surrounding students were frightened into retreat. Sun Tong, seething with anger, realized the situation should not escalate further and pointed at Li Mu with resentment. You, a discarded waste from the Li family, truly believe that Heishui High can protect you? Yin Changming's expression darkened as he coldly warned, Sun Tong, I caution you, matters between our schools should be settled openly and fairly. If you attempt any underhanded tactics against my student, I will not let this go. Sun Tong scoffed derisively, Yin Changming, your words are futile. He turned to Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, Li Mu, you likely have no idea how Zhenyuan University has reached its current standing, do you? Mark my words, within 10 days. If I do not expunge your student status, I will not bear the surname Sun. Once you are out of the school, I shall relish in tormenting you. As for you, Yin Changming, we shall see how this unfolds. Li Mu was already aware of the support Zhenyuan University relied upon. Behind it lay a significant financial consortium. Establishing a school is no easy feat, yet Zhenyuan University had managed to rise rapidly through its immense financial power and formidable connections. The consortium behind them extended its influence into various sectors, even reaching high-ranking officials. Li Mu had heard rumors that the consortium was seeking to establish ties with the Zhenyuan Army. Cultivating a good relationship with the military was the ultimate aspiration of all societal forces. Only with the backing of such a powerful military ally could one navigate through challenges effortlessly. However, the Zhenyuan Army was not an entity one could easily infiltrate. There is a saying in the community, a bag of rice does not harbor external pests. The benefits that could be divided from the Zhenyuan Army were insufficient to satisfy the military elite and the second-generation officials vying for them. Any external forces attempting to penetrate this realm would first have to contend with the interests of these individuals. Many would not even pass this barrier. If you sought to claim a piece of their pie, they might very well strike first. Therefore, for external forces wishing to establish military connections, the path was fraught with challenges and required utmost caution. Oh? You possess such formidable capabilities? Li Mu feigned astonishment as he inquired. Young man, there is no need for your playful demeanor. There will come a time when you will weep. If you revel in your wildness, I hope you continue in that vein. Sun Tong remarked coldly, gesturing dismissively at Li Mu before turning to depart. At that moment, a cacophony of neighing horses erupted from the long street, followed by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. The attention of all present was drawn toward the commotion. A dozen formidable steeds raced forth, kicking up clouds of dust as pedestrians and vehicles hurriedly cleared a path. It was evident without a glance that it was the Town Abyss Army. For within Iron Hand City, only motor vehicles are permitted. Even beast tamers must register their creatures before taking to the roads. Only the Town Abyss Army possesses the privilege to ride warhorses within the city. This is a privilege. Firstly, warhorses are significantly swifter than ordinary automobiles. Secondly, the Town Abyss Army is accustomed to combat on horseback in the abyss, thus, for executing missions within the city, horses offer greater maneuverability and flexibility than machines. As they drew near, each horse bore a soldier clad in the battle attire of the Town Abyss Army. Leading the charge was a young wolf guard, adorned with a single star on his shoulder. Yin Changming and the others instinctively took a few steps back. Everyone assumed the Town Abyss Army was merely passing through on official business, but to their surprise, the riders galloped to the entrance of Blackwater Academy, reining in their mounts in unison. They dismounted with precision and swiftly approached Li Mu. The young wolf guard advanced, performing a formal knightly salute, a gesture befitting their cavalry heritage. His left hand rested behind him while his right fist crossed over his chest, then his right hand unfurled and glided downward, parallel to his hip, mimicking a slicing motion. Classmate Li Mu, Minister Song and Professor Su request your presence for an urgent discussion. Allow me to escort you to the abyss, please. As he spoke, the young wolf guard's eyes were wide with astonishment. He was an officer responsible for security in the research department and held some awareness of the influence wielded by Professor Su and Minister Song. Earlier that afternoon, he had noted that both were resting, a common occurrence due to their intense mental exertion. However, upon awakening, they had frantically sought a student named Li Mu. After inquiring with Assistant Lu, he learned of the reason for their urgency. Subsequently, Professor Su had commanded him to hasten and summon Li Mu. Just before his departure, he noticed Qin Zhanya entering the research department. The reason for summoning Li Mu was not trivial. They were preparing a banquet to honor this student. It was noteworthy that both Minister Song and Professor Su were notoriously frugal, devoting nearly all their time and energy to their studies and being particularly averse to the frivolities of lavish feasts. Even when someone of Qin Zhanya's stature sought to invite them for drinks, Professor Su would typically decline. Principal, may I go? Li Mu turned to inquire of Yin Changming. Yin Changming and the others stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting a mix of awe and disbelief. This was a young wolf guard. And although he was merely a low-ranking officer, the standards for officers in the Town Abyss Army were exceptionally high. What were those individuals just discussing? Which professor, which minister? Is inviting Li Mu for a crucial discussion? Ah. Indeed, go swiftly, for matters of great importance await. Yin Changming quickly regained his focus and gently nudged Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu produced his steed with a flourish. With a whoosh, the magnificent Yao Gu leaped forth, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the students of Heishui High School. The silver-maned black horse, adorned with 2 horns and 2 bones, exuded an air of authority and elegance. Who among these high school students could possibly possess such a warhorse? Shall I ride alongside you? Li Mu inquired of the Shealongwai. Very well. The Shealongwai nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Yao Gu, which appeared even more splendid than his own steed. He had not anticipated that Li Mu would also possess such an extraordinary horse. Could it be that this lad had already enlisted in the reserves? That would certainly explain why the likes of Professor Su and others were seeking him out. Wait, how is that reasonable? This fellow is simply a prodigy. Li Mu mounted his horse, looking down upon the bewildered Sun Tong with an expression of indifference. Director Sunday. Ah, what? Sun Tong, the director of the admissions office at Zhenyuan High School, was rendered speechless by Li Mu's address. He stared at Li Mu in shock, his face a mask of confusion and dread. How could Li Mu possibly have connections to the military district? Why on earth was a Xiaolonghua here to escort him? Was it due to his father's prior associations? He silently implored Li Mu with his eyes, hoping he would refrain from mentioning the earlier incident. It would be best if this matter were buried in the abyss. Otherwise, if Li Mu were to inadvertently incite a negative impression of Zhenyuan High School within the Zhenyuan military district, it could jeopardize the school's future plans for collaboration with the military. He would surely find himself in a dire predicament. Li Mu, however, was not inclined towards mercy. In truth, relaying the previous incident to the Xiaolonghua bore little consequence. Yet, Sun Tong remained oblivious to the nature of his relationship with these individuals. Li Mu simply wished to see him flustered and disoriented. How amusing. If Zhenyuan High School sought to undermine me, then let them confront me directly rather than targeting our institution. I implore you. Chapter 18, Revolutionary Improvement. As Li Mu spoke, Sun Tong felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and cover his mouth. Indeed, the young wolf guards and other soldiers, upon hearing his words, turned their curious gazes towards Sun Tong. They were intrigued by the audacity of one who dared to challenge a figure of such stature. A person whom even the military district's elite would honor with a banquet. However, the murderous glint in their eyes nearly terrified Sun Tong into submission. His expression crumbled, painted with distress, and he was on the verge of tears. Subsequently, the young wolf guards mounted their horses, forming a protective escort around Li Mu as they galloped away. As he watched Li Mu's retreating figure, Yin Changming exhaled a long, heavy breath. With a hint of schadenfreude, he cast a glance at Sun Tong and deliberately cleared his throat. The sound startled Sun Tong, causing his legs to weaken, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Observing his discomfort, Yin Changming couldn't suppress his delight. Fool! Were you not so arrogant before? You've just stepped into a meat grinder. He turned to address the others, exclaiming, "Let us go, it's time for hot pot." The students immediately erupted in excited cheers, rushing toward the square. Meanwhile, Sun Tong remained rooted in place, his complexion pale for an extended moment. "Director, let us leave," his assistant whispered, swallowing hard. "Let us go." Sun Tong wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Just as he was about to depart, he abruptly halted and, through gritted teeth, warned those beside him, "You all, keep your mouths shut. What happened today must never be spoken of." He had been mulling over the threats he had made to Li Mu, questioning the nature of Li Mu's connection to the military district. Was it merely coincidental? Could there be other reasons? How could a mere student possibly have significant ties to the military? Reassuring himself, he resolved to keep this matter under wraps. He absolutely could not inform his superior. If his actions jeopardized the plans of the Zhenyuan Consortium to establish relations with the military district, he was aware of his boss's methods at Blackwater Academy. Upon returning to their seats, the school leaders summoned a few students, including Xiao Lingtong, who were somewhat acquainted with Li Mu, to inquire about everything that transpired after Li Mu entered the abyss. Naturally, Xiao Lingtong and the others embellished their accounts. When the leaders learned that Li Mu had broken the chief instructor's leg upon their first meeting, they were utterly bewildered. Simultaneously, they pondered whether Li Mu had been taken away. However, upon hearing that Li Mu had been called away and returned with a strange blood horse and a fine spiritual treasure, they exchanged perplexed glances. Had he injured the chief instructor and yet received rewards? Did Li Mu have relatives in the military district? Yet, some students displayed remarkable intelligence. Noting that Li Mu had used the technique Flowing Cloud's 3 shocks to break the chief instructor's leg, but had executed it with 5 shocks. Many students had recorded the entire incident. They produced their phones to show the school leaders the footage. The leaders quickly recognized the formidable nature of the Flowing Cloud's 5 shocks. Yin Changming and the others fell into a deep silence. with Yin Changming casting his gaze toward the head of the logistics department. The logistics minister suddenly understood, rising to shout, "Xiaolu! Come here!" The library administrator, engrossed in his feast, hurried over, chopsticks in hand, chewing on a piece of lamb. "Minister! What's the matter? I inquire if Li Mu from Class 7 collected the martial arts techniques from the library yesterday?" "Ah. He did. I watched him closely," the administrator replied after a moment's thought, nodding vigorously. "Which set did he acquire?" "Flowing Clouds, 3 shocks." A gasp echoed through the room as all the school leaders sprang to their feet, some chairs sliding across the floor in their haste, startling the administrator. "Xiaolu, are you certain?" Zhao Qingshan's voice trembled as he inquired, word by word. "Absolutely. It is indeed Flowing Clouds, 3 shocks." After a moment's contemplation, Xiaolu nodded emphatically once more. The leaders were collectively astonished. This meant that Li Mu had learned Flowing Clouds, 3 shocks just yesterday. And today he had already modified it into Flowing Clouds, 5 shocks. A first-tier martial artist, armed with a technique he had merely practiced for a day, had managed to shatter the leg of a second-tier martial artist. The gravity of this incident was further compounded by the fact that it had been witnessed by military officers. In this light, the identities of the so-called Minister Song and Professor Su became abundantly clear. This was no longer mere genius, it was monstrous talent. In the depths of the abyss, Li Mu followed the Wolf Guard to the Martial Arts Research Department. Within a private room in the department, a round table was set for dining, adorned with an array of dishes and beverages. Li Mu knocked on the door, which was opened by Qin Zhanya. "Come in quickly." Upon entering, Li Mu recognized familiar faces: Qin Zhanya, Minister Song, Professor Su, and Old Zhou, the head of the training grounds. However, seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor, exuding an air of authority. His military rank matched that of Qin Zhanya, yet his uniform bore insignia of a higher echelon. Li Mu felt a jolt of apprehension as he speculated on the identity of this individual. The aides and guards remained stationed outside the door. Qin Zhanya ushered Li Mu into the room and secured the door. Professor Su promptly rose, his aged face beaming with goodwill as he said, "I apologize for calling you over at such a late hour. I hope it hasn't disrupted your affairs." "Not at all," Li Mu replied, shaking his head, hastily urging Professor Su back into his seat. As the eldest in the room, Su's standing imposed considerable pressure on Li Mu. Qin Zhanya then introduced the man in the primary seat to Li Mu. "Come, Li Mu. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is our military district's deputy commander, Wang Longcheng." Li Mu was taken aback and quickly offered a knightly salute. The deputy commander ranked as the 4th highest authority in this military district. Though merely the 4th, he was a figure that ordinary individuals looked up to with reverence. Not only was Li Mu a student, even their principal, Yin Changming, would not dare to breathe freely in his presence. The military structure of Zhenyuan extended from small 5-person teams upward. A team consists of 5 individuals, while a squad comprises 25, and a battalion consists of 100. 10 battalions form a regiment, which generally comprises around 1,000 personnel. Typically, 10 regiments constitute a military district, amounting to approximately 10,000 individuals. However, it is not uncommon for certain large military districts to encompass 11, 12, or even more regiments. The population within a military district varies significantly based on the difficulty of guarding the abyss it oversees. For instance, the abyss entrance in Iron Hand City is patrolled by 2 military districts, each comprising 10 regiments. The hierarchy within a military district is as follows. From highest to lowest: district commander, deputy commander, chief of staff, and deputy chief of staff. Positions such as regiment commander, instructor, and chief guard can all be held by upper wolf guards, who can ascend to the position of deputy chief of staff at most. To rise beyond the deputy chief of staff, one must hold at least the rank of lesser tiger marquis. In the case of Wang Longcheng, who has achieved the position of deputy chief of staff through his commendable service as an upper wolf guard, further advancement is contingent upon attaining the rank of lesser tiger marquis. The rank of district commander requires a minimum of upper tiger marquis or even lesser dragon general. The ranks within the Abyss Guard, from lowest to highest, are as follows: Lesser Wolf Guard, Intermediate Wolf Guard, Upper Wolf Guard, Lesser Tiger Marquis, Intermediate Tiger Marquis, Upper Tiger Marquis, Lesser Dragon General, Intermediate Dragon General, Upper Dragon General, Lesser and Greater Marshal of the Dragon and Tiger. Some commanders of large military districts can attain the rank of Upper Dragon General. When two or more military districts combine, they form a corps, the size of which is even more variable, ranging from tens of thousands to several 100,000. Only those of the rank of Lesser or Greater Marshal of the Dragon and Tiger can command a corps. "Come, take a seat," Wang Longqing said with a smile, extending his hand towards Li Mu. In recognition of the importance placed on students, the highest officer responsible for the first battle of the Abyss is the Deputy Chief of Staff. Of course, encountering a head coach like Red Hair is indeed a rare occurrence. Had Red Hair not been recently jilted by a woman, he would have considered the consequences of his actions more carefully. Wang Longqing's presence at this table is solely due to his close personal ties with Professor Su and Minister Song. Wang Longqing holds the Department of Martial Arts in high regard, and today, these two have extolled a student to great heights, piquing his curiosity to meet him. Moreover, as a martial artist, he harbors immense admiration and curiosity about Li Mu's innate talent. It is noteworthy that the technique of Flowing Cloud's 3 tremors originally began as Flowing Cloud's 2 tremors, gradually evolving through the relentless efforts of generations of martial artists. If Li Mu were to master Flowing Cloud's 3 tremors over several years, achieving Flowing Cloud's 4 tremors would be commendable. However, Li Mu has directly experienced the 5th tremor. Furthermore, he has even demonstrated the 6th tremor in the field. This is a remarkable leap that cannot be bridged merely by effort. It is unequivocally a matter of exceptional talent. He simply must meet this young man. It is no exaggeration to say that if Flowing Cloud's 6th tremor were to become widespread, it would undoubtedly be regarded as an advanced technique. Everyone urged Li Mu to take his seat promptly. Wang Longqing smiled at Li Mu, just about to speak when his expression suddenly shifted, his body trembling slightly before returning to normal. It appeared as though a cough was on the verge of escaping. However, Wang Longqing, mindful of maintaining his composure, forcibly suppressed it. Li Mu, on the other hand, swiftly detected this subtlety. Out of curiosity, Li Mu activated his keen insight, directing his gaze towards Wang Longqing. And in an instant, his pupils constricted. Chapter 19, the ferocious and resolute beast. Li Mu's eyes pierced through Wang Longqing's body like a transparent lens, revealing the intricate pathways of his meridians as if guided by a navigational map. All the meridians glowed a vibrant green, except for those in the lung area, which displayed 2 deep crimson lines. This ominous red hue began to spread towards the lungs, where the 2 intersecting meridians clashed like opposing lanes on a highway, their lines curving dangerously into one another. At this chaotic junction, a relentless stream of vehicles collided in a tumultuous frenzy. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. Were the 2 meridians truly exchanged? Could Wang Longqing not perceive this anomaly himself? The introspection of a Huang tier warrior relies on perception, yet upon reaching the Xian tier, one's internal vision becomes extraordinarily lucid. The spirit delves deeply within, exploring the inner sanctum of one's body. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Wang Longqing had yet to ascend to the Xian tier. However, Li Mu sensed his formidable strength, at the very least. He was a 9th-grade Huang tier warrior. The most perplexing aspect was how 2 meridians could possibly be exchanged. Was it a microsurgery? Did he perform it himself? Or was it done by another? Li Mu was left in the dark. It is essential to understand that meridians are not mere blood vessels. They are the intrinsic pathways of qi within a martial artist's body, governed by principles beyond physical laws. It is often said that a powerful warrior's dantian is as vast as the ocean, and their meridians are as wide as rivers. They exist in a realm that bridges imagination and reality. Though Li Mu had discerned this phenomenon, he dared not inquire further. However, as he withdrew his gaze, he found Wang Longqing's sharp eyes fixed upon him. Hastily, Li Mu averted his stare. His fiery eyes were still too rudimentary to alter colors. Yet probing the essence of a 9th-grade powerhouse would surely not go unnoticed. The moment Li Mu activated his fiery vision, Wang Longqing felt the intrusion and could distinctly sense where Li Mu's gaze focused upon his lungs. What transpired there was a secret known only to him. Could it be that this young man could see the hidden perils within him? Noticing Li Mu's reluctance to speak, Wang Longqing chose not to expose him. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I hear your Luyun 6 shocks even caught teacher Qin off guard?" Li Mu quickly waved his hand in modesty. "It was teacher Qin who allowed me a moment of carelessness." "Ah, look at you, suddenly so polite." Qin Zhenya interjected with a hint of exasperation. "What happened to that fierce spirit you had when seeking a reward from me? Has it extinguished?" As he spoke, Qin Zhenya turned to Wang Longqing and added, "By the way, leader, I haven't reported to you yet. For this young lad, I bestowed 2 high-grade cultivation techniques. A premium spiritual treasure, a weapon, and a remarkable warhorse, all obtained from old Zhou." He gestured towards old Zhou as he concluded his statement. Beside them, old Zhou was so startled that he nearly lost his footing, quickly donning a facade of cheerfulness. Today, at this table, apart from Li Mu, he was the youngest official present. When Qin Zhenya summoned him, he could hardly believe his ears. Although Qin had promised to mention their horse ranch to his superiors, this stroke of fortune had arrived far too swiftly. Not only was he seated alongside Professor Su and Minister Song, but he even had the privilege of dining with Wang Longqing. It was utterly overwhelming. Wang Longqing, fully aware of Qin Zhenya's intentions, recognized that this was an opportunity for Qin to settle accounts with him. The rewards for Li Mu were to be reported, and Wang was responsible for that aspect. Now that he was informed, they need not submit an application. The rewards were assured, yet the crux lay in merit. "Minister Song, Professor Su, how do you perceive the understanding of the Luyun 5 shocks among the faculty of the martial arts department?" Wang Longqing inquired, turning to the 2 professors. "Rest assured, Commander Wang, we are intensifying our discussions on the Luyun 5 shocks. I am confident that a new version will soon emerge, retaining its classification as a common technique. However, the difficulty of cultivation will inevitably increase. Those with lesser comprehension will at least be able to utilize the Luyun 4 shocks," Minister Song remarked. Wang Longqing nodded. "Our military district comprises nearly 12,000 personnel. It is estimated that at least 3,000 martial artists proficient in firearms will be able to utilize the Luyun 5 shocks. If the mortality rate among these warriors declines, the value of the Luyun 5 shocks will undoubtedly rise," he indicated, gesturing towards Li Mu. "The Zhenyuan Army places great emphasis on clear distinctions between reward and punishment. The exact extent of Li Mu's contributions remains ambiguous at present." The conversation then shifted to a more leisurely exchange of food and stories, with Li Mu, as a junior, being subjected to a barrage of inquiries. Naturally, the conversation soon veered towards the topic of his S-grade talent being seized and his subsequent disownment by the Li family. Qin Zhenya was incensed. He had not anticipated such audacity from a family. Minister Song and Professor Su expressed their profound sympathy for Li Mu. Yet, sympathy aside, familial influence has long been a peculiar facet of Chinese society. Some vast families wield considerable power, controlling significant portions of the nation. With them at the helm, familial factions exhibit extraordinary solidarity. A family like the Li clan is hardly formidable. However, without concrete evidence, the Zhenyuan Army's hasty interference in familial matters could provide leverage to larger families, placing the Zhenyuan Army in a precarious position. Yet, should the Li family dare to provoke the Zhenyuan Army, the scenario would drastically shift. The military and family powers have been at odds for many years. After the meal, Li Mu took his leave to return to the surface. Wang Longqing, however, remarked, "I happen to be heading home as well, allow me to escort you." Li Mu was well aware that Wang Longqing undoubtedly sought a private discussion with him, leaving him with no option but to comply. Upon reaching the surface, Wang Longqing's aide drove his exclusive military vehicle, a robustly designed army truck, swiftly along the elevated highway. Seated in the back, Li Mu and Wang Longqing shared a moment of silence, the atmosphere laden with tension. "What have you discerned?" Wang Longqing suddenly inquired, breaking the silence. "Commander Wang, have you sustained an injury here?" Li Mu inquired, gesturing towards the area of his lung. He understood that evasion was futile, and he had no reason to conceal the truth. The officer driving in front furrowed his brow. glancing back at Li Mu through the rearview mirror. This young man was rather intriguing. He spoke with a surprising boldness, unlike the officials who trembled in the presence of Wang Longcheng. Indeed. Wang Longcheng's eyes brightened slightly. Two meridians had intertwined, their energies colliding with one another. As for why this affected the lungs, I cannot say, Li Mu remarked. However, Wang Longcheng's breathing suddenly quickened, and he fixed his gaze on Li Mu, asking, "Can you discern which two meridians they are?" With some effort, Li Mu replied, fully aware of their positions, yet he refrained from boasting. "Let me take another look." Wang Longcheng suppressed his excitement. This persistent cough was the greatest impediment to his advancement to the Xian stage. The more anxious he became, the more severe the lung issue grew. He was aware that it stemmed from a problem with his meridians. Yet, without breaking through to the Xian stage, he could not clearly introspect all his meridians, making self-repair impossible. Until the hidden dangers were resolved, he could not hope to advance, resulting in a vicious cycle that exacerbated his condition, severely hindering both his cultivation and career. Li Mu nodded and activated his keen insight. Now, with the two of them face to face and in close proximity, he could see everything with utmost clarity. "Focus on it," Wang Longcheng urged. Li Mu extended his finger, indicating the precise location of Wang Longcheng's lung. At that moment, Wang Longcheng let out a muffled groan. Li Mu witnessed the two meridians he had been observing suddenly snap. They detonated within Wang Longcheng's body. Goodness! Li Mu was startled, crashing against the car door. He thought he had inadvertently caused an explosion. Yet, he soon observed that the energy rampaging within was swiftly suppressed by Wang Longcheng. "Now, can you see if there is any residual issue?" Wang Longcheng, seemingly in excruciating pain yet unable to conceal his exhilaration, asked Li Mu. It was only then that Li Mu regained his composure, gazing in astonishment. The two red meridians had vanished, leaving only the unobstructed green meridians within Wang Longcheng, and even the red area in his lungs began to diminish gradually. A chill ran down Li Mu's spine. Self-destructive meridians? This was utterly outrageous. Chapter 20, Into the Abyss. Li Mu shook his head. "It's gone." Wang Longcheng exhaled a long breath, the tension easing from his demeanor as he gradually reverted to his composed and seasoned self. In that moment, Li Mu comprehended that Wang Longcheng was indeed a true werewolf. He had directed his keen insight to pinpoint the issue. Wang Longcheng was well aware of the potential dangers posed by the two meridians. He himself could not accurately identify their locations. However, once he sensed where Li Mu's ocular technique indicated, he acted decisively. A bold sacrifice. If he were to find a quiet place and solemnly request Li Mu's assistance in pinpointing the issue, the psychological pressure could lead to an error. Ironically, it was when Li Mu bore no psychological burden that his precision was at its peak. Although the human body is replete with numerous meridians, these two would not threaten his very foundation. Yet, the peril they posed was significant, and a miscalculation could yield irreversible damage. Upon hearing Li Mu's declaration of gone, even the adjutant driving in front could hardly contain his exhilaration. As a close guard to Wang Longcheng, he was acutely aware of the distress this ailment had caused his superior. There was an incident when Wang Longcheng was executing a major operation, intensely focused on issuing commands on the battlefield. In a moment of desperation, he coughed violently, spewing blood onto the command platform. Fortunately, the command room was filled with Wang Longcheng's trusted aides. Had this incident leaked, it would have severely jeopardized his career. The cause of Wang Longcheng's meridian injury was a remarkable feat. With this merit, he could have ascended to the position of commander. Unfortunately, due to his inability to reach the Xian stage, further advancement proved challenging. Now that the affliction had been eradicated, Wang Longcheng could wholeheartedly pursue the Xian stage. "Are you confident for the first battle in the abyss?" Wang Longcheng adjusted his mood, smiling at Li Mu. "Yes." Li Mu nodded affirmatively. "Be cautious during the first battle. Afterward, do come to my home for a visit." Wang Longcheng nodded, gazing at Li Mu with admiration. The adjutant in front harbored a deep envy for Li Mu. Having served as Wang Longcheng's aide for 2 years, he had only recently been afforded such an honor. Li Mu was destined for greatness. Wang Longcheng owed Li Mu a profound debt of gratitude. As the saying goes, great kindness often goes unspoken. A simple thank you could leave one uncertain if it sufficed to convey the weight of such a favor. Ironically, the absence of such words often brings greater reassurance. How could a deputy commander of such a vast military district possibly owe you such a monumental favor? It was only a matter of time before it would be repaid. Inviting you to his home was a gesture of closeness. All right, Li Mu promptly agreed. Upon returning home, Li Mu shared only what was necessary with his family to ease their worries. However, aware of the youthful indiscretion of his younger cousins, he feared they might inadvertently disclose matters best kept private. The subsequent days of military training passed in tranquility. Neither Li Xiaohong nor Li Lan sought out Li Mu. Instead, she spun a tale to her family, claiming that the two of them had gone to search for Li Mu. However, Li Mu had no intention of returning to the Li family and had even scolded them. The members of the Li family were immediately furious, condemning Li Mu for his lack of gratitude. Given their disposition, it was inconceivable that they would lower themselves to invite Li Mu back. Li Lan and Li Xiaohong had achieved their objective, they had no intention of persuading Li Mu to return. The impoverished Li Mu would undoubtedly acquiesce, which would be far too lenient for him. Soon, 3 days of military training had passed. On the fourth morning, the fortress above the abyss entrance in Iron Hand City was bustling with activity. By 8 o'clock, the plaza of the fortress was teeming with people. Surprisingly, it was not the students who gathered in the greatest numbers, but rather the parents of the students. The first battle in the abyss carried a mortality rate. Any student could potentially face their final fight. Although the odds were low, it was essential for friends and family to be allowed to witness the event. Li Mu's mother and his aunt, along with their entire family, had all come. Chen Zheqi and Chen Jiafeng had taken special leave for the occasion. Li Mu was preparing to report for duty, while his mother and aunt showered him with admonitions to be exceedingly cautious. As they watched Li Mu head towards the registration area, the entire family proceeded into the multimedia hall to find seats. The students registered in an orderly fashion before taking the elevator into the abyss. Meanwhile, the school leaders, family members, and friends all entered the multimedia hall situated in the center of the plaza. Above the vast multimedia hall, a colossal three-dimensional main screen was flanked by 20 auxiliary screens positioned at various angles. These screens offered a 3D visual effect, ensuring that no matter the angle from which one viewed, the perspective remained frontal. A massive scoreboard had also been unfurled. Within the abyss, the students preparing to enter were already beginning to assemble. Naturally, the Li family was present as well. Yang Suying spotted the Li family seated at the front from a distance, instantly filled with resentment. In this inaugural battle within the abyss, Li Xiaohai attended the prestigious Shanglong Martial Arts School in the Eastern District. The status of Shanglong Martial Arts School was undoubtedly top tier within Iron Hand City, boasting 2 students with S-level talents, Li Xiaohai and another named Zhang Jiwei. On the day Zhang Jiwei awakened his S-level talent, he broke through to the second tier. In the days that followed, he rapidly ascended, reportedly reaching the latter stages of the second tier. Prior to awakening their talents, every individual's cultivation is often suppressed for an extended period, making it the optimal stage for laying a foundation at the first tier. After awakening their talents, there is a period of rapid growth that benefits immensely from prior efforts. Zhang Jiwei exemplifies the rare combination of both innate talent and hard work, wielding significant influence. Conversely, Li Xiaohai's reputation within the school was somewhat lackluster. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Even after the military training, Li Xiaohai remained merely at the late stage of the first tier. In comparison to Zhang Jiwei, coupled with his dubious background of appropriating others' talents, he was not well regarded. On the second floor of the multimedia hall, the upper echelons of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources were gathered. The Deputy Minister of Education for the Eastern District and the Deputy Minister of Resources, 2 pivotal figures, were seated at the front of a private room, accompanied by a host of officials from both ministries. Behind them were the principals of approximately 20 schools participating in the battle. The esteemed principal of Tenglong University, Zhang Tang, along with the principal of Heishui University, Yin Changming, were present at this moment. At precisely 8:20, all participating students entered the abyss. The footage from the drones was entirely focused on the students poised to receive their briefing. Zhenyuan, astride his monstrous blood steed, approached the teleportation zone to deliver a pre-battle address. I shall reiterate, no one is permitted to venture into unmarked areas on the map. Any region visible to you has been meticulously cleared. Should you encounter creatures unfamiliar from the monster compendium, retreat swiftly. Report any suspicious portals, caves, or energy entities immediately and evacuate promptly. Now, in accordance with your assigned teams, step into the nearby portal hand in hand. I wish you all a triumphant return. With his sword raised high, Zhenyuan bellowed. Li Mu glanced at his technological wristwatch, which resembled a small turtle. This device, distributed free by the state, was provided to each individual entering the abyss. Its function was akin to an upgraded mobile phone combined with a locator. It offered real-time access to the abyssal map, allowing one to view the terrain and even transfer certain electronic information from their phone, such as live score rankings. This turtle was named the Triumph Turtle, symbolizing humanity's aspiration for victorious returns. After 3 days of military training, nearly 40% of the students who initially enrolled for the first battle withdrew, some even opting to switch to liberal arts, aiming for a university in that field. The oppressive atmosphere of the abyss proved daunting. The training not only prepared them physically but also exposed them to numerous documentary films detailing the records of the Zhenyuan Army's engagements. These recordings were starkly different from online broadcasts, more authentic, brutal, and bloody. Many chose to retreat, returning to school with no intention of joining the Zhenyuan Army reserves. The remaining students could be described as passionate young warriors, resolute in their determination, yet inexplicably anxious at the thought of confronting monsters. When Zhenyuan raised his sword and shouted, the crowd erupted in fervor. Triumphant return. Little Turtle. Gene Turtle. In that moment, all the students roared with exuberance. Their shouts mingled with laughter, collectively battling the intangible pressure of the abyss. They surged towards the expansive semicircular area encircled by the dozen or so portals. In recent days, students from Heishui University had frequently sought to team up with Li Mu, yet he had declined each time, preferring the solitude of a lone wolf. Thus, while many students paused before the abyssal portal in search of companions, Li Mu had already stepped through the gateway. Chapter 21, perhaps a bit difficult for the young ones. The talents of warriors, even within the realm of combat, exhibit a myriad of distinctions. Some are inclined towards defense, while others favor area attacks, single target strikes, or specialize in ranged or melee combat. There are even those capable of commanding beasts or wielding artifacts. However, healing and supportive talents are exceedingly rare. True talents leaning towards assistance and healing fall within the category of life skills and do not venture into the abyss. At most, they possess slight supportive qualities embedded within their combat-oriented attributes. When forming a team, it is essential to seek warriors who can compensate for each other's weaknesses. For instance, a team composed entirely of ranged fighters, devoid of melee or defensive capabilities, would undeniably be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, when entering the abyss, a greater number of individuals does not equate to better odds. An insufficient number of fighters may struggle against formidable foes without adequate support, while an excessive gathering of warriors can amplify their collective aura, inadvertently attracting monsters, much like the scent of blood in the ocean lures insatiable sharks. After extensive exploration, humanity has ultimately concluded that the optimal size for a small team consists of 5 members. Consequently, many individuals began to seek out the abilities lacking within their own squads at the entrance. As Li Mu stepped through the abyss portal, he was momentarily dazzled by a burst of light. Quickly, he crouched down and drew his thorny staff, ensuring his surroundings were safe before rising cautiously. In this moment, Li Mu appeared transformed compared to the person he was before his journey. His black and silver cloak billowed in the wind, harmoniously complementing his black uniform adorned with silver threads. Prior to entering the abyss, everyone had been provisioned with 2 items, a drone locator and a temporary storage pouch. Both items were to be returned at the conclusion of the venture. With a hum, the drone automatically unfolded and ascended to hover approximately 4 to 5 meters above Li Mu. Each participant had a drone trailing behind them, transmitting images back to the multimedia hall. However, the screens within the hall were limited, only showcasing the top scorers for monster kills. Each type of monster had its points calculated by the Ministry of Education based on its energy. Upon slaying a creature, the wristwatch would automatically tally the points. Yet, upon entering the abyss, some individuals had already made their way onto the large screen before the combat even commenced. Naturally, Li Mu was not among them. Featured prominently were the S and A rank talents from various schools, celebrated figures of this inaugural battle. Among them, the most illustrious were Zhang Jiwei, an S-rank talent from the Holy Dragon Martial Academy, and Lu Chunfeng, also an S-rank talent from Chongming High School. The East District boasted only 3 S-rank talents, with these 2 standing at the pinnacle of the yellow tier, both remarkably formidable. Notably, both warriors ventured forth alone, illustrating their confidence in their abilities. In contrast, Li Xiaohai, another S-rank talent from the Holy Dragon Martial Academy, appeared somewhat less impressive, with a late-stage first-tier ranking. He was accompanied by 4 second-tier companions. In the footage, Li Xiaohai wielded a long spear, flanked by teammates, all of whom were second-tier warriors. He relied on the S-rank talent thunderous movement that he had seized from Li Mu. With a twist of the long spear, crackling lightning danced around its body, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Standing upright, it showcased its prowess. At the helm was the venerable Lady Ma of the Li family, seated in a corner of the multimedia hall. Observing the surging lightning on Li Xiaohua's spear, Lady Ma nodded with a smile, acknowledging his cleverness. He understood that he would soon grace the large screen, and by demonstrating his strength and aura early on, he would attract greater attention. Li Xiaohua's mother, Li Mu's second aunt, crossed her legs and curled her lips with disdain. Of course, our Xiaohua is never short on brains. Just after their praise, a few of Li Xiaohua's teammates exchanged glances, their expressions seemingly questioning his sanity. Haven't encountered a monster yet, and you're already brimming with excess energy? Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts aloud, as they were all assigned to Li Xiaohua by the school. Meanwhile, laughter erupted mysteriously in the multimedia hall, stemming from a newly released leaderboard that recorded the number of students from each school entering the Abyss portal. A comparison with the registration numbers during military training revealed which schools had the most deserters. Other institutions had at least 200 to 300 students venturing into the Abyss, or at the very least, over 100. Among 30 schools, the only one languishing at the bottom with a 2-digit figure was Heishui High, with a mere 66 students entering the Abyss. The attendees in the hall subtly directed their gazes toward the leadership of Heishui High, whose faces alternated between shades of red and pale, clearly feeling the weight of embarrassment. Chen Zheqi and Chen Jiafeng, well versed in the intricacies of the educational system, were busy explaining the situation to Yang Suiying and Yang Yorong. "And, this is bad, the number of students entering from their school is the least," Chen Jiafeng exclaimed, leaping up in agitation. They had anticipated this outcome ever since Li Mu's transfer, but the extent of the school's inadequacy was surprising. Yang Suiying nodded, anxiously rubbing her palms on her thighs to alleviate the sweat. A mother's heart is never devoid of anxiety, especially after witnessing Li Xiaohua's formidable display with his spear. A surge of anger and sorrow welled up within her. Such extraordinary talent should have belonged to her precious son, now usurped by the Li family's waste. Her own son was left to confront the terrifying monsters of the Abyss with an F-grade talent. The mere thought of it filled her with indescribable heartache. Noticing Yang Suiying's complexion growing pale, Yang Yorong shot her son a reproachful look. "You little rascal, get lost, I can see through this." She kicked him in exasperation. Yet, just after declaring her understanding, she furiously demanded, "Now tell me, how do I see your cousin's feed?" Chen Zheqi interjected, "Mom, cousin doesn't have a ranking yet. There are only 21 feeds in total. The top scorer in monster hunting will grace the grandest main screen, while the subsequent 10 contenders will appear on the upper 10 auxiliary screens. The leading 100 will rotate on the lower 10 auxiliary screens. If my cousin wishes to be featured, he must first secure a position among the top 100. Currently, there are over 3,700 participants. Even my aunt Yang Yorong has begun to feel the pressure. Goodness, to break into the top 100 from 3,700 is an arduous task indeed." Outside the multimedia hall, students from several nearby schools did not hide their boisterous laughter, leaving the students of Heishui High School feeling utterly humiliated. One student, gritting his teeth, muttered under his breath, "Just wait. If your school were to consist entirely of top-tier talents, let us see how you fare." Another chimed in, "Let us be realistic. Heishui High has played the fool every year. What difference does it make for us this time? Last year was even more embarrassing, with just over 40 participants." On the second floor of the multimedia hall, Yin Changming was awkwardly enduring the teasing of those around him. "Well, old Yin, that strategy is quite impressive, isn't it? Only you could manage to preserve your strength in such a high-stakes environment." They jested. With the Abyss's high mortality rate in the first battle, how could old Yin bear to let his students take such risks? Yin Changming, however, was too preoccupied to engage with them. Summoning his courage, he approached an official from the Education Department of the East District, Director Shui. "Director Shui, I recently procured a box of fine cigarettes. Might you indulge me by sampling them?" he said, a hint of flattery in his tone as he presented the box to Director Shui. In front of the onlookers, Yin Changming lit a cigarette, appearing rather bold, and since it could hardly be considered a bribe, Director Shui did not shy away. With a smile, he took one, exclaiming, "Ah, old Yin, this is quite a rare find. I must give it a try." "Your appreciation is all that matters," Yin Changming quickly replied, igniting the cigarette himself. "I would like to explain why our school has so few participants this time. It was a miscalculation on my part. It's not that our students lack quality. I sincerely hope you can speak favorably about us to the Deputy Minister and the Resource Department. Please, do not further cut our resources." Yin Changming wore a pleading expression, his middle-aged visage etched with the weight of hardship. Director Shui took a deep drag from his cigarette and sighed, "Old Yin, we have known each other for years. And I must admit, I do not understand your decision. Why abandon a promising career as a vice president at a forging company to run a school? What do you hope to achieve? Year after year at the bottom, do you not see the pattern? With your current backing, this path is unfeasible. I advise you to consider closing up shop." With an awkward smile, Yin Changming could only nod in agreement, his gaze drawn to the glaring number on the screen, 66. A long sigh escaped his lips. Sensing Yin Changming's distress, Director Shui pointed to a young boy on the main screen, armed with a long rifle. "Zhang Jiwei. Possessing S-level talent Golden Spear and Iron Horse, a top-tier offensive prodigy. If your school aspires to rise, it must have at least one such formidable individual. And one who is wholeheartedly devoted to you. Otherwise, do you comprehend my meaning?" Lao Shui, with a significant expression, extracted a cigarette from Yin Changming's pack. Yin Changming gazed at the young marksman on the main screen, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, if such formidable talents were to belong to their school, Heishui High School might have a chance to rise. However, speaking of unwavering dedication, just 3 days prior, there was a Limu who not only ascended to the second tier but also remained unpotched by Zhenyuan High School. Yet, while Limu's improvement of martial arts techniques showcased his genius, many prodigies in martial arts do not excel in practical combat. If Limu merely climbed to the second tier and refined a staff technique, he could not be presumed to possess the ability to dominate with an F-grade talent, shining as brightly as Zhang Jiwei and others. Yin Changming felt it might be rather burdensome for the young lad. Chapter 22, Was that cloaked figure Limu? Just as Yin Changming was lost in thought, a startled voice broke the silence. "A small team has encountered a monster." On the large screen, a quartet faced a yellow-grade first-tier beast known as the Spider Wolf. Among the team, 2 members were at the second tier of the yellow grade. Yet, confronted by such a terrifying creature, one warrior was injured on the first encounter. The team, in a flurry of panic, managed to barely slay the beast after considerable effort, securing their first points and marking their place on the scoreboard. In the abyssal realm, humanity's greatest asset lies in cooperation. Monsters possess formidable physiques, often surpassing warriors of the same tier in strength. Unbeknownst to others, Limu entered the abyss for the first time. He was not in haste to reach the scoreboard. Instead, he proceeded with utmost caution. The area he traversed resembled a dilapidated city, where crumbling walls concealed unknown dangers, compelling Limu to tread lightly. As he vaulted over a low wall, he inadvertently stepped on a twig. Crack! Limu was taken aback. A normal twig should not produce such a sound. Looking down, he discovered a fragment of bone. A chill crept down his spine. He abruptly turned around. Perched atop the low wall was a horrific amalgamation of a creature, eagerly gazing at Li Mu. With the body of a wolf, claws like daggers, and 4 sharp spider legs sprouting from its back, it bore 2 heads, one wolfish, the other arachnid. The yellow-grade first-tier monster, the spider wolf, measured nearly 2 meters in length, its maws dripping with an indeterminate blue saliva. Humanity assesses monster ranks by measuring the intensity of their emitted energy. This creature's energy level corresponded to that of a late-stage yellow-grade first-tier human, thus classifying it as a yellow first-tier beast. Although Li Mu was of a higher tier, the bloodthirsty gaze of the wolf head and the myriad strange eyes of the spider head instilled immediate dread. In the next moment, the creature leapt from the wall, lunging at Li Mu with fervor. The wolf's claws struck out, casting a massive shadow of impending doom. One could not deny that the terror surged to its peak when the monster charged at him. With its swift movements and ferocious momentum, Li Mu surmised that an ordinary warrior would surely falter under such pressure. Instinctively, he sought to flee. However, decades of mastery in the earthly steppes granted him ample confidence. Li Mu deftly sidestepped the attack, sweeping his Zhenyuan staff outward. The flow of clouds quivered. The spider wolf's agile legs intercepted, absorbing the blow and deflecting him. Seizing the moment, Li Mu retreated a half-step and swiftly countered. The flow of clouds trembled again. The spider wolf, wary of Li Mu's escape, thrust a spider leg to block his path, while others began to jab towards Li Mu's flank, sealing his retreat. Unexpectedly, Li Mu did not shy away. With a decisive swing, he shattered the spider leg with a resounding crack. Without missing a beat, he pressed forward. This time, Li Mu fervently infused his weapon with true energy. The flow of clouds reverberated thrice. The strike was a combined iron-slicing blow. With a resounding crack, he smashed the wolf's skull into fragments. The spider wolf let out a bizarre screech as it rolled in distress. Amidst its struggles, a sharp leg suddenly burst forth from its abdomen, glinting ominously as it shot towards Li Mu with deadly intent. Li Mu's gaze sharpened. Recognizing this as the last-ditch counterattack of the spider wolf, known as the Fatal Strike. Countless warriors had perished to such sudden assaults. He had anticipated this move. With a swift blot from his thorny staff, sparks erupted as the spider wolf's leg was severed. Li Mu then delivered a powerful blow directly to the creature's head, ending its life. Victory! Gained 30 victory points. Li Mu was astonished. This grade of spider wolf yielded victory points only slightly lower than that of the red-haired instructor. This indicated that the instructor's strength was comparable to that of the spider wolf. However, beyond the abyss, opportunities for frequent victories were scarce for Li Mu. Yet within this abyss, slaying a monster counted as a victory, allowing for a swift accumulation of points. Furthermore, there was a crucial element to consider: warriors, prior to awakening their talents, relied solely on their own efforts for cultivation, resulting in slow progress. But once engaged in combat, particularly life and death battles, their advancement could skyrocket. Some prodigies could even attain the level of a 5th or 6th grade instructor before entering university, or even higher. This was why the gap between liberal arts and martial arts universities widened rapidly. Many students of the liberal arts remained at a mere 2nd or 3rd grade throughout their lives, with the vast majority being 1st grade or lower, merely benefiting from the nourishment of spiritual energy, making their bodies stronger than ordinary people on Earth. Without hesitation, Li Mu allocated the 30 points to enhance his divine weapon technique. Consumed 30 victory points, successfully strengthened divine weapon technique. Divine weapon technique imbues weight to weapons. Currently set at 100 Gene. Li Mu hefted his staff, marveling at the prowess of the celestial technique. Even at the 2nd grade level, his enhanced physique was formidable. The thorny staff, without the divine weapon technique, weighed 60 Gene. Without employing the mountain carrying technique, he could still wield this 160 Gene staff, albeit it felt cumbersome. However, utilizing the mountain carrying technique would render it remarkably nimble. With such a heavy weapon descending, it would likely be beyond the spider wolf's capacity to withstand. Li Mu shook his cloak. After the spider wolf was slain, an invisible energy flowed into his cloak, a sensation he distinctly felt. He resumed his journey, hastening towards the edge of the red zone. The 1st grade monsters were somewhat beneath him. Venturing into the red zone might lead him to encounter early-stage second-grade monsters, allowing him to see how many victory points he could acquire. Along the way, Li Mu's points accumulated rapidly. While other teams divided their points among 4 or 5 members, resulting in slower growth despite swift kills, Li Mu was collecting points solo. Though cautious and slow in slaying monsters, his point accumulation was swift. Above, outside the multimedia hall, students from Heishui High School gathered in groups, peering through the transparent glass at the large screen inside. Some even engaged in a game of poker right on the spot. Our school is merely here to join the fray. Were it not for the prohibition on early departures, I would have already been busy at school. I have no desire to play the role of the atmosphere enhancer. Do you think Li Mu will stand out? Has he not already broken through to the second rank? He is the sole individual from our school at that level, though not the only one among all schools. Out of nearly 4,000 participants, nearly half are at the second rank. It is no easy feat. Wait. At this moment, someone facing the hall suddenly cast aside the card in their hand, slowly rising to fix their gaze intently upon the screen. Is that the one cloaked in a cape, Li Mu? Simultaneously, Yang Yorong sprang to her feet. She seized Chen Jiuqi's arm. Jiuqi, quickly look. Is that your cousin? Yes. Yes. Chen Jiuqi exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement as she pointed at the screen. It was indeed Li Mu. During their time at home, they had played extensively with Li Mu's Jinghua staff and cape, so they recognized him instantly. Aunt, look quickly. Cousin has made the list. This indicates he has advanced into the top 100. My cousin is incredible. Oh, la 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 la. Chen Jiafeng was bouncing with excitement, covering his mouth and even mimicking a monkey's call. Thankfully, the surrounding noise was akin to that of a stadium, so no one paid heed to their exuberance. However, sitting amidst them, Yang Suiying appeared pale with excitement. The others quickly noticed something was amiss. Sister, what's wrong? Yang Yorong inquired. Why is Mu all alone? Where are his teammates? Yang Suiying's voice trembled with a hint of fear. The others fell silent, suddenly recalling that Li Mu appeared to be on his own. It was worth noting that on the entire screen, only 3 individuals were acting solo. The first was Zhang Jiwei, the second was Lu Chenfeng, and apart from them, everyone else was in teams. Now, Li Mu was also acting alone? Could it be that his team has perished? Yang Suiying grasped her sister's hand tightly, still reeling in shock as she voiced her deepest concern. While others celebrated Li Mu's entry into the top 100, she alone worried for her child, left to confront the monstrous abyss without any support. Chapter 23, the weapons began to feel heavier. The leadership of Blackwater Academy naturally noticed Li Mu. However, his appearance was merely a fleeting moment on the broadcast, lasting only 20 seconds before being cut away. The officials of Blackwater Academy simultaneously directed their attention to the scoreboard. In first place was Zhang Jiwei, followed closely by Lu Chenfeng. Both had already slain over a dozen monsters, clearly indicating this was not their first venture into the abyss. Many scions from prominent families and rising talents had, both overtly and covertly, already encountered abyssal creatures under the protection of seasoned warriors. In contrast, Li Mu, being a novice to the abyss and devoid of companions, exhibited a degree of caution. Yet, as the carnage ensued, he sensed he was ready to strike with greater force. Upon defeating the 8th monster, his mastery of the divine weapon technique had ascended to 240 pounds. When combined with the 60-pound Jinghua stick, it totaled exactly 300 pounds. As he wielded the staff, he felt it was somewhat burdensome. Nevertheless, he could still detect the residual vigor from the strength of the mountain-bearing technique, enabling him to swing the 300 pounds with relative ease. However, any further increase would prove taxing on his body, as attacking required not merely swinging but also the execution of techniques. Li Mu felt that his physique could currently withstand the use of the Flowing Cloud's 5 shocks at most. Yet, with a 300-pound weapon, his striking power was unparalleled. When he encountered the 9th Spider Wolf, he preemptively infused his true energy and delivered a decisive iron-cutting strike. The force was utterly devastating. The Spider Wolf was obliterated on impact, leaving a small crater in the ground. Victory! Gained victory points 36, current total victory points 161, with a thud. Li Mu planted the Jinghua stick into the ground and opened the system panel. His victory points now allowed him to unlock an additional technique. However, which technique should he choose? Among the options for 100 points were Alchemy, Blessing of the Fields, Intimidation through Alcohol, and Celestial Weapon Drop, among others. Yet, Li Mu's gaze settled on the binding technique, which required 150 points to unlock. After all, who among the youth on Earth had not fantasized about pointing a finger and exclaiming freeze, causing time to stand still, allowing them to pluck peaches from the peach garden at will? Li Mu had already savored the exhilarating thrill of annihilation through the combination of the divine weapon technique and the iron cutting strike. If he could immobilize a monster, delivering a 300-pound iron cutting strike would be utterly gratifying. With this thought in mind, Li Mu decisively unlocked the binding technique. Binding technique, shout freeze to immobilize the target enemy for 0.5 seconds, consuming 10 of one's true energy. Cooldown time, 1 minute. What? Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. 10% of his true energy? Would binding 10 times drain him completely? And there was a cooldown period as well. Upon further inspection, he discovered that this technique also included a skill tree, allowing for enhancements such as increased binding duration, reduced energy consumption, shortened cooldowns, and amplified damage inflicted during the binding. Regardless, as long as it could guarantee 100% immobilization, it would suffice. Although it is merely half a second, it is sufficient to alter the course of battle at a crucial moment. Moreover, to enhance one's abilities, one need only fervently accumulate victory points. Let us proceed. Straight into the Crimson Zone. Unbeknownst to Li Mu, after vanquishing the 7th monster, he had already ascended to the 11th position on the multimedia hall's permanent screen. The scoreboard displayed, Li Mu, 1496 points, ranking 11th. Just as the image of Li Mu suddenly leaping onto the 11th screen appeared, a hushed silence enveloped the entire student body and faculty of Heishui High School. It felt so incongruous. In the early stages, if one were fortunate enough to defeat a monster or two, one might swiftly ascend into the top 10 of the scoreboard. But what time was it now? Over an hour had elapsed since the battle commenced. Heishui School, among individuals, in the top 11? Am I seeing things? That is Li Mu, isn't it? Indeed. Li Mu is fighting solo? It seems only the 3 of them are engaged in solitary combat, right? Regardless of the details, Heishui is formidable. Go, Li Mu! Charge! Boom! The student body of Heishui High erupted, their thunderous cheers reverberating through the multimedia hall, causing the glass to hum. The students of Heishui accepted the ridicule from other schools, yet that did not imply they lacked dignity. On the contrary, they desired recognition more than anyone else. Although Li Mu had merely secured the 11th position, achieving this rank at this moment, while fighting alone, bore no semblance of falsehood. At this instant, Li Mu represented the beacon of hope for Heishui High. On the second floor of the hall, amidst a gathering of school leaders, the principal of Tinglong Martial Arts School, Zhang Tong, stood with arms crossed, visibly displeased. Today, Tinglong had sent nearly 170 or 80 students into the abyss. Yet none had managed to grace the big screen. Merely 5 or 6 had barely squeezed into the top 100. Before him sat a lineup of officials from the Ministry of Education and the Resource Department, and he did not dare approach them. Meanwhile, the principals of the students who had made the list conversed jovially with those dignitaries, stirring envy within him. On this second floor, the students on the leaderboard served as the foundation of confidence for the school leaders. Until someone reminded him, hey? That Li Mu has made it into the top 11? Old Zhang, is that the Li Mu from your school? Where? Zhang Teng suddenly searched with delight, quickly spotting Li Mu on the 11th screen. His face lit up with joy. Ah, ha ha ha. Yes. That is indeed our Li Mu, the one who had his talent swapped a few days ago. Oh. Do not be fooled by his loss of the S talent. We shall discover his potential in other areas and cultivate him into a remarkable individual. As Zhang Teng spoke, he cast a self-satisfied glance at the surrounding principals, entirely oblivious to the vice principal, who was drenched in cold sweat. One principal chuckled and remarked, "Oh, old Zhang. Your teaching methods are indeed commendable. But is it possible that Li Mu is wearing the wrong school uniform? At this comment, the others chuckled softly. Zhang Tong paused, scrutinizing the screen more closely, and his brows furrowed deeply. Li Mu was clad in a cloak, a detail he had previously overlooked. At this moment, it was evident that Li Mu was donning the uniform of Heishui School. What could be the explanation for this? Why was Li Mu attired in the garb of Heishui School? Moreover, Zheng Tang glanced at the scoreboard, and behind Li Mu's name, the suffix indicating the school was somewhat lengthy, leading to a diminutive print. Yet, it was unmistakably inscribed as Heishui High School. Even if the scoreboard were to err, the uniform would not be misrepresented. The consistency of both elements confirmed that Li Mu was indeed competing under the identity of Heishui School. How could this be? Zheng Tang's countenance turned ashen as he directed his gaze toward the principal of Heishui High School, Yin Changming. At that moment, Yin Changming's brow was heavily furrowed, his expression rife with a questioning "Why are you looking at me? Did you not know about Li Mu's transfer? Well, old Yin, do you not have a commendable student on your hands? As long as you can secure a position within the top 10, you can make quite the impression in front of the leaders without needing to plead with anyone today." Beside them, Section Chief Shui nudged Yin Changming, raising his eyebrows and speaking in a teasing manner. They were merely astonished, not yet to the point of shock. After all, Li Mu had only just entered the top 11, and the warriors in the top 10 were formidable, each one a beacon of brilliance. Nevertheless, many eyes were indeed fixated on Li Mu, for he was the third individual undertaking a solo mission among the screens. The first two were easily understood, as they possessed S-level talents. Yet, Li Mu, as is widely known, had been demoted to F-level talent and was also acting alone. How had he managed to vanquish those formidable opponents ahead of him? This question captivated everyone's attention. Meanwhile, in a corner of the ground floor, the members of the Li family bore expressions of discontent, their brows tightly knitted. Chapter 24, Where is Principal He of Blackwater? After completing her military training, Li Xiaohong dared not venture into the abyss. Having retreated at the last moment, she found herself among the onlookers from the Li family. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "What the devil is going on? How did this useless individual make it into the top 11? It was undeniable that Li Mu had inherited some talent from his father, as his second uncle remarked nonchalantly. However, his fourth aunt scoffed in disdain. "Pa! Are his parents not also worthless? What talent could he possibly possess? If you ask me, it's merely luck. I have yet to settle the score for that slap he gave Xiaohong. When he emerges, I will ensure he kneels before her to make amends." The mention of that slap caused Li Xiaohong to unconsciously clench her teeth. Ever since Li Mu had schemed against her, Sun Long had completely changed towards her, offering nothing but cold mockery and indifference. For the first battle in the abyss, Sun Long had refused to participate, claiming he was severely injured, which left Li Xiaohong heartbroken as she had intended to accompany him. Yet, Sun Long had told her to leave, causing her immense distress. However, compared to Li Mu's rise, the parents of Li Xiaohai were evidently more concerned about their own son. Li Xiaohai's team appeared on the large screen, ranking 9th. Yet, in terms of performance, he paled in comparison to the two other S-grade prodigies. Even the 4 teammates he was paired with appeared stronger than him. It was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that Li Xiaohai's combat experience was woefully inadequate. He relied solely on his formidable S-grade talent to inflict damage on monsters. Yet the majority of his offensive opportunities were created by his 4 teammates. These 4 individuals worked in perfect harmony, balancing offense and defense. Even when facing second-tier monsters, they could swiftly engage and control them, allowing Li Xiaohai to strike at opportune moments and vanquish the beasts. The difficulty of this coordination was akin to 4 individuals holding down a pig for slaughter. "Bravo! My son is incredible." His second aunt clapped her hands joyfully, oblivious to the underlying issues. She merely saw her son as a valiant warrior, a vital member of the team. However, his second uncle could not share in her delight. As a fellow martial artist, he observed with clarity, if Li Xiaohai were to separate from his teammates and confront a monster alone, he would be utterly helpless. He would likely struggle even against monsters of his own rank. In stark contrast, the first-place Zhang Jiwei wielded a spear with remarkable prowess. alone with his weapon. He could eliminate first-tier monsters in an instant. Even when faced with second-tier beasts, he dispatched them with ease after only a few exchanges. Calm and collected. His sights were set on the red zone, inhabited primarily by second-tier and even peak second-tier monsters, presenting a greater challenge. On the second floor, the leaders from the two departments praised Zheng Jiwei without reservation. What an S-grade talent, golden spear and iron horse. Truly a top-tier offensive prodigy. Indeed. This child possesses not only exceptional talent but also outstanding marksmanship. His potential is remarkable. The second-place contender was equally impressive, exhibiting a defensive S-grade talent known as 1000 Resilience Iron. As unyielding as a block of iron. It was said that he was obsessively dedicated to developing a robust physique, mastering defensive techniques at an astonishing rate. A truly formidable feat. What is the story behind the 11th ranked boy in the cape? Since he appeared on screen, he has yet to slay any monsters. And his true prowess remains to be seen once he makes his move. Li Mu had not visited the multimedia hall. Thus he was unaware that his every action was being broadcasted live. In his understanding, only those who made it into the top 3 would garner such attention. Consequently, Li Mu activated his watch to examine the map. The technological watch displayed a map of regions explored by humanity within the abyss, meticulously constructed over time. The area where Li Mu currently resided was still marked in yellow, indicating a moderate level of danger. Ahead lay the red zone, characterized by a high degree of peril, where the lowest level monsters were of the second rank. Resolutely, Li Mu advanced towards the red zone. Meanwhile, among the crowd of school leaders, the director of education, Liang Hai, who had expelled Li Mu, swallowed hard. He had personally orchestrated Li Mu's expulsion, and the principal would undoubtedly seek him out afterward. If Li Mu remained inconspicuous, it would be one thing. However, he had unexpectedly climbed to the 11th position in the East District. If Li Mu were to stop here, Liang Hai could manage an explanation. Yet, Li Mu was now entering the red zone. There were only 2 possible outcomes for him: either he would be slain by a second-rank monster, or he would vanquish it, continuing to ascend the ranks and reveal his brilliance. Li Mu, you had better perish in the red zone. Liang Hai cursed silently through gritted teeth. The higher Li Mu's ranking, the more attention he attracted, and his own future would be perilous. The moment Li Mu stepped into the red zone, the students of Heishui High School erupted in excitement. Incredible! Li Mu has entered the red zone, they exclaimed. Unbelievable! I never thought I would see a Heishui uniform in the red zone. Go, go, go! Li Mu, you can do it! A group of fervent youths shouted passionately outside the multimedia hall, as if Li Mu were one of their own. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Li Mu finally encountered a monster. Within the abyss, Li Mu was sprinting when a massive shadow suddenly surged from the side, charging directly at him. Abyssal monsters do not afford you the luxury of preparation time, especially this one. A second-rank ferocious beast, the golden-shelled centipede. Stretching over 10 meters in length, its countless long legs created an unsettling sight. Its glossy black exoskeleton made it difficult to discern in the depths of the abyss. For eerie, violet eyes gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an overwhelming presence. The moment the golden-shelled centipede appeared, the audience in the multimedia hall gasped. A second-rank monster! Chen Jiaqi exclaimed. Yang Suiying leapt to her feet, realizing that this was the first time Li Mu faced a formidable creature on screen. It was indeed a second-rank monster. Watching others struggle for ages to defeat a second-rank monster was thrilling. Witnessing her own son confront one was an entirely different sensation. However, in the next instant, a golden shield materialized before Li Mu. Thick and resplendent, the shield absorbed the centipede's ferocious bite. The shield radiated an intense golden light before erupting in a powerful explosion. The powerful shockwave from the explosion sent the golden-skinned centipede tumbling backward, causing it to lose its balance. Li Mu swiftly pursued, infusing his thorny rod with the technique of iron cutting, the staff emanating a faint azure light. At that moment, the golden-skinned centipede managed to regain control of its body and prepared to retaliate. Halt! The golden-skinned centipede froze instantaneously. Li Mu's thorny rod struck true, aimed squarely at the centipede's head. Due to the brevity of the immobilization, it appeared on screen as if the centipede merely hesitated for a moment. Even in a state of paralysis, a golden radiance surged forth from its head to counter Li Mu's assault. The creature is aptly named the golden-skinned centipede for its unique defensive mechanism. Before an attack, specific areas of its body can manifest golden light, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Even martial artists of the same tier find it exceedingly difficult to breach its golden armor without employing lethal techniques. Moreover, the sight of such a creature suddenly rising on its hind legs instills a profound sense of dread. Within the realm of second-tier beasts, the golden-skinned centipede is indeed a formidable adversary for martial artists. However, against the 300-pound force of the iron cutting technique, it was utterly futile. Crack! With a resounding shatter, Li Mu's thorny rod obliterated the golden light and embedded itself into the centipede's head. The creature's body folded at an unnatural angle, its head forcefully slammed into the ground. Instant kill. On the second floor of the multimedia hall, in the elite zone, the previously jovial crowd fell into a stunned silence. The Deputy Minister of Education, who had been lounging with his legs crossed, abruptly sat upright. Meanwhile, the Deputy Minister of Resources sprang to his feet with an audible gasp. In such a setting, there was no need for the two department heads to be present personally, thus the two deputy ministers held the highest authority in the room. The Deputy Minister of Resources, filled with excitement, turned and scanned the assembly of principals, inquiring in a resonant voice, "Where is the principal of Heishui University?" Chapter 25, The betrayal of the dragon by the Phoenix Martial Arts School. In Changming was suddenly jolted, as if electrified, by a notification. "Hello, I am Principal Heishui." In Changming. He stepped forward, approaching the Deputy Minister of Resources. Even the Deputy Minister of Education turned to scrutinize him, a warm smile gracing his face. Come. Do share the specifics regarding this student?" The Deputy Minister of Resources pulled In Changming closer. "What is the purpose of the Abyssal First Battle?" "To discover talent." "And what follows after that?" "To cultivate talent." If the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources merely focus on innate talent, what is the point of holding the Abyssal First Battle? If we simply nurture those with superior gifts, that approach is already in place. The true purpose of the Abyssal First Battle is to sift through candidates once more, to identify those with average talent but exceptional martial prowess. Otherwise, what use is it to possess talent without the courage to engage in combat, to hold resources without putting them to good use? Thus, individuals like Sun Lone, despite initially acquiring resources, will eventually face elimination due to a lack of achievements in the abyss. The eminent figures present here are no ordinary individuals. They are acutely aware of the terrifying force behind Li Mu's recent strike. A second-tier martial artist, breaching the defenses of a second-tier golden-skinned centipede and delivering a fatal blow, such prowess speaks volumes. Although Li Mu currently ranks 6th, it does not diminish his potential to stand out. He has already demonstrated formidable value for cultivation. In Changming felt his mind clouded. Dragged to the side of these prominent figures, his heart racing. The situation he dreaded most had arrived. He knew little of Li Mu. He had only met him 3 days prior. In his moment of confusion, Zhang Tong, the principal of the Phoenix Martial Arts School, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait! This student belongs to me." He hurried forward, excitement evident in his tone. "Esteemed leaders, this Li Mu is indeed one of our students at the Phoenix Martial Arts School." In Changming's heart sank as he felt the gaze of all present upon him, and he could only nod deeply. "Honorable leaders, I must confess. Li Mu did transfer to my school 3 days ago. I was not privy to this matter. Perhaps I should call upon our academic affairs director." Zhang Teng wore an expression that seemed to say, "I told you so." As In Changming made the call, Zhang Tong also contacted his academic affairs and instructional departments. In a short while, the academic affairs director of Heishui, the homeroom teacher, and a host of leaders related to Li Mu from the Phoenix Martial Arts School arrived on the scene. The prominent figures from the Education and Resources Ministries turned their attention to this contest for talent. Such occurrences were quite common, and none found it absurd. In response to In Changming's inquiry, the Academic Affairs Director of Heishui, Old Ma, spoke with utmost seriousness. "Li Mu did indeed transfer to our school 3 days ago. I personally facilitated his enrollment. Furthermore, he possesses a dismissal certificate from the Phoenix Martial Arts School. You're talking nonsense. Zheng Tang suddenly erupted in anger, only to be met with stern glares from the esteemed figures. Realizing his outburst was excessive, he lowered his voice. Li Mu has always been a student of our school and has never been expelled. Where could this dismissal certificate possibly come from? It is evident that you fabricated the evidence and unlawfully recruited individuals. Esteemed leaders, this matter warrants a thorough investigation. As Zheng Tang engaged in a furious defense, all eyes were drawn to his rear. There stood the director of teaching and the vice principal of Tinglong School, their faces ashen and beads of cold sweat adorning their brows. The invisible pressure compelled the head of student affairs to raise his hand and report, "Esteemed leaders, principal, I indeed issued the expulsion certificate." Upon hearing this, Zheng Tang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. What? It was Liang Hai. The director of teaching, Liang Hai, had called me that day, stating he was expelling Li Mu. I had informed him that this matter required the principal's approval, but he insisted it did not need to be reported. I admitted my fault, driven by fear of Director Liang's authority, hence I directly issued the expulsion letter. The head of student affairs, displaying a commendable attitude of accountability, divulged everything. Liang Hai felt his legs weaken. How could he be accused of wielding power in front of such prominent figures? Zheng Tang glared at Liang Hai, his teeth clenched. Why did you expel Li Mu? Liang Hai trembled slightly. Li Mu, he severely injured a fellow student and refused to apologize, showing utter disrespect for his superiors. I believe that a student's character is paramount. No matter how strong their abilities, poor character tarnishes the school's reputation. As the director, Liang Hai attempted to maintain a semblance of authority, momentarily regaining control of the situation. Yet, at that moment, Li Mu's former homeroom teacher, Zhai Lon, unexpectedly raised his hand. Esteemed leaders, I am Li Mu's previous homeroom teacher, and I am aware of the incident involving the so-called severely injured student. Li Mu's cousin, the student council president, had arranged for Li Mu to spar with an A-grade talent under the guise of practice. That A-grade talent had severely injured other sparring partners, while Li Mu had only inflicted a minor facial injury as a form of reprimand. However, Director Liang demanded that Li Mu apologize, which he refused. To demonstrate his authority, Liang Hai bypassed the principal and directly expelled Li Mu. That very afternoon, I reported this to the vice principal. The vice principal, fully aware of the situation, proclaimed that the expulsion was indeed justified. As our school must uphold the interests of A-grade talents, regarding Li Mu as inconsequential. Moreover, he threatened to expel me as well. I have said my piece. Upon finishing, Zhai Long stepped back slightly, tilting his head with a disdainful expression. He knew full well that he could not remain at Tinglong School after this. But what did it matter? Expelling my student without justification demanded retribution. The room fell into a profound silence. The vice principal, who had thought he had narrowly escaped calamity, was now gritting his teeth until they bled in rage towards Zhai Long. How dare you expose Liang Hai and drag me into this? Liang Hai, too, harbored a desire to devour Zhai Long alive. If today's events could merely prove Li Mu's character flaws, he might just escape unscathed. Why did you have to surface at this moment? Principal Zhang, it seems your discipline is somewhat lacking. Let us focus on the first battle for now, everything shall be discussed after its conclusion. The Deputy Minister of Education spoke softly, his gaze returning to the screen. A solemn silence enveloped the attendees in tribute to the individuals from Tinglong University. In the realm of officialdom, the more scathing the reprimand from a leader, the lighter the subsequent punishment tends to be. Conversely, if a leader refrains from chastising you, it signals impending disaster. Zheng Tang's face turned a deep shade of anger as he forced a smile and nodded, retreating from the scene. He cast a venomous glance at the other school leaders, wishing he could tear them apart. Meanwhile, from the side of Heishui University, Yin Changming, Old Ma, and Zhao Qingshan exchanged glances, sensing an indescribable sentiment in each other's eyes. At that moment, the multimedia hall was suddenly illuminated by a flicker of light, followed by the blaring of alarms. A squad of martial artists, numbering over 30, abruptly appeared on the largest screen. On the display, 4 squad members were engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable giant python. The ground bore the remnants of a martial arts student, while the remaining squad members struggled immensely. With a thunderous crash, the python's tail violently struck one martial artist to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, it devoured him whole, his upper body still emitting anguished cries as he was consumed in an instant. The remaining squad members were scattered in an instant. Simultaneously, a command from an officer reverberated through the technological watches of all students within the screen. Attention all Abyssal First Combat students. Red Zone, coordinates 358, 4972. A third-grade yellow-tier beast has been sighted. This level of beast is not within the assessment parameters. Everyone is to retreat immediately. Retreat at once. In an instant, chaos ensued as all squads panicked, a large number of teams swiftly withdrawing from the red zone. Yet, amidst all the chaos, 3 solitary figures charged towards the coordinates. Chapter 26, The Gathering of the Triumvirate. The atmosphere among the onlookers above instantly shifted to one of palpable tension. Misfortune had struck. It was a third-tier ferocious beast, the monster python. With formidable defenses coupled with astonishing speed, there was no prospect of defeating it or escaping. It was over. The squad had no chance of fleeing. Total annihilation loomed ahead. The scene erupted into a cacophony of chaos. Friends and family of the squad members were engulfed in despair, wailing in unison. This truly might be their final moments together. In the abyss, the tension escalated as well. Commander Wang Longcheng issued a retreat order while promptly dispatching a rescue team to the affected area. The examination zone was delineated into yellow and red regions. The yellow zone predominantly housed first-tier ferocious beasts, while the red zone was capped at second-tier or the peak of second-tier beasts. The pinnacle of second-tier beasts represented the utmost limit for this initial battle in the abyss. In truth, the Zhenyuan Army often engaged multiple foes with ease. Though the ever-shifting dynamics of the abyss and its vast expanse made it impossible to cover every angle. These 2 primary regions had been meticulously cleared by the Zhenyuan Army to provide a relatively safe examination environment for the students, a task that demanded considerable manpower and effort. However, these students were merely fledgling warriors, newly awakened to their talents, not seasoned veterans of the Zhenyuan Army. On the battlefield, a reckless team of 5, positioned closest to the beast, failed to retreat upon hearing the alarm. Bolstered by 4 second-tier warriors among them, they rushed headlong to the coordinates. Merging with 3 remaining warriors to form an 8-member squad intent on confronting the third-tier beast head-on. Strike its weak point, bellowed the team leader, leaping high into the air, wielding a massive axe that came crashing down onto the ground. The earth trembled momentarily as a terrifying force erupted from beneath the monster python, causing violent tremors. The beast momentarily hesitated in its movements. 2 warriors, one wielding a sword and the other a dagger, took advantage of this fleeting moment to leap towards the monster python's weak point. Clang! Clang! The sound of their attacks reverberated as they were deflected by the gleaming scales of the beast, leaving it unscathed and filled with wrath, its massive tail sweeping violently. "I will take the hit," declared a towering warrior, stomping the ground fiercely as a layer of misty white energy enveloped him. He braced himself against the onslaught of the monster python. Crack! Thud! The protective mist shattered, and the warrior was sent flying, spewing blood mid-air. They soon realized the folly of their overconfidence. Escape was no longer an option, for activating the return stone required time. The more chaotic their internal energy became, the longer it took to activate the return stone. Before the injured warrior could regain his footing, the python's tail was raised high, poised to strike with terrifying force. If it landed, it would reduce him to mere pulp. Just as despair enveloped him, a golden spear manifested from the heavens, piercing the python's tail and pinning it forcefully to the ground. The monster python thrashed violently. All squad members turned in astonishment, and someone gasped, "Zhang Jiwei." On a low wall stood a striking young man clad in the uniform of Chongming University, proudly facing the wind. With a flick of his long spear, he fixed his gaze upon the monstrous python, his voice steady and powerful. "Go! This place is mine." The crowd erupted in joy. A dazzling new star of the East District, boasting an S-class talent and at the pinnacle of Huang rank, he was indeed a paragon of excellence. If anyone could contend with a third-grade beast like the python, it could only be him. Everyone understood that remaining here would only serve to complicate matters for Zhang Jiwei. Thus, they leapt into action, hastily retreating in every direction. At that moment, the golden spear's phantom that had pinned the giant python was dissipating. And the beast twisted its massive body, charging forward. The ground trembled violently beneath its thrashing, akin to an earthquake. Zhang Jiwei, with his spear radiating golden light, engaged in a fierce battle with the python, demonstrating extraordinary skill. Meanwhile, in the multimedia hall, nearly everyone had risen to their feet, holding their breath in anticipation. Truly, he was the pride of the East District, capable of standing firm against a third-grade ferocious beast. The reputation of his S-class talent, golden spear and iron horse, was well deserved. Suddenly, a gasp pierced the tension. What was that? Panic swept through the crowd of elites. To the right of Zhang Jiwei's battlefield, a colossal shadow approached with alarming speed. It was a second monstrous python, even larger than the first, measuring nearly 20 meters in length. Its presence was dreadfully imposing. Clearly at the peak of the third grade. As Zhang Jiwei unleashed a flurry of spear strikes to envelop the first python, he was unprepared for the second one's sudden onslaught. By the time he realized the danger, it was too late. Crash! The python struck Zhang Jiwei with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. He could have fought one python, but now, with injuries, he stood no chance against two. Moreover, the second python exuded a fierce aura, evidently at the pinnacle of the third grade. Both pythons attacked simultaneously, their massive tails thrashing wildly, creating immense craters wherever they struck. The ground quaked beneath their assault. Zhang Jiwei hastily retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it with difficulty, desperately rolling between the tails of the two pythons to evade their strikes. His situation was dire. Meanwhile, the multimedia hall was in an uproar. This was disastrous. How could there be two? Even Zhang Jiwei could not hope to withstand such odds. It was over, all was lost. The principal of Chongming University paced anxiously, and the deputy minister of education personally took out his phone, contacting the station troops in the abyss below, urging them to dispatch a rescue team. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. In the depths of the abyss, Zhang Jiwei was desperately dodging, unable to escape the terrifying assault of the python tails. It seemed inevitable that he would be exhausted and perish, with no hope of rescue in sight. I shall assist you. At that moment, a booming voice rang out, followed by a figure resembling a small mountain leaping into the fray. Zhang Jiwei turned towards the sound. The newcomer stood nearly 2 meters tall, broad as a door, with arms capable of galloping a horse. With a sudden exertion, the Chongming University uniform ripped apart, revealing muscles like granite. It was Lu Chunfeng from Chongming University, the second S-class ability user to join the fray. Lu Chunfeng charged forward like a tank, braving the chaotic strikes of two serpent tails, and swiftly reached Zhang Jiwei's side. As the serpent tail came crashing down, Lu Chunfeng did not retreat but instead welcomed it with raised arms, roaring, "Come on!" The clash resonated with a thunderous sound, and the terrifying force of the collision cleared a space on the ground, enveloped in clouds of dust. With the protection of his S-grade talent, 1000 resilience iron, Lu Chunfeng's arms emerged unscathed. However, he shouted, "Help me! I can't get out!" Upon catching his breath, Zhang Jiwei noticed that Lu Chunfeng's legs were entirely embedded in the ground, already up to his knees. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Jiwei yelled, "Protect yourself!" The long spear plunged between Lu Chunfeng's legs, thrusting upwards with great force. "Hey! This needs to be guarded." Lu Chunfeng tightened his grip, crying out as he was lifted off the ground by Zhang Jiwei. They both rolled out of the combat zone in a disheveled manner, with Lu Chunfeng enduring the blows of the two serpents, shouting to Zhang Jiwei, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. Just keep going," Lu Chunfeng bellowed. His defense was indeed formidable, but the toll was significant. He could withstand the strikes of the third-tier serpent with relative ease. Yet the peak third-tier giant serpent would soon become too much for him to bear. If they did not defeat it swiftly, danger loomed over them both. His own offensive capabilities were average, any chance of victory relied on Zhang Jiwei. Zhang Jiwei felt a sharp twitch in his eye, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and leaped into the fray. The two S-grade prodigies engaged fiercely with the two formidable beasts. Zhang Jiwei quickly identified an opportunity, targeting the slightly weaker serpent as his point of entry. After a series of feints, he delivered a precisely angled thrust that pierced through the giant serpent's vital spot. In that instant, a massive golden spear phantom enveloped the tip of his spear, and the terrifying energy caused the air to tremble violently. The strike pierced through. The weaker giant serpent writhed in agony, its body thrashing wildly, emitting strange wails from its gaping maw. In an instant, the eyes of the peak third-tier giant serpent turned blood-red, its aura surging ominously. Trouble! We must retreat! Zhang Jiwei decisively abandoned his spear, turning to flee. However, the menacing giant serpent had already opened its gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying suction force that visibly distorted the surrounding air. Even the ground was lifted, drawn into the monstrous mouth. The roaring wind echoed like the cries of 1,000 beasts, shaking the very core of their beings. Lu Chenfeng stomped fiercely, driving his hands into the ground. His hands and feet anchored him like a staple, resisting the pull. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwei struggled but was swept away by the overwhelming force. The giant serpent coiled around him, constricting his form. Release! Zhang Jiwei roared skyward, his body radiating a golden glow, resonating with the sound of metal clashing within. Yet, the serpent's constricting force was relentless. Although Zhang Jiwei's golden aura rapidly shredded the serpent's scales, causing blood mist to erupt, it was not enough to inflict a fatal wound. Lu Chenfeng also shouted in haste, attempting to approach, yet was thwarted by the frantic thrashing of the dying giant python, momentarily blocking his path. Zhang Jiwei, sensing the terrifying constricting power of the serpent, let out a furious roar of defiance. He was an S-rank prodigy, still on the cusp of his growth. To perish here due to a fleeting oversight was utterly unacceptable to him. The pinnacle third-tier python similarly let out a skyward shriek, its rage surging forth, seemingly seeking vengeance for its fallen kin. It opened its massive maw, lunging towards Zhang Jiwei with deadly intent. In that fleeting moment before death, Zhang Jiwei caught sight of something approaching directly ahead, a pure black, silver-maned warhorse, a creature of blood and battle. Upon the steed sat a youth wielding an iron rod, his black cloak billowing dramatically. The warhorse galloped forth like a meteor. Astonishingly, the youth rose to his feet atop the horse, planting his feet on its head. His body lowered, and like a cannonball, he shot forward. In midair, he swung the iron rod towards Zhang Jiwei's head while simultaneously shouting, "Duck!" Chapter 27, The 300-Gene Iron Cutting Technique. Among experts, a mere hint suffices. Zhang Jiwei suddenly lowered his head. Li Mu's Jinghua stick struck fiercely against the giant python. A resounding thud echoed. The Jinghua stick shattered the scales of the python, creating a deep indentation. Blood erupted forth. Subsequently, the Jinghua stick was deflected, and Zhang Jiwei summoned his inner energy to its utmost limit. Seizing the fleeting moment of the python's pain and struggle, Zhang Jiwei grasped the Jinghua stick with fervor, yanking it forcefully from the python's body. Li Mu tightened his grip on the Jinghua stick, nearly pulling Zhang Jiwei out, and both were propelled several meters away, distancing themselves from the giant python. Meanwhile, Lu Chenfeng was engaged in a fierce battle with another python and had successfully retrieved Zhang Jiwei's spear. With a loud shout, he tossed it over. Zhang Jiwei reached out and caught the spear. "Can this pierce through this massive creature?" Li Mu inquired. The spear had been extracted from a slightly weaker python, indicating that Zhang Jiwei possessed the power to penetrate the python's defenses. Indeed. Zhang Jiwei gritted his teeth and declared, "Let's act, I will control it." "Fatty, you hold off the other one," Li Mu commanded. Zhang Jiwei nodded, flipping backward 2 meters and swiftly leaping onto a low wall. In an instant, he soared high into the air. As he briefly suspended in midair, an overwhelming golden radiance emanated from him. Zhang Jiwei raised the spear aloft, dazzling as the blazing sun. Li Mu swung the iron stick in his hand, charging toward the third-tier peak python. Lu Chenfeng responded affirmatively, single-handedly confronting the other python. Despite it being their first collaboration, they each performed their roles under Li Mu's guidance. The third-tier peak python initially perceived Li Mu, who had just shattered its scales, as the primary threat. However, as Zhang Jiwei gathered energy midair, the python suddenly realized that this airborne figure posed the greatest danger. Just as it was about to collide with Li Mu, it abruptly twisted to evade this lethal strike. Freeze! Li Mu bellowed. The python instantly froze in place. Die! Zhang Jiwei roared from the air, unleashing the spear. A colossal golden spear shadow enveloped the weapon as it descended like a falling star, piercing through the python and pinning it firmly to the ground. At that moment, Li Mu's assault also reached its climax. Having begun to accumulate power for the iron cutting technique while rushing forward, the Zhenyuan stick, now raised high, radiated a brilliant azure light, humming and vibrating ominously. With a terrifying whistle of wind, the Zhenyuan stick descended, as if the very space mourned. Bang! The fully charged 300 gene iron cutting technique struck the python's head directly. Its skull shattered on impact, blood and brains bursting forth. Meanwhile, Li Mu's grip suffered from the recoil of the strike, causing his hand to splinter, with blood gushing forth. Concurrently, the other python was already on the brink of death, its strength waning. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chenfeng gripped a wound near its tail, dragging the lengthy serpent around in chaotic circles. Blood oozed from the python's 7-inch wound, painting a vast circle on the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Mu swiftly closed in and smashed the head of the third-grade giant python with a single strike, bringing a definitive end to the chaos. Zhang Jiwei, clutching his arm, fell to the ground in a state of disarray. Lu Chenfeng, exhausted, lay flat on his back, gasping for breath, entirely unconcerned about the swirling dust he inhaled. Li Mu also crouched down to catch his breath. He tore a strip of cloth to awkwardly wrap around the gaping wound on his right hand, though the entirety of his right arm trembled from excruciating pain. Indeed, his physical limits had been reached. The 300 pounds of divine weaponry had only been barely manageable for him. Furthermore, his vital energy had been significantly depleted. Although the recent battle was brief, it had consumed nearly 70% of his vital energy. Merely executing the iron-cutting strike against the peak of the third-grade python required him to channel a staggering 20% of his total vital energy. As for the mountain-carrying technique, it was a form of martial art that necessitated the use of a weapon, thus, he had to employ it, which further drained his vital energy. Victory! Earned battle points 310, victory. Earned battle points 167, nevertheless, Li Mu could hardly conceal the exhilaration swelling within him. Over 400 points in one go. It was indeed true that slaying formidable beasts yielded greater rewards. Simultaneously, the leaderboard displayed his monster-killing points surging to first place, surpassing Zhang Jiwei by 400 points and Lu Chenfeng by 1,000 points. Points do not lie, the scoreboard accurately reflects each team member's contribution to the kills. The points Li Mu garnered from the peak third-grade python were exponentially higher. In contrast, the other third-grade python yielded slightly fewer points for Zhang Jiwei. Boom! The multimedia hall erupted into a frenzy. The factions of Heishui High School, Zhongming High School, and Shanglong Martial Academy were resounding with jubilant cheers, especially from Heishui High School. The exuberant shouts of "incredible" reverberated throughout the space. Inside the hall, "Cousin, you're amazing." Chen Jiafeng nearly leaped onto the roof, exuberantly waving his fists. Yang Suiying, covering her mouth with her hand, wept tears of joy. Moments earlier, they had witnessed Li Mu galloping on screen, initially believing he was retreating from the red zone, only to be astounded when he appeared on the battlefield against the third-grade python. Yang Suiying's anxiety escalated dramatically. However, Li Mu quickly became the focal point of the battlefield, not only rescuing an S-grade talent but also, through their combined efforts, managing to slay 2 third-grade pythons consecutively, much to everyone's astonishment. At that precise moment, it was unclear who was controlling the drone's feed. The main screen remained focused on Li Mu and his companions, while the secondary screen inexplicably shifted to Li Xiaohua, who had already returned to a safe zone. Li Xiaohua, sitting smugly, was engrossed in checking the scoreboard on his tech watch, though he could not see the drone's footage. He was keenly aware of his ranking. His team was positioned 7th, while he found himself inexplicably in 31st place. Upon realizing this, his expression darkened. However, when he noticed that both the team ranking and individual ranking bore a familiar name at the top, Li Mu, Li Xiaohai suddenly leaped to his feet. The screen in the multimedia hall displayed him cursing furiously, his expression one of utter exasperation. This scene was witnessed by all. And not a single person shook their head in disagreement. The S-class talent, Li Xiaohai, was starkly contrasted with the top three contenders, revealing an undeniable disparity in terms of cultivation, courage, practical combat experience, and character, none of which he could boast. At that moment, the faces of all the members of the Li family were as dark as the bottom of a pot. This time, the Li family had truly brought shame upon themselves. The sudden emergence of a third-grade monster was a shocking event. Zhang Jiwei, a paragon among his peers, disregarded his own safety to rescue 8 classmates, bravely confronting the third-grade beast. Lu Chenfeng, filled with fervor and strength, provided crucial support to Zhang Jiwei, as the two exceptional youths faced the ferocious creature together. Li Mu, like a divine being descended from the heavens, saved Zhang Jiwei's life and subsequently became the core of their team, slaying 2 third-grade beasts. These 3 young men, the top 3 in their first battle against the Abyss, displayed their extraordinary abilities, shining brilliantly. How wonderful it would have been if such glory belonged to their family's treasure. Li Xiaohai, 3 S-class talents, each securing a place among the top 3, creating a magnificent tale. But now, what was the reality? The first place went to an F-class talent. Fighting alongside 2 S-class talents, he claimed the top spot, even leaving those 2 indebted to him. In stark contrast, Li Xiaohai languished in 31st place. How blaring his S-class talent seemed in this light. With Li Mu's F-class talent now in the limelight, and amidst news of Li Mu's talent being stolen just days prior, Li Xiaohai had become a complete laughingstock. Damn it! Damn it! Why wasn't he the first place ours, Xiaohai? Aunt Air fumed, banging the back of her chair. That despicable Li Mu has snatched the first place from our Xiaohai. Shameless! Shameless! Madame Ma's expression darkened even further. How could she have anticipated that Li Xiaohai, with his S-class talent, would only achieve 31st place? With such a performance, how could he expect to garner the military's attention? How could he hope to establish connections with the military? What nonsense! They wouldn't even spare him a glance. Conversely, Li Mu's impressive performance would undoubtedly attract military notice. With this thought, she struck her cane against the ground decisively. Daong, look for an opportunity to intercept Li Mu. I shall personally invite him back to the Li family. Li Mu's uncle immediately protested, Mother, absolutely not. How can we allow you to lower yourself to invite Li Mu back? What merits does he possess? Silence. If Xiao Hong and the others invite him and he refuses, who else in the Li family can convince him if I do not personally step in? Madame Ma chastised, then sighed deeply. She never imagined a day would come when she would need to humble herself to Li Mu. Nevertheless, what choice did she have but to prioritize the greater good? Chapter 28. Could you, perhaps, lend me a stick? On the second floor of the multimedia hall, silence initially reigned. Moments later, the Deputy Minister of Resources slammed his hand on the railing and exclaimed with fervor, Excellent! Well done! Even the stern-faced senior school leaders joined in, applauding and cheering. It was undoubtedly a commendable feat. The earlier Zhang Jiwei had no chance of survival left. Who would dare believe that Li Mu could save Zhang Jiwei with a mere stick? Admittedly, that monstrous python's attention was solely fixated on Zhang Jiwei, rendering it somewhat immobilized. However, the python's defensive prowess was well recognized. Zhang Jiwei's dying radiance nearly grazed the python's flesh. Yet, astonishingly, Li Mu shattered its scales. More significantly, the subsequent coordination of the 3 individuals showcased their extraordinary capabilities. Compared to those in the town of Zhenyuan struggling on the brink of life and death, their methods might seem somewhat naive. Yet, they were students, venturing into the abyss for the first time. Possessing such combat prowess marks them as prodigies among prodigies. Lu Chenfeng's formidable physique exhibited remarkable defensive strength. Zhang Jiwei's unparalleled marksmanship demonstrated an extraordinary offensive capability. As for Li Mu, he was beyond description. With an F-grade talent, he wielded an attack power second only to Zhang Jiwei. His astounding combat intelligence, composed battlefield command, and unorthodox fighting techniques allowed him to attract the monster's attention, creating an opportunity for Zhang Jiwei, and even after subduing the python, he retained the capacity to deliver a lethal strike. Especially noteworthy was his command of freeze. Amid the chaos of battle, many could not discern the details. Yet, these seasoned veterans observed clearly that Li Mu had managed to control the enormous python for approximately 0.5 seconds with a simple command. What sort of arcane technique was this? Was it the manifestation of spoken words? Could an individual of F-grade talent possess such prowess? Yin Changming was rendered speechless with excitement. Meanwhile, those headmasters who had previously mocked him now wore expressions of embarrassment and envy. Yet, they were compelled to applaud alongside their superiors. The sensation was utterly distasteful. Just moments ago, they had derided Yin Changming with remarks about his 66 tactics and mocked his affection for students, suggesting that few ventured into the fray. Who could have anticipated that Blackwater would produce a Li Mu? In that moment, he single-handedly elevated Blackwater Academy to heights it had never known. On the battlefield, Li Mu exchanged glances with the other two. He nodded slightly towards Zhang Jiwei. Ah. Can't even muster a thank you? The immense debt of gratitude, unspoken yet palpable, lingered. Zhang Jiwei's face flushed slightly. Unlike other wealthy heirs, his family owned a business, yet he had little interest in beautiful women or luxury cars. His passion lay solely in cultivation. He harbored an inherent pride that made him seem aloof. However, for his savior, Li Mu, in that moment of near death, Zhang Jiwei felt not only gratitude but also a hint of reverence. Only he had personally experienced the overwhelming force of Li Mu's strike. Had it been directed at him, it would have been equally lethal. Moreover, today he had been saved twice by Lu Chunfeng and Li Mu. It was somewhat humiliating to admit. There's no need for that. A simple thank you suffices as a token of gratitude, Li Mu remarked nonchalantly. Zhang Jiwei's eyes twitched fiercely as he stubbornly uttered a single word, no. Gentlemen. It seems this is not the moment for idle chatter, Lu Chunfeng remarked, gesturing behind Li Mu. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed, and soon enough, the air was thick with it from all directions. Within that haze, countless monstrous pythons writhed and converged. The sight was ominous, sending shivers down one's spine. It appeared that these were all second-grade pythons, likely triggered by some alarm as a third-grade python faced its demise. Zhang Jiwei spoke in a grave tone. At this point, activating the return stone was no longer an option. The technological wristwatches of the group emitted the voice of an officer. Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng. Our rescue team is rapidly approaching your location. Evacuate towards the yellow zone and rendezvous with our team. The urgency in the officer's voice was palpable. These three individuals were among the top performers in this initial battle, each possessing extraordinary potential. Although the surrounding area was swarming with second-grade pythons, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Should these three fall here, it would indeed be a tremendous misfortune. As the officer's message concluded, Li Mu again brandished his horse card, summoning his steed, Yaogu. With such a multitude of giant pythons, victory was an impossibility, fleeing was their only option. Yaogu, too, exhibited an exuberant demeanor, relishing its first taste of battle. Yet it showed no fear in the face of these terrifying creatures, frequently neighing in anticipation. Had Li Mu not recalled it at a critical moment, Yaogu would have eagerly charged into the fray to confront a giant python head-on. To Li Mu's astonishment, Zhang Jiwei possessed a horse card as well, summoning forth a magnificent white steed. This horse was nearly the same size as Yaogu, and while it lacked the latter's robust build, it was still a remarkable specimen among warhorses. With a pure white coat, a white tail, and a flowing black mane, complemented by a pair of golden eyes, it exuded a noble grace. Zhang Jiwei swiftly mounted his steed and called to Lu Chunfeng, "Hurry, get on." Upon hearing Zhang Jiwei's words, the white horse instinctively turned its head to glance at Lu Chunfeng's imposing figure. Its golden pupils widened noticeably. Lu Chunfeng was estimated to weigh over 300 pounds. If he were to leap onto the horse's back, it seemed ready to burst with effort. Sensing the horse's apprehension, Lu Chunfeng laughed heartily. "Fear not, my friend. I shall race with you." With that, Lu Chunfeng clapped his hands sharply against the hindquarters of both horses. The white horse neighed and suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of white light. Li Mu's steed followed suit, swiftly overtaking the white horse. Lu Chunfeng took a deep breath, his body expanding dramatically, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura. His legs, like serpents, writhed with energy, propelling him forward like a muscular cannonball. relying solely on his legs. Lu Chenfeng quickly caught up to the two warhorses. By heavens! Both Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei exclaimed simultaneously from their mounts. One man and two horses charged towards the only gap not surrounded by monsters, trailing a cloud of dust as they surged through the encirclement of the monstrous pythons. Racing towards the safety of the yellow zone. An announcement emanated from their technological wristwatches. Attention all students, an unusual situation has arisen in the assessment area. The initial assessment has concluded, all students are to return to the city immediately. The announcement was broadcast 3 times. The purpose of the first battle in the abyss was to allow students to experience the combat intensity of monsters of their level. Given the emergence of this exceptional circumstance and the passage of time, it was decided to conclude the assessment early. After running a few miles, Li Mu and his companions encountered a line of rescue teams approaching. Each was mounted on swift steeds, clad in the uniforms of the Zhenyuan Army. As they brushed past the rescue teams, the soldiers cast glances towards Li Mu and his companions. Merely locking eyes instilled a sense of trepidation in Li Mu. Among these Zhenyuan soldiers, the majority were, astonishingly, second-tier martial artists, with a few third-tier warriors, seemingly of captain rank. The palpable killing intent emanating from these warriors was chilling. A stark contrast to ordinary martial artists of the same level, forged by the crucible of countless battles. The trio continued their journey for several more miles before coming to a halt. In addition to the multimedia hall, the command center of the Zhenyuan Army was also closely monitoring this inaugural battle. The order to conclude the assessment had been issued by Wan Longcheng. At this moment, Wan Longcheng and Qin Zhanya observed Li Mu and his companions on the screen, both revealing knowing smiles. Wan Longcheng murmured with significance, "A genius cannot be concealed." Upon reaching an open area, Zhang Jiwei reined in his warhorse. Lu Chenfeng plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, and waved a return stone at the two. "Hey! Use mine, just give me a moment, and we'll return together." Li Mu was pleased to save a return stone, as the individual purchase cost was 3,000 coins each. The return stone functions as a teleportation array but can only be activated when the energy fluctuations of the caster are relatively stable. Initiating the teleportation array in a calm state takes about 20 to 30 seconds. In a combat situation, using the return stone requires at least 3 to 5 minutes. And one must remain within the teleportation zone. Lu Chenfeng crushed the return stone, and the energy of the formation gradually began to coalesce in the open space ahead. Seizing the opportunity as the formation activated, Lu Chenfeng supported himself with his hands on the ground and turned to Li Mu. "Brother Li Mu, I have a favor to ask." "Eh?" Li Mu responded, puzzled. "Could you lend me a stick?" Chapter 29, was this lesson lively enough? A question mark appeared above Li Mu's head. Lu Chenfeng leapt up in excitement, grinning mischievously, "Hee, just one strike. Let us see whether your weapon is sturdier or my defense is more formidable." Li Mu felt speechless. He had long heard of Lu Chenfeng's obsession with combat, particularly his fervent dedication to honing his physical prowess. With unparalleled defensive talent, coupled with superior defensive techniques, there were virtually no warriors of the same or even higher ranks capable of breaching his defenses. "Just with the strength of that strike you just delivered. Come on. I can hardly wait." The more Lu Chenfeng spoke, the more exhilarated he became, assuming a firm stance. Zhang Jiwei calmly interjected, "Lu Chenfeng, I advise you to reconsider." Upon finishing his sentence, he instinctively glanced at Li Mu. There would be opportunities to discuss this later, his current disinterest was palpable. In the Abyss's inaugural battle, student combat was strictly prohibited. If Li Mu were to injure him, it would indeed create complications. "Hey, don't be like that. Why must you be so stingy? Can't you spare me even one strike?" Lu Chenfeng's face fell, and he looked at Li Mu with a hint of desperation. Zhang Jiwei, standing nearby, was taken aback by the absurdity of it all. He glanced at Lu Chenfeng with incredulity. "You really are something else." "Ah?" Lu Chenfeng looked at him, puzzled. "Can't you see his hand is injured? At least wait until he recovers." Zhang Jiwei gestured towards Li Mu's bandaged right hand with his chin. "Oh, right. I didn't notice. Fine. We'll discuss it later."
Lu Chenfeng hurriedly scratched his head and leaned closer to examine Li Mu's hand.
Li Mu shook his head in resignation and stepped into the teleportation array first. At this moment, the array had already activated, and Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng followed suit.
They returned to the plaza where the others had entered the portal. A large crowd of students had gathered, commencing their ascent back to the surface via the abyss elevator in batches. Countless gazes were cast upon the trio, especially towards Li Mu. Today, the most dazzling among the top three was not the two with S-class talents, but rather Li Mu. With an F-class talent, he had effortlessly slain a third-tier monster, forcefully claiming the pinnacle. This outcome was utterly unforeseen by all. The multimedia hall buzzed with excitement. The grand scoreboard displayed clearly, first place in the Eastern District's Abyss inaugural battle, Li Mu, Heishui Academy. Amidst the crowd, Li Xiaohai glared at Li Mu with fiery eyes, his expression rife with malice. Why was it that he, the true possessor of an S-class talent, was overshadowed? Why was he still inferior to Li Mu? He was unwilling to accept this. Just days prior, when he had seized Li Mu's S-class talent, he had felt an exhilarating high. Awakening a mere F-class talent initially seemed to cast his life into darkness. However, fortune smiled upon him as he acquired Li Mu's S-class talent. He believed himself to be the chosen one, destined for a bright future. This inaugural battle in the Abyss was to be his grand debut, a chance to claim victory and bask in the spotlight. From there, he envisioned a meteoric rise.
Yet now, the unfolding narrative was far from what he had anticipated. As they rode the elevator back to the Fortress Plaza,
the air erupted with the thunderous cheers of the Heishui students. The leaders of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources convened an urgent meeting, retreating into a private room. They needed to discuss the rewards for the first battle and the consolation for the students who had perished.
Instantly, the school leaders vacated the hall, preparing to greet their distinguished students in the outdoor square. The students of Heishui High had already surged toward the exit. Upon seeing Li Mu emerge, they erupted in a fervor. Li Mu! Li Mu! Li Mu! The deafening cheers rose in waves. Li Mu, with a wry smile, covered his ears. As he stepped out of the crowd, he was swiftly lifted by the students of Heishui High and tossed high into the air. Again and again, the crowd hurled Li Mu upward, expressing their exhilaration. Before this day, no one had dared to dream that their school would ascend to the pinnacle, catching the attention of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources. In this moment, he was the hero of Heishui High. Yang Suiying and a few others were not in a hurry. She was already grateful that Li Mu had returned safely. As the students lowered Li Mu, Yin Changming smiled and said to him, "Come, the leaders from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources wish to meet you." Li Mu felt a twinge of confusion. Typically, after securing a ranking in the first battle of the Abyss, students would return to celebrate at their school. Rewards would be distributed within 3 days. He then took out his phone and sent a text to his mother before following Yin Changming into the multimedia hall. On the second floor of the hall, the prominent figures who had already concluded their meeting were engaged in conversation. In addition to the leaders from Heishui High, there were also officials from Tenglong High. Naturally, many principals had remained to observe the proceedings. Upon spotting the representatives from Tenglong High, Li Mu immediately surmised the reason for their presence. He exchanged a glance with Lian Hai, who appeared as though he had just emerged from the water. Beads of cold sweat dampening his few strands of bangs, clinging humorously to his forehead. "Li Mu, this is the Deputy Minister of Resources. And this is the Deputy Minister of Education," Yin Changming introduced. In terms of rank, both deputy ministers were of similar stature, however. The authority wielded by the Ministry of Resources vastly eclipsed that of the Ministry of Education. Li Mu greeted them respectfully. The Deputy Minister of Resources, straightforward and candid, patted Li Mu on the shoulder, generously praising him. "Impressive. Your abilities have truly opened my eyes. However, I have a small question for you." "Please go ahead, Minister," Li Mu replied, nodding with composed humility. In the absence of the minister, it was appropriate to address the deputy minister as minister. The deputy minister of resources pointed to Zhang Tang. "This principal Zhang Tang claims you were previously at Tenglong High, is that correct?" "Yes." Li Mu nodded affirmatively. Zhang Teng,
Suddenly anxious, exclaimed, Li Mu, you rascal.
did I ever treat you poorly while you were at Tinglong? Why didn't you reach out to me if you needed anything?
Zhang Teng scolded, somewhat irritably. Just a few days prior, he had experienced a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions. The school had produced one S-class and one A-class talent, setting Tinglong high on a path to greatness. Yet before he could savor the joy, Li Mu's S-class talent had vanished the very next day.
Even in his anger,
he realized that this was an internal matter of the Li family, beyond his control, leaving him to accept his misfortune. Subsequently, he grew indifferent to Li Mu,
remaining unaware of his expulsion for several days.
At that moment, Director Liang Hai hastily concurred, saying, Indeed, Li Mu, your temperament is rather tempestuous. I acknowledge my missteps.
But as a teacher, I must preserve a semblance of authority.
Therefore, I may have been a tad stern with you. Please try to understand the position of the director and return to our school without further ado.
As he spoke, Liang Hai cast furtive glances at Li Mu.
His expression a perplexing blend of threat and plea, his face contorted in an awkward semblance of a smile.
Observing Liang Hai's antics,
the Deputy Minister of Education reprimanded him sharply. Then, turning to Li Mu with a reassuring smile, he said, It's perfectly fine, speak candidly. This was his way of expressing support for Li Mu, encouraging him to fear no repercussions.
Li Mu retrieved his phone, opened a video,
and handed it to the Deputy Minister of Resources. I cannot clarify this matter entirely, but I have it recorded. Others gathered curiously around him.
Liang Hai, however, needed no further inspection. Upon hearing the voices from the recording, he instantly understood. It was the footage of Li Mu being expelled. Damn it! How could Li Mu have recorded this at that moment? Who would have anticipated such a thing? What was the purpose of this recording? In an instant,
Liang Hai felt darkness cloud his vision and his legs weaken. Soon, the video erupted with Liang Hai's authoritative outbursts. Li Mu,
do you comprehend the disparity in value between you and Sun Long? I present you with two choices. Class 9 of the senior year, Li Mu. Present me with your file, expelled. No need for reports. Do I lack even this power? I demand your expulsion. Immediately. Across from him,
the leaders of Heishui High School exchanged grateful glances towards Liang Hai, realizing that it was he who had suggested Li Mu's transfer to their institution.
Upon hearing this,
Zhang Teng felt an overwhelming desire to tear Liang Hai apart.
You bastard! Could you possibly be an undercover agent sent by Heishui High School?
Among the most ironic statements was Liang Hai's own declaration, one must always bear the consequences of their choices.
Was this lesson not vividly instructive? Chapter 30, I shall be the indelible nightmare of the Li family. How vivid! Truly astonishing.
The Vice Minister of Resources, after viewing the video, cast a scornful glance at Liang Hai. Were it not for the phone in his hand belonging to another, he would have hurled it at Liang Hai's face. To belittle a student's worth in person is one thing, the crux lies in the fact that a choice has already been made. What face do you have to attempt to retract that now?
Li Mu, how do you choose?
Tell me, and I shall decide for you. The Vice Minister of Education spoke with unwavering authority, exuding an air of someone who could arrange admittance to any school on the spot. Though I have only been at Heishui High for 4 days, the sole offensive technique I currently possess is the one bestowed upon me by Heishui High. They have also provided me with 10,000 yuan in cash to prepare for military training and my initial battle. Any achievements I attain are undeniably supported by Heishui High.
Thus I choose to remain here.
Li Mu's words were a blend of truth and fabrication, yet they effectively placed Zhang Teng in a precarious position.
The only offensive technique I know, and it was given by Heishui High?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's face drained of color.
The Vice Minister of Resources coldly interrogated Zhang Teng, Principal Zhang.
It is a stringent regulation that all students who awaken their talents receive a set of basic offensive techniques for free.
You wouldn't dare to say you failed to provide Li Mu with this, would you? Zhang Teng stammered, I.
When Li Mu awakened his S-level talent, we had originally planned to ceremoniously prepare 2 superior techniques for him.
However, after he changed his talent, we were caught off guard.
His words faltered, for he had long been aware of Li Mu's disregard by the Li family, and had thus been excessively harsh towards him.
perhaps in a bid to curry favor with the family. After Li Mu's talent was revoked, he was even less inclined to waste resources on him. Hence the failure to provide Li Mu with the techniques. Thus, you had no intention of providing them, correct? The Vice Minister of Resources interjected coldly. Zhang Teng, you possess an audacious spirit. I shall ensure to settle this score with you. Zhang Teng felt as though the world had gone dark, losing consciousness and collapsing backward. Only to be caught by several school leaders amidst a flurry of chaos. The two prominent figures had little interest in such theatrics. With a simultaneous cold snort, they hastily departed the multimedia hall, followed closely by the leaders of Heishui High and other principals, who hurried to see them off. In the square, the Vice Minister of Resources offered a few more encouraging words to Li Mu before taking his leave. The leaders of Heishui High collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Exchanging glances, they felt as though they had emerged from a different era. Heishui High had languished at the bottom for years. Yet, just before the first battle of the Abyss, a student like Li Mu transferred in. Ascending to the second rank before military training, he overshadowed two S-level prodigies, rising triumphantly to the top. Jinhua High attempted to recruit him but found it impossible. Tanglong High sought to seize him but could not. Could it be that the heavens, in their mercy for Heishui High, had sent forth such a prodigious talent? Principal, esteemed teachers, my family awaits over there. I shall make my way to them, Li Mu informed Yin Changming, gesturing toward Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiaqing, who were joyfully waving in the distance. Oh, very well. You should hurry. Yin Changming chuckled hastily. Just as Li Mu took a few steps away, Yin Changming added with a smile, oh, by the way, don't forget about the school celebration tomorrow morning. You are the star of the show. I know. Li Mu raised his hand in acknowledgement. Leaving the group of school leaders, he made his way toward his mother and aunt's family. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a sensation akin to being transported through time. His mother's eyes, shimmering with love and slightly reddened, his lively and adorable younger cousins, and his uncle giving him a thumbs up with an approving smile, alongside his aunt, who was overwhelmed with joy and pride. They appeared both familiar and foreign, enveloping Li Mu in an unfamiliar yet profound sense of familial affection. He sprinted towards Yang Suiying. Mom! I told you not to worry. Yang Suiying nodded, playfully pinching Li Mu's cheek. She wiped away her tears with a smile, saying, worry? Not at all. My son is truly remarkable. Cousin. You deceived me. You have an extraordinary warhorse, and you didn't tell me. Chen Jiafeng exclaimed, clinging to Li Mu's arm. His face nearly touching Li Mu's. Li Mu had not previously revealed his warhorse to them, making it difficult to explain. At that moment, Yang Suiying recalled this detail and turned to Li Mu, asking, son, did you buy this warhorse, or was it issued when you joined the Zhenyuan Army Reserve? Mom! Do you oppose my joining the Zhenyuan Army? Li Mu was taken aback that his mother was aware of the connection between joining the army and obtaining a warhorse. Yang Suiying shook her head. I do not oppose. Follow the path you wish to take, I will not interfere. In fact, your father wanted to join the Zhenyuan army back in the day. However, the Li family forbade him, fearing that the gains from exploring the abyss might be partially confiscated. Their short-sightedness delayed your father's future and ultimately cost him his life. Li Mu was not fully aware of this. In his memories, his father, Li Qianfeng, devoted himself entirely to the Li family, laying the foundation for its legacy. Unfortunately, his father's remarkable capabilities led to the family's swift rise, causing outsiders to claim that the Li family thrived solely because of Li Qianfeng. The rest of the family was often perceived as inept. From that time forward, the entire clan harbored resentment towards Li Mu and his mother. While they relied on Li Qianfeng's renown and the profits from the abyss to expand the family business. After his father's death, they swiftly regarded Li Mu and his mother as thorns in their sides. Jealousy distorted their perceptions. Old Lady Li had always favored her second son, treating the third son, Li Qianfeng, as mere livestock. No one understood the depths of her cruelty. The Li family faced considerable criticism due to this matter. Ah! If only your father had joined the Zhenyuan army back then, he might have become an officer. His fate would have changed, his aunt sighed wistfully. filled with admiration for her brother-in-law. Just as the family was discussing this, Yang Suying's expression suddenly shifted as she gazed towards a direction behind Li Mu. He turned to look. Unexpectedly, it was the venerable matriarch Ma leading a significant portion of the Li family who approached. Each member wore an air of haughty disdain. Particularly Li Mu's second aunt, whose gaze towards him was imbued with malevolence, her teeth clattering audibly. Li Mu turned to face the assembly of the Li family. A hint of amusement playing upon his features. Matriarch Ma came to a halt not far from him, resting her hands upon her cane. In truth, her legs were sound. And she was not particularly elderly, merely in her 60s. The cane was primarily a symbol of her status, after all. The Li family had been established for over a decade, and she felt a semblance of pride in their heritage. Li Mu. Have you gone blind? Do you not see your grandmother and come to pay your respects? The second aunt, incensed by Li Mu's immobility, snapped with a cold reprimand. Matriarch Ma raised a hand to halt her. Li Mu, come here, let your grandmother see if you are injured. Li Mu regarded her. A smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. What a spectacle indeed. Li Mu. What do you mean by that? His elder uncle inquired sharply. Matriarch Ma once more interjected, inhaling deeply, and attempted to soften her tone as she addressed Li Mu. I understand that you must feel some discomfort. I have been reflecting upon this matter. After all, you are a scion of the Li family. It feels inappropriate for you to languish outside. A few days ago, I asked Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan to invite you back to the Li residence, but you declined. Today, I am here personally to tell you, my child, return home. A flicker of warmth unexpectedly glimmered in the matriarch's sharp, triangular eyes. Oh? Li Mu observed Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan with a knowing glance. The two sisters were taken aback by their grandmother's sudden mention of this matter. Instantly, they glared at Li Mu, their eyes brimming with veiled threats. Urging him not to reveal that they had indeed sought him out. Li Mu let out a disdainful laugh. Abruptly realizing that the Li family's rise could not solely rely on Li Xiaohao. Did they intend to use him as a stepping stone to forge connections within the military? The smile on Li Mu's face gradually faded as he surveyed each member of the Li family. With deliberate clarity, he articulated, remember this feeling of helplessness you experienced today. This shall be the most effortless sensation you will encounter from now on. For from this day forth, I, Li Mu, shall be the unrelenting nightmare of the Li family. Chapter 31, The Inexorable Scheme. The members of the Li family were instantly incensed upon hearing those words. Particularly, Grandma Ma, whose entire body began to tremble with rage. She had never anticipated that, despite deigning to speak to him with such a gracious demeanor, Li Mu would dare to turn against her. After all, she was his own grandmother. They were even more taken aback by Li Mu's audacity to threaten the entire Li family. This was a stark contrast to the previously submissive Li Mu, who had allowed the family to manipulate him at will. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. You ungrateful wretch! Roared the elder, his imposing presence surging forth as he glared fiercely at Li Mu. He had always been the one to take the lead in carrying out Grandma Ma's directives. However, Li Mu displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he laughed mockingly. It is no wonder that others claim the entire Li family is sustained solely by my father, while the rest of you are nothing but inept fools. The sight of you, a mere 40-something man with a mere third-tier yellow rank, amuses me. What foolishness occupies your mind? Aside from your incessant shouting, I have yet to witness any other talents. If you possessed even a modicum of masculine valor, you would strike me down now, and I, Li Mu, would acknowledge your existence. But you dare not. Instead, you cower and roll away from my sight. Spare me your barking. As Li Mu spoke, his true energy surged forth, his eyes ablaze with fury. This declaration was truly audacious. Each word struck at the elder's most vulnerable points, akin to delivering a resounding slap in the face in front of everyone. Moreover, it was evident that Li Mu was employing a tactic of provocation. Even if the elder were timid, he could no longer maintain his composure. You insolent wretch, you court death! With a furious roar, Li Daong surged forward, aiming a punch at Li Mu's chest. Do not strike! Grandma Ma exclaimed in horror, attempting to intervene. Suddenly, she realized that Li Mu was deliberately provoking him to act.
This was, in essence, a cunning scheme devised by Li Mu, exceedingly nefarious. Li Daong still believed that Li Mu was merely a younger member of the family.
Thinking he could strike him at will?
In the past, if he had beaten him senseless, it would have been a family affair.
One that the judicial authorities would find challenging to intervene in.
Now, however, Li Mu had severed all ties with the Li family.
In a public setting,
a third-tier martial artist suddenly attacking a second-tier martial artist, especially the champion of the abyssal first battle, was far from a fair contest, it was a criminal act. The critical issue was that if he could indeed land a blow on Li Mu, it would be one thing. But Li Daong, having squandered his vitality over the years, possessed only a facade of third-tier prowess. Li Mu, in his prime, had felled third-tier abyssal monsters with a single strike. What was Li Daong worth?
Should Li Mu publicly retaliate?
It would be deemed self-defense, entirely justifiable.
The most terrifying aspect lay in the implications of this incident. In the realm of martial arts, no matter how powerful a force may be, it will swiftly decline without a high-ranking individual to uphold it. Your assets merely serve as someone else's feast.
When Li Qianfeng was alive, he was a ninth-tier powerhouse, his extraordinary strength maintaining the Li family's enterprises.
Now, the Li family, buoyed by their S-class talents, was soaring to new heights.
In a moment of turmoil, the martial prowess of Li Xiuhao remained unrefined, while Li Daong struggled to bear the weight of responsibility. Should Li Daong suffer a public defeat at the hands of Li Mu, it is unfathomable how significantly the ascent of the Li family would be impeded.
Old Madame Ma,
ever the strategist, swiftly grasped Li Mu's intentions, albeit too late to intervene.
Upon witnessing Li Daong's attack, a smile involuntarily crept upon Li Mu's lips.
With a sudden stomp of his foot, a golden shield materialized before him. Li Daong, utterly unprepared for Li Mu's defiance, failed to muster his strength. His punch struck the shield, his vital energy barely preserving his wrist, yet the shield remained unyielding.
What a farce! Li Mu couldn't suppress a derisive laugh.
The dragoness roar would only detonate upon withstanding a maximum threshold of force, and Li Daong's strike barely approached even half of that limit. Li Mu was compelled to trigger the explosion manually, the resulting blast merely causing Li Daong to stagger backward. Almost immediately, a metal rod descended upon him. As a third-tier martial artist, Li Daong had some defensive measures. He braced himself with both arms, his forearms taking on a wooden hue, successfully blocking Li Mu's strike. Yet, his legs faltered, and he collapsed to his knees, the sound of his knees shattering the stone bricks beneath him echoing in the air.
Amidst his cries of agony,
he knelt defiantly before Li Mu, who, wielding the thorn staff, stood tall with an air of disdain.
"Stop!" shouted the enforcers of the law, rushing to restore order in the bustling square.
With a crowd exceeding 10,000 present, the enforcement agency had dispatched a significant number of officers to maintain the peace.
Even before the altercation, patrolling guards had been drawn to the gathering.
Upon witnessing the fray, they hastened to intervene. Li Mu, with a flick of his wrist, retracted the thorn staff, a smile gracing his lips. From the outset of his discourse with the Li clan, he had harbored a purpose. Today, that objective had been fulfilled.
What is the meaning of this? Who initiated the conflict?
Demanded the squad leader of the enforcement team, his brow furrowed. The members of the Li family, now fully aware of the situation, erupted in outrage, a cacophony of accusations directed at Li Mu.
Arrest him!
He struck first.
My husband lies defeated at his feet, are you blind?
This Li Mu assaulted him.
Seize him at once! The Li family, consumed by fury,
found old Madame Ma powerless to quell their outrage. Her voice was drowned out by the tumult.
The squad leader, incensed by the insults, retorted coldly, "Silence! I am not blind.
I witnessed the entire incident clearly. You instigated the altercation, and he acted in self-defense.
We are the Li family. Do you not recognize us?
My son possesses S-class martial talent.
Which division are you from? I am acquainted with your chief," shouted Li Mu's second aunt. The squad leader nearly exclaimed "Fool" in response. Even if you know the chief, do you really think it wise to shout such things in public? Have you no sense? Enough noise. Take all of you back.
At the captain's command, over 10 law enforcement officers swiftly approached to seize control of the Li family members.
The captain cast a glance at Li Mu.
Addressing him directly, "Champion, you must accompany us for a moment." They had witnessed the earlier battle and recognized Li Mu as the champion. The law places great emphasis on the conduct of high-ranking martial artists when engaging with their lower-ranked counterparts. Should a high-ranking martial artist inflict serious injury or even death upon a lower-ranked individual, it is considered an assault on the nation's vital forces.
Who knows what your intentions may be? What if you are an enemy sent to eliminate budding talents?
This nuance of martial law in the high martial world is indeed intricate. Among peers of the same rank, martial combat is encouraged.
Various tournaments, competitions,
and sparring sessions are fully supported by the state, as long as they occur under legitimate witness. Even in instances of youthful disputes leading to brawls, the law tends to turn a blind eye, provided the combatants are of the same rank and age.
However,
any illicit combat involving individuals of differing ages or ranks is met with an iron-fisted approach.
Very well, Li Mu nodded.
He then turned to gaze at his mother. Since the onset of the skirmish, his burly uncle had shielded the entire family behind him.
Upon witnessing their son being taken away, Yang Suiying and Yang Yorong were unwilling to stand idly by and approached the law enforcement officers to plead their case.
Yet, Li Mu whispered something in their ears. With concern etched on their faces, they watched as he boarded the enforcement vehicle. A cacophony of Li family members was also herded into two enforcement cars. Due to her advanced age, elder Madame Ma was left behind by the captain. As the vehicles departed, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse, leaving only Yang Suiying and Yang Yorong's family, who cast worried glances in the direction of the enforcement cars.
Yang Yorong shot an annoyed look at elder Madame Ma,
who was glaring fiercely at Yang Suiying, as if she wished to devour her alive. It was her precious son who had brought about this disastrous turn of events for the Li family. Yang Suiying, however, met her gaze with a cold stare, unperturbed. "I feared you when I was in the Li family, but I do not fear you now." Yang Yorong suddenly interjected with a biting tone, "What are you staring at?
You old hag.
Your eldest son is a coward, your second daughter-in-law a treacherous ingrate, and your precious grandson, despite his S-class talent, is still a waste. And those two foolish granddaughters of yours have been throwing glances at our little Mu. It's evident they have disregarded your words entirely. To see such incompetence concentrated within a single family, you must take great pride in that.
With you around, the Li family will surely ascend to greatness and flourish for generations to come."
Yang Yorong's words were delivered with a rhythmic cadence, complemented by a mocking expression,
and concluded with an exquisite eye roll.
Elder Madame Ma's breath quickened, her complexion visibly paling.
Li Mu's aunt possessed a tongue sharper than even Li Mu himself.
Her remarks had effectively lambasted the entire Li family, particularly the phrase "great contributions," which served as the crowning touch. It seems that the entire Li family owes its abundance of foolishness solely to the efforts of the matriarch.
One remark sent Grandma Ma's blood pressure soaring to 180.
You. Yang Yorong quickly turned aside, pursing her lips as she retreated, urging Yang Suiying and pulling along her husband and two children to leave. She continuously murmured, "Oh dear, let us hurry, or we might just collapse from this.
Don't get involved. How terribly unfortunate." Chapter 32, Li Mu.
"I shall take you away within the vehicle." It was the captain of the law enforcement team escorting Li Mu.
Approximately 20 minutes into the ride,
the captain's phone rang abruptly.
He answered the call.
"Yes, it's regarding the brawl at the square."
"What?
Why are we transferring to the Jishan Road branch?"
"All right. I understand."
After hanging up, the captain cast a puzzled glance at Li Mu and then instructed the officer driving, "Proceed to the Jishan Road Law Enforcement Division."
Li Mu,
of course, overheard everything. The law enforcement agency was akin to the GA Bureau on Earth. The entire city of Iron Hand City was vast, comparable to a small province on Earth, with 4 districts resembling smaller cities.
Beneath the law enforcement agency was the enforcement department, which operated like a larger branch of authority. After a brief pause post-call, the captain addressed Li Mu. "The Li family has sent someone. If you need to make a call, now is the time."
The captain's utterance reflected a commendable heart, subtly implying that a visit to the Jishan Road branch would not bode well for Li Mu, thus urging him to seek assistance. However, Li Mu merely smiled faintly. "Thank you, but it is unnecessary." Having chosen to take action, he was well aware of the potential consequences. He anticipated that the Li family would indeed send someone.
Yet, having just claimed victory as the champion of the first battle, he was currently in the spotlight.
Being taken away by the law enforcement agency in broad daylight had drawn the attention of all media outlets.
It would not take 24 hours. If Li Mu remained in the enforcement department for 3 hours without emerging, the media would swarm the agency like a tidal wave.
Li Mu doubted the strength of the Li family's connections.
Could they be so formidable as to have the enforcement department eliminate him? Moreover, should the enforcement department dare to employ extrajudicial measures, Li Mu would boldly present himself before the media, revealing the entire truth. Steel will prevail.
Coupled with the footage from the square, he was the champion of the first battle, acting in self-defense, subjected to extrajudicial punishment.
The leadership of the Jixiang Road Enforcement Division would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. Following this incident, if the Li family sought further retribution,
those they employed would have to weigh their actions carefully. This would deliver a devastating blow to the Li family's ascent. Li Mu was prepared to exchange blood for blood. Though both sides would suffer, the Li family would undoubtedly bear the heavier losses.
Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Jixiang Road Enforcement Division. Upon exiting the car,
Li Mu immediately noticed a few individuals resembling journalists approaching him from a distance.
It was not merely Li Mu's recent victory as champion that attracted attention.
Even during the 2 days of military training, numerous small reporters sought interviews regarding the alterations to his S-class talent.
However,
such discussions posed no substantial threat to the Li family, and Li Mu found it wearisome to engage with them. The members of the Li family were escorted back in 2 vehicles, following closely behind. As Li Mu disembarked, he observed Li Dayong and others being brought down as well.
Yet, the demeanor of the Li family members had shifted from their earlier apprehension to one of renewed arrogance. His second aunt shot a cold glare at Li Mu, mouthing the words, "You are finished." Several nonchalant law enforcement officers emerged from the branch office on Jixiang Road, briefly exchanging words with the captain escorting Li Mu. The transport vehicle departed swiftly. One officer, resembling a commanding figure, scrutinized Li Mu from head to toe and barked, "What are you dawdling for? Get inside." Another officer approached and began to shove Li Mu.
The Li family members erupted in excitement, as long as he entered the law enforcement branch. They could ensure he would suffer greatly. Li Mu merely cast a glance at the officer jostling him, prompting the officer to scream, "Hey!
You dare glare at me? Act more obediently."
As he spoke, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a long screech of brakes pierced the air. A military vehicle came to a sudden halt in front of the law enforcement branch. Upon seeing the vehicle's license plate, the officers immediately snapped to attention, their demeanor shifting to one of anxious anticipation. The passenger door swung open, and a stern-faced officer stepped out. He first performed a knightly salute before producing identification and thrusting it before the law enforcement captain.
"I am taking Li Mu." The command was terse, devoid of any further explanation. "Yes, sir."
The law enforcement captain's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly returned a salute. Li Mu recognized this military officer. He was Zhang,
the aide to Wang Longcheng. Zhang nodded and turned to Li Mu, inquiring, "Are you unhurt?" "I'm fine," Li Mu replied, shaking his head. "Get in the car," Zhang instructed, personally opening the door for him.
As Li Mu climbed into the vehicle, the Li family stood in stunned silence, particularly his second aunt, who seethed with resentment. She had meticulously arranged for Li Mu's downfall. Entering the law enforcement branch would surely result in severe punishment.
Yet,
she had not anticipated that Li Mu's late father had such formidable connections. The military officer's arrival at such a critical moment was bewildering.
What sort of relationship did they share with Li Mu's deceased father? Given the current circumstances, anyone plotting against Li Mu would need to reconsider. Could it be that the military officer was prepared to seek retribution on Li Mu's behalf?
This thought sent a shiver down his second uncle's spine. They would need to carefully strategize upon returning home. The officer who had just shoved Li Mu was now paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Judging by the military officer's demeanor, it appeared they were not there to apprehend anyone, but rather to escort someone. This was perplexing.
Had they not received orders to discipline Li Mu? Why then was there a military vehicle to collect him?
This was a recipe for disaster. As the military vehicle drove off into the distance, the officer wiped his cold sweat, relieved that he had refrained from striking Li Mu.
once seated in the car. Li Mu asked Vice Officer Zhang, "What is the matter?"
He was not convinced that Zhang was merely there to assist him with this incident.
"Good news," Zhang replied.
Seemingly realizing his tone was too grim, he added, "The commander is celebrating a joyous occasion.
Upon hearing of your altercation in the square, he instructed me to fetch you."
Li Mu nodded in understanding. Taking out his phone, he explained the situation to his mother, Yang Suiying. The car made its way towards the military housing area where Wang Longcheng resided.
Not far from the military zone stood an upscale hotel, its front adorned with an array of luxury vehicles.
While not all were extravagant, the majority were official cars, exuding a sense of grandeur.
Deputy Zhang parked the car and,
accompanied by Li Mu, entered the hotel, heading straight for the grand hall on the second floor.
The second-floor hall was exquisitely elegant, clearly designed for various banquets.
At that moment, several tables were occupied at the entrance, with individuals who appeared remarkably astute and capable,
engaged in lively conversation. The atmosphere turned hushed upon noticing Deputy Zhang's arrival.
However, it wasn't long before someone stood to greet him, prompting others to follow suit. Albeit with puzzled looks directed at Li Mu, unsure of the identity of this high school student.
The details of the abyssal first battle were not public,
and the revelations from the top 3 were just released.
Consequently, these attendees had not yet become acquainted with Li Mu, whose recent misfortune of losing his talent had not been covered by the media.
Thus, his notoriety existed solely among those intrigued by gossip.
In response to the greetings,
Deputy Zhang offered no smile, merely nodding a few times before hastily leading Li Mu past the tables.
As they navigated through, they arrived at the formal banquet,
consisting of 5 tables, with the central one being the largest, where Wang Longcheng was animatedly conversing with others. A glance at the other tables left Li Mu astonished. Many of the individuals seated were recognizable from the news, predominantly officials from law enforcement and commerce departments. This indicated that those seated at the entrance were likely the aides or drivers of these officials.
As they approached Wang Longcheng,
Li Mu immediately sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him, as though he commanded the very essence of this domain.
Remarkably, he had evidently entered the Xian realm.
Achieving such a breakthrough was indeed a momentous occasion worthy of celebration, especially for someone in Wang Longcheng's esteemed position. It was customary to host a banquet for such an achievement, failing to do so would raise suspicions.
In truth,
this celebratory gathering was one of the more discreet ways to commemorate such an event. At that moment, the officials seated at the tables began to take notice.
Why was Deputy Zhang accompanying a high school student? Could he be the scion of a prominent family? Coincidentally,
among the attendees was the minister from the Jixiang Road Law Enforcement Division, who had cordial ties with the Li family and immediately recognized Li Mu, leaving him taken aback at the unexpected sight of him. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Longcheng at the main table smiled and gestured for Li Mu,
kindly saying, "Come, sit beside me."
Chapter 33, Wang Longcheng's Ascension and Li Mu's great support. Li Mu hurriedly stepped forward, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Congratulations, Commander Wang, on your ascension to the profound stage."
The difference between Wang Longcheng now and his previous 9th rank was like day and night. The aura of a superior radiated from him, a testament to his mastery overall.
Ha 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 ha. Wang Longcheng laughed heartily,
extending his hand to personally pull out the empty chair beside him. "Please, sit down. You've done remarkably well.
You were merely a 1st rank during the morning of military training, yet you broke through to the 2nd rank by afternoon. Your performance in this inaugural battle has been nothing short of impressive." Wang Longcheng was in high spirits, his words flowing freely. However, the others at the table, as well as those at nearby tables, were left in a state of astonishment. Since the meal began, the chair beside Wang Longcheng had been tucked under the table, and he had not permitted anyone to sit there.
Now, he was personally inviting a high school student to take a seat? Moreover, they were conversing so casually,
which was truly remarkable.
Who exactly was this young man? Yet, Wang Longcheng's final remark enlightened the onlookers.
It seemed that this was the champion of the recent abyssal inaugural battle.
But that alone did not suffice. When had a champion of the abyssal inaugural battle ever received such treatment?
Wang Longcheng was the vice commander of the military district.
Typically, A champion would only receive a few words of commendation from military instructors. When had anyone ever dined alongside the vice commander? In their shock, each person quickly messaged their aides. Those quick on the draw figured out Li Mu's identity in under a minute. It turned out he was the young man from a prominent family who had recently lost an S-class talent. Nevertheless, they remained puzzled about the nature of his relationship with Wang Longcheng. Curiously, Wang Longcheng had not introduced him. At that moment, Wang Longcheng was genuinely elated. If it had not been for Li Mu identifying the two damaged meridians, prompting him to decisively abandon them, he could not fathom when he would have broken through to the profound stage. He even questioned whether he would ever reach it. As it turned out, his gamble was the right one. After discarding the meridians, he successfully ascended to the profound stage with a single attempt. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, the rank of Xiaohu Ho was virtually assured. Advancing to the position of commander was now only a matter of time. To you, it is merely child's play, Li Mu remarked with a smile. Ah, such humility at such a young age. I thought you were quite the sharp one, Wang Longcheng teased. If Li Mu were truly a modest and amiable person, he would not have interrupted the instructor's leg during military training. Just moments ago, Aunt Bai was still chiding you about that incident. As Wang Longcheng spoke, he shifted to reveal a woman seated beside him. She appeared to be in her 40s. With short hair and striking features, exuding a sense of elegance and vigor. She bore no signs of aging, rather, she projected an aura of sharp competence. At that moment, she was smiling warmly at Li Mu. Upon seeing her, Li Mu felt a jolt in his heart. This was a familiar face from the news. Bai Taiwei, the Director General of the Law Enforcement Division in the Eastern District of Iron Hand City. It now appears that she must indeed be the wife of Wang Longcheng. No wonder so many leaders from law enforcement agencies have gathered here to extend their congratulations. After all, they are a couple. She is famously known as the Iron-Handed Rose, an extraordinary woman capable of commanding a district's violent apparatus. Merely having a deputy commander for a husband is of no consequence. Without formidable strength and means, one cannot maintain authority. This is a realm of high martial arts, where power and connections reign supreme, relegating competence and experience to secondary importance. This is a significant flaw of the high martial arts world and a lamentable reality of the numerous parasites within Huaxia. Those with exceptional strength do not necessarily engage in governance, as their moral compass is guided solely by personal inclinations. Conversely, individuals with substantial backgrounds often seek only to extract their share, merely occupying their positions without contributing. Truly talented individuals frequently find themselves unable to ascend to positions of influence. There are far too many who possess talent yet remain unappreciated. At this moment, Bai Taiwei, following Wang Longcheng's words, smiled and said, Xiao Mu, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you for what happened last time. If your mother doesn't require your attention, why don't you accompany me to my home for a while? This statement utterly bewildered Li Mu. It was his first encounter with Bai Taiwei. What could she possibly mean by last time? Moreover, she mentioned his mother, behaving as if they were quite familiar. Yet, this realization struck him swiftly. He comprehended Bai Taiwei's intention. The couple, Wang Longcheng and his wife, were indeed assisting him. Most of those present were, in fact, Bai Taiwei's allies. Wang Longcheng's true connections lay within the Zhenyuan Army. Perhaps he had already organized a celebratory banquet below. Today, in front of so many people, Wang Longcheng pulled Li Mu close, while Bai Taiwei continued their conversation with the ease of old friends. This couple unmistakably aimed to bolster Li Mu's position. Deeply moved, Li Mu sensed that they were aware of his ongoing conflict with the Li family. Thus, they were leveraging Wang Longcheng's banquet to lend him support. He would follow Aunt Bai's arrangements without hesitation. Li Mu responded with a smile, and Bai Taiwei nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, while the surrounding leaders appeared jovial on the surface, tumultuous waves churned within their hearts. Their glances occasionally drifted toward Li Mu, speculating about the depth of his connection with the Wang couple. Typically, they had little opportunity to curry favor with Bai Taiwei. The four tables in the outer circle were even less fortunate, having barely caught a glimpse of Wang Longcheng on a few occasions. Particularly, Individuals like the head of the Jixiang Road Law Enforcement Division had exerted immense effort to gain entry to this banquet.
Bai Taiwei was their direct superior. They had only seen her during district meetings.
Bai Taiwei was indeed a formidable presence. When had she ever been so gentle as she was today?
Furthermore, through Wang Longchang, she occasionally whispered to Li Mu, offering him smiles.
Witnessing this scene, the head of the Jixiang Road Law Enforcement Division felt as though the ground beneath him was spinning.
His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Just half an hour ago, he had received a phone call from the Li family. A conflict arose with Li Mu, prompting a request for assistance in dealing with him. He promptly arranged for individuals to address this matter. To his surprise, Li Mu had been brought here, engaging in jovial conversation with his superior.
One cannot ascertain from where Deputy Zhang had procured Li Mu,
nor whether his subordinates had laid a hand on him. Should any harm have come to Li Mu, and he chose to lodge a complaint with Bai Taiwei?
It would spell disaster for him.
Fortunately, he maintained a vigilant watch over the interactions between Bai Taiwei and Li Mu, who, throughout,
did not cast a single glance in his direction.
It was evident that Li Mu would not stoop to report him to Bai Taiwei.
The reason was simple: such an action was not worth it. Relationships are akin to checks. Wang Longchang indeed owed Li Mu a significant favor. However,
individuals of the caliber of the branch director of Jixiang Road were not worth cashing in that favor. Wang Longchang and his wife had already publicly supported Li Mu.
And for Li Mu to report a minor director would be quite unbecoming. As the banquet neared its conclusion, it was customary for the leaders to depart first.
Wang Longchang and Bai Taiwei rose, offering a symbolic toast to all present, before leading Li Mu away. Bai Taiwei's secretary and Wang Longchang's deputy remained to continue the gathering. However, once these two departed, the remaining leaders exchanged a few pleasantries before gradually taking their leave, in an orderly fashion dictated by rank. The hotel was not far from the military family district, and thus, Wang Longchang and Bai Taiwei escorted Li Mu back on foot. Bai Taiwei sincerely expressed her gratitude to Li Mu. She was acutely aware of Wang Longchang's previous condition. At times, he would cough so violently that he could hardly sleep. Even when he managed to suppress the cough, worry would keep him tossing and turning. As his wife, she felt a deep sense of concern. It was unexpected that a mere student like Li Mu could eliminate Wang Longchang's significant troubles, aiding him in reaching a higher echelon.
Upon returning home,
Bai Taiwei conversed with Li Mu for quite some time before sending him off.
Just after Li Mu's departure,
an elderly man slowly descended the stairs from the second floor of the Wang residence.
This elder exuded a presence far more formidable than that of Wang Longchang.
A mere exchange of glances felt as though a sharp sword hung overhead, as if any ill intent would result in dire consequences.
Chapter 34, The Elder's Observational Period. Wang Longchang slightly bowed.
The individual before him was none other than his father-in-law. Bai Taiwei casually seated herself and inquired of the elder.
"Father, what are your thoughts on this child?"
The elder did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached with his hands clasped behind his back, turning to Wang Longchang and asking, "Longchang, please share your perspective." Wang Longchang respectfully replied, "Father, I hold this child in high regard for 3 reasons. Firstly, he has shown me kindness and possesses a remarkable purity of spirit.
Secondly, his innate understanding is extraordinary. He is a genius in the realm of martial arts. Lastly, with an F-grade talent, he has triumphed in the Abyss's inaugural battle, displaying both courage and strategy.
The potential of this individual far exceeds common perceptions. It is merely a matter of time before he flourishes. Naturally, it is only a matter of time before the Heavenly Society takes notice of him. It is precisely for this reason that I wish to safeguard him. Should such a talent fall into the clutches of the Heavenly Society, the consequences would be dire.
If Li Mu reaches his full potential, he will undoubtedly become a formidable ally for humanity." Bai Taiwei nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his sentiments.
Indeed, in recent years, the Heavenly Society had become increasingly audacious.
The persecution of exceptional talents was growing ever more difficult to thwart, warranting a more focused approach. After their discourse, both turned their gaze toward the elder.
Had Li Mu been present, the mere mention of the Heavenly Society would have undoubtedly sent shivers down his spine.
The Heavenly Society,
a nefarious global organization composed of elite individuals from all walks of life. Yet, they tormented gifted martial artists and seized resources from the abyss, committing unspeakable atrocities. The true intent of the Heavenly Society remained shrouded in mystery.
However, one thing was certain: they were omnipresent.
They had infiltrated every nation,
with their influence permeating all levels of society, from the elite to the common folk.
Yet, members of the Heavenly Society appeared indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Their only subtle marker was a pair of golden eyes, which manifested only when they revealed their affiliation with the organization. In everyday life, they blended seamlessly into the crowd. Those who had encountered the golden eyes faced a grim choice: either join the Heavenly Society and be complicit in their machinations, or face a relentless pursuit to the death. The Heavenly Society can be regarded as humanity's greatest threat, second only to the abyss itself. Their persecution of exceptional martial artists served to eradicate the promising seedlings of rival factions, undoubtedly weakening the strength of humankind against the abyss.
After a moment of contemplation,
the elder nodded slightly and remarked, "I agree to enter the observational period."
Wang Longchang was overjoyed, offering a deep, respectful bow. "Thank you, esteemed father-in-law."
The elder chuckled, "Longchang, your willingness to present such a request indicates your genuine affection for this child. Now, with the formalities concluded, you two may take your leave. I wish to await the return of my precious granddaughter here." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them, casting a glance at the time as he spoke.
Wang Longchang and Bai Taiwei exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads before departing the villa, each returning to their respective duties. After departing from the hotel,
the head of the enforcement division on Jixiang Road found himself in a rather dismal mood.
With a furrowed brow,
he entered the vehicle and momentarily forgot to inform the driver of their destination, sitting in the back seat in a daze.
Cold sweat continued to trickle down his brow. After a while, he finally uttered, "Return to the division." The driver promptly started the engine and headed toward the office. At that moment,
the minister retrieved his phone and deactivated the silent mode, discovering several missed calls, all from Li Daong and the elderly Madame Ma of the Li family.
Just as he was seething with anger, another call from Li Daong came through. He answered, and the anxious voice of Li Daong resonated on the line. "Ah, Minister Song. I'm so relieved to finally reach you. I've been trying to call you, but couldn't get through. There's been an unexpected turn regarding Li Mu.
He couldn't remain at the Jixiang Road division.
Could you possibly send someone to his home to bring him in? I know where he is staying." Upon hearing this,
the minister's wrath erupted.
"You fool, Li Daong. You nearly got me killed. Do not bring your family's troubles to me again." With that, Minister Song forcefully ended the call.
He dared not retaliate against the Li family, although their influence was waning. They still possessed considerable wealth and the ability to procure numerous favors.
However, he was not willing to accept any financial assistance from them, as his own life took precedence.
Meanwhile, Li Mu had returned to the blacksmith's shop. Hearing that her son had not faced any difficulties, Yang Suying finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Her younger aunt was in high spirits.
"Humph, they wouldn't dare to interfere with the champion of the first battle. The leaders and media are all watching," she exclaimed.
"Oh, my dear nephew is truly impressive. Tonight we shall feast extravagantly.
Come on, sister, let us go shopping." Although nearing 40, her aunt had a vivacious personality,
and her two children mirrored her exuberance.
Upon hearing of the grand dinner, they cheered for their cousin and their mother. Yang Suying's younger aunt pulled her away,
leaving Chen Jiaqing and Shen Jiafeng to excitedly surround Li Mu.
Hey, don't pester your cousin too much, you're giving him a headache," chided the uncle. "Dad, I'm just discussing something important with my cousin," Chen Jiaqing retorted, turning to Li Mu.
"Cousin, I also practice a universal technique with a spear. After watching your battle,
I'm eager to try using a staff instead. How can you be more formidable with a staff than a spear?" Li Mu, seeking to amuse the two, produced the Jinghua staff from his ear. At this stage, both children had yet to awaken their talents and were at the initial phase of the yellow rank, laying the groundwork for their skills.
Li Mu made his way to the smithy, placing the Jinghua staff horizontally between two iron tables.
"Come, pick it up." Instantly,
the two children dashed forward, eagerly vying for a chance to wield Li Mu's weapon.
This is indeed the weapon of a champion in battle.
and merely contemplating it evokes a sense of awe. Regrettably, when the two attempted to grasp it, it remained utterly immovable.
Oh! How could it be so heavy? Sister! Let's each take one side and lift it together.
The two of them strained and grimaced, but the 300-pound staff could only be shifted slightly, it was impossible to lift.
Curiosity piqued even the uncle. Oh! Nephew, what is the nature of this weapon? Allow me to give it a try. With that,
the uncle rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward.
Come on, Dad. Chen Jiafeng and the others cheered for their father. The uncle, a blacksmith by trade, though only possessing second-tier cultivation, was endowed with immense strength. He gripped the staff firmly, and with a surge of effort, the veins on his arms bulged like snakes. The staff was lifted, yet before the cheers of Chen Jiafeng and the others could die down, the uncle slammed the staff down with a resounding thud. The ground trembled slightly. Staring incredulously at the staff, the uncle exclaimed, "How can this weapon be so heavy? No wonder it could slay that gigantic python with a single blow." Nephew, do you typically store this thing in your ear? Li Mu chuckled and nodded, stepping forward to take the staff. With a gentle flick, he demonstrated a flourish. Previously, the three had been indifferent to Li Mu's wielding of the staff. But having experienced its weight firsthand, witnessing his effortless manipulation left them utterly astonished. Cousin, perform a demonstration. Chen Jiqi, filled with excitement, urged Li Mu to display his staff techniques. Not wishing to dampen the enthusiasm of his younger siblings, Li Mu declared with fervor, "All right." Subsequently, he kicked the staff into the air, catching it deftly as he executed a simplified version of the flowing cloud 5 shocks. He infused the moves with his own understanding, creating a grand spectacle that stirred the air like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, raising clouds of dust. Chen Jiqi and Chen Jiafeng cheered him on with admiration. Even the uncle shouted in excitement. He genuinely felt joy for his nephew. Initially fearing that his talent had been squandered, leaving the child's future bleak, he now realized there was no longer cause for concern. Meanwhile, as Li Mu performed, he activated the system, gradually augmenting the weight of the divine weapon technique. 300 pounds barely scratched the surface of the golden staff's weight. Li Mu needed to establish a modest goal first, 500 pounds to match the golden staff's weight. Thus, he continued to increase the weight of the divine weapon technique while feeling out the limits of the staff's heft as he performed. After emerging from his first battle, Li Mu's victory points stood at 488. Upon infusing 88 points, the weight of the divine weapon technique reached 328 pounds, making the total weight of the weapon 388 pounds. Upon reaching this weight, as Li Mu executed the flowing cloud 3 shocks, he suddenly felt a strain in his back and legs. While his cousins continued to cheer, they watched as Li Mu abruptly halted, leaning on the staff with one hand while clutching his waist with the other, slowly making his way back to his room. "Cousin, what's wrong with you?" Without turning his head, Li Mu inhaled sharply, his voice hoarse, "I've twisted my waist." Chapter 35, the champion mentor Li Mu returned to his room. Soon, Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiaqing brought the trauma medicine given by their uncle. Li Mu accepted it and dismissed them under the pretext of needing rest. Of course, he had not truly sustained an injury. However, he did feel somewhat overwhelmed when employing the flowing clouds 3 shocks technique. The weight of 388 pounds seemed to be beyond his capacity to manage. It was not only his body that struggled, it appeared that his mountain-bearing technique had also reached its limits. The strength of 1 tiger and 3 bulls could effortlessly lift 400 pounds, yet utilizing martial skills began to take a toll. Opening the system, Li Mu began to assess his techniques. Unranked celestial technique deepens understanding of practice skills for 50 years, broadening the Danci and fortifying the meridians, allowing for more spontaneous performance of any technique. Ear listening conceals a divine weapon within the ear cavity, enabling constant enlightenment in cultivation. Increasing speed to one of normal training pace. Divine weapon technique endows weapons with weight, currently at 328 pounds. Mountain-bearing technique increases strength equivalent to that of 1 tiger and 3 bulls. Stillness technique utters a command to immobilize the target enemy for 0.5 seconds. Consuming 10 of 1's true energy. Technique cooldown time, 1 minute. Fire-eyed golden vision, when activated, perceives the direction of true energy flow within the meridians, consuming a significant amount of true energy.
Naturally, techniques like the stillness technique and fire-eyed golden vision become exceedingly powerful when enhanced, yet their early effectiveness suffices. What Li Mu urgently needed was to elevate both his cultivation and physical constitution. Presently, he had only two avenues: body refinement techniques and body refining elixirs. Thus, Li Mu's gaze fell upon alchemy. He did not recall the great sage possessing the ability to concoct elixirs. He was well versed in consuming them, having often settled accounts with Taishan Laojun in the past. Could it be that through prolonged illness he had become adept at discerning the components of medicinal substances? However, aside from alchemy, the system offered many unfamiliar terms, such as the Fuxian technique and the divine soldier of heaven. Alchemy, costing 100 victory points, was not expensive. So he purchased it. Alchemy, based on the elixir formula: locate the necessary ingredients. When all ingredients are gathered, the celestial elixir is formed. Note, the system's elixir formula can only be refined within the system. It is of no use to ordinary individuals. Li Mu opened alchemy and found another skill tree below. Each node represented an elixir formula, divided into three main categories: chi, technique, and body. Currently, only one formula in the body category was illuminated: the inferior quality bone refining elixir. Li Mu was evidently dissatisfied and spent another 50 victory points to unlock a formula beneath it. Inferior quality solidifying elixir, 3-tiered demon blood, steel lotus, crane cry grass. Hiss. The 3-tiered demon blood was relatively inexpensive, costing around 2,000 to 3,000 for a small vial. The other two herbs, however, were costly. Both were hybrid cultivations of terrestrial and abyssal plants, yielding low quantities and maturing late. If fortunate, a small portion could be found for 20,000, if unfortunate, it could reach 30,000 for a portion with no stock available. A single pill costs approximately 50,000, two would amount to 100,000. This low-grade solidification pill is indeed sufficient, yet funds remain a pressing concern. It is impossible for him to approach Yang Suying for assistance, as she and her mother are currently residing at their aunt's home and cannot afford such an expense. Li Mu glanced at his victory points. 400 minus 150 leaves him with 250 points. He allocated 100 points to enhance the Tanshan technique. Consumed 100 victory points. Enhancement of Tanshan technique successful. Tanshan technique increases the strength of 2 tigers and 3 bulls. This directly augmented his strength by 1 tiger. Li Mu estimated that even if his divine weapon technique were to increase to 500 Jin, he would effortlessly wield the Tanshan technique. Now, he only needed to address his frail physique. With this thought, Li Mu withdrew the Jinghua stick from his ear. The automatic cultivation effect of the ear listening began to activate. At a mere 1 of normal cultivation speed, the effect was exceedingly subtle. Li Mu barely felt it. Only in moments of profound silence could he sense a trickle of spiritual energy continuously entering his body. He almost overlooked the benefits of this ear listening technique. In a bold move, he invested all remaining 150 points into ear listening. Consumed 150 victory points. Enhancement of ear listening successful. Ear listening conceals the divine weapon in the ear's cavity, allowing for constant enlightenment and cultivation at a speed of 6 of normal cultivation speed. Oh! Li Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the successful enhancement, he could distinctly feel pure spiritual energy converging towards him. His body assimilated this energy as effortlessly as breathing. Cultivators draw spiritual energy into their bodies through internal techniques, forging their danci, consciousness, and physical form. This process resembles the rigorous training of athletes, often tedious, monotonous, and even painful. Many resist cultivation precisely because it is not a pleasurable endeavor. Thus, numerous strong individuals opt to enter the abyss, engaging in life and death battles with monsters. Not only is their cultivation speed accelerated, but they also achieve frequent enlightenment. Now, Li Mu, unwavering, could engage in automatic cultivation at all times. What a blissful experience! Gazing at his depleted victory points, Li Mu yearned to plunge back into the abyss to slay a few monsters. It simply wasn't sufficient, far from it. That evening, the family joyfully shared a meal together. After a long day, Li Mu retired early, succumbing to slumber. The next morning, at Heishui High School, reporters congregated at the entrance. Most were from smaller media outlets. As soon as Li Mu approached the school gates, he was surrounded by a throng of journalists eager for gossip. They sought to inquire about his expulsion from the Li family and subsequent championship victory, as well as his thoughts on the Li family. They questioned his perspective on Li Xiaohua, who had exchanged his S-class talent but only ranked 31st. Li Mu was not averse to utilizing the media to strike back at the Li family, yet he understood all too well that if he spoke, these reporters would twist his words, searching for the most sensational angles. The likelihood of them accurately conveying his sentiments was slim. Thus, he entered the campus under the escort of the school's administration. However, there are 2 official media outlets authorized by the Ministry of Education that conducted a championship interview with Li Mu. This Li Mu is inescapable. Naturally, the interview did not delve into any sensational gossip but primarily focused on inquiring about Li Mu's insights, feelings, and those he wished to express gratitude to, with the aim of inspiring other students. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, Zhai Long sat at a table in a small restaurant, indulging in fried rice and occasionally pouring himself a few sips from a bottle of white liquor. The table already bore 2 empty bottles. At that moment, Zhai Long's eyes were dim, reflecting a certain weariness. A television mounted on the wall of the small eatery was broadcasting Li Mu's championship interview. Zhai Long let out a soft sigh and took another swig from the bottle he had just set down. He bore injuries unknown to others, which rendered him unable to fight. Despite possessing the prowess of a 5th-tier practitioner, he was relegated to the role of a teacher. Ironically, he was exceptionally suited for this vocation due to his teaching skills. At Tenglong High School, he had been the fastest to ascend to the role of homeroom teacher in the institution's history. Regrettably, during the Multimedia Hall's first battle in the Abyss, he had betrayed the school's leadership, an act witnessed by all. Although he had done nothing wrong, which school would dare to employ such a teacher? While his teaching abilities remained unrecognized, his betrayal was well known. Most crucially, he had assisted Li Mu, who remained oblivious to this fact. This is the essence of unappreciated efforts. After much contemplation, Zhai Long realized he could not remain in Iron Hand City. He had to consider departing to a new city to continue his profession. Only as a teacher could he barely sustain his medical expenses. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze back to the television. He saw a reporter pose a question to Li Mu. Li Mu, as everyone knows, you transferred to Heishui High School the day before military training. There are rumors online regarding your expulsion from Tenglong, which everyone acknowledges was not your fault. Do you harbor any gratitude towards Tenglong High School? Without hesitation, Li Mu replied. No. It is a fact that Tenglong High School withholds student resources, condones bullying, and exhibits a chaotic school culture. As a former student of Tenglong, I must voice this truth. If there is any gratitude to be expressed, it is solely towards one person from Tenglong High School, my former homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhai Long. Upon hearing this, Zhai Long's hand, which held a spoon, froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the screen displaying Li Mu. Mr. Zhai Long is the most exceptional mentor I have ever encountered. He has not only imparted invaluable knowledge in martial arts comprehension and practical training but has also advocated for numerous students who faced injustices, even using his personal funds to reward his outstanding pupils. Just 2 days before the Abyss's first battle, I broke through to the 2nd tier entirely due to the solid foundation that Mr. Zhai Long had laid for me over the past 2 years. Without him, there would be no practical achievements of Li Mu. Chapter 36, The Potent Efficacy of Vitality. At this moment, Zhai Long's fingers, gripping the spoon, turned pale, and the long handle of the spoon was distorted by his grasp. His heart was tumultuous as he gazed at Li Mu's face on the screen, feeling an unsettling tremor within. He cherished each of his students equally, but held a particular fondness for Li Mu. Following the untimely death of Li Mu's father, he had endured bullying from the Li family, and at school, he faced relentless humiliation from Li Xiaohong. Yet, Li Mu persevered with diligence, establishing a solid foundation and displaying exceptional insight. Who could possibly dislike such a child? Consequently, when Li Mu awakened his S-grade talent, Zhai Long stood silently behind him, applauding with pride. The injustice of Li Mu's expulsion ignited a profound anger within him. He never expected that Li Mu, upon leaving school, would still acknowledge him as a teacher, nor could he have anticipated that Li Mu would mention him in the media, elevating him to the esteemed title of champion mentor. However, this title held little significance for him. What truly mattered was that Li Mu remembered him. The child whose destined brilliance had been snatched away had not lost his future. With the prowess of a champion, he demonstrated to the world that one need not possess S-grade talent to be formidable. Zhai Long set down the spoon and glanced around to ensure no one was observing him. Rubbing his stubble with his large hand, he felt his eyes redden. He nodded repeatedly for an extended period, and a proud smile returned to his face.
Boss, bring another bottle of wine. At Blackwater High School, Li Mu had concluded the interview.
After bidding farewell to the reporters, Principal Lin Changming addressed him. Li Mu, if you hadn't mentioned it during the interview,
I would have completely forgotten. The teacher you referred to, is he of short hair, with a square face, and prominent brows and eyes? Li Mu looked at Yin Changming in confusion and nodded.
Yes. That individual spoke on your behalf in the multimedia hall on the second floor. At that time, Liang Hai was being evasive, and it was this teacher who stepped forward to provide testimony, directly exposing the falsehoods of Liang Hai and the vice principal.
However, he left shortly after.
I regret not mentioning this to you sooner, Yin Changming admitted with a hint of embarrassment. He genuinely did not know the details. Having initially perceived the incident as an internal conflict at Tinglong High School, believing that Zhai Long was merely taking the opportunity to undermine the director and vice principal.
Unaware that Zhai Long's actions were motivated by his concern for Li Mu.
Thus, he had not given it much thought, and naturally,
he had forgotten to discuss it with Li Mu.
It was only when Li Mu brought it up that he suddenly realized that the teacher had confronted Tinglong High School on Li Mu's behalf.
Li Mu was taken aback. Does this mean Teacher Zhai may have resigned? Yin Changming nodded. A pang of anxiety gripped Li Mu's heart.
He was unaware that Zhai Long had fallen out with Tinglong. His earlier comments had been an attempt to secure a favorable position for Teacher Zhai, as he sensed that Tinglong High School was on the brink of collapse. By bestowing upon Teacher Zhai the title of champion mentor, his reintegration into the workforce would be vastly facilitated, and indeed, Zhai Long was deserving of such recognition. The words spoken by Li Mu earlier were entirely sincere. Teacher Zhai Long undoubtedly surpasses the majority of educators in terms of teaching proficiency. His genuine care and affection for his students emanate from the depths of his heart.
Do you happen to have this teacher's contact information? If he does not mind, could you inquire whether he would be willing to teach at our school? Yin Changming, noticing Li Mu's despondent mood, proactively extended an olive branch.
However, he too harbored concerns about what to do if the individual declined to join the school.
After all,
while Heishui High School has produced a champion in the first battle, the overall strength of the students remains a stark reality. Even if the school's ranking improves and it gains access to more resources, enhancing the overall quality will require time. Whether he would be willing to endure hardships alongside Heishui High School remains uncertain.
Yin Changming is aware of this reality.
I'll ask him later, he said. Li Mu nodded nonchalantly, yet he had already formulated a plan in his heart. If Zhai Long were to lose his job because of him, Li Mu would undoubtedly make that call. However, he had already envisioned a better opportunity for Zhai Long, one that surpasses teaching. It would then depend on Zhai Long's willingness. Yin Changming did not press the matter further, instead smiling and saying, earlier during the interview, there was good news awaiting you. Your reward for winning the first battle has just arrived.
Come, let me take you to collect it.
Li Mu immediately felt a surge of excitement. Yet, an even greater thrill awaited him. The rewards for the Abyssal First Battle Champion left Li Mu utterly astonished, a cash prize of 1 million. A 20-cubic storage ring. A large vial of spiritual essence. A set of top-tier martial techniques. And 5 Abyssal Return Stones.
Although the items were few in number, each one was immensely valuable.
Just the spiritual essence and storage ring alone were worth no less than 600,000 to 700,000. Moreover, spiritual essence, being rare and hard to find, is a treasure. The practicality of the storage ring is exceptionally high, 20 cubic meters is quite substantial. After claiming all the rewards, the Heishui High School celebration commenced. Li Mu's mind was racing. He attended the celebration in a daze, then hurried to the herbal market. He had hoped to procure all the necessary ingredients in one go. However, after visiting 3 herbal markets and spending around 130,000 to 40,000, he managed to acquire only 2 ingredients for the solidifying pill. He then returned to the school's training room and booked a chamber. Li Mu began a thorough enhancement process. First, he turned to the vial of spiritual essence.
This essence aids in elevating one's cultivation.
Upon consumption and refinement, it significantly accelerates the training speed.
The large vial contained nearly 200 milliliters,
while the smaller ones typically do not exceed 40 milliliters.
Li Mu drank it all in one go.
Instantly, the whooshing heavenly immortal technique began to operate wildly. Li Mu was unaware of how others felt after consuming this essence, but his experience seemed to differ from the descriptions in the texts. He felt as though a funnel was positioned above his head, with spiritual energy pouring down like a long-suppressed spring. Through the force of gravity, he discovered an outlet,
beginning to frantically siphon energy into his being. A vortex of spiritual energy even manifested above his head. Li Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. This was the essence of the unranked celestial immortal technique.
Had it not been for this technique,
he would have been utterly incapable of absorbing such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy.
Yet, he found himself unable to discern whether this overwhelming influx of energy,
swirling like a tempest, was indeed a consequence of the celestial immortal technique.
Casting aside all distractions, Li Mu fervently channeled the technique to refine the spiritual energy, continuing this arduous process for a full 2 hours.
Only when he could no longer perceive any significant influx of energy did he finally cease his efforts.
As he opened his eyes, a divine radiance dimmed within him. With a long exhale, he felt a smile tugging at the corners of his lips.
Remarkably,
the pure spiritual energy refined by the unranked celestial immortal technique had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the second rank. He was now on the verge of breaking into the third rank. It had only been 3 days since he had just achieved the second rank. The transition from the first to the second rank required a solid foundation built over 1 to 2 years. A gradual accumulation that culminated in explosive growth upon the revelation of one's innate talent. This was something universally acknowledged.
However,
the notion of progressing from the early second rank to the third rank in merely 3 days was beyond Li Mu's imagination, leaving many to gasp in disbelief. Feeling the immense reservoir of true chi within him, Li Mu sensed that if he were to confront a third-rank giant python now, he would have complete confidence in facing it alone. After the exhilaration subsided, he retrieved several materials for alchemy. The system initiated the alchemical process, causing the ingredients to vanish,
leaving only a few scraps behind.
Moments later, the system produced 2 rather dark pills. Lower-grade solidifying pill 2, Li Mu eagerly consumed both pills in quick succession.
They dissolved instantly upon contact, swiftly entering his body.
However, upon finishing, he noticed an additional line beneath the notification of acquiring the pills. Lower-grade solidifying pill, strengthens the flesh and bones, fortifies the body, significantly enhances yang energy for a short duration, possessing potent invigorating effects.
Consume sparingly, as it may incite excessive heat. Li Mu, such potency.
Chapter 37, The Crown Prince of the Sacred Dragon Martial Academy. Upon finishing the explanation, Li Mu felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, igniting a fervent heat throughout his entire being. His mind began to conjure some rather impure thoughts.
Hiss.
Li Mu buried his fingers into his hair, tugging at his scalp in an attempt to regain his composure. His focus shifted to his body.
It must be said,
after consuming those 2 elixirs, he felt an intense warmth and itchiness enveloping his muscles and bones.
He clenched his fists with determination.
Previously, as an ordinary individual on Earth, he could scarcely comprehend the sensation of wielding power.
Yet now, he understood it fully.
The burgeoning sense of strength and the solid feedback from his limbs were the very essence of a man's confidence. Truly, the solidification pills worked wonders.
His physique was undeniably more resilient than before. Resilient? Wait, why employ such an odd descriptor? Damn it!
Li Mu vigorously shook his head. Pushing open the door to the training room, he resolved to find a larger space to test his skills with the Zhenyuan staff. With the effects of the 2 solidification pills, he felt confident he could effortlessly handle weights of 500 pounds, let alone 388. However, as he opened the training room door, he nearly collided with someone. A fragrant breeze wafted past him as the figure before him took 2 hurried steps back, gazing at him with palpable tension. To his surprise, it was a youthful girl, dressed casually yet adorned with the emblem of Heishui High School on her shoulder.
In their final year, Students were not required to wear uniforms but were mandated to display the school badge.
The school uniforms of Heishui High featured black with silver patterns,
tailored to fit the boys handsomely.
Most male students opted to wear them. However, the girls' uniforms were drab and oversized, often unattractive, leading many beauty-conscious girls to eschew them. This girl, however, possessed an alluring figure and striking beauty, standing tall among her peers, exuding an admirable grace. Her large, sparkling eyes were nothing short of stunning. Her name was Lin Yuya, the president of the Senior Student Council. Just that day, she had been performing at a celebration event. Lin Yuya looked at Li Mu with a hint of nervousness.
Li Mu, I need to speak with you.
I was worried about interrupting your training and wasn't sure how to get your attention. I apologize for almost bumping into you. As she spoke, she shyly bit her lip, revealing her pearly whites. Li Mu struggled to suppress a smile, his brow furrowing into a frown.
Lin Yuya misinterpreted his expression as anger, adopting a pitiful demeanor.
His voice took on a slightly hoarse quality as he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forearms.
Lin, may I inquire why you're wearing black stockings to school?
The girl paused, looking quizzically at the stockings adorning her long, beautiful legs.
It's for today's performance. Did you not see me dancing earlier? Besides, what I'm wearing can hardly be classified as stockings, they are knee-high socks, see? There's nothing on my thighs. Li Mu? What is wrong? Why are you trembling? Are you cold? Your face is quite flushed, do you have a fever? Oh. Someone, quickly help. Li Mu has fainted.
5 minutes later, in the infirmary, a group of students, both male and female, gathered around. Li Mu lay unconscious on the bed. While a physician in a white coat lifted his hand from Li Mu's body, the white glow emanating from it gradually receding. It's merely a clash of energies. His passion has overwhelmed him, but there is nothing serious, the physician, a man in his 40s and also a medical instructor, remarked, casting a puzzled glance at the classmates who had brought Li Mu in. Lin Yuya, anxious, inquired, "What does that mean, Teacher Hua?" The teacher stood up, hands shoved into his pockets, looking at Lin Yuya with a hint of annoyance. "You young couples need to be more careful." He sighed and shook his head as he walked out, adding, "Don't worry about him, he'll wake up shortly." However, his parting words left Lin Yuya's cheeks aflame. Young couples? Overwhelmed? Noticing the curious gazes of her peers, Lin Yuya's face turned crimson, and she covered her face with her hands, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why must the teacher speak so? It's mortifying." With that, she dashed to the corner of the room, seemingly seeking refuge in the wall-less crevice. Another girl retorted, "Stay away, you're laughing out loud." The infirmary was surrounded by 7 or 8 students, all appearing to have a good rapport, teasing each other without offense. "Oh, stop the commotion. Let us think about what to do now," a male classmate interjected, somewhat irritated. "The luxury car is here to pick up Li Mu, that shouldn't be a bad thing, right? We can just inform them that he has fainted." Lin Yuya immediately shook her head. "No. There is no need for outsiders to know that Li Mu has fainted, it could have repercussions for him." With that thought in mind, Lin Yuya took out her phone and sent a text. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Heishui High School, a black luxury sedan was parked at the entrance, beside which stood a male student clad in the St. Dragon Marshal Academy uniform. This student glanced at his watch and, growing increasingly impatient, said to Xiao Lingtong, "It's been over 10 minutes. Why is it taking so long? Is Li Mu dead or what?" Xiao Lingtong and the several students from Heishui furrowed their brows in response. "Could you clean up your language? Didn't we already send for you?" Xiao Lingtong mustered his courage to reply. Inside the opulent vehicle sat none other than the heir of St. Dragon Marshal Academy. Just minutes earlier, the luxury car had abruptly arrived at the entrance, and its occupants had demanded that Li Mu be brought out. Xiao Lingtong had initially thought they were there to cause trouble, but when several classmates emerged, it turned out that the individuals in the black car were indeed the Academy's prince. They insisted on merely picking up Li Mu, since it was not a confrontation. Xiao Lingtong feared jeopardizing Li Mu's situation and thus had called Lin Yuya. He explained the situation to her and asked her to summon Li Mu. However, After more than 10 minutes of silence, the male student, clearly a sycophant of the young master of the sacred dragon, scornfully yelled, "What are you, some kind of fool?
You expect me to speak politely? What can you do if I don't?"
As he spoke, he advanced a couple of steps. Xiao Lingtong and the others, clearly outmatched,
were left blushing with indignation.
The sycophant, noticing their timid demeanor, scoffed, "I'll give you 3 more minutes." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Lingtong's phone rang.
Upon checking,
he found a text message from Lin Yuya, stating that Li Mu had fainted and was uncertain when he would regain consciousness.
His expression changed slightly, yet he replied, "You can come at another time, Li Mu isn't at school right now."
The sycophant immediately stepped forward, nearly invading Xiao Lingtong's personal space.
"Are you looking for trouble? Are you toying with me? Don't you dare tell me you don't have his number.
If he is not at school, can't you just call him?" Despite being insulted to his face, Xiao Lingtong refrained from retaliating. In terms of strength, he was likely a match for the sycophant. But the risk of personal retribution was beyond his capacity to bear. Thus, despite his flushed face, he could only grit his teeth and endure.
I don't have his number. Li Mu has fainted, what use would calling him be?" He managed to stammer defensively.
"Damn." The sycophant, now furious, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to strike.
Just then, the back window of a black car slid down, revealing a languid voice. "Hound! Bring him over."
Xiao Lingtong and the others could see a relaxed youth seated in the back of the car. Indeed, it was the young master of the sacred Grand Marshal school. Beside him sat a strikingly dressed female student.
The sycophant immediately seized Xiao Lingtong by the neck, dragging him toward the black car.
The students from Blackwater High exchanged glances. They were all impoverished comrades, and should the other party resort to violence, they would undoubtedly intervene.
However, the current situation, which involved humiliating Xiao Lingtong without outright violence, was a delicate matter. Any intervention now would only escalate the confrontation.
Perhaps it was best to endure this slight after all. They had faced such indignities before. Xiao Lingtong found himself pressed against the front of the black car like a helpless chick.
Suddenly,
the young master of the sacred dragon extended his hand, gripping Xiao Lingtong's hair and forcefully pulling his face toward the car window.
Xiao Lingtong grit his teeth, awkwardly bent over, enduring the humiliation.
The scent of the luxurious leather interior and the gaze of the beautiful girl inside assaulted his senses,
starkly contrasting with his current loss of dignity. Xiao Lingtong's sense of inferiority reached its zenith. "I don't care what methods you employ.
Immediately, bring Li Mu before me. I am in a rather good mood at the moment, but should it wane, you will surely regret it." However, before he could finish, the sycophant interjected, "Young master,
Li Mu has arrived." Chapter 38, You will surely regret this. The sycophant gestured towards the school gate as he spoke. Indeed, Li Mu emerged, stretching his neck.
Behind him followed Lin Yuya and others, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Upon witnessing Xiao Lingtong being yanked by her hair in front of the black car,
their brows furrowed in concern.
As Li Mu stepped out, the prince released Xiao Lingtong. She pressed down on her hair, which had been roughly seized.
Yet the humiliation she felt was insurmountable.
Li Mu halted a short distance from the black car, tilting his head to peer inside.
"You seek me?" The sycophant frowned.
Pointing to the place where Xiao Lingtong had stood and barked, stepped forward to speak. Li Mu, puzzled, turned his gaze toward him.
"What breed of hunting dog are you?"
This provoked an immediate fury in the sycophant. He had sought the prince's favor, even requesting to be called a hunting dog, showcasing his loyalty.
However,
the mention of such a term by outsiders was absolutely forbidden. It was his Achilles' heel. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he strode towards Li Mu, raising his hand to strike.
Li Mu laughed, a gleeful and wicked laughter. In that instant, a terrifying wave of heat surged through Li Mu, his demeanor erupting like an active volcano. He retaliated with a swift slap aimed at the sycophant.
The latter was completely unprepared, feeling a tremendous force strike his face, followed by a numbness and darkness engulfing him.
His body was sent flying sideways.
In midair, consciousness returned, accompanied by the agonizing realization that his facial bones had shattered. It felt as if half of his teeth had been dislodged. He crashed heavily to the ground, attempting to rise but finding the world spinning around him.
Witnessing this spectacle,
The students of Heishui High stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Yuya and a few others who had accompanied him to the infirmary mourned for the sycophant.
Why provoke anyone? Of all people, why him? His fury is nearly unbearable.
The onlookers murmured, astonished. As expected of the champion of the first battle, his temper is indeed formidable. The rear door of the black car swung open, revealing the tall figure of Zhaoyi, the prince of Shanglong Martial Academy.
Leaning against the car door,
he lit a cigarette with a snap and leisurely took a puff, observing Li Mu with keen interest. Xiao Lingtong quietly approached Li Mu, whispering, "His name is Zhaoyi, the son of the principal of Shanglong Martial Academy, known as the Shanglong Prince.
He is indeed a figure of considerable influence among students of Dongqing District's foremost high school."
Xiao Lingtong feared Li Mu might be unaware of Zhaoyi's status and inadvertently offend him gravely.
"Well done. You possess some discernment," Zhaoyi remarked,
pointing at Xiao Lingtong with his cigarette. He then turned to Li Mu, saying, "Li Mu, I initially intended to invite you for a meal.
However, given the current turmoil,
it appears rather unseemly.
Thus, I shall be direct. I also wield a long spear.
Come to Shanglong Martial Academy and serve as my private sparring partner." As Zhaoyi spoke, he flicked off some ash from his cigarette, displaying a clear lack of interest. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Mu promptly declined. "There's no need to be so hasty in your rejection," Zhaoyi remarked, his tone imbued with a certain gravity. "I understand that you've become a bit inflated after winning the championship in the first battle. That's quite normal.
However, you will soon realize that this is the pinnacle of your achievements. Your growth will only serve to widen the gap between you and others. Thus,
taking yourself too seriously is rather pitiable." Li Mu nodded slightly, yet shook his head once more. There is some truth to that, but I still remain uninterested." Zhaoyi sighed, glancing up at the sign of Heishui High School with a hint of trepidation.
"I know you aspire to be the top dog. And this underperforming school treats you like a treasure.
You fantasize about resurrecting this dilapidated institution through your own efforts, relishing that indispensable sense of accomplishment.
However, I can assure you of one thing: if you do not intend to be my subordinate,
the resources of Heishui High School will barely rank in the top 10 of Dongqing District." His tone grew increasingly impatient as he made an overt demand for Li Mu to submit to him, tearing away any pretenses of civility.
"Oh? Do you possess such capabilities?"
Li Mu inquired, suddenly intrigued. Having secured the championship, he had significantly elevated the average score of Heishui High School. With the contributions of his fellow competitors in the first battle, it was feasible for the school to rank within the top 10 of Dongqing District.
Moreover, as the champion,
Li Mu would enjoy special bonuses. According to the unspoken rules, when ranking resources, schools with SRA-level talents, as well as champions and runners-up from elite competitions, would typically be favorably adjusted to encourage the nurturing of these exceptional students. Thus, Heishui High School was projected to rise to a resource ranking between 5th and 8th in Dongqing District, entering the second tier.
"I may not, but my uncle does,"
Zhaoyi replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Li Mu then slowly approached Zhaoyi, who, caught off guard, believed that Li Mu would not dare to act against him. To his astonishment, Li Mu swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face, followed by a forceful grip on his hair, pulling Zhaoyi's face closer to his own. The suddenness of the assault left Zhaoyi in a daze.
He had never anticipated that Li Mu would truly resort to violence. He could not report this incident to the enforcement department,
as that would only serve to ridicule him further. In a fit of rage, Zhaoyi forced a smile, his teeth clenched.
"Li Mu,
you truly have no idea how many bowls of rice you've consumed.
Do you harbor the delusion that winning a championship in the first battle elevates you to a level where you can contend with me? I genuinely pity you." Li Mu chuckled in response, tightening his grip on Zhaoyi's hair.
"It seems you two are under a bit of an illusion, Prince.
Do you believe the educational sphere is dictated by your family? Do you think I would suffocate and perish the moment I leave this school? Do you truly believe I would kneel and beg for mercy just because I cannot secure a spot in the top 10 resources at Heishui Academy?
I cannot fathom such a notion, Your Highness.
What reason do I have to fear a mere second-generation official like yourself? What can your family possibly do to me?" Li Mu articulated each word with deliberate emphasis.
seizing Zhao Yi's head and shaking it vigorously before delivering a sharp slap that sent Zhao Yi stumbling back against his own car.
Fury consumed Zhao Yi, causing his entire body to tremble.
It suddenly dawned on him what Li Mu meant. His family belonged to a prestigious academy, boasting formidable connections within the Ministry of Education and the Resource Department. As long as one was a student, regardless of whether they attended Shanglong Martial Academy,
they would regard him as superior. This was due to their obligation to attend school.
However, Li Mu's implication was clear: he could choose not to attend school at all. With his combat prowess, even joining the Zhenyuan Army would pose no challenge. He need not concern himself with the whims of the Shanglong prince.
Zhao Yi glared at Li Mu with a venomous gaze, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Fine. We shall see."
He dared not confront Li Mu directly. In the presence of a champion, his strength was utterly insufficient. Continuing down this path would yield him no advantage.
Seething with rage,
he retreated to the back seat of his car, which sped away, leaving behind the fallen hunting dog, ignored entirely.
The onlookers from Heishui Academy were left in shock. Who, indeed, was the true antagonist?
They felt as though Li Mu exuded an audacity surpassing that of the prince.
Yet most could only sigh in resignation. Ah! Li Mu truly embodies the spirit of swift retribution.
Such a person could never harbor inner demons, nor could he ever be subject to the whims of others.
What does it matter if he is the prince of Shanglong Martial Academy? He dared to utter grandiose words?
He would still have his hair pulled and be scolded.
Yet,
within their hearts, particularly in the heart of Xiao Lingtong, there resided a measure of gratitude.
Li Mu's actions today unequivocally signified his willingness to stand up for them. Did he truly need to grasp Zhao Yi's hair and offend him? It was merely a reaction to Zhao Yi's humiliation of Xiao Lingtong.
Li Mu not only supported his classmate but also diverted all of Zhao Yi's ire towards himself.
Zhao Yi could no longer contemplate targeting Xiao Lingtong.
His sole focus became his hatred for Li Mu. As Li Mu turned, he noticed Xiao Lingtong gazing at him with reddened eyes. He approached and draped his arm around her shoulders as they entered the school gates, with other students closely following.
Lin Yuya, somewhat anxious, inquired of Li Mu.
What if Zhao Yi's words hold truth? What if it truly impacts our school's resource ranking? Li Mu shrugged. That is a concern for Principal Lin to address.
Alas! Let us hope he navigates this challenge successfully.
Lin Yuya and the others felt as though lightning had struck above them. Everyone was momentarily frozen, observing Li Mu's retreating figure, which exuded a nonchalant disregard for others' fates. Xiao Lingtong burst into laughter, whether or not Li Mu genuinely cared.
Without Li Mu, the ranking of Blackwater Academy would scarcely budge. Even if it were to be affected, what of it?
The sole disadvantage, one might argue, lies in the possibility that if Blackwater Academy fails to secure a position within the top 10 this time, it may foster an impression of excessive self-satisfaction,
rendering it a subject of ridicule.
Chapter 39, Zhai Long's departure from Linyuan City after school in the afternoon. Li Mu did not return home for dinner. Instead, he proceeded directly to Dai Long's residence. Zhai Long often invited students over for meals and drinks, so Li Mu was familiar with his abode.
After a few knocks,
the door swung open, revealing a disheveled Zhai Long, who momentarily froze at the entrance.
"Teacher Zhai," Li Mu said with a respectful bow.
"Ah,
Li Mu."
Zhai Long snapped back to reality, casting a slightly awkward glance at his home, which seemed to lack an invitation for Li Mu to enter.
However,
Li Mu discerned that Zhai Long was not in a good state.
"Are the previous customs still applicable?"
"I've come to join you for a meal," Li Mu smiled. Zhai Long chuckled and, after a brief hesitation, opened the door to let Li Mu in. The interior was cluttered with various packages, indicating that Zhai Long was in the midst of packing. Li Mu was aware that Zhai Long possessed a rather small spatial ring, even if he were moving. He could barely fit half of his belongings into it.
"Teacher, where are you headed?" Li Mu inquired.
"I plan to develop my career in a big city, Linyuan City," Zhai Long replied nonchalantly.
Li Mu instantly grasped the implications.
Given Zhai Long's betrayal of the school, it was likely that no institution would dare to employ him. Although he had mentioned Zhai Long during an interview, it was evident that Zhai Long had lost his fighting spirit.
"Teacher, there is something I wish to ask of you," Li Mu continued.
Jai Long looked puzzled. I previously improved a technique in the Zhenyuan Army's Department of Techniques. The head of the department mentioned that they are in dire need of personnel. I wonder if you might be interested. The salary is certainly several times what you earn as a teacher, and there are benefits as well. The Zhenyuan Army's healthcare is undoubtedly superior, which would be quite beneficial for your condition. On the day Li Mu was invited by Professor Su and others for drinks. He had overheard Professor Su and Minister Song repeatedly lamenting to Wang Longcheng about their staffing shortages, mentioning that they had since increased the remuneration. Jai Long was an ideal candidate in every aspect, and even Qin Zhanya had expressed frustration over the lack of capable individuals. Given Jai Long's teaching abilities, he would be perfectly suited for the position. A recommendation to Qin Zhanya could even result in Li Mu earning a favor in return. Jai Long would not have to start from the bottom. Observing Li Mu's earnestness in seeking a path for him, Jai Long could not help but smile appreciatively. He gently patted Li Mu's shoulder. All right, no need to persuade me further, my mind is made up. I have longed to leave this city. My illness is beyond their remedy, only I possess the means to address it. My journey to Linyuan City is solely for my health. Li Mu furrowed his brow, realizing he could no longer persuade him. After a lengthy silence, he sighed, when will you depart? Jai Long glanced at the time. The airship leaves at 7. There is still an hour and a half. Then you must treat me to one last meal. Li Mu said, somewhat playfully. Ha ha ha, all right. Let us have a drink. Jai Long chuckled heartily. Li Mu's expression, with his neck craned, resembled that of a child who had been wronged, attempting to feign strength in front of his parents. Wait for me at the restaurant downstairs, I'll head down to meet you, he declared, before dashing out. Jai Long could only manage a wry smile. That cheeky lad didn't he even offer to help him tidy up. But then again, at his age, it would hardly be dignified to cry in front of him. By the time Jai Long finished packing and made his way downstairs, Li Mu had already arrived at the restaurant, where the two of them shared laughter and a hearty meal. Afterward, Li Mu personally escorted Jai Long to the airship camp. Just before Jai Long boarded, he waved at Li Mu, grinning, if you find yourself in Linyuan City, give me a call. With deep emotion, Li Mu stepped forward and enveloped Jai Long in a warm embrace. I will. Jai Long's hand froze mid-wave. After a moment, he gently patted Li Mu on the back of the head. Good lad, head back now, and may you have a bright future. Li Mu nodded, releasing Jai Long and taking several steps back. Without uttering another word, Jai Long turned and strode onto the airship. Soon, the airship ascended, and Jai Long, seated by the window, watched as Li Mu grew smaller in the distance, a look of contentment spreading across his face. It was only when Li Mu was no longer visible that Jai Long shifted back in his seat. However, just as he leaned back, he felt something poke at him from his jacket pocket. Curiously, he stood up and reached into his pocket, pulling out a card. To his astonishment, it was a bank card, accompanied by a note detailing its password and an amount of 500,000. The note bore a mere 5 words, wishing the teacher a swift recovery. Jai Long's ruggedly handsome face contorted in disbelief. Suddenly, he understood why Li Mu had not helped him pack and had instead waited for him. He realized the significance of that unexpected embrace. With both hands, he pressed against his cheeks, but tears began to flow through his fingers. Meanwhile, Li Mu gazed up at the vanishing airship, releasing a long breath before turning to return home. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Li Mu reclined on his bed, contemplating whether he should venture into the abyss the next day. After consuming 2 inferior solidification pills, he felt a marked enhancement in his physical condition. With his current physique, combined with the strength of the 2 tigers and 3 oxen technique, he estimated he could easily manage 500 pounds. Yet, he found himself devoid of any victory points. The earlier encounter with the hunting dog had not counted as a battle, yielding him no points whatsoever. His only hope lay with the monsters of the abyss. Moreover, his imperishable celestial secret had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, poised for a potential breakthrough. Engaging in combat with the abyss monsters could very well lead to his advancement. Should he succeed in breaking through to the 3rd tier? Li Mu believed that his divine weapon technique could easily handle 800 pounds without issue.
Thus, slaying monsters in the abyss would serve a dual purpose. He simply had to go.
Lost in thought, a knock resounded at the door. Li Mu opened the door to find his mother, Yang Suying, standing there. She strode in and promptly closed the door behind her.
Son, I need to discuss something with you. I would appreciate your advice. What is it, Mom?
Li Mu quickly fetched a stool for her.
Yang Suying sat down, a hint of melancholy in her expression. You know, it's quite inappropriate for the two of us to keep living at your aunt's place.
I've privately suggested moving out several times.
But your aunt refuses to entertain the idea.
Even when I offered her some money, she declined, insisting that she contributes to the household as well.
Moreover, we truly don't have much money right now.
So, I've been contemplating starting a small business. This way, we can cover expenses for groceries, cooking, and utilities ourselves. Otherwise, over time, while your aunt remains unaffected, your uncle might start to have his own opinions. Yang Suying rambled on, yet Li Mu listened intently.
Not the slightest bit annoyed. Observing her son nodding along, she playfully chided, Hey? You're not tired of your mother's rambling now, are you? In the past, he would become irritable after just a few sentences.
However, since being estranged from the Li family, it seemed his demeanor had significantly changed. This transformation was precisely what Yang Suying had hoped for, as she felt a newfound closeness with her son.
Indeed, I believe you're right, Mom.
Li Mu responded with a charming smile, then pulled out his phone.
I actually forgot to mention this to you.
The reward for winning the championship has arrived.
There's a $1,000,000 prize.
I spent over 100,000 on medicine and gave my teacher 500,000. That leaves us with 370,000. I'll keep 70,000 for myself, and you can have the remaining 300,000.
Yang Suying was utterly taken aback.
The impact of his words was overwhelming.
$1,000,000 prize? 500,000 for his teacher? Is that the teacher you mentioned in your interview?
Li Mu patiently explained the circumstances surrounding teacher Jai Long's illness and departure, which eased Yang Suying's concerns, leading her to believe that the money was indeed warranted.
However, she then advised, you should keep that 300,000 for yourself, you need the resources for your training more than I do. Just save your money, and I'll manage with what I can earn.
Li Mu was resolute.
Rest assured, I can earn my own money now. Knowing you have funds gives me peace of mind. After some deliberation, Yang Suying finally nodded, her face brightening. All right. That gives me the starting capital for my small business. Li Mu's expression darkened slightly. Mom, I didn't intend for you to use this money for a business. Yet, you are correct, we indeed need our own enterprise. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly brightened and asked, Mom, what was your talent again? Yang Suying paused for a moment. Brewing wine.
Chapter 40, Zhang Jiwei comes to transfer schools with a resounding clap of his hands. Li Mu exclaimed, yes, brewing wine.
Mother, have you not always yearned to establish a traditional wine tavern? You often lamented that had you not followed my father and become a housewife, you would have already made a name for yourself in the world of wine. Yang Suying's cheeks flushed at once, and she awkwardly confessed, in truth, I was merely boasting. While I do possess some talent for brewing, it is of an E grade. I nearly failed to gain admission to university. Had it not been for my modest charm and my pursuit of your father, you would not even exist.
Li Mu stood there, utterly astonished.
Is that so?
Yang Suying seemed to drift into a sweet reverie. During my university days, your father was a prodigious heartthrob, surrounded by beautiful girls.
But I was quite resourceful. With a few heartfelt breakfasts, I captured his attention.
I reveled in the opportunity to flaunt my success before those lovely ladies.
However, it was only later that I learned he had secretly harbored feelings for me. He was simply too shy to express it, words straight from his own lips. Yang Suying concluded with a proud smile. Mother, could it be that Father said that to spare you embarrassment? Li Mu interjected,
dousing her pride with a splash of cold water.
You little rascal.
Yang Suying replied with mock severity, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. Even if Li Mu's suggestion were true, it would only serve to illustrate how deeply Li Qianfeng adored her.
In any case, by the second year of university,
Your father had become a 6th-tier warrior and began to rise in prominence. At that time, he had the means, and all his earnings were spent on me. My talent lay in the realm of medicinal wines, a rather precarious field. The cultivation process demanded a variety of herbs, resulting in significant expenses. It was only with your father's financial backing that I could genuinely pursue my passion. After you were born, my responsibilities in the Li household multiplied, and I gradually relinquished my dreams. Yang Suying became lost in her memories, narrating her past with a gentle cadence. Li Mu listened intently, grasping the challenges of the medicinal wine domain. In terms of efficacy, it could not compete with pharmaceuticals, and in terms of flavor, it paled in comparison to fine wines. The top-tier brewing enterprises were replete with A and B grade brewers. Together, their talents, coupled with capital, could produce wine superior to what one might laboriously brew over countless hours. Moreover, the exorbitant costs of training a medicinal wine brewer made it clear that even a B-grade talent would struggle to sustain such an endeavor, while an E-grade talent was bound to abandon the pursuit altogether. Fear not, mother. Embark on this venture boldly, your son wholeheartedly supports your dream. Li Mu affirmed with unwavering resolve. Within the realm of mystical techniques, there exists a skill that amplifies one's prowess through wine. Although he had yet to master it, he knew it would be indispensable in the future. If there were to be wine, nothing would be more trustworthy than that brewed by his own mother. Moreover, she had once harbored such aspirations, and it was imperative that he lend his support. Yet, Yang Suying was perplexed as to why her son suddenly encouraged her to brew wine. But this endeavor requires substantial financial investment. Rest assured about the finances. Just pursue your passion. Under the unwavering encouragement of Li Mu, Yang Suying found herself unable to refuse any longer. She resolved to rekindle her dreams, beginning with the establishment of a quaint tavern. To be candid, Yang Suying had invested considerable resources into honing her brewing skills over the years. She could now craft several commendable medicinal wines with ease. However, to further refine her craft, relentless research would be imperative. Having come to terms with this decision, Yang Suying eagerly returned to draft her business plan. The following day, after the inaugural battle concluded and the gathering wrapped up, it was time to resume classes. Li Mu made his way directly to the abyss. There was no alternative, all the magical arts were clamoring for attention. He needed to expedite the acquisition of more victory points. Today, he intended to enlist in the reserves. He still had a substantial amount of merit and contribution points awaiting settlement. Wan Longcheng had assured him that joining the reserves would directly contribute to the military merit system. The military resources purchasable with contribution points were far superior to those available in the abyss, not to mention the greater flexibility in time. If he wished to escape the confines of the underworld, he could simply return to classes. Conversely, if he preferred not to attend, he could opt to venture forth to slay monsters. After all, attending school was merely a guise for Li Mu, who was reluctant to formally join the Zhenyuan Army while being tethered by its regulations. Meanwhile, at Heishui High School, a group of school leaders sat in the conference room, engrossed in the glaring school resource ranking announcement displayed on the large screen. The 17th position of Heishui High School was particularly disheartening. Yin Shangming and others wore somber expressions. The atmosphere at Heishui High School was not as rigidly stratified as that of other institutions. It was a place where camaraderie fostered collective effort, resulting in a more casual and unified meeting environment. This is outrageous. Clearly, there are those targeting us, one of the school leaders exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Our school has suffered a significant humiliation. But perhaps we should not be overly concerned about disgrace, someone attempted to console the group. This time is different. The media has been extolling our school since the inaugural battle. In the past, it might have been bearable, but now Heishui High School finds itself in the limelight. Many in attendance were aware of the latest news, which juxtaposed the jubilant celebrations at Heishui High School with the recent rankings. Terms like champagne celebration at halftime were thrown around, and some even suggested that Heishui High School was merely stretching its legs in tattered trousers. Ultimately, the more disparaging the remarks, the more sensational the discussion became. It was evident that the incident at the school gate had left a profound impact. Principal Shanglong's brother-in-law had deep roots in the resource department. Yin Changming sighed.
However, on the day of the inaugural battle,
the Deputy Minister of Resources seemed quite optimistic about Li Mu, someone pointed out, puzzled. That was merely superficial flattery.
Which leader does not offer a few encouraging words to a champion?
Furthermore, his admiration was for Li Mu as an individual, not for our school. Even if the school rankings may affect Li Mu in some way, it remains a separate matter.
However, do you truly believe that he would oppose his colleagues in the same department due to Li Mu? Such a notion seems utterly unreasonable.
Once the vice principal finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room. At this juncture, they found themselves devoid of any viable options, compelled instead to accept the harsh reality.
Initially,
they had aspired to ascend from T4 to T2, or even T1. Yet now, they had barely managed to reach the threshold of T3 from T4. As for the T0 rank, there were only 4 throughout the entire Iron Hand City, 1 in each district. All eyes turned towards the sacred Grand Marshal School,
the undisputed T0 institution in the East District. Not only did they possess the highest initial battle points, but they were also the sole school in the entire East District to house dual S-level talents. In light of all this,
it would be prudent to adopt a more optimistic perspective.
Without Li Mu's emergence, we wouldn't even have breached T3, would we?
Why dwell on such matters now?
Let us focus on our efforts, opportunities still abound.
A teacher finally expressed some enthusiasm. It is merely unfortunate, however, that the upper echelons of Tenglong High School have been scrutinized, placing the institution in a phase of restructuring.
Many students are actively seeking opportunities to transfer.
We were so close to seizing the moment. If we could secure a place among the top 10 in resource rankings, we would undoubtedly attract numerous students from Tenglong.
Now,
however, a collective sigh resonated among them.
Following their inaugural battle, the school harbored only 2 hopeful aspirations: to achieve a high ranking and secure more resources to enhance the overall strength of their students,
and to attract more exceptional students through favorable rankings, thereby elevating the school's status in a virtuous cycle. This was the reason behind Heishui High School's desire to host a gala and why the school leaders were so fervently animated.
It represented the culmination of many years of aspiration.
Yet, the outcome turned out to be so disheartening. Several hours had passed since the rankings were released. If transfers were to occur, there should have been some movement from Tenglong by now, given that the school was just across the street. Just as despair began to settle in among them, a series of knocks echoed through the door. One of the teachers opened it to reveal Lin Yuya, the student council president, standing breathlessly at the threshold.
With excitement, she proclaimed, "Teachers, there is someone outside wishing to transfer."
The teacher, taken aback, inquired,
"Is it from Tenglong High School? How many have arrived?"
"Just one person."
"One?"
"From Sacred Grand Marshal School, Zhang
Jiwei."
Chapter 41. The triumvirate gather at Heishui High School. Upon hearing the name Zhang Jiwei, all the school leaders sprang to their feet.
It was indeed the S-class prodigy, Zhang Jiwei.
Without waiting for the teachers to confirm, Lin Yuya anticipated their inquiries and thus proclaimed loudly, "Indeed.
Let us proceed," Yin Changming commanded, leading the group downstairs.
Upon reaching the plaza of Heishui High School, they were met with a throng of students encircling a spacious area. In the center stood a tall and strikingly handsome youth. His demeanor resembling that of a solitary pine, exuding an air of cool composure, it was none other than Zhang Jiwei. With a single shoulder bag slung over his shoulder, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the direction of the teaching building, unfazed by the murmurs and scrutinizing glances from the surrounding students. A cadre of school leaders made their way through the crowd to approach him. Only then did Zhang Jiwei divert his attention towards the assembled authorities.
"Good day, Principal Yin."
"Esteemed teachers," he greeted politely with a slight bow.
"Zhang Jiwei, you wish to?" Principal Yin Changming hesitated, uncertain of how to phrase his inquiry. "You wish to transfer to our school?" Such a proposition, if not uttered by Zhang Jiwei himself, would have been met with ridicule.
The immediate thought would be,
"What nonsense is this?"
However, Zhang Jiwei unfurled his backpack and produced a folder, from which he extracted a letter of recommendation.
Zhang Jiwei, S-class talent.
Peak realm of a second-tier martial artist, seeks to transfer to your esteemed institution.
I hope Principal Yin will grant me this opportunity.
One of the school leaders discreetly rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend the reality before him.
Zhang Jiwei transferring to their school? Requesting an opportunity? Fortunately,
Principal Yin Changming managed to maintain his composure, for he was no stranger to prodigies. After all, his own Li Mu was even more exceptional than Zhang Jiwei. Everyone was acutely aware that if Zhang Jiwei was not jesting and truly intended to transfer to Heishui High School, it could only be due to Li Mu,
who had once saved his life.
Many had witnessed his vow to repay Li Mu's kindness.
Suppressing his excitement, Principal Yin Changming accepted Zhang Jiwei's documents.
The file contained little of note, mainly a student record, but the letter of recommendation piqued his curiosity about its author.
Upon opening it, he discovered it was penned by Zhang Jiwei's parents, the Zhang Group.
The Zhang Group expressed that should Heishui High School accept Zhang Jiwei,
they would generously donate the construction of an A-class training facility.
Principal Yin Changming felt as though the world had dimmed around him. The Zhang Group was no fool. Zhang Jiwei's transfer to Heishui High School was an opportunity that was beyond their wildest dreams.
Yet, why would the Zhang Group offer to fund such a facility?
There were 3 reasons: first, to ensure the matter was foolproof; second, to support their son; and third, to convey a message to the outside world regarding the relationship between the Zhang Group and Heishui High School. This was an extraordinary opportunity that Heishui High School had scarcely dared to dream of.
Very well. I consent.
Welcome, Zhang Jiwei, to our school.
Yin Changming nodded emphatically,
extending his hand to shake with Zhang Jiwei. However, a sudden commotion erupted at the school gate. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the students of Heishui High, a narrow path was cleared. A towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, approached briskly, bearing a comically small backpack that seemed incongruous with his stature.
It was Lu Chenfeng. The students of Heishui High gasped once more.
He strode confidently toward them and, before reaching them, called out to Yin Changming, "Oi!
Principal Yin, good day. I wish to transfer here, may I join the same class as him?"
Upon seeing this newcomer, the leaders of Heishui High felt a wave of dismay wash over them.
Another S-rank talent had arrived. Lu Chenfeng was much more forthright than Zhang Jiwei, directly stating his intention to join Li Mu. Before Yin Changming could respond, Lu Chenfeng glanced sideways and instantly spotted Zhang Jiwei. Oh? The gunner is here too?
Zhang Jiwei shot him an exasperated look. And the surrounding students were equally at a loss for words.
An S-rank talent, known for their prowess, and he referred to him as a gunner? You too. Please follow me.
I am the head of the admissions department. Old Ma was the first to react, stepping forward to take their transfer documents. He was not as contemplative as Yin Changming and the others. His duty was to recruit new students,
with both of them wishing to transfer simultaneously.
He was eager to finalize the process before they changed their minds.
As Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng followed Old Ma to complete their transfer,
Yin Changming and the others could not help but have a singular thought: Li Mu was no longer just a student of Heishui High, he had become its totem. Just moments ago, the older administrators had been lamenting in the office, grappling with insurmountable issues. Although Li Mu himself was absent from the school,
his influence had effortlessly resolved all their predicaments.
The unfair resource allocation of Heishui High had made it a laughingstock, and Li Mu, the champion,
was at the center of it all.
The arrival of these 2 prodigies at such a crucial moment was clearly meant to bolster Li Mu's cause. Little did Yin Changming expect that this was merely the beginning.
The news of Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng's transfer spread swiftly. Within just half an hour, a multitude of transfer students from Grand Marshal School arrived, all expressing their desire to enroll at Heishui High. The atmosphere at Heishui High was electric. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Grand Marshal School, the assistant burst through the door and rushed to the desk. "Principal, we have a situation."
"Speak," replied Principal Zhao Hong, engrossed in a document without lifting his head. "Zhang Jiwei has applied for forced expulsion and transferred to Heishui High."
"What?"
Zhao Hong's brow furrowed deeply as he stared incredulously at his assistant.
"When did this happen?"
"Just moments ago.
I saw the news first and then checked Zhang Jiwei's enrollment status."
Zhang Jiwei directly submitted the breach of contract and the penalty for breach to the Academic Affairs Office.
The assistant presented the news to the principal. Bang!
Zhao Hong, upon reading it, abruptly slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet.
Typically, when a student transfers schools, it suffices for both institutions and the Ministry of Education to be notified. However, for someone of Zhang Jiwei's extraordinary talent,
schools often resort to signing bilateral contracts to retain such students, offering them exceptional resources in exchange for their commitment to remain for a certain duration.
Naturally,
Zhang Jiwei's resources were of the highest caliber. Yet, the penalty for breach was even steeper.
He could hardly fathom that Zhang Jiwei would dare to pay the penalty outright just to transfer.
Although the sum was negligible in the eyes of the Zhang group, the reasons behind it were perplexing.
Why?
Why would Zhang Jiwei take such a step?
Zhao Hong exclaimed in anger, venting his frustration, not directing it at the assistant. Nevertheless, the assistant's expression shifted multiple times, which did not escape Zhao Hong's notice. Do you know?
The assistant swallowed hard.
This may be related to the resource rankings.
Heishui University has only secured 17th place this time. Zhao Hong felt a tightening in his chest.
How could this be? Wasn't Heishui University's predetermined ranking 7th? The assistant understood that this matter could not remain concealed for long.
It would inevitably come to light, and he might as well come clean early.
Yes, sir.
He had a confrontation with Li Mu yesterday and threatened to lower Heishui University's resource ranking. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong felt darkness clouding his vision. He quickly pieced together the sequence of events. His brother-in-law, who was also his son Zhao Yi's uncle, was one of the deputy ministers in the resource department.
To avoid suspicion, this connection was known to few. The rise of Shanglong Marshal School was entirely reliant on this relationship. The previous day, he had arranged for his son to approach Li Mu, who, despite being of F-level talent, seemed to have some connections in the military, making him appear useful enough to invite to Shanglong Marshal School. However, upon returning from this meeting, Zhao Yi informed him that Li Mu was unwilling to come,
without mentioning any conflict. In retrospect, it was evident that Zhao Yi had called his aunt, seeking her intervention, and she had consequently pressured her husband, manipulating the resource rankings from behind the scenes. Just a fleeting thought about the potential repercussions sent chills through Zhao Hong's bones.
Optimistically, losing a prodigious student like Zhang Jiwei would lead to a decline in Shanglong Marshal School's standing.
Conversely, if matters escalated negatively and the connection with his brother-in-law were exposed,
not only would Shanglong Marshal School suffer, but his brother-in-law would also face scrutiny.
At that point, it would indeed be a descent into irreparable ruin. Chapter 42, The Reserves Are Just Minor Trash. The orchestrator of it all, Li Mu, has completed the military induction ceremony in the Abyss.
By joining the reserves,
Li Mu's information has been entered into the military system, thus, he is officially part of the reserves.
However, he has already accumulated 50 merit points, 1,000 contribution points, and a third-class merit badge.
This merit was earned through his enhancements to the Lu Yun Sanjin. In the military, the most recognized form of merit is battle achievements. Apart from warfare, all other military contributions are often converted into military medals.
This is due to the military's admiration for strength. No one respects a weak officer lacking combat prowess.
Merit points serve as a standard to assess officers, ensuring the obedience of the Zhenyuan Army. Of course, it does not imply that officers with numerous medals are necessarily inferior to those with combat achievements, rather, combat officers are generally more suited for leading troops and hold higher esteem among soldiers. Conversely, officers adorned with numerous medals, despite possibly holding lower ranks, wield considerable influence and are highly regarded by senior officials, much like individuals such as Professor Su and Minister Song, who possess many badges yet hold modest ranks,
yet are immensely respected.
At the Zhenyuan Army base, Li Mu has donned the Zhenyuan uniform, predominantly black and sharply tailored. The back and chest feature a blue circle encasing golden clouds, within which the character is prominently inscribed.
The black backdrop symbolizes the endless darkness of the abyss,
while the blue circle and clouds represent the view of the abyss from the entrance. The mission of the Zhenyuan Army is to prevent the abyssal creatures from traversing this portal back into the human world.
Surveying the expansive Zhenyuan Army base, Li Mu was taken aback by its vastness.
The base is exceptionally spacious and orderly, bustling with countless soldiers.
Noticing Li Mu's astonishment, Qin Zhanya proactively introduced.
To your left is the accommodation area, the leisure zone, and the dining area, all of which can be accessed using contribution points.
To your right are the mission area,
supply zone, and training ground, where you can accept and complete tasks. The Zhenyuan Army typically operates in 5-member teams, with patrol missions being the most common. Your arrival coincides perfectly with a shortage of personnel for the patrol missions suitable for your current stage. The first battle of the Abyss in the Eastern District has concluded. Now we turn our attention to the Southern District, which commences military training today. Within 3 days, we need to clear a significant area marked in red and yellow,
akin to your previous battlefield.
As Zhenyuan finished speaking, his tactical watch beeped, causing him to frown.
Instructor Qin, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead.
I will explore on my own, Li Mu said promptly. He had intended to handle his military paperwork today but was pleasantly surprised by Zhenyuan's initiative to guide him through the process. Being accompanied by such a high-ranking officer drew the gaze of nearly everyone along the way, leaving Li Mu feeling somewhat uneasy.
Very well, then feel free to explore. And if you need anything, just give me a call. Zhenyuan nodded and swiftly departed.
As he watched Zhenyuan exit the base's main hall, Li Mu made his way directly to the mission area. The task zone was bustling with people, however, the number of individuals at the task exchange window was relatively modest.
Li Mu approached one of the task windows and inquired, "Excuse me, could you kindly show me the available missions?"
The young female soldier at the counter responded with a warm smile and nodded, drawing a semi-transparent large screen before Li Mu.
"Please scan your tactical watch first."
Li Mu extended his watch, which had consolidated all his information. Scanning it was akin to logging in, allowing his abilities, skills, weapon types, and other essential details to manifest on the system. At the peak of the second rank, you are well suited for patrol missions in the first and second rank areas. There are several teams on standby, you may select from them, the female soldier patiently instructed Li Mu as he navigated through the task list on the screen. The semi-transparent display categorized the missions. With the majority being patrols in the first rank area and second rank area, there were also other tasks such as remote escort and resource collection. Further down the list were missions like blind zone exploration, special area exploration, and specific boss elimination, however. These options were marked as unavailable for Li Mu due to his insufficient rank, as the minimum requirement for those tasks was the third rank for martial artists.
At present,
Li Mu had no intention of exploring other missions, he needed to earn points, and patrol missions were the most fitting choice. I would like to select a patrol mission in the second rank area, he indicated, pointing to one of the categories.
Very well.
As this is your first mission in the reserves, you cannot apply for personal combat.
The second rank patrol mission does not offer merit bonuses.
And your tactical watch will automatically detect the resentment value of monsters upon their demise to calculate your contributions.
The more damage you inflict during the monster's defeat,
the greater your contribution will be, the young lady explained with patience. Li Mu nodded in understanding.
Team operations were essential to prevent any opportunistic behavior.
The tactical watch featured a resentment detection function. In simple terms, the more effort one contributed to defeating a monster, the higher their contribution would be.
Minimal effort would yield a correspondingly lesser contribution, while no effort would result in none at all. This contribution value was assessed based on the intensity of damage inflicted upon the monster. Thus, it was entirely fair and just. The recording function of the task recorder served to deter soldiers from engaging in any inappropriate conduct or to identify special monsters, secret realms, or resources. The command center would intervene immediately, utilizing battlefield live streaming to swiftly acquire situational awareness and provide appropriate directives to avert crises. All right.
We have successfully matched you with a team that is currently 1 member short, please hold on. The young lady smiled as she spoke, extending her palm in a particular direction. Li Mu followed her gaze. Not far away, 4 martial artists, either seated or standing, engaged in casual conversation.
Simultaneously turned their attention to the tactical watch.
Subsequently, the 2 who had been sitting rose, brushed off their trousers, and all 4 approached.
Among them were 3 men and 1 woman, the latter of whom was somewhat attractive.
The captain at the forefront seemed to possess a third-tier cultivation level. As they reached the counter, the young lady proactively introduced them. This is the loyalty squad, and he is a reserve martial artist on his first mission. Armed with a staff. Although he is a reserve, he is the champion of the Eastern District in the Abyss's inaugural battle and currently studies at Heishui High School.
The last part was an explanation given by the young lady on behalf of Li Mu. However,
the four members of the loyalty squad simultaneously turned their gazes toward Li Mu, particularly the woman, who did not conceal her disdain. The captain, devoid of emotion, addressed the counter lady, stating, "Apologies, but we intend to head to the third-tier area and do not wish to take on any newcomers." Though they were part of the military, squad missions could not rely solely on enforced team formations. If there was significant hostility among squad members, it would severely impact their combat effectiveness. The counter lady, caught off guard by the loyalty squad's refusal, awkwardly glanced at Li Mu. At that moment, the woman coolly remarked,
"Please add a note to our team formation information.
While cultivation level need not be excessively high, one must be a warrior forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Reserve students from universities are rather unsuitable for our team." As she spoke, she did not even spare a glance at Li Mu. Yet, her words were pointedly directed at him. In truth, this sentiment was not hers alone. The majority of the Zhenyuan Army, especially those who had undertaken missions, believed that having seen blood, even students of equal cultivation levels were merely sheltered flowers in their eyes, incapable of handling monsters and utterly useless. Even if a student had higher cultivation, they would still deem the student's practical experience inferior to that of these battle-hardened warriors.
Such hostility was deeply entrenched within the Zhenyuan Army.
Li Mu, on the other hand, remained unfazed. He shrugged and told the counter lady, "It doesn't matter to me whom I team up with, just find me a squad." The female warrior had anticipated that Li Mu would respond with indignation. Yet she was taken aback when he too did not look her way. Moreover, his statement, implying that any team would suffice, suggested that even a random team would be superior to theirs. This infuriated her. Their squad was formidable, especially with her beauty among them. Yet, Li Mu displayed such nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by their rejection. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind the group.
"We are willing to take you."
Chapter 43, I believe your position is quite suitable. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was a robust young man, with a crew cut and a slight stubble adorning his chiseled face, his bright and sharp eyes gleaming with intensity. "The Vanguard squad is currently in need of an additional member," he declared, extending his large hand towards Li Mu. Li Mu shook his hand and introduced himself, "Li Mu."
"Ma Jun,"
the burly captain replied, revealing his name before turning to introduce his three teammates one by one.
Coincidentally, among this group was a strikingly beautiful girl.
A warrior whose physique, appearance, and demeanor far surpassed that of the female warrior from the loyal squad. Her beauty was breathtaking, and a sense of valor radiated from her features. Remarkably, her cultivation level was at the third rank, even higher than that of the woman from the loyal squad. In fact, only Captain Ma Jun and this stunning warrior named Zhao Meiting shared the third rank in the Vanguard squad, while the other two members were at the pinnacle of the second rank. During their introductions, each of them mentioned their weapons and talents, demonstrating their sincerity. Li Mu promptly agreed to join the Vanguard squad. The young lady at the counter quickly incorporated Li Mu into Ma Jun's team.
In truth,
any warrior could utilize their tactical watch to form teams, appointing themselves as captain and freely selecting 4 teammates to remotely accept missions. However, many teams were not fixed. Finding 4 compatible and harmonious companions was a considerable challenge. Thus, the mission area served as a talent market, where individuals gathered to fill vacancies in their teams.
The entire process of Li Mu joining the Vanguard squad was observed by the loyal squad nearby. Particularly,
the sight of Zhao Meiting from the Vanguard squad ignited an overwhelming sense of jealousy among the beautiful members of the loyal squad. When they witnessed Li Mu being absorbed into the Vanguard, the female warrior of the loyal squad scoffed derisively.
Regrettably for them, the members of the Vanguard squad,
including Li Mu, departed from the mission window in high spirits, oblivious to her deliberate display.
Once outside the base hall,
the group made their way directly to the teleportation zone. The teleportation portals were divided into random and designated types, however, both aimed for safe zones. Even when undertaking exploration missions in blind zones, they would gradually expand outward from these safe areas.
The group teleported directly to the second-rank patrol area.
As they entered the combat zone, they simultaneously drew their weapons.
Ma Jun wielded a broad and hefty saber,
measuring about 1 meter 30 to 40 centimeters in length and 2 palms wide, quite substantial in weight. Zhao Meiting, on the other hand, brandished a longbow, marking her as a ranged archer. The other two members, one named Zhang He, carried a spear, while the other, named Song Biao, bore a single knife. After briefly surveying their surroundings, they summoned their steeds. The horses belonging to Ma Jun and his companions appeared to be slightly smaller than Li Mu's. When the group laid eyes on Li Mu's steed, they simultaneously gasped in astonishment. "Wow! Brother, you really have an exquisite warhorse, don't you?" Zhang He could hardly conceal his envy, almost succumbing to the urge to reach out and touch the horse's sleek mane. "Indeed, it is a remarkable specimen," Li Mu chuckled, not revealing that his steed was a rare gem. Zhao Meiting's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the cloak draped over Li Mu's shoulders. "Is that cloak referred to as the greater and lesser cloak? A true treasure." Have you seen it before?" Li Mu wondered, surprised by this woman's extensive knowledge. Zhao Meiting nodded. "I encountered it in the Premium Treasure District. It seems one can only purchase it with a merit score above 360. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances with Li Mu. It was a stroke of luck, having achieved a minor accomplishment. Li Mu chuckled awkwardly, and everyone else followed suit, opting not to pry further, as it would be rather impolite. This only underscored Li Mu's prowess, and his teammates, they were pleased for him. Zhao Meiting also smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. In truth, she had one more thought she did not voice, that she was exceedingly fond of this cloak. When she first laid eyes on it in the Premium Treasure District, she had set her heart on it, never expecting Li Mu to acquire it first. Yet, she felt unable to express such sentiments, as it might imply a covetousness towards his treasure. Ma Jun glanced at his tactical watch, then pulled the reins, indicating a direction. "Over there, we must clear this red zone to yellow." The colors represented the density of the area, ranging from low to high: green, yellow, red, and black. The examination zone could only reach yellow. Thus, they needed to transform this red area into yellow, knowing that numerous teams were likely already engaged in the task. With Ma Jun's command, the horses surged forward. Not long after, they encountered a creature, a monstrous hyena known as the Earth Dog, at its peak of the second rank. Towering in size, these beasts measured nearly 2 meters, with the largest reaching 4 or 5 meters. With their muscular hind limbs, they could stand and run on their hind legs. To someone like Li Mu, who hailed from Earth, their appearance struck an eerie note. When hyenas boasted muscles more bulging than those of a gorilla, running upright, it painted a bizarre picture, especially as these beasts set their greedy gazes on the warhorses rather than on Li Mu and his companions. "Dismount!" Ma Jun bellowed, prompting everyone to swiftly dismount and rein in their steeds. The 5 of them advanced together. The first rule of the Abyss: when hunting a lion, one must exert all their strength, even when confronting a mere rabbit. It would be foolish to think that a charge from their horses and a single strike could vanquish a creature of equal rank. Monsters possess countless ways to topple your steed and seize your life while you're sprawled on the ground. Ma Jun took the lead, leaping forward to unleash a strike. The Earth Dog ferociously lunged at his blade, its jaws tearing through flesh and yet managing to grasp the long sword, twisting its body and nearly unseating Ma Jun. With a fierce roar, Ma Jun stomped his left foot firmly against the ground, leveraging a tremendous force to pull back the sword while simultaneously causing the Earth Dog to stumble. Zhang He swiftly advanced, thrusting his spear toward the head of the Earth Dog. The dog, momentarily deprived of its weight, contorted its body just in time to narrowly evade the strike. However, Zhang He deftly shifted aside, and a fierce arrow suddenly hurtled toward them. The arrow whistled through the air with a piercing sound, striking the Earth Dog squarely in its right eye. Howling in agony, the dog tumbled to the ground, emitting a series of frantic roars, only to be met by a powerful downward stroke from the heavy blade, severing its head. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing rapidity, leaving Li Mu no opportunity to intervene. It was evident that the trio had collaborated before, their synergy fluid and efficient. Li Mu observed keenly, noting that the heavy blade's final charged strike employed a technique akin to the iron cut. Yet, when Zhang He initiated his assault, a gust of wind swirled around him, seemingly quickening the attack speed of all allies within that vicinity. Zhang He's innate talent bore an auxiliary quality, enhancing the swiftness and accuracy of the heavy blade strikes, a splendid synergy indeed. The only valuable possession on the Earth Dog was its hide. The heavy blade wielder glanced back at the others and sheathed his weapon. Whoever desires it may take it, it hardly requires effort. He then summoned his steed.
And the others, disinterested, mounted their horses as well.
Li Mu surmised that aside from himself, even with storage rings, the 4 individuals would possess little in terms of valuables. Stripping the bloodied hide from the dog would yield a meager sum, hardly worth the trouble. The heavy blade wielder turned to Li Mu, stating, "Team combat emphasizes coordination.
Observe a few more monsters and seek your role within the fray."
Li Mu nodded in agreement.
In the previous encounter, the heavy blade wielder had taken the lead, absorbing the brunt of the monster's attacks.
Zhang Yi had struck, and when he missed, Zhao Meiting delivered precise strikes to severely wound the creature,
followed by the heavy blade wielder landing the finishing blow.
Their roles were distinctly defined. As the group continued to gallop toward their target area, they encountered more monsters,
seamlessly coordinating their efforts, with even Song Biao contributing twice.
After defeating the 6th monster, as they mounted their steeds, the heavy blade wielder inquired of Li Mu,
"What do you think? Which position do you feel suits you? You should also engage in the next encounter." Li Mu pointed toward the heavy blade wielder, indicating that position.
Chapter 44, Fog. Upon hearing these words from Li Mu, the group exchanged glances, followed by a shared chuckle.
Ma Jun inquired with a smile, "Are you referring to the vanguard?"
In every battle, Ma Jun had always been at the forefront, often inflicting wounds upon the monstrous foes with his blade. Even if he could not achieve a grand feat, his robust physique and formidable skills allowed him to withstand the monster's retaliatory strikes, buying precious time for his comrades. Thus, the role of the vanguard that Li Mu spoke of was, unexpectedly, his own position. Li Mu nodded affirmatively.
"Ha ha ha, splendid.
Now it's your turn to give it a try," Ma Jun responded with a hearty laugh, showing no signs of anger. Being a vanguard is no simple task.
"Are you certain?"
Zhao Meiting interjected with a smile. Their expressions bore no trace of disdain towards Li Mu, yet they could not help but perceive him as somewhat impetuous,
especially considering he was the champion of the Abyss inaugural battle.
Witnessing Ma Jun's formidable presence inevitably sparked a sense of rebellion within him, which was quite natural.
"Absolutely," Li Mu declared with unwavering conviction.
"This young brother is far braver than I."
Song Biao chimed in, chuckling. Having followed Ma Jun closely,
he had also attempted the role of the vanguard before.
However, unless absolutely necessary, he did not dare confront the monsters head-on.
His forte lay in agile guerrilla tactics. The so-called vanguard was the first to launch an attack on the monsters and absorb their initial fury.
Simply dodging was not an option.
After a light-hearted exchange,
the group pressed onward and soon encountered their 7th monster.
It was yet another pinnacle-level earth dog, but this one was impressively large, nearly 3 meters in height.
Appearing on the verge of a breakthrough. "Dismount," Ma Jun commanded, intending to remind Li Mu that he should take the lead this time. However,
he soon realized that Li Mu had already dashed ahead, deftly maneuvering to stand before him. With a swift flick of his feet, he approached the creature in the blink of an eye, delivering a sweeping strike with his staff. Li Mu noted that this type of monster never evaded Ma Jun's mighty blade, opting instead for a head-on clash. Such creatures were perfectly suited for his skills.
Meanwhile,
Ma Jun, witnessing Li Mu's powerful strike without any defensive movement, hurried to follow, prepared to support him at any moment.
Yet, he was taken aback by a scene that sent chills down his spine.
The earth dog lunged towards Li Mu, its jaws poised to clamp down on his staff. With a resounding crash, the staff effortlessly shattered the creature's menacing teeth, smashing through its jaw. The force of the blow drove a significant portion of the dog's head into its chest cavity, contorting its neck and exposed bones at an unnatural angle.
A powerful shockwave sent dust swirling in a circular pattern around them.
The massive body of the dog, propelled by its own momentum, lunged towards Li Mu but was abruptly halted midair by the strike, crashing to the ground with a thud.
A swift kill.
All those poised to support Li Mu stood frozen in place. Ma Jun, positioned closest, nearly twisted his back in shock at the sight. The air hung heavy in silence for a full 6 or 7 seconds as they all gazed at the lifeless body of the earth dog sprawled on the ground.
Once again, Li Mu stood before them, his face unperturbed, though the astonishment in his brow lingered. The term iron cutting style?
Trembled on Ma Jun's lips, his heart racing. He had observed clearly that Li Mu employed the iron-cutting style. Yet, he himself could only dare to use it at the conclusion of a fight. Monsters possess an instinct for combat. Should he attempt to wield the iron-cutting style at the onset, his blade would be too slow. The creature, sensing a formidable attack, would swiftly evade and counter from the side. He had experienced this firsthand with that rascal hound. After evading, it had bitten into his thigh, instilling a fear that rendered him unable to use the technique again. But why was Li Mu's iron-cutting style executed with such swiftness? The hound had clearly sensed the ferocity of Li Mu's assault, attempting to evade, yet it was too late. Li Mu's iron-cutting style was, in fact, swifter than his ordinary strikes.
A gift of talent, Li Mu nonchalantly remarked. For anything he could not elucidate or was unwilling to explain, he could easily attribute it to this gift of talent. After all, his F-grade talent had been acquired at a cost. He could merely claim it had mutated. Leveled up, what could anyone say?
No one could scrutinize his talent. The other three regarded this explanation with skepticism, yet there was no further inquiry, as he had spoken.
Goodness! Brother, if you continue to play like this, I fear we shall struggle to coordinate.
Zhang He, with his lively demeanor, dramatically lamented while tugging at his hair.
I had not anticipated it would be so easy to overpower.
Perhaps next time, refrain from the iron-cutting style.
Li Mu shrugged, speaking the truth. After all, it was his first encounter with such a monster, and he had approached the confrontation with respect, utilizing merely 1% of his true energy in the iron-cutting style. However, it now appeared that foregoing the technique might have yielded results as well.
In that moment, Li Mu allocated the recently acquired 36 victory points to his divine weapon technique. Consumption of 36 victory points, enhancement of divine weapon technique successful. Divine weapon technique endows weapons with weight, currently at 364 pounds. All 14 members simultaneously exhibited expressions of disbelief.
Not capable of being overpowered? Who could assert otherwise? In the ranks of the Zhenyuan Army, warriors did not regard the height of one's talent. They respected the strength demonstrated in battle. To judge one's talent within the Zhenyuan Army was to invite ridicule. If one disagreed, let their achievements speak. If they still disagreed, a fight would ensue. Yet, both Ma Jun and Zhao Meiting possessed B-grade talents, while the other two were at C-grade. They struggled to fathom how Li Mu's F-grade talent could be so astonishingly potent. But pondering was futile. The group promptly mounted their steeds. The prowess of a comrade was a tremendous boon. Excitement surged within them, leaving no room for jealousy. Such behavior would be utterly foolish. Well then, it appears I,
as the vanguard, may take a breather. However, you might indeed consider setting aside the iron-cutting style for now, to conserve your true energy and preserve your strength. The essence of teamwork lies in achieving the most formidable results with the least exertion. In order to allow his comrades to share the contribution points,
Ma Jun tugged on the reins and advised Li Mu. Indeed.
Li Mu, open to learning, acknowledged the validity of Ma Jun's words.
In the ensuing battle, Li Mu,
without resorting to the iron-cutting technique, wielded a stick weighing over 400 pounds, capable of inflicting severe injuries upon the monsters with a single blow. Whenever Li Mu participated, he inevitably garnered more than half of the contribution points, necessitating a rotation with Ma Jun to take on the role of the vanguard.
Otherwise, the other members would have no opportunity to showcase their abilities. However, it must be admitted that with Li Mu's involvement, the efficiency in slaying monsters had significantly improved compared to before.
The initial scene, where 3 of them effortlessly annihilated a monster, had indeed been quite smooth.
As they ventured deeper into the densely populated monster territory, encounters with 2 or 3 monsters simultaneously became increasingly common.
Li Mu's role became distinctly prominent. Even when 3 monsters attacked at once, the team maintained its composure. Meanwhile, Li Mu quietly reaped the victory points, continuously exploring the limits of his physical endurance.
Ultimately,
he increased the weight of the divine weapon technique to 675 pounds. Coupled with the weight of the stick itself, that amounted to a staggering 735 pounds. Li Mu had to concede that the 2 low-grade solidifying pills were indeed remarkable. His physical strength had increased considerably.
A weight of 735 pounds. If the Earth Dog were caught off guard, its skull would surely be shattered by Li Mu's strike.
There was no need for the iron cutting technique. However, at this weight, Li Mu felt that both his physical strength and the burden carrying technique had reached a most comfortable stage. Any further increase in weight would become somewhat strenuous, prompting him to pause the augmentation. Soon, he accumulated another 120 victory points. The coordination among his teammates grew increasingly harmonious. Nevertheless, as they encountered monsters more frequently and in greater numbers, they dismounted from their horses and opted to proceed on foot. After more than 2 hours, the color of the surrounding area appeared significantly faded. Zhao Meiting glanced at the tactical watch map and remarked to Ma Jun. The other members were also quite pleased with their achievements for the day, having doubled their usual results.
Alright, everyone, stay alert.
We should be gradually departing from the Earth Dog's territory, Ma Jun cautioned. He had not traversed this area often.
However, not far into their journey, Li Mu suddenly halted. Perplexedly asking the others, "Wait, is there something wrong with my eyes, or has fog rolled in?"
The rest of the group stopped, looking up, their faces paling. For in the mere seconds they paused, a thick fog had completely enveloped them.
Chapter 45, The Domain of Bone Spirits. Alas! Ma Jun bellowed, "Mount up! Let us depart!"
Upon uttering these words, he summoned his steed and galloped swiftly in the direction from which they had come. The others promptly summoned their horses to follow suit. Regrettably, they had not ventured far when a dense fog completely enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent.
Suddenly,
a terrifying roar erupted before them. It seemed that Ma Jun's horse had been overturned by some dread creature,
letting out a mournful cry as it crashed heavily to the ground. "Captain!" The remaining members of the group, running in a formation reminiscent of a flying flock, rushed past the fallen Ma Jun, catching a fleeting glimpse of the scene. Zhao Meiting, Song Biao, and Zhang He did not hesitate to rein in their steeds. They quickly turned their horses around to assist Ma Jun. Li Mu also halted his horse, activating his keen perception to survey the surroundings. Although his ability could only detect the flow of true energy, in this fog, it functioned akin to a thermal imaging device, allowing him to discern energy movements several meters away. In Li Mu's vision, Ma Jun and his companions appeared as clusters of green energy amidst the mist. Fortunately, the monsters were similarly visible.
At that moment, a colossal shadow was furiously assaulting the horses.
The anguished cries of Ma Jun's steed resonated through the air, as blood began to stain the fog. Ma Jun drew his sword, summoning all his strength to withstand a claw strike from the beast, and with a single stroke, he dispatched the creature. "Captain, mount up!"
Zhang He was the first to arrive.
Ma Jun, without hesitation, grasped Zhang He's hand and swiftly mounted his horse.
Just as he settled in the saddle, 3 monstrous figures suddenly charged in from the side. These creatures had a singular focus, leaping directly at the 3 horses with astonishing speed, almost instantly tearing apart the front of the steeds and sending them crashing to the ground.
Chaos ensued. At this moment,
Li Mu had also returned, leaping high into the air to retract his bone staff before smashing the skull of one monster with a powerful blow. The remaining members quickly dispatched the other 2 creatures. However, the 3 horses lay lifeless on the ground, blood pooling around them, barely clinging to life.
"Li Mu, take Meiting and flee. Find a safe place to activate the return stone," Ma Jun commanded without a hint of hesitation. At that moment,
their entire party consisted solely of Li Mu and one remaining steed. Though it was a fine horse, it could not possibly carry 5 individuals. Even 2 would hinder their speed. The air around them was filled with the resounding roars of approaching monsters, driven by a bloodthirsty excitement. The cacophony was akin to the wails of the damned, a haunting sound that seemed to stir the deepest fears within the human soul. Li Mu glanced at the fallen monsters and then at his technological wristwatch, his expression turning pale. There was no use in running.
Ma Jun, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Nonsense!
Whoever can run should do so. There is no need for everyone to make a futile sacrifice here.
This is an order."
Yet before he could finish his sentence, Li Mu unleashed an even louder roar, "Silence! Ma Jun, my achievements surpass yours. I am now taking command of this team.
All personnel, heed my command.
Immediately assume a defensive stance and advance 200 meters east. Check your communicators, activate the recording devices, and engage the tracking systems.
Execute without delay."
The squad member with the highest merit score shall assume the role of team leader. During our previous discussion,
it became clear that Ma Jun possessed a merit score of 35 points.
Li Mu had initially intended to keep his own merits concealed.
However,
given the urgency of the situation, engaging in fruitless disputes with Ma Jun would only squander precious time, thus he resorted to a rather brusque approach. Though Ma Jun was filled with anger and confusion, he dared not disobey. The others, amidst their panic, recognized Li Mu as their anchor and promptly complied with his orders. The team swiftly arranged themselves in a pentagon formation, adopting a defensive posture as they hastened towards the east, simultaneously checking on all that Li Mu had commanded.
As they moved, Li Mu elucidated, "This is the domain of the bone ghosts, a peculiar phenomenon of the abyss.
The teleportation array is ineffective here.
Returning to the city is impossible.
This fog continuously spawns third-tier bone ghosts, possessing an acute sense of smell and poor hearing. The roar we heard has ensnared us in a precarious situation. The stench of our steeds will only attract more creatures. The scent of the deceased bone ghosts will lure even more of them. We must relocate.
This fog has thoroughly disrupted our tracking. The military district will endeavor to locate us.
Once they ascertain our coordinates, they can guide us out of this realm. Conserve your energy, preserve your strength,
and await the signal for our escape."
Li Mu conveyed this information to the group with utmost urgency. Ma Jun and Zhao Meiting soon realized that Li Mu was the only one among them with formal education in these matters. Their understanding was merely superficial. Lacking the depth of knowledge he possessed, "I apologize, it seems I am inadequate," Ma Jun said, filled with remorse.
In the time it took to converse,
they had already covered over 200 meters. Li Mu commanded the group to halt and proceed cautiously. "You have performed admirably," Li Mu sincerely acknowledged. While Ma Jun may not have comprehended these strategies, he was undeniably a man of deep loyalty and integrity. Otherwise,
he would not have allowed Li Mu to lead Zhao Meiting to safety.
Nor would he have let his 3 comrades gallantly halt to rescue him. "But what if the military district cannot locate us?"
Zhao Meiting asked anxiously.
The ominous roars from the fog drawing closer.
Li Mu swallowed hard,
his palms beginning to sweat. "Then we must endure until the fog dissipates. When will that be?" Zhang Yi inquired. "In hour," Li Mu replied, just as the roars of 2 creatures thundered ominously nearby. Meanwhile, the alarm at the military district command post blared suddenly.
Deputy Commander Wang Longqing swiftly took his position, with alarms sounding for the 2nd and 3rd tier patrol regions.
It was imperative for Deputy Commander Wang to oversee the situation.
The commander would only need to intervene during engagements involving 4th and 5th tiers or in special operational zones.
Wang Longqing strode purposefully into the command center, where the officers promptly approached to brief him on the current situation.
In the Crimson 2nd tier patrol area,
amidst the domain of the bone demons, dense fog extended for at least 100 kilometers, devouring 22 patrol squads. Wang Longqing swiftly approached the command platform. On the large screen before him, numerous displays converged on vast expanses of fog. Orders were dispatched. All rescue teams of 3rd tier and above were to remain outside the ghostly mist, awaiting the retreat of the patrol squads. They were strictly forbidden from entering the fog. Wang Longqing calmly issued the first command.
The bone demon domain represented a peculiar and sinister calamity from the abyss.
The monsters known as bone demons were the result of the transformation and mutation of local creatures by the ghostly mist.
Its peculiarity lay in the fact that the higher the martial artist's rank entering the mist, the more monsters of corresponding ranks would emerge from it. Thus, if a 4th or 5th tier martial artist were to enter the fog, the mist would begin to spawn 4th and 5th tier monsters. These creatures would deliver a devastating blow to the 2nd and 3rd tier patrol squads within. The only recourse was retreat.
"Yes," came the response, and orders were set into motion.
Retrieve all patrol squad information. Access the live feeds from all patrol squad recorders.
Integrate the communication devices of these squads.
Enhance positional signals for targeting assistance.
Search for the locations of all squads.
One after another, Wang Longqing issued commands, and the officers executed them in an orderly manner. Soon, all squad information appeared on a vertical screen to the left.
The imaging technology of the advanced wristwatches worn by squad members transmitted their battlefields back to the command center. In the center, 22 screens displayed an enlarged view, each chosen from the perspectives of the patrol squad leaders. Wang Longqing's gaze traversed the screens. nearly all squads were ensnared in fierce battles with the monsters. Blood illuminated each display.
2 squad leaders had even fallen, struggling to move. Commander!
The integration of the communication devices is complete.
Someone exclaimed eagerly.
Wang Longcheng immediately pressed the communication button on the microphone before him. Attention all squads, attention all squads. This is Deputy Commander Wang Longcheng. You are currently facing the Bone Demon domain, which is rather uncommon. The domain disrupts the formation of teleportation arrays. So do not expect to use return stones. It has interfered with your positional information, and we are in the process of locating you.
Until then, dismount. Dismount. It is forbidden to break through on horseback. All personnel must proceed on foot, adopting a pentagonal defensive posture for combat. Keep moving. Do not linger in areas saturated with the scent of blood. Conserve your true energy and strength, and be prepared to break out upon successful location tracking. Bone demons typically range from 2nd to 3rd tier, possessing high attack power, swift speed, but poor defenses. Their weakness lies in the head. Upon concluding this message, Wang Longcheng released the communication button. The various squads promptly executed his orders. Soon, most had stabilized the situation. However, Wang Longcheng's gaze remained fixed on a name displayed among the squad information: Vanguard Squad, 2nd rank warrior. Limu, Reserve. Wang Longcheng felt a heaviness in his heart as he swiftly searched the screen, soon locating the Vanguard Squad. Indeed. Within the expansive view afforded by the elevated technology, he spotted Limu. The imaging technology of the smartwatch was far from conventional. It was not merely a camera pointing at a single direction. Instead, it utilized imaging capabilities within a radius of several dozen meters, allowing for a panoramic shift in perspective. From an overhead view, the group exhibited a standard pentagonal defensive formation, fiercely battling 4 or 5 monsters. Retrieve the audio from this Vanguard Squad, he commanded. Instantly, the sounds of the squad erupted from the screens at the command center. The cacophony of monstrous roars and the battle cries of the squad members was deafening. However, the group's combat prowess was impressive, and they swiftly dispatched the monsters before them. Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Indeed, what the commander said aligns perfectly with Li Mu's words. We are saved." Chapter 46, The Ironical Loyalty Squad. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's remark, the personnel within the command center were taken aback. What did he mean by his stated? Wang Longcheng's deputy reminded him, "Commander, it seems that the squad was already in a defensive posture even before you issued all the commands." This observation had already registered with Wang Longcheng, however, he was unaware of Li Mu's presence within that squad at the time. When he gave his orders, 4 or 5 teams had assumed defensive positions, refraining from chaotic galloping, while the majority of others were in disarray, preparing to flee after dispatching the monsters. Clearly, those attempting to escape on horseback were oblivious to the Bone Ghost domain, which was quite understandable. Some individuals, unwilling to squander their youth in school, had awakened their talents and enlisted directly. They had at least acquired a few years of learning. Conversely, many lacked the financial means for education and merely awakened their abilities upon reaching the appropriate age, especially those who had fortuitously developed combat talents and thus joined the military. Such warriors could be considered illiterate in this regard, unlikely to possess knowledge of the Bone Ghost domain, a subject scarcely covered in textbooks. Retrieve the footage of this Vanguard Squad. When the mist descended, Wang Longcheng commanded. The role of a commander is to swiftly acquire all available information from the operational site. The more detailed his understanding, the more accurately he could make judgments. Soon, the events that transpired with the Vanguard Squad were displayed on a side screen. First, the cavalry retreated, several members turned back to assist, followed by the downfall of all warhorses. A dispute ensued between the cavalry and Li Mu, who assumed control of the squad, citing his superior merit points. Everything unfolded with remarkable speed. Subsequently, Li Mu issued commands with extraordinary swiftness: defensive posture, vacate the current area, check communications, and establish location. A series of orders were delivered with impeccable organization. Everyone in the command center was astonished. This was nothing short of textbook-level reaction speed. It could easily serve as an educational segment for the special incidents of the Zhenyuan Army. But that was not the end of it. As the team began to move,
Li Mu elucidated their current predicament to the members, mirroring precisely what Wang Longcheng had instructed. This transcended mere textbook execution. This young man was akin to a living textbook. After viewing the footage, Wang Longcheng had already marked Li Mu's squad as the most reliable. He decisively shifted his focus to the other teams. While the instructor instructed the operator to save this footage, intending to present it to the documentation department to create an educational segment.
"Commander, we have located the first squad." An operator promptly magnified one of the squads.
Wang Longcheng immediately pressed the communication button, his voice reaching the technological wristwatches of all members in that squad.
"Loyalty Squad. You have been located. Remain calm, you are at the outer edge of the mist zone. Open your map and retreat towards coordinates 2371-975. Assistance is awaiting you."
Within the mist, the Loyalty Squad, which had previously rebuffed Li Mu at the task zone window, found themselves in a precarious situation. At this moment, only 3 individuals remained,
desperately fleeing.
The captain, along with the so-called beauty named Zhou Chang and another male teammate, were in a state of disarray.
Zhou Qing's face was streaked with tears. Utterly terrified.
Despite having participated in numerous missions, she considered herself a seasoned veteran. Yet, within this shrouded mist, the horror of the unknown, where a monster could emerge at any moment, kept her on edge. The sight of her 2 comrades being torn apart and devoured by 3 or 4 creatures shattered her composure completely. Their first instinct was to crush the return stone. Even though the surrounding energy was chaotic and it would take 10 minutes to activate, holding their ground for that duration could allow them to escape.
Unfortunately,
after shattering 3 return stones in quick succession, there was no sign of the formation activating.
The trio fought while retreating, and upon hearing Wang Longcheng's command, a glimmer of hope ignited within them. They quickly confirmed their direction and dashed towards the designated point. Suddenly,
a chilling howl pierced the air as a creature lunged from the shadows, instantly tackling the male teammate. This bone demon, a grotesque transformation of a mutated earth dog, had grown significantly larger. Its head hung low, drooping onto its chest, while its back appeared to have split open like a cicada's shell, exposing a spine that arched menacingly.
A head that resembled neither dog nor beast emerged from the original neck of the earth dog, an eerie and formidable sight, its biting motions ferocious.
The male teammate thrust his blade into the bone demon, but it remained unfazed, sinking its teeth into his thigh and toppling him to the ground.
Almost immediately, a second creature emerged from the mist, viciously snapping at the fallen teammate. "Ah! Help me! Save me!"
he cried, his voice filled with desperation. The captain of the loyal squad paused momentarily, glancing back with a conflicted expression. However, Zhou Chang, witnessing the scene, showed no sign of hesitation. She took off running.
The captain,
gritting his teeth as he cast a final glance at the mauled teammate, stomped his foot in frustration and chased after Zhou Chang.
Hope for survival lay ahead. What use were such pathetic comrades? They would only hinder their escape.
The agonizing screams of the male teammate echoed behind them, resembling the wails of damned souls,
intertwined with boundless fury and resentment. 3 individuals. 2 monsters. The 2 could easily return and dispatch the creatures attacking them. Just moments before, he had come to Zhou Qing's aid when she was besieged, yet now, in his moment of peril, they didn't even spare a glance back. This scene was not lost on the command center, particularly Wang Longcheng, whose face darkened with fury upon witnessing Zhou Chang and the captain's actions. The name of the loyal squad became an eyesore. What kind of incompetents were these? If the new forces of the Zhenyuan Army were all like this, how could one expect to trust their comrades with their backs? Soon, Zhou Chang and the captain burst forth from the mist, greeted by 2 members of the rescue team at the peak of the 3rd tier. Zhou Chang immediately knelt on the ground, breathless, her eyes brimming with the exhilaration of having survived. Meanwhile, the captain wore a pained expression, brows furrowed in distress.
The haunting screams of the male team members echoed relentlessly in his mind.
Wang Longcheng let out a cold snort,
severing the disturbing imagery and redirecting his attention to the other squads.
Meanwhile,
the instructor discreetly instructed an operator to ensure that the footage of the loyal and righteous squad was preserved,
intending to later present it as an educational film within the documentation department. This footage would serve as an exemplary cautionary tale for future reference. Minutes passed.
And one by one, the squads, under Wang Longqing's command, executed a systematic retreat. Several teams encountered situations akin to that of the Loyal and Righteous Squad.
During the withdrawal,
teammates faced ambushes, yet not a single individual chose to abandon their comrades, all resolutely turned back to slay the monsters. Ultimately, they managed to escape unscathed. In the blink of an eye, out of 22 squads, 16 had successfully retreated.
4 squads appeared to have suffered complete annihilation,
while 2 others were ensnared in the dense fog, unable to ascertain their location. Among them was the vanguard squad led by Li Mu.
Within the depths of the fog,
the members of the vanguard squad were drenched in blood after relentless minutes of slaughter.
They could not afford to relax their vigilance for even a moment.
Li Mu had just forcefully swung his thorny staff, shattering the skull of a bone demon when the voice of Wang Longqing emanated from his watch.
Li Mu.
This is Wang Longqing.
Upon hearing the voice, Li Mu and his companions felt a surge of adrenaline.
It had been over 10 minutes since Wang Longqing had issued his orders, and now that he was contacting them again, it was clear he had pinpointed their location.
However,
the subsequent words caused a heavy weight to settle in their hearts. You are deep within the fog, making it difficult to locate you.
Find a way to move quickly in one direction.
Understood. Li Mu had no other options but to lead his team in a unified direction to break through.
Just then,
a thunderous roar reverberated through the dense fog ahead. Li Mu and his companions were struck by a sudden ringing in their ears, instinctively covering them. The terrifying shockwave of sound churned the fog into a tumultuous swirl, revealing a colossal bone demon charging forth like a hill, towering at an astonishing height of 6 meters. Chapter 47, The 72 Transformations. As they beheld the colossal bone demon charging toward them, Li Mu and his companions were momentarily engulfed in darkness. The largest bone demon they had encountered previously measured merely 4 meters, this one loomed at an astonishing 6 meters.
It was a 4th-tier monster. Spread out! Ma Jun shouted urgently.
Confronting the onslaught of this 4th-tier bone demon head-on could result in being crushed under its formidable weight. Yet, they soon realized they seemed to be ensnared, their bodies unusually stiff and heavy, barely managing to shift sideways. They were utterly incapable of executing a roll.
Li Mu could only bellow, "Freeze!"
Instantly, the massive bone demon was halted in its tracks, even the inertia of its charge seemingly dissipated. It appeared as though it was not the demon's body that had been immobilized, but rather the very fabric of the space and time it occupied. Everyone felt an unexpected lightness, allowing them to awkwardly roll aside. A mere half-second later, the bone demon regained its charge, thundering past them in a rush.
Ma Jun and the others stared at Li Mu in utter astonishment.
With just a single command, the creature had come to a standstill.
Their confusion and amazement far outweighed the relief of having narrowly escaped a lethal fate. "Stop dawdling, attack!" Li Mu shouted, snapping them back to reality. At that moment,
the bone demon's claws dug deeply into the ground as it attempted an urgent halt, leaving behind a lengthy trench amidst the swirling dust. Just as they were about to launch their assault, the ground trembled as 6 or 7 smaller bone demons followed closely behind, crashing through Li Mu's group's defensive formation,
resulting in utter chaos.
Clearly, the giant bone demon had brought its minions along.
"Do not scatter!"
Ma Jun roared, his weapon, a massive sword, suddenly swelling to twice its size,
transforming into a 2-meter-long broadsword.
As he swung it, a fierce wind surged forth. With a single stroke, he cleaved a 3-meter-long bone demon in 2. The others swiftly regained their footing, confronting the bone demons that surrounded them. Li Mu, meanwhile, found himself locked in combat with the towering bone demon. As the creature's massive claws descended, a resplendent golden shield, resonating with the echoes of a dragon's roar, materialized before him.
With a thunderous crash,
the giant claw shattered the shield, the explosion echoing like a dragon's cry, reverberating through the heavens.
The tremendous shockwave caused the bone demon to stagger. Seizing the opportunity,
Li Mu advanced rapidly, striking the demon's jaw with his weapon, shattering it. However, true to its 4th-tier status, the demon retaliated with deadly speed. Its jaw exploding into a gruesome display of flesh, yet it countered with a lethal strike. One claw swept across Li Mu, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground with 3 deep gashes carved into his waist and back.
This was the first time Li Mu had sustained such grave injuries in the abyss.
A wave of dread washed over him. Had he not previously consumed 2 low-grade body-fortifying pills, enhancing his resilience, that claw might have easily ripped away his very essence. Before he could rise, the bone demon lunged at him once more, its claw descending again. Li Mu was filled with terror. This creature was alarmingly swift.
While its defenses were lacking, its speed and ferocity were overwhelmingly fierce.
He had no time to stand. All he could do was brace himself with his thorny staff to withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, Ma Jun emerged from the shadows, wielding a blade that had long since shattered into 2 halves. With sheer force, he hurled his body against the claws of the skeletal demon,
deflecting them just enough to prevent a catastrophic strike on Li Mu, who stood perilously close.
The claws slammed into the ground beside him, creating a massive crater. The others quickly rallied to assist. Despite the formidable threat posed by the smaller skeletal creatures, it paled in comparison to the giant skeletal demon.
Li Mu alone could not withstand such a menace. However, just as Ma Jun had diverted the giant's claws,
a bone knife shot out from the side of the creature with blinding speed, striking true and severing Ma Jun's lower legs at the knees with a sickening crack. He collapsed to the ground like a horse that had lost its legs, rolling a considerable distance, his roar of agony echoing through the air. The scene unfolded with terrifying rapidity, and blood splattered onto Li Mu's face, jolting him from his momentary shock. With a fierce shout, he sprang to his feet,
wielding his staff with reckless abandon against the skeletal demon.
Zhao Meiting rushed to assess Ma Jun's condition, while Zhang He and Song Biao flanked Li Mu,
mounting a 3-pronged assault. Yet, the giant skeletal demon was a relentless foe, its speed unmatched, rendering their efforts seemingly futile.
Li Mu's immobilization technique was still on cooldown for a minute, and within that brief span, both Zhang He and Song Biao sustained grievous injuries.
Unable to withstand the demon's ferocious onslaught,
a single blow could shatter bones and sever tendons.
As Song Biao was sent flying, the cooldown for Li Mu's technique expired.
His eyes blazed with fury as he leaped high into the air, exclaiming, "Stay!"
Once more, the giant skeletal demon was ensnared,
and Li Mu's strike descended upon its head with the force of iron, shattering the skull as if it were a fragile balloon, piercing through to the neck. The colossal creature crashed to the ground, accompanied by the scattered remains of several smaller skeletal demons.
For a fleeting moment, they were granted a reprieve. Li Mu, panting heavily, approached Ma Jun.
The latter's features were contorted in pain, while Zhang He lay unconscious, blood streaming from his head.
Song Biao's leg was grievously injured,
reduced to a mangled mess, and even Zhao Meiting had suffered a broken arm, her shoulder shattered, leaving her limb limp and useless. Li Mu retrieved a vial of healing potion from his storage ring and offered it to Zhao Meiting, ensuring each of them received a dose to staunch their bleeding.
Meanwhile,
he tightly bound the wounds of Ma Jun and the others with strips of cloth. Zhao Meiting, overwhelmed with despair, wept uncontrollably, utterly shattered by the sight of her comrades' critical conditions, all teetering on the brink of death.
The oppressive fog loomed,
and every skeletal demon that emerged felt like a harbinger of doom. The paralyzing fear of the unknown threatened to drive them to madness. She shook her head, crying out, "We must go, there is no hope left.
You need to leave now."
The 4 were incapacitated, unable to withstand another wave of skeletal assaults.
Li Mu, still capable of fleeing, realized that staying would only lead to their demise. "Hurry!" he barked, startling Zhao Meiting into silence, as he secured Ma Jun's wounds.
The chilling howls of the skeletal demons echoed once more, drawing ever nearer. Wang Longcheng and the others clenched their fists tightly, feeling anxious for the vanguard team. To be fair, the vanguard team was exceptionally formidable, facing the onslaught of a 4th-tier bone demon accompanied by 7 3rd-tier bone demons. Especially within this mist that greatly favored the bone demons, their survival seemed nothing short of miraculous. Their responses were nearly flawless. It was merely the terrifying nature of the bone demons that posed a challenge. In this fog, humans were merely prey, while the bone demons were the unequivocal hunters.
However, Wang Longcheng dared not to issue commands to Li Mu.
At this moment, he was unable to interfere with Li Mu's decisions. Deep down, he wished for Li Mu's survival.
Yet he could never allow Li Mu to abandon his comrades.
Despite the current situation being different from that of the previous loyal and righteous team. Even if Li Mu were to forsake his teammates, it would be understandable.
But soon, they witnessed the resolution.
Li Mu pondered briefly before suddenly discarding his cloak with a flourish.
As it billowed in the wind, the cloak expanded dramatically, enveloping all four of his teammates within its folds.
Zhao Meiting and Song Biao reached out to catch the cloak, glancing at Li Mu with confusion.
Hide beneath this. Seal it tightly, conceal the scent of blood. Li Mu uttered these words and offered no further explanation.
Instead, he opened his system panel. Having been on high alert without a moment's respite, Li Mu's victory points had accumulated to 912.
He swiftly located the divine technique capable of turning the tide, the 72 transformations. Chapter 48, The Prey Becomes the Hunter.
A reversal of offense and defense. Li Mu instantaneously unlocked the art of the 72 transformations.
Cost, 200 victory points.
Unlock the divine ability 72 transformations. 72 transformations, transmute into any entity, acquiring its traits while retaining bodily strength. Transformation requires continuous expenditure of vital energy. The 72 transformations is not merely a numerical skill, it belongs to the realm of skill trees.
Li Mu proceeded to unlock the first transformation.
Mosquito transformation, transforms into a mosquito, lacking any distinctive traits, even the ability to draw blood. Flight speed is contingent upon vital energy consumption.
Fortunately, the 72 transformations surprisingly had no cooldown period.
He expended another 100 victory points to illuminate the transformation technique.
Li Mu allocated the remaining 600 points entirely to the immobilization technique. At this moment, Li Mu felt that a 1-minute cooldown was excessively lengthy. Moreover,
it drained vital energy severely, consuming 10 of his total vital energy with each use. He had utilized it twice already.
Since entering the abyss,
he had consumed only 30 of his vital energy in all battles.
Yet, those 2 instances of immobilization alone had depleted 20. Now,
he was left with merely a little over half of his vital energy.
And there were still 40 minutes until the dense fog dissipated.
With the 600 victory points,
Li Mu illuminated 4 nodes in the immobilization skill tree.
Immobilization technique energy consumption reduced to 5 per use.
Cooldown time of immobilization technique reduced to 50 seconds. Cooldown time of immobilization technique further reduced to 40 seconds.
When attacking immobilized foes, deal an additional 10 of vital energy strength as damage. Li Mu operated with remarkable speed. Having expended all victory points, to Zhao Meiting and the others,
it merely appeared as though Li Mu stood there in a momentary daze.
They had come to comprehend why Li Mu had provided them with cloaks. The energy flowing within the cloaks seemed to offer some semblance of defensive capability.
The enormous cloak could easily envelop all 4 of them,
effectively sealing in any scent of blood. The bone ghosts were most sensitive to the scent of human blood.
As the sanguine aroma gradually dissipated outside, they effectively became cloaked within a small area. Li Mu, what are your intentions?
At this moment, Wang Longcheng, with a trace of concern, inquired of Li Mu. Li Mu cast a cold, piercing glance around, activating his fiery vision to lock onto an oncoming bone ghost. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he responded to Wang Longcheng with a single word, kill. The next instant, to the horror of those around him, he vanished with a soft whoosh.
He simply disappeared into thin air.
A bone ghost roared as it charged forward, aiming for the spot where Li Mu had just stood.
Yet, it found only emptiness. The bone ghost, bewildered,
shook its head and glanced around, seemingly puzzled as to the whereabouts of the person who had just been there.
However, it quickly perked up its nose, its gaze fixating on the individuals concealed beneath the cloak. Just as it was about to charge towards them with excitement, a sudden gust of ominous wind appeared behind it. A long staff, accompanied by a howling wind, seemed to materialize out of nowhere. With a resounding crack, it smashed down upon the bone ghost's head, obliterating it in an instant. Li Mu revealed his form, only to swiftly vanish into the mist once more. Zhao Meiting, Song Biao,
and Ma Jun tightly cloaked their bodies with their capes, revealing only 3 pairs of eyes peering outward. When they witnessed Li Mu disappear into thin air, only to reappear behind the monster, delivering a fatal blow with his staff, their astonishment was beyond measure.
What kind of martial arts does Li Mu possess?
His words manifest into reality, binding him to his will.
He disappears and reappears at will. Which institution could possibly have taught such skills? Not only were they bewildered,
but the command center was also eerily silent. Wang Longcheng leaned heavily on the command platform, his piercing gaze fixed intently on the large screen.
Even he could not fathom how Li Mu achieved such feats. How could he suddenly become invisible?
While such techniques do exist, they are certainly not within the grasp of someone of his rank. Not to mention the yellow rank, even Wang Longcheng, now having ascended to the Xian rank, would find it exceedingly difficult to acquire such enigmatic skills.
For without a spatial talent, could one even learn such martial arts? How could this be possible?
I have never witnessed such techniques before, the instructor inquired in shock. It is talent, his talent has undergone a mutation. Wang Longcheng deliberately articulated this so that those around him could hear. Earlier, during their conversation, he had questioned Li Mu about his ability to immobilize, as Li Mu had employed it in the first battle. Li Mu had explained that it was a derivative ability stemming from a mutated talent. This was the only plausible explanation, and Wang Longcheng readily accepted it.
Regardless of whether these abilities were indeed a mutation of talent, Wang Longcheng felt compelled to vouch for Li Mu. He must safeguard the privacy that Li Mu wished to protect. Following Wang Longcheng's statement,
the surrounding individuals experienced a significant reduction in their doubts, becoming utterly engulfed in astonishment. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Li Mu moved like a specter, his figure flickering within a radius of several meters around Ma Jun and the others. The eerie howls of the skeletal demons echoed around them. Whenever a skeletal demon approached Ma Jun and his companions, upon their sighting of the creature, Li Mu would invariably materialize behind it, delivering a deadly strike.
One blow. Every time.
As time passed, the scent of blood emanating from Ma Jun and his comrades was completely masked by the vast cloak.
In contrast,
the wound on Li Mu's waist continued to emit a pungent odor of blood. This led to a peculiar scene. All skeletal demons rushed toward Li Mu,
yet invariably missed him, bewildered as they searched around.
Upon their astonished discovery of Ma Jun and his companions, Li Mu would reappear, delivering lethal strikes.
3, 5, 10, 20.
The skeletal demons emerged with increasing frequency, but Li Mu dispatched them one by one. However, no one witnessed this. Every skeletal demon that fell produced an invisible energy, continuously gathering upon the cloak covering Ma Jun and the others.
The silver ring on the back of the cloak gradually became tinted with a faint red hue.
Time passed, nearly half an hour elapsed, and the mist began to subtly thin. The individuals within the command center were unable to muster any laughter. A sense of dread enveloped them as they observed that Li Mu's speed was beginning to wane.
The instructor, with a furrowed brow, lightly struck the table in concern.
His vital energy had dwindled, likely due to the excessive drain from his invisibility.
Yet, it was not merely invisibility, it appeared more akin to transformation. He seemed to have morphed into a diminutive insect. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, with some keen-eyed observers already noting Li Mu's transformation. At that moment, it was evident that Li Mu was at the end of his tether.
He had not maintained the transformation throughout, as it required a continuous expenditure of vital energy.
If sustained, the consumption would be extraordinarily daunting. Li Mu estimated that even at full vitality,
he could only uphold the transformation for a maximum of 10 minutes before depleting his energy entirely. Thus, he maneuvered through the surrounding mist, remaining vigilant at the slightest rustle, ready to unleash his keen vision. Upon confirming the proximity of a monster, he would transform into a mosquito to flank and launch a surprise attack. He dared not remain transformed for more than 5 seconds, and even his keen vision required a steady drain of vital energy, allowing him to use it for only a fleeting second. Now, however, Li Mu's energy had been utterly exhausted. He had emerged from the thinned mist, returning to the side of Ma Jun and the others, clearly unable to conceal himself as he had moments before. He forcefully planted his Jinghua staff into the ground, tore a strip of cloth, and tightly bound the wound around his waist, adjusting his sleeves with resolve.
Witnessing this scene,
a flicker of anguish crossed the eyes of Ma Jun and his companions. If Li Mu were to perish in his attempt to protect them, they would never find peace in their lives.
Ma Jun's voice trembled as he attempted to speak, but Li Mu offered them a firm smile in return. 10 minutes.
The fog will last at most another 10 minutes. If it does not dissipate by then, I promise you, I shall leave. The remote bone was Li Mu's trump card.
As the mist thinned further, if he truly reached his limit, he would undoubtedly call upon the remote bone to escort him away. Yet,
it was clear he had not yet arrived at that juncture. At that moment, he could see a shadow darting swiftly through the fog without even needing his keen vision. Li Mu called out sharply, "Hide well before that. Do not emerge and complicate matters." With that, he drew his staff and charged forward, executing a sweeping strike. Earlier, he had augmented his power with the 3 tigers and 9 bulls technique. Harnessing the brute force of this technique, coupled with the weight of his divine weapon exceeding 700 pounds, he sent the approaching bone demon crashing to the ground. However, devoid of vital energy, the blow did not deliver a fatal strike. Thus, Li Mu swiftly rolled over and struck again, managing to crush the demon's skull. Almost immediately, a second bone demon charged at him. Li Mu repeated his method, delivering 2 blows to bring it down. Inside the command center, a cacophony erupted. Someone incredulously inquired, "Is this young man truly planning to endure these 10 minutes solely with his physical prowess?" Chapter 49, The Final Guardian. The circle of corpses. It was proven that their conjecture was correct. Li Mu exhibited a distinct lack of vital energy fluctuations. He barely sustained the operation of the mountain-bearing technique solely through the essence of his danci, while wielding the thorny staff with sheer physical strength. Wan Longqing's fists were clenched, turning pale, as he quietly instructed his aide, "Zhang, you go." "Yes." Acknowledging the command, Zhang stepped out of the command room with purposeful strides, causing a stir among those present. Wan Longqing's implication was clear. He wished for Zhang to personally prepare to assist Li Mu, preventing any potential mishaps. As the commander, Wan Longqing could not leave the command room until the battle concluded, lest he face criticism. Yet, sending his aide forth demonstrated his profound regard for Li Mu. The surrounding fog grew increasingly thin, yet the onslaught of bone demons intensified. Li Mu's attacks waned in strength, transitioning from dispatching foes with 2 strikes, to 3. And eventually to 4 strikes, yielding no results. When confronted by 2 bone demons simultaneously, Li Mu found himself pressed to the ground, struggling. Nevertheless, after vanquishing the 2 demons, he staggered back to stand before Ma Jun and the others. Their hearts trembled. Li Mu's blood-soaked figure bore more and more wounds, his entire being drenched in either his own blood or that of the monsters. Yet his posture remained resolute. Time and again, Ma Jun yearned to rush forth, wishing to lend a hand to Li Mu, but they understood that in their current state, they would only hinder him. Song Biao and Zhao Meiting had already crushed 2 return stones in succession, hoping that the dissipating fog would allow the return array to function. Yet, disappointment persisted, as the return formation remained utterly inoperative within the domain. Blood had nearly saturated the ground, and the heaps of bone demons began to obscure Li Mu's vision. He fought on like a perfect war automaton, brandishing his weapon. Initially, Li Mu could still execute the Cloud 3 shock staff technique without any vital energy, maintaining his agile movements. But in the end, all that remained was a staggering body, wielding the staff to block and slash. At this moment, the fog had nearly entirely dissipated. The surrounding bone demons became frenzied, akin to autumn mosquitoes, as if sensing their impending demise. After sustaining an injury to his eye from a bone demon, Li Mu retaliated with fervor, staggering and flailing his staff in the air, striking out several times in succession. This scene caused tears to surge forth from Ma Jun and the others, while those in the command center felt a shiver run down their spines. Li Mu had lost consciousness. He was now entirely oblivious, his body mechanically swinging the weapon against non-existent foes. At that very moment, 2 bone demons, each towering at 4 meters, charged towards Li Mu with malicious intent. Zhao Meiting could no longer stand idly by. She was the only one whose legs still had the capacity for movement. With a sudden surge of determination, she threw back her cloak and dashed forward, embracing the incapacitated Li Mu, who could no longer wield his weapon. With her back turned to the 2 bone demons, a verdant aura enveloped her, forming a protective barrier. Yet, her energy was nearly depleted. Even though the shield withstood the monstrous onslaught, she could not retaliate thereafter. Song Biao and Ma Jun were also on the verge of collapse. They could not bear to witness Li Mu's demise. The 2, dragging their injured legs, hastily crawled over and grasped their weapons. Ma Jun even lifted his injured calf, tearing open the bandaged wound on Li Mu, causing blood to spurt forth once more. With a defiant roar, he cried out, "Come for me! Come on!" as a means to draw the bone demon's attention. The personnel at the command center, observing from a divine perspective, felt a pang in their hearts at this moment. The essence of guardianship gradually crystallized within this small band of warriors. Just then, a figure emerged from the distance. Swift as a shooting star. It overtook the two bone demons from behind. With a mighty leap, it crashed down upon one of the bone demons. Astonishingly, it seized the creature's spine with bare hands, wielding it like a weapon to strike the other bone demon fiercely. With a resounding crack, the two bone demons were obliterated, reduced to mere pulp. The tremendous inertia carved long furrows in the earth, debris flying and dust swirling around. The figure emerged from the haze. It was none other than Vice Officer Zhang. At that moment, the mist had completely dissipated.
Li Mu seemed to sense Zhang's arrival, momentarily becoming like a marionette cut from its strings. He dropped his staff and collapsed into Zhao Meiting's arms. With Vice Officer Zhang present, their safety was assured. Zhao Meiting, overcome with emotion, wept as tears streamed down her face, landing on Li Mu. You lied, you lied. You said you would leave if you couldn't hold on. You lied. After a little over a minute, the rescue team hurriedly arrived. It was not that they were slow, but rather that even at full gallop, they could not match the speed of their steeds. This was their utmost limit. However, Vice Officer Zhang, with his 8th-tier cultivation, outpaced the horses effortlessly. Upon the rescue team's arrival, one member immediately crushed a city return stone, preparing to activate the teleportation array to send the injured back to safety. Only to find that the array remained unresponsive. Confused, he wondered why the mist had already cleared. It's pointless. This area will be unable to return to the city for several hours, Vice Officer Zhang stated coldly. He then approached Zhao Meiting and lifted Li Mu onto his back. You all take care of them, he commanded the 3 rescue team members. Li Mu would be personally escorted by him. The 3 team members swiftly hoisted Ma Jun and the others onto their horses, not forgetting to bring along Ma Jun's severed legs. One team member stepped forward to retrieve Li Mu's weapon, the thorn staff. As he reached down, his body leaned forward, ready to grab it and mount the horse directly. Suddenly, he was yanked violently, almost twisting his waist. The thorny staff on the ground remained utterly unmoved. Damn it! He instinctively cursed, then spread his legs apart, gripping the thorny staff with both hands. With a tremendous effort, the veins in his arms bulged as he barely managed to lift it. Why is this thing so heavy? He exclaimed in astonishment. At the same time, he glanced at Lieutenant Zhang, wanting to inquire if they still needed this item. For if he were to carry it, it would be utterly impossible, even his horse would struggle under its weight. The sole ability of Li Mu that did not require a significant expenditure of true energy was the divine weapon technique. Li Mu could effortlessly bestow or retract this technique on any weapon. As long as he possessed even a trace of true energy, the divine weapon technique would persist indefinitely. Before Li Mu lost consciousness, he did not retract it. Thus, the thorny staff still weighed over 700 pounds. Give it to me. Lieutenant Zhang stepped forward to take the thorny staff. Upon grasping it, he was equally astonished. Even with one hand, when he gave it a light swing, it felt unwieldy. Even he, as an 8th-tier Huang-level warrior, would need time to adapt to wielding such a weapon. No wonder this young man was as formidable as a monster. Let us go. Lieutenant Zhang noticed that the others had finished packing. He prepared to carry Li Mu and leave when he suddenly felt a distinct surge of energy emanating from Li Mu's body. Immediately after, with a thunderous roar, a torrent of energy erupted from within Li Mu, shooting a beam of white light skyward. Everyone rejoiced. Has he broken through? One rescue team member shouted. Another nodded. Surveying the surroundings and reflecting, in such a life and death struggle, if he were at a bottleneck, this would undoubtedly be the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. This is a life-for-a-life scenario. A deep sense of shared understanding enveloped them. As standing amidst the piles of corpses allowed them to vividly perceive the surrounding sea of blood and mountains of bodies. In the command room, Wang Longchang and the others adjusted the camera angle for a clearer view. They beheld, centered around where Ma Jun and the others had cloaked themselves, a radius of 10 to 30 meters, as Li Mu forcibly carved out a circular mound of corpses, composed of nearly 200 skeletal demons. A ring of death. Chapter 50. The loyal team's unyielding spirit. As they gazed upon the scene before them, Ma Jun and Zhao Meiting were engulfed by an indescribable sensation.
Li Mu's formidable prowess had shattered their preconceived notions countless times. Had they not fortuitously been paired with Li Mu today, they would undoubtedly have met their demise deep within the fog. It was only upon returning to the base that they learned of another team, similarly ensnared in the depths of the mist, which had been completely annihilated. The sudden emergence of the Bone Demon realm soon sent shockwaves through the military district's base. Recent events indicated that this area of the abyss was far from tranquil, with Li Mu encountering peril on 2 separate occasions. During the initial battle in the abyss, an overwhelming number of monstrous tail serpents had appeared in a specific region, and now the unexpected arrival of the Bone Demon realm had compounded the chaos.
Additionally,
other extraordinary incidents had resulted in significant loss of life, prompting the higher-ups to convene meetings with increasing frequency.
That afternoon,
the Mingzhu Military District's Base 1 held a frontline troops military conduct training, mandating all soldiers of the Abyssal troops with ranks of 2 or 3 to attend unless engaged in a mission. The issuance of this order resulted in an immediate influx of soldiers into the learning hall of various bases, all abuzz with speculation.
Military conduct training? Why was such a seminar being held?
It appeared that the military district had not conducted training sessions in quite some time, and this mandatory attendance seemed rather serious. With a total of 10 bases in the Mingzhu military district, each housing thousands of personnel, the lower-ranked soldiers numbered in the hundreds. Even a modest turnout would yield 400 to 500 attendees, leaving nearly every multimedia hall packed to capacity. Su Mo, the captain of the loyal team who had survived, along with team member Zhou Qing, naturally attended the session as well.
Su Mo bore a troubled expression, while Zhou Qing's countenance reflected a different kind of distress, one tinged with indignation.
As she entered the multimedia hall, she exuded an air of superiority,
her demeanor suggesting a disdain for all around her. What fueled her pride?
Undoubtedly, it was her status as a survivor of the Bone Demon realm. Following the announcement of the casualty figures from the Bone Demon realm, she felt the significance of her identity as a survivor rising steadily. Her loyal team was the first to emerge bloodied but victorious from that harrowing encounter. However, her fury was palpable. To date,
no officers had approached them to bestow any recognition or rewards.
Upon their return to submit their mission reports, they had merely received a standard allocation of contribution points.
What of their merits? Their medals? Not even a commendation or a visit from an officer to express gratitude?
None of this had been forthcoming. This oversight ignited her rage, and she had long harbored a desire to demand an explanation from those in authority. She deliberately arrived a bit later, aiming to draw attention amidst the throngs of people. Indeed, as she and Su Mo stepped into the multimedia hall, whispers began to circulate among the crowd at the entrance.
Ah! Aren't they the ones from the first team to break out of the Bone Demon realm?
Yes, it seems they are called the Loyal Team.
And only 2 of them remain.
Faced with the grim reality of a life-or-death battle, the prowess of these 2 individuals is truly formidable. Zhou Qing instinctively lifted her chin higher. However, she had arrived late and could only take a seat further back.
Counting the seats backward,
there were plenty of vacancies in the 3rd and 4th rows from the end.
Yet, the 1st and 2nd rows were completely occupied. This was not merely a preference for sitting at the back. Rather, those seated there were all reservists, students still enrolled in university, much like Li Mu. This arrangement had become an unwritten rule within the Zhenyuan Army.
In collective activities of this nature, it was best for reservists to huddle together in the far corners. Should one be foolish enough to encroach upon the territory of the veterans, they would certainly face repercussions.
Even if physical altercations were avoided, a few reprimands would be unavoidable. Inattention could easily lead to a beating.
Such occurrences are rather commonplace within the military framework. Even if you are not one of those inexperienced reservists, you are still a mere rookie.
Are you not? Thus, this has become an established unwritten norm.
As Zhou Qing and Su Mo approached, the reservist rookies seated in the 3rd-to-last row hurriedly rose and shifted aside. Yet, Zhou Qing felt emboldened.
Glancing at the 2 new recruits preparing to take a seat, and shouted, "Did I allow you to sit in this row? Get to the back.
If there are no seats, then stand." Her reprimand was merely a means of venting, a way to draw attention to herself. It was entirely normal for a member of the first squad to emerge bloodied from the bone demon realm to chastise a pair of rookie soldiers.
Who would dare to object?
If you do not grant me merit or elevate my status, then I shall elevate myself.
The two reservists exchanged glances, their anger simmering. Yet they chose silence and retreated to the back.
Observing this, the other rookies shifted to create a small space, inviting the two to squeeze in.
Simultaneously, all gazes of the reservist rookies turned toward Zhou Qing, tinged with resentment.
You may be a veteran, but your arrogance is unwarranted. We have avoided you for a reason. Your unreasonable harshness is intolerable. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Qing caught sight of this scene, further fueling her fury.
So you all are quite loyal, are you? Did I not instruct them to stand? Can't you hear me?
If you enjoy sitting, then none of you shall sit, all of you stand.
Zhou Qing's voice thundered.
Her anger boiled over, and as she berated the two worthless reservists, it infuriated her further that they dared to cast such glances in her direction.
What right do you have to glare at a member of the first surviving squad?
Su Mo, standing nearby, furrowed her brow and tugged at Zhou Qing's clothing.
Many people in front turned to look. You can't hear me, can you?
Seeing the hesitation of those around her, Zhou Qing, now even more enraged, stood up,
pointing at them with wide eyes.
The reservist rookies sighed, resigned to their fate, and stood up reluctantly.
No one spoke on their behalf.
Beneath the weight of Zhou Qing's ire, they could only swallow their grievances. Zhou Qing then grumbled as she took her seat.
After a brief interlude of several minutes,
the hall filled with soldiers.
A few officers finally entered through the grand entrance.
The lights dimmed, and the large screen at the front began to display a compilation of materials curated by the command center. An instructor stepped onto the stage and solemnly declared, "I trust that many of you have heard numerous rumors regarding the Bone Demon domain. The situation and challenges of abyssal warfare have become increasingly dire.
The strength of our battalion is in urgent need of enhancement. However,
I must emphasize that even more crucial than bolstering our capabilities is the necessity of rectifying our military conduct. The Zhenyuan Army is a formidable force that can confidently entrust their backs to their comrades. In team combat, unity, protection, and mutual support are paramount for our survival amidst the terrifying abyssal warfare.
Yet, there are always a few inept individuals who serve as excellent cautionary examples. In light of today's operational footage from the Bone Demon domain, we have compiled a documentary.
This not only includes informative content about the Bone Demon domain but also showcases both extreme positive and negative case studies.
Everyone,
open your eyes wide and discern the kind of person you aspire to become.
Let the screening commence. Chapter 51. You just mentioned that you two have merits in battle? The instructor commanded, "Play it." Instantly, the large screen in front began to showcase a video.
As it was a compilation promotional film, various editing techniques were employed, featuring numerous aerial views from command centers.
The first scene that struck the eye was the sudden descent of thick fog.
The chaos among the teams as they became engulfed in the mist was palpable. Close-up shots of the bone demons in their mutated forms were also depicted, accompanied by a narration explaining the formation of the bone demon territory and their characteristics.
Reminiscent of a grand cinematic production. Next, Commander Wang Longqing swiftly entered the command center, orchestrating the retreat of the on-site teams. Seated at the back, Zhou Qing felt a surge of excitement.
If she could be captured in this footage, it would be a splendid opportunity for her to shine.
However,
Su Mo beside her turned ashen. Soon enough, the camera zoomed in on the loyal and righteous team. This particular moment captured all 5 members gathered together, initially panicking as they rode their steeds to escape the fog. Subsequently, their horses were overturned by the bone demons, and Zhou Qing found herself in immediate peril. The other 4 teammates refused to abandon her, returning to rescue her, and together they managed to repel the bone demons.
Following Commander Wang Longqing's shouts,
they regrouped to slay the bone demons. Yet, the demons proved to be overwhelmingly fierce, and the combat prowess of the loyal and righteous team was merely average. Throughout this turmoil, Zhou Qing continuously screamed and wailed, her noise becoming quite irksome. As the video reached this point, Zhou Qing was engulfed in rage.
Who was responsible for editing this damned promotional film? Why on earth would they focus on her embarrassing moments instead of showcasing her valor?
The only moment of significance for her was when she seized the opportunity to strike down a bone demon while her teammates held it at bay. Little did she know that this would be her sole shining moment. The loyal and righteous team continued to fight while retreating. Zhou Qing, in a fit of panic,
inadvertently led a bone demon into their defensive perimeter.
The demon swiftly eliminated one teammate from behind, shattering their defenses, and another teammate was instantaneously slain. The team was thrown into disarray, and team leader Su Mo shouted for a retreat.
With two teammates tragically lost, several bone demons viciously tore at their remains, leaving the three surviving teammates to flee for their lives.
Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Longqing pinpointed their location. What followed was a harrowing scene where one teammate was tackled by a bone demon.
Zhou Qing, having received the coordinates for retreat,
shockingly abandoned her still-living comrades and fled in a frenzy.
Su Mo, gritting his teeth, cast a glance at his teammates before hastily escaping.
This segment of footage was evidently extracted from Zhou Qing's recording device, as it followed her escape from the fog, leading to the site of the rescue team. Zhou Qing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes brimming with the exhilaration of having survived.
A faint smile of relief even graced her lips. As the video neared its conclusion, it began to slow down.
The camera gradually lifted from Zhou Qing's beaming expression, causing a significant number of soldiers in the multimedia hall to turn abruptly, glaring furiously at Zhou Qing in the third row from the back.
The predominant sentiment was one of disdain.
Zhou Qing, upon witnessing this, was utterly bewildered.
Something felt amiss.
The portrayal of herself in this promotional video did not seem particularly valiant.
Who was the fool responsible for this editing? It lacked any semblance of skill. Can they not even edit properly?
Soon, she became acutely aware of the collective anger and scorn directed at her. It dawned on her, this video appeared to be a critique of herself?
Enraged by this realization, Zhou Qing abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? Did you not see how ferocious these bone demons are? We fought our way through bloodshed. If you were in our place, would you even have managed to eliminate the initial threats?"
The instructor at the front furrowed his brows deeply. Upon recognizing her as the protagonist from the promotional video, he smirked coldly. After all this, the so-called anti-example protagonist was present in this hall.
"What are you shouting about?" he retorted, pressing the pause button as he coldly questioned her.
Upon seeing an authority figure, Zhou Qing felt emboldened.
"Instructor, I do not comprehend. We survived from the perilous domain of bone demons, a truly inhospitable environment. Not only have we received no recognition, but what does this mean? Am I to be edited into a mere laughingstock? I refuse to accept this. You cannot erase my accomplishments."
In a frenzy, Zhou Qing stomped her feet,
shaking her head and screaming. The instructor, infuriated, laughed derisively. "Accomplishments?
You managed to slay 2 monsters, resulting in the deaths of 2 teammates, while abandoning another.
Assisting in the demise of 3 of your comrades, is that what you call achievements?
This is your so-called merit." Zhou Qing immediately pointed at the screen.
"Did you not witness the formidable nature of these bone demons?
To have fought as we did, I dare say few squads could have accomplished the same." Her chest heaved with indignation, her forehead veins bulging. Her words insulted the other squads, implying that none could compare to her. The veterans in front erupted in furious curses,
the term fool echoing in succession.
The instructor, now thoroughly amused by her outburst, chuckled, "All right, continue watching." With that, he forcefully pressed play. The promotional video resumed,
showcasing scenes of several squads retreating before finally shifting focus.
The screen transitioned to the vanguard squad led by Li Mu.
The first sight to greet viewers was Wang Longqing entering the command room, while Li Mu and his team were also seen fleeing on warhorses before being overturned.
An argument erupted between Li Mu and the captain, who swiftly took command of the squad, issuing a series of directives.
He proceeded to elucidate the intricacies of the bone demon domain with an accuracy that rivaled any educational discourse. After over a minute of explanation, Wang Longqing finally entered the command room. Subsequently, the command center's team information displayed a close-up: Vanguard Squad, Member Li Mu, Reserve. The words reserve appeared, causing everyone to collectively gasp in shock. In unison, they turned their gazes towards the last 2 rows of reservists standing in the hall. The newcomers exchanged perplexed glances.
taken aback by the unexpected appearance of reservists on the television screen.
As events unfolded, the true astonishment began.
In stark contrast to the combat prowess of the previous loyal squad, the vanguard squad appeared almost divine. Their coordination was impeccable, and each soldier's individual combat capability was remarkably strong. Ma Jun wielded his mighty blade with exceptional skill, while Zhang Yi and Song Biao danced with their weapons,
creating an impenetrable defense. Zhao Meiting's arrows consistently delivered devastating blows to the bone demons.
Yet, the most terrifying of all was that reservist.
Ma Jun stood as a formidable force, but Li Mu could withstand 3 foes simultaneously.
With a staff in hand, each strike he delivered resulted in shattered bones and severed tendons. Not to mention the comparison between the two squad's female members, Zhou Chang and Zhao Meiting were worlds apart.
From this moment onward, the screen was filled with relentless intensity. As a colossal bone demon emerged, a life and death struggle ensued.
Li Mu dispatched the large bone demon with astonishing speed. With 4 teammates severely injured, he draped his cloak over them and vanished with a soft puff.
Zhou Qing, pale-faced, seized the opportunity to retaliate. She stood up and shouted, "Look!" He abandoned his teammates. This is what reservists are like.
She had recognized that Li Mu was the very reservist she had rejected in the mission zone. To her surprise, this scoundrel was exceedingly formidable.
However,
before the instructor could respond, a group of veterans in front stood up, glaring at her fiercely. One, who was closer, barked, "If you dare make another sound and disrupt my viewing, I will end you." Everyone was already stirred by the vanguard squad's battle, and it was unfortunate that this foolish woman's shout interrupted the moment. Many believed that Li Mu was about to forsake his comrades. Yet, Zhou Qing's words soon became a source of ridicule. As the bone demons appeared, Li Mu began his elusive performance. His figure faded into the thick mist, continuously circling around the 4 teammates cloaked under his protection. Any bone demon daring to approach them was swiftly dispatched by Li Mu's staff.
Gradually,
the mist began to dissipate, and Li Mu, having exhausted his energy, resorted to physically confronting the monsters.
Those 10 minutes allowed the Zhenyuan soldiers to witness what it truly meant to fight valiantly.
Especially towards the end, Li Mu, in a trance, swung his long staff,
striking at the air before him.
Zhao Meiting rushed forward to embrace Li Mu, while Ma Jun and Song Biao crawled out from under the cloak.
Ma Jun tore into his own leg, desperately shouting to draw the monster's attention.
The background music began to take on a tragic tone. These scenes prompted countless Zhenyuan soldiers to rise slowly, fists clenched, standing solemnly.
When they saw Vice Officer Zhang arrive, slaying the monsters and rescuing Li Mu and the others,
the hall erupted in restrained cheers of good.
Good. As the video concluded, the final image captured Li Mu ascending amidst a radiant white light.
The camera slowly pulled back,
revealing the ring of corpses surrounding the hiding place of his 4 teammates.
The scene is profoundly striking, a testament to an individual who risks everything to protect their comrades.
This is what it means to be a warrior. This is the essence of true strength. As the promotional film concludes, the lights in the hall gradually illuminate once more. The instructor casts a cold gaze at Zhou Qing and inquires, "You just claimed that you two have emerged from bloodshed? Do you possess any military achievements?" Chapter 52, I thought you were impressive, but it turns out you are just. At that moment, everyone in the hall turned their attention to Zhou Qing. After watching the video, her face had turned pale, a ghostly white that was unsettling. Prior to this, all her arrogance stemmed from a belief in her own superiority. She had never witnessed how other teams fought their way through. She believed that merely surviving in the dense fog was a remarkable feat. When she observed Li Mu's vanguard team mercilessly slaying monsters, she attributed their success to their defensive tactics. However, the final display of Li Mu protecting his teammates was beyond her comprehension in terms of strength. The ground was littered with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. With over 200 bone demons slain, how could one person possibly achieve such a feat? In stark contrast to the vanguard team, her own team's name seemed like a cruel joke. In an instant, all of Zhou Qing's confidence crumbled to dust. Yet, the most enraged were not Zhou Qing herself, but the 2 rows of reserve soldiers standing behind her. Almost all the reserve recruits were seething with anger, their eyes ablaze, their chests heaving. They were furious. Damn it!
One shouted. I thought you were something special, treating us like children and making us stand here.
Just as he vented his frustration,
one of the reserve soldiers struck Zhou Qing on the temple, causing her to stagger.
Another recruit quickly intervened, gesturing frantically to remind him that their instructor was still present. To everyone's surprise, the assailant shrugged him off, exclaiming, "What do you care? Let me hit her."
With that command, all the reserve soldiers surged forward in a frenzy. They were truly incensed. For this wretched woman's single remark, they had stood for nearly 40 minutes without reason. Initially, they had thought she was impressive,
only to find out she was a fool. What did this feel like?
It was akin to being in a university lecture when a man in a lab coat enters and makes you all taste each other's feces throughout the entire class.
You do not understand but comply.
Then, at the end of the class, a few staff from a psychiatric hospital arrive to take him away in an ambulance,
apologizing to you as they leave. The more you think about it, the angrier you become. The veterans, upon witnessing Zhou Qing being assaulted, did not intervene. Normally,
they might have been on opposing sides with these recruits, unable to relate to them, for the reserves were all merely 18-year-old youths, while the oldest among the veterans were in their 20s. Yet now, they all turned their gazes toward the instructor, fearful that he might intervene in this matter. Had they been able to, they would have relished the opportunity to land a few punches themselves. The instructor, however, acted as if he were oblivious to the chaos. He waved his hand and led his team out through the front door with great strides.
Zhou Qing was left to suffer the consequences, and an hour later, she was directly sent to the ICU.
Meanwhile, at other bases, as soon as the promotional video was released, the name Li Mu echoed throughout half of the military district.
Most importantly,
Li Mu single-handedly transformed the significance of the term reserve forces.
Overnight,
every reserve soldier in the military district found themselves deeply grateful to Li Mu and his ancestors. The so-called veterans now regarded them with much more respect. Some third-tier reserve soldiers were even invited to join small teams. They began to understand that in critical moments, knowledge can indeed be a matter of life and death.
Setting aside Li Mu's extraordinary combat prowess,
his profound understanding of the bone demon domain and the initial deployment strategies he provided for the team undoubtedly secured them a considerable amount of time,
significantly enhancing their survival rate.
Although not every reserve soldier possesses knowledge on par with Li Mu, at the very least, all reserves are currently in school, learning, which is certainly superior to those who have never set foot in an educational institution. That night, in the command center of the Pearl Military District, in the lounge of Wang Longcheng, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes to see Wang Longcheng engrossed in a book.
"Commander."
Li Mu weakly attempted to sit up. Wang Longcheng immediately set his book aside and approached him, gently pressing him back down.
"Do not move. I have already called your mother. I informed her that you would be staying here for training today and not returning home. Your body is perfectly fine, but you are mentally exhausted and need more rest.
If you go home in this state, your mother will be extremely worried," Wang Longcheng said with a smile. Li Mu then felt relieved. His primary concern was for Yang Suiying's worry about him. Glancing at the time on the wall, he awkwardly asked, "It's already 10 o'clock, Commander."
"I have delayed your return home. I also asked Aunt Bai for leave on your behalf, huh?
From now on, when there are no others around,
just call me Uncle Wang,"
Wang Longcheng replied with a slight smile.
"Uncle Wang."
Li Mu did not hesitate to comply. Wang Longcheng and Bai Taiwei had supported him in front of so many officials, earning his respect as elders. Neither Wang Longcheng nor Bai Taiwei were the type to indulge in favoritism.
Their actions on his behalf were indeed moving. "You've made a breakthrough, do you know that?" Wang Longcheng inquired further.
Li Mu sensed the changes within him and his eyes immediately brightened. Indeed, he had reached the third tier of the yellow rank. He then checked the system and was astonished to find his victory points had surged to 6,980.
Incredible!
Just thinking about such an abundance of victory points made Li Mu feel a swell of excitement. He suppressed his elation and smiled slightly.
"Yes, I can feel it. Your rate of breakthrough is truly astonishing," Wang Longcheng remarked. "Talent mutation," Li Mu chuckled. "Ha, are you suggesting that you can immobilize monsters, transform into a mosquito, and suddenly appear behind a monster's head? Is all of this due to talent mutation?" Wang Longqing teased. Ah. Uncle Wang, are you eager to answer?
Li Mu nodded earnestly. Wang Longqing shook his head with a smile, rising to approach the table where he retrieved a document and handed it to Li Mu. As Li Mu reached for the material, Wang Longqing cautioned him, be sure to keep it safe and review it at home.
This contains confidential information that must not be disclosed to others.
After you finish reading, remember to destroy it promptly. Instantly, Li Mu's curiosity intensified.
Nevertheless,
he could only nod in agreement, tucking the thick stack of documents into his storage ring.
I have already edited your combat footage into a promotional video. Now, half of the Mingzhu military district's soldiers are aware of your deeds. You don't mind, do you? No, wait, even if you do, it's too late. Wang Longqing chuckled. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. What's this about? Fool, it's all for the sake of merit.
Wang Longqing replied with a hint of exasperation. Pacing with his hands clasped behind his back.
Amplifying your accomplishments serves three purposes. Firstly, it is to expand your influence, making it easier for me to advocate for your merits.
Secondly, this matter is indeed worth publicizing. It will greatly aid in the rectification of military conduct. It can significantly enhance team cohesion and create a profoundly positive impact. Moreover, it has proven remarkably effective in improving the status of reserves within the military.
Thirdly, it elevates your reputation.
Reputation holds greater weight in the military than anything else.
Sometimes, it can even rival merit itself. You may not understand this now, but you will in due course. Li Mu nodded thoughtfully.
These considerations had not occurred to him, yet Wang Longqing had already anticipated them.
After conversing for a while, Wang Longqing suddenly posed an intriguing question.
Li Mu, at that moment, when you were devoid of true energy,
you told Ma Jun and the others that if you reached your limit, you would retreat.
Yet, in the end, you fought on, even until you lost consciousness.
Driven solely by your will. Why did you not retreat? Wang Longqing's inquiry was earnest.
Li Mu understood that he sought more than a perfunctory response such as forgetting. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu replied seriously with 8 words, it was merely a matter of heartfelt emotion, pursuing the thrill.
Chapter 53, Merely for Pleasure? Upon hearing Li Mu's response, Wang Longqing was taken aback. A life-and-death battle was hardly an occasion for revelry. The term for pleasure left Wang Longqing perplexed. However,
upon further contemplation, a subtle smile began to grace his lips. Since their acquaintance, it seemed that Li Mu had indeed diverged from his peers. On the very first day of military training, he had shattered the instructor's leg.
In broad daylight,
he had forced his once revered uncle from the Li family to kneel in the square. He had braved perilous territories during the inaugural battle in the abyss,
rushing to provide support at the first sign of the monstrous tail python.
He had staunchly protected his comrades until the very limits of his endurance. Such actions suggested that Li Mu acted without consideration for the consequences, indulging his impulses without restraint. Yet, to label him reckless would be a gross mischaracterization. Li Mu's composure and prudence on the battlefield far exceeded that of his contemporaries. His hidden strengths ran deep. If compelled to encapsulate Li Mu in a few words,
Wang Longqing found it an insurmountable challenge.
The phrase merely for pleasure instead conveyed a sense of nonchalance, reminiscent of a divine being incarnated in the mortal realm to fully experience the vicissitudes of life.
What a splendid notion of living merely for pleasure. Rest early.
Everything can be addressed tomorrow, Wang Longqing concluded, refraining from further disturbing Li Mu's respite as he exited the room.
Li Mu, indeed, felt the weight of fatigue pressing down on him.
Exhausted to his core, he succumbed to slumber as soon as Wang Longqing departed. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Mu awoke early, sitting up in bed yet hesitating to don his attire.
Instead, he eagerly accessed the system. Victory points, 6,980 points.
Gazing at this number, Li Mu nearly burst into laughter.
Regaining his composure, he began to deliberate on how to allocate these points. First and foremost, he recognized the imperative to address his deficiencies in strength. Following yesterday's battle, he became acutely aware of his most significant shortcoming, a dire lack of true energy. The scarcity was profound, almost catastrophic. His most relied upon technique, the immobilization skill,
was precisely the one that consumed true energy at the highest rate. With his meager reserves, he could scarcely contend with a few formidable bosses.
In the abyss, where monstrous threats seemed inexhaustible, this inadequacy was glaringly apparent. The second grave flaw was the limited array of tactics at his disposal. He lacked sufficient means to turn the tide of battle.
While numerous other deficiencies persisted, these two were paramount and urgently required resolution.
With this thought in mind, Li Mu resolved to take action. To remedy the issue of true energy, he would need to delve into his internal cultivation. Speaking of which,
he had yet to enhance his non-grade celestial technique.
This technique was indeed one of his innate abilities. He accessed the introduction to the non-grade celestial technique.
Non-grade celestial technique deepens understanding of the practice skill by 50 years, broadening the dantian and strengthening the meridians, allowing for a more fluid execution of any technique. As he scrolled further, an option that had never before manifested suddenly emerged. Detected host at Huang Tier, 3rd rank, celestial technique can be advanced.
What a revelation!
It turned out that the previous limitation stemmed from his rank. Now that Li Mu had attained the 3rd rank, this option had finally presented itself.
No wonder I couldn't see this option before.
It seems my martial prowess is insufficient to harness the higher tier celestial techniques. The advancement of the celestial technique requires the consumption of 1,000 victory points.
I have leveled up. The basic celestial technique has been upgraded.
The secondary celestial technique deepens my understanding of the practiced arts for a century, significantly improving my dantian and meridians, allowing for the integration of internal martial arts,
absorbing their characteristics and merging them into the celestial technique.
Currently, I can integrate 3 types of internal arts, which may be replaced as needed.
Ah! Li Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. The integration of internal arts? Absorbing their characteristics to merge into the celestial technique? This is quite intriguing.
And Li Mu has begun to formulate some ideas.
Since I lack true energy,
I could fervently integrate several techniques that enhance both the quantity and recovery speed of my true energy.
Li Mu couldn't help but express his disdain for the immobilization technique. This extraordinary ability.
The percentage-based consumption of true energy implies that increasing the total amount of true energy does little to alleviate the demands of the immobilization technique.
Even if one's true energy is vast as the ocean, each use of the immobilization technique consumes 5.
After merely 20 uses, my true energy would be completely depleted. However, in light of the terrifying effects of the immobilization technique, Li Mu could only come to terms with it.
For now,
the first major dilemma has been more or less resolved. I just need to find a few internal martial arts techniques.
Now, I must tackle the second issue. Let's proceed. First, unlock the intimidation through alcohol, and let me see how it works. Consuming 100 victory points unlocks intimidation through alcohol.
This technique allows me to take a sip of alcohol, releasing an aura that creates a pressure field within a 2-meter radius, instilling fear in enemies within this domain,
slowing their movements while enhancing my own agility by 5 for a duration of 10 minutes. A field.
Li Mu's eyes lit up at first,
but he quickly discerned a problem. The field's ability to hinder enemy movement lacks quantifiable metrics. This indicates that it does not function like the immobilization technique, which disregards cultivation levels. The pressure that restricts an enemy's movement speed depends on their strength.
It weakens against stronger foes and strengthens against weaker ones.
Nevertheless, as long as it takes effect against adversaries stronger than myself, it suffices. Furthermore, once enhanced,
the field will significantly diminish the threat posed by monsters of equal or lesser rank compared to Li Mu. It is particularly advantageous in group battles.
Regardless, I have plenty of points, let us upgrade it.
Clicking on the skill tree for intimidation through alcohol, Li Mu illuminated 3 nodes. The aura expands to a 5-meter radius.
Duration extends to 15 minutes.
Allies within the field also benefit from the speed enhancement.
These 3 nodes consumed 400 victory points, leaving Li Mu with 5,480 points remaining.
He rose from his bed, the thorny flower staff and cloak resting conveniently at the bedside. Li Mu casually picked up the thorny flower staff and weighed it in his hands.
Next, I will allocate all remaining points to the divine weapon technique.
The divine weapon technique and the mountain bearing technique are my fundamental sources of combat strength. Even as I seek to expand my arsenal, I cannot neglect these two. Consuming 480 victory points, the enhancement of the divine weapon technique is successful. The divine weapon technique imbues my weapon with weight, currently totaling 1,155 pounds. The weapon suddenly felt significantly heavier in my grasp.
Suddenly, Li Mu was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of disconnection from reality.
What he now held was a staggering weight of half a ton. Reflecting on his time on Earth, he realized that even lifting 2 buckets of water up the stairs would leave him breathless, let alone 1,000 pounds.
With 500 victory points,
he enhanced his Bear Mountain technique. 500 victory points consumed, Bear Mountain technique successfully strengthened. Bear Mountain technique increases one's strength to the level of 8 tigers and 9 bulls.
With this enhancement,
it seemed that his technique could easily handle a weight of 1.5 tons without further augmentation. Thus, he was left with 500 points.
Li Mu proceeded to illuminate the field of blessing technique.
100 victory points consumed, field of blessing technique unlocked. Field of blessing technique creates a realm of spiritual energy, where one's soul may reside, nurturing spiritual plants and materials for personal use.
Cultivating a field?
Li Mu's curiosity was piqued as he attempted to immerse his spirit within this field. Instantly, his consciousness detached from his physical form and entered another realm.
Before him, a vast expanse unfolded.
The heavens, the sun and moon, white clouds, and soaring birds painted a picture of a vibrant world.
The ground was exceptionally flat,
carpeted with lush green grass. However, as Li Mu ventured further, he discovered a mirrored wall that reached towards the sky, clearly delineating a specific area.
Was this a real-life version of Minecraft?
He murmured to himself while wandering about, soon identifying the boundaries of this space. The center was not particularly vast,
measuring merely 10 acres. Li Mu exited the field of blessing.
This technique also followed a skill tree format. He expended 600 victory points in succession to illuminate 4 nodes.
Field expanded to 20 acres. Acquired a spiritual spring.
Real-life creatures may enter.
Field expanded to 40 acres. The reason for such expenditure was Li Mu's intention to cultivate medicinal herbs within this domain.
The description indicated that seeds sown in the field and irrigated with the spiritual spring would yield herbs of a distinctly superior quality and growth rate compared to ordinary ones. The alchemical arts required a considerable variety of herbs.
Remaining victory points now stood at 800.
Li Mu planned to retain around 2,000 as a reserve. His immediate goal was to surpass the 1-ton target for the divine weapon technique. Thus, he could only unlock 1 more divine ability for the time being. With that, he directed his attention towards the divine ability valued at 300 victory points.
External Avatar, Chapter 54, the 18-year-old young wolf guard the ability of external manifestation, also known as the art of duplication, has been unlocked. Cost, 300 victory points, external manifestation has been unlocked. External manifestation, create a duplicate to fight alongside you or engage in mischief. The external manifestation is also structured like a skill tree. However, upon a mere glance, Li Mu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
Despite the numerous divine abilities he had unlocked thus far, and the ease with which he could illuminate several nodes on the skill tree, it was evident that the nodes closer to the root required fewer points.
For instance,
the Fujian technique requires 100 points to unlock 20 mu of land, 200 points for 40 mu, and a staggering 500 points for 100 mu. This was why Li Mu refrained from further investments. Each divine ability, as one delved deeper into mastery, demanded nearly double the victory points. With only a few thousand victory points in hand, the prospect of specializing in even 1 or 2 abilities seemed less than affluent. Thus, Li Mu opted to illuminate as many nodes as possible in the beginning, as every additional means could prove beneficial.
However,
the external manifestation required a hefty sum of 300 points, making it the most expensive at present. The current effect grants the manifestation of a duplicate inheriting 100 strength of the divine weapon technique and the burden mountain technique, lasting for 1 minute.
To be frank,
this strength was not insignificant. Yet, it was clear that this duplicate could not utilize other divine abilities, such as the binding technique. The next node for unlocking demanded an astonishing 500 points.
Gritting his teeth, Li Mu illuminated it.
Manifest 2 duplicates inheriting 100 strength of the divine weapon technique and the burden mountain technique, when the main body uses the binding technique.
The duplicates can also use it once. Duplicates last for 1 minute.
The subsequent node required 1,000 victory points. Li Mu hesitated to proceed further. He currently had precisely 3,000 victory points remaining, which he intended to conserve for the time being. He planned to adapt to the strength of the third rank and maximize the divine weapon technique before making further decisions.
After a brief assessment, Li Mu realized he had mastered as many as 11 divine abilities.
Subpar Celestial Art, Whisper Listening, Divine Weapon Technique, Burden Mountain Technique, Fiery Eyes and Golden Sight, Alchemy, Binding Technique, 72 Transformations, Borrowing Might from Wine, Fujian Technique, External Manifestation, although most could only be considered rudimentary and not particularly profound.
Li Mu felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. This recent surge in power left him invigorated.
Li Mu confidently asserted that he could easily best any so-called prodigy of the same rank, perhaps even 2. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door.
They had arrived.
Li Mu donned his attire, stowed away the thorn-flower staff and cloak, and opened the door to the lounge, revealing Officer Zhang.
"How is your recovery?" Officer Zhang inquired, his expression devoid of emotion yet tinged with rare concern.
"Quite well, I feel remarkably rejuvenated," Li Mu replied, stretching slightly.
After a day and night's sleep,
his spirit had been thoroughly restored. "Good, your commendation has been processed, I shall escort you to the ceremony."
With that, Officer Zhang turned to lead the way. Li Mu hesitated and asked, Officer Zhang, may I inquire about my comrade's well-being? Will Ma Jun's legs be reattached?"
Deputy Zhang slowly shook his head.
"It seems unlikely.
You still have some time, you may go and see them."
Upon arriving at the medical department, Li Mu found Zhang He assisting Ma Jun in walking back and forth.
To his astonishment, below Ma Jun's knees were 2 metallic prosthetic limbs, allowing for a remarkable degree of dexterity in the feat. Zhao Meiting and Song Biao were seated nearby, both still wrapped in bandages.
Upon spotting Li Mu, they all stood up. "Hey! You're here. How are you feeling? Any better?" Ma Jun, upon seeing Li Mu,
exhibited no trace of sorrow over the loss of his legs. Instead, he expressed concern for Li Mu's well-being. Watching Ma Jun stretch out his arms to regain balance, reminiscent of a child learning to walk, Li Mu felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. After all, Ma Jun had sacrificed his legs to save him. Had it not been for Ma Jun heroically intercepting the giant bone demon's claw, Li Mu would have surely faced severe injuries, if not death,
and would never have endured until the thick fog lifted. What happened? Is it impossible to reattach the original legs? Li Mu asked in a low voice.
The atmosphere grew heavy, and Zhao Meiting sighed. It is possible to reattach them, but she glanced at Ma Jun with a complex expression.
Feigning nonchalance, Ma Jun laughed heartily. Reattachment requires a long recovery, and the doctors say the bones will inevitably harbor hidden injuries.
Metal, however, is different, flesh is frail.
With metal, there will be no hidden injuries. I can return to battle quickly, and if it breaks, I can replace it. In the future, when I have wealth, I'll upgrade to something more robust. Perhaps even with a propulsion system. What I lack is not merely legs, but a vulnerability. Ma Jun's bravado was merely a facade. A series of self-persuading justifications.
For a warrior, a complete physical form provides an inexplicable sense of security. Li Mu inhaled deeply, choosing not to dwell further on the matter.
Silently resolving that should he ever acquire a potion for limb regeneration, he would ensure Ma Jun's legs would grow back. "Alright, you saved our lives. We are already immensely grateful to be alive," Song Biao said, noticing Li Mu's somber demeanor as he patted his arm. "Indeed. Moreover, we have greatly benefited from your actions. Each of us received an exceptional allocation of 20 merit points. Military brother, you received 40 points. Zhao Meiting added. They had never anticipated that each would be awarded 20 merit points for their contributions in this battle. Their sole achievement was their exceptional performance alongside Li Mu, which served as a prime example for military conduct and had a positive impact on military discipline, leading to a special commendation. Have your merit points been issued yet? Zheng He inquired.
Not yet, I was just about to check on that, Li Mu replied.
Come on, we'll accompany you, the group insisted. Unable to refuse, Li Mu allowed them to join him on the way to the commendation office.
Along the way, many recognized Li Mu. Even those who had not seen his face at first glance knew he was part of the renowned vanguard team, as they recognized Ma Jun and the others.
Some veterans greeted them with warm enthusiasm. As the reserve recruits beheld Li Mu, they immediately stood to attention, saluting him with a knightly gesture to express their respect. Although Wan Longcheng had informed Li Mu that he had become a model for them, Li Mu had not anticipated such a profound impact. Upon arriving at the award department, a substantial crowd had gathered behind him, numbering around 200 people. This was indeed a considerable assembly,
especially considering that the 10 bases of the Pearl Military District each housed merely 1,000 or so personnel, many of whom were engaged in missions. The total count of lower-ranked soldiers amounted to only 500 to 600. The awards ceremony was open for public observation, and certain honors were impossible to overlook,
serving as a source of motivation.
After Li Mu identified himself, an officer promptly emerged from the award department, followed by a throng of soldiers and staff members,
all craning their necks in curiosity. This robust man, around 40 years of age, regarded Li Mu with admiration.
Approaching him, he squeezed Li Mu's solid arm and inquired,
"Young man, how old are you?"
18.
Li Mu responded. "Ah, you certainly have the looks. Do you know your current rank?"
"No," Li Mu replied. The man chuckled, turned around, and retrieved a box, opening it to reveal a second-class merit medal, worth 150 merit points.
"Congratulations! You are now a member of the Wolf Guard."
Chapter 55, The Inferior Celestial Technique. With a thunderous roar, the words Little Wolf Guard reverberated throughout the hall, igniting a wave of astonished murmurs. This was swiftly followed by an eruption of applause and fervent cheers.
Particularly among the reserve recruits, spirits soared. At this moment,
Li Mu had become a living emblem for half of the reserve troops.
With 200 merit points, one could ascend to the rank of Little Wolf Guard. Li Mu,
being a reservist, was exempt from the assessment. However, merit points were a rare commodity, attainable solely through extraordinary feats in battle.
An 18-year-old Little Wolf Guard was indeed a rarity.
Even Li Mu found it somewhat incredulous. He had initially estimated that achieving 70 or 80 merit points would be commendable. To his astonishment, he received a figure that was double that. Yet, he quickly comprehended that this was the benevolent intent of Wan Longcheng, aimed at amplifying the achievements of Li Mu's squad to garner him greater merit. Everyone witnessed Li Mu's unwavering dedication to safeguarding his comrades, battling to the very end, and slaying monsters far beyond the limits of solitary combat. If such a warrior were to receive only a meager handful of merit points,
how would the other soldiers perceive it? To accomplish such a significant feat and be rewarded with a mere few points? Ridiculous. Of course, Wan Longcheng's actions were not an act of coercion against superiors.
The merit points conferred to Li Mu also served to better motivate the soldiers, a win-win situation. As Li Mu accepted the medal, he executed a standard knightly salute, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Commander." Within the box, in addition to a second-class merit badge,
he discerned a Little Wolf Guard emblem. The emblem depicted the visage of a young wolf, fierce yet tinged with innocence.
According to the awarding protocols, it was entirely reasonable for a senior Wolf Guard to preside over the conferment of the Little Wolf Guard rank. Before him stood a senior Wolf Guard, holding a military position comparable to Qin Zhanya.
"Go forth. I eagerly anticipate your further accomplishments."
The senior Wolf Guard reciprocated the salute and returned to the awarding department. Zhao Meiting and others approached, extending their congratulations and curiously touching Li Mu's medal.
"So, while we recuperate, are you already itching to undertake new missions?" Song Biao inquired with a hint of envy. He was acutely aware that, given his own capabilities, it would be challenging to team up with Li Mu again. This was the first and last time. Accompanying someone of Li Mu's caliber would undoubtedly be a burden.
Li Mu chuckled and shook his head. "I intend to take a few days to reflect, perhaps return to school to solidify my third-tier realm. Indeed, soon you'll likely be tasked with more advanced missions."
Ma Jun nodded with a sigh. After conversing for a while longer,
Li Mu bid farewell to his companions and made his way to the supply zone of the Zhenyuan Army's logistics department. Following the carnage of the previous day and the unused contribution points he had accrued, Li Mu now possessed 210 contribution points. This was quite a substantial sum, especially since he had received an additional 2,000 points due to the merit awarded. In the Zhenyuan Army, contribution points held far greater value than currency. Nevertheless, for Li Mu, it still felt insufficient. After spending some time in the martial arts section, he could only purchase a high-grade internal cultivation manual, priced at 4,000 contribution points, available only to those with more than 200 merit points. Li Mu immediately expended 4,000 contribution points to acquire the rejuvenation inner energy. On the market above the abyss, this technique would fetch no less than 500,000. The rejuvenation inner energy holds a unique position among high-grade techniques. Many inner energies of the same rank have already developed various attribute inclinations. For instance, practitioners of fire-based inner techniques find that they excel in executing fire-based martial skills, while those who cultivate speed-oriented inner energy possess a superior command over speed-type martial techniques. There are numerous types of inner energies, including those focused on defense, physical fortitude, spiritual refinement, and the 5 elemental attributes. The interplay and synergy among talent, inner energy, and martial skills require warriors to continuously explore and cultivate their unique understanding to achieve success. In addition to these specialized techniques, there are also those born of ingenious thought. Previously, there was a rather renowned warrior with mediocre talent, who could only extend his attack range. However, he cultivated a toxic inner energy and carried life-saving treasures infused with poison. He specialized in speed-based martial techniques. Amidst a battlefield teeming with monsters, this warrior infiltrated the horde, leaving a trail of poison in his wake, rendering the creatures powerless. The soldiers of the Abyssal Guard charged into the throng, cutting through the monsters with ease. This warrior emerged unscathed, having claimed the honor for that battle without slaying a single beast. As for the rejuvenation inner energy, its singular characteristic of accelerating the recovery of true energy is sufficient to elevate it to the echelon of high-grade techniques. Regarded as a mediocre technique, it is seldom chosen by others. Yet for Li Mu, it was of paramount importance. He could not afford to acquire another high-grade technique. Thus, he spent an additional 260 contribution points to select 2 sets of common inner energies, knowing that inner energies could be replaced in the future. He opted for these 2 sets for immediate use. Choosing a training room, Li Mu began to absorb the 3 techniques. Inferior Celestial Technique has integrated rejuvenation inner energy, enhancing the rejuvenation characteristic. Rejuvenation significantly increases the recovery speed of true energy. Inferior Celestial Technique has integrated Wood Spirit Energy and Heart's Desire Technique, enhancing the characteristics of Wood Spirit and Heart's Desire. Wood Spirit slightly increases the density of true energy. Heart's Desire minimally reduces the true energy consumption required for equivalent martial techniques. Current status of Inferior Celestial Technique. Inferior Celestial Technique deepens the understanding of cultivated techniques over a century, significantly improving the Danci and meridians, allowing for the integration of inner energy methods, absorbing their characteristics into the Celestial Technique. Current characteristics: rejuvenation, Wood Spirit, Heart's Desire, integrated inner energies are replaceable. After merging the 3 inner energies, Li Mu stretched languidly, feeling the surging true energy within him, which indeed seemed to have grown denser. Although the Wood Spirit energy was merely a common inner technique, Li Mu could sense the enhanced concentration of true energy, indicating a significant effect. After all, it was an inner energy capable of nurturing the growth of an exceptional warrior. However, for him, it was merely a characteristic. Li Mu then activated the 72 transformations, transforming into a mosquito. The true energy within him began to deplete continuously, yet his Danci commenced a frenzied operation. The body, akin to a parched sponge, began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, replenishing an impressive amount of true energy. Although the rate of recovery still fell significantly short of the rate of consumption, it was approximately equivalent to 1/5 of the consumption rate, which was already quite formidable. Li Mu, having reverted from his transformation, felt a surge of exhilaration. The most pressing flaw had been temporarily mitigated. At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang. It was his homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingshan, inquiring about his absence from school that day. Naturally, Zhao, as the homeroom teacher, felt compelled to check in. Upon receiving Li Mu's response that he was returning to school, Zhao chuckled, "Actually, there is nothing urgent.
If the Zhenyuan Army needs you, just send me a text to let me know you're safe. By the way, are you aware that Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng have transferred to our school?" Li Mu was taken aback. "Oh? It seems you were unaware. Lu Chunfeng and Zhang Jiwei have indeed joined our school. They are evidently here because of you. If you return, you might want to meet them.
All three of you are exceptional talents. Maintaining a good relationship among you will undoubtedly yield tremendous strength," Zhao remarked meaningfully. "The future accomplishments of these three will surely be remarkable. Establishing close ties during their student days will ensure they support one another and realize boundless potential."
"Thank you for the reminder, teacher."
After their conversation, Li Mu hung up the phone.
Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng had actually transferred to their school? Could it be related to the school's resource ranking?
Contemplating this, Li Mu walked outside while opening the news.
Indeed.
The related articles elucidated the entire situation. Heishui High School had suffered an unjust ranking, becoming the subject of ridicule. The consecutive transfers of Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng served as a show of support for Heishui High School. This action severely wounded the morale of Shanglong High School and Chongming High School, particularly Shanglong, as Zhang Jiwei was backed by the powerful Zhang Group. His departure had directly siphoned away a significant portion of Shanglong High School's vitality. Furthermore, this move cast substantial doubt on the fairness of Heishui High School's resource ranking. Over the past couple of days, the matter had escalated considerably, prompting calls for the resource department to provide an explanation.
Resource rankings could only be updated once per month following the conclusion of each school's abyssal first battle. To seek another update,
one would have to wait until the next month or until there was a change in standings from a major school-level competition.
Now,
the resource department found itself in a precarious position. If they were to immediately alter Heishui High School's ranking, it would implicitly acknowledge their error.
Conversely, failing to change the ranking would only increase the mounting pressure.
If this situation persisted, the credibility of the resource department would substantially decline.
Contemplating this, a smirk crept across Li Mu's lips. He was quite eager to witness the expressions of that Shanglong prince and his uncle now. Chapter 56, Merely Seizing a Shop. A convenient task. Li family, banquet hall.
Ever since Li Daong received a scathing rebuke from the director of the Jishang Road branch after making a phone call,
his calls have gone unanswered. Now, Li Mu has become a thorn in the side of the Li family. After expelling this worthless member from the clan, they merely anticipated witnessing Li Mu's downfall. They had numerous family enterprises to manage and opulence to enjoy. Yet, unexpectedly, Amir Li Mu has thrown their household into disarray. At this moment, a lavish banquet was laid out in the hall, and the Li family members seemed to be awaiting a certain individual. Li Shaohai, seated at the table, wore a particularly impatient expression. "Dad. He is just a minor supervisor from the Department of Commerce. Not long ago, he came to our home bearing gifts. Why are we even hosting a banquet for him? It's too much to give him such honor." Li Mu's second uncle, Li Ji, shot an irritable glare at his son. Silence. He thought bitterly, "Isn't this all because of your incompetence? You ranked 31st in the first battle of the Abyss. This has entirely altered the public's perception of the Li family. Recently, the Li family had a project in the medical industry, where the other party was responsible for funding and managing the entire medicinal materials supply chain. The Li family merely needed to navigate the challenging pharmaceutical approval processes. When the family awakened their S-level talents, a minister and supervisor from the Department of Commerce had personally visited them, bearing generous gifts and promising to provide substantial support in business matters. However, the Li family soon discovered that when they reached out to the minister this time, he responded with an air of indifference, clearly not taking them seriously. When the Li family requested a meeting, the minister claimed to be busy and sent a subordinate instead. They had already boasted to their project partners, and now they had no choice but to host a banquet to entertain this supervisor. In the past, the Li family had at least been a second-tier family. With the awakening of their S-level talents, they had hoped to rise to the top tier. Instead,
They found themselves reduced to the humiliation of hosting a banquet for a mere supervisor. This was truly vexing. All of this misfortune was attributed to that scoundrel, Li Mu. Old Madame Li coldly snorted, striking her cane heavily against the ground. She understood all too well that it was Li Mu's blow in the square that had forced Li Daong to kneel, exposing the Li family's current precarious position to the public eye. If they could have captured Li Mu and taught him a harsh lesson, it might have salvaged much of their reputation, at least letting others know that provoking the Li family came with consequences.
But what was the outcome?
Li Mu was whisked away by military vehicles right before the cameras, completely unscathed after striking them.
What message did this send to the outside world?
The Li family has truly been deceived by Li Mu this time. Li Shaohai, feeling quite displeased, rose to his feet and declared, "If you wish for my company,
so be it. I shall not demean myself."
With that, he turned on his heel and strode away.
What nonsense!
He is a person of distinguished S-grade talent, destined for remarkable achievements.
Why should he lower himself to please a mere junior supervisor? Indeed, why should my son associate with such an insignificant figure? It's all right.
My son, go and enjoy yourself, Li Mu's second aunt agreed, nodding in agreement. Li Ji hesitated, torn between words. He yearned to chastise his son as a waste of potential, but the words died on his lips.
The last vestiges of dignity for the Li family rested solely on him and his son.
To berate his child would be akin to striking his own face. The rest of the Li family remained silent, the atmosphere heavily laden with tension, particularly for Li Daong.
Ever since being bested by Li Mu,
he could scarcely speak without bending his back. He harbored a deep resentment, wishing to tear Li Mu apart for his actions.
Just as Li Shaohai departed,
the butler ushered in a guest.
Li Ji and Li Daong quickly rose.
"Supervisor Lu, we apologize for not greeting you properly," Li Ji said with a forced smile,
offering a slight bow.
Supervisor Lu wore a smile on his face but felt a surge of dissatisfaction within.
Did you not realize that you should have welcomed me?
Such trivialities are hardly worth mentioning. The minister is quite occupied and has sent me to ascertain the needs of the Li family, he stated bluntly.
Li Ji's expression darkened.
The implication was clear: I am here on behalf of the minister, and your lack of welcome displeases me.
Ah, yes, yes.
We are indeed grateful for your visit amidst your busy schedule. Please, take a seat, we have prepared food and drink for you, Li Ji responded,
forcing a smile as they invited Supervisor Lu to sit.
Lu greeted the elderly matriarch, exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries. As the conversation meandered, they eventually delved into the matter at hand.
Upon hearing the Li family's requests for pharmaceutical approvals, Supervisor Lu's face clouded with concern.
Ah! You know how stringent the pharmaceutical approvals are, they have always been the most rigorous. The regulations for pills and liquid medicines are even more stringent.
This may prove to be quite challenging.
As he spoke, he shook his head and helped himself to a morsel from the dish. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh! This dish is delicious. This dragon-fragrant fish must be quite expensive, at least over 1,000, I presume?"
At this remark, Li Ji's complexion changed dramatically.
Lu was subtly negotiating terms.
But to begin with a demand of 10 million? This was akin to outright robbery.
They anticipated that the total profit from this project in its first quarter would barely reach that amount.
Li Ji chuckled nervously. "Ah, well, this fish isn't that costly. I believe it's only around 600 or 700. Lu vigorously shook his chopsticks in disbelief. "What? That cannot be. 600 or 700 is absolutely impossible. It must be at least 1,200.
The minister has authorized me to negotiate for 10 million, and I must pocket a little for myself as well."
The members of the Li family who understood the implications clenched their teeth in anger. A mere junior industrial supervisor.
The Li family sought his assistance. Yet he demanded such exorbitant sums.
Was the Li family's reputation truly worth so little? This was utterly outrageous.
Madame Ma gritted her teeth, her smile bordering on the unnatural.
"Excellent. Supervisor Lu has an astute eye. This is precisely 1,200,000.
Supervisor Lu chuckled heartily, affirming that the Li family had acquiesced.
"You see?
I told you so," he remarked. However, Madame Ma continued, "Nevertheless, we would like to request a small favor from Supervisor Liu. Setting down his chopsticks, Liu inquired, please.
Do tell.
It was apparent that the other party was presenting conditions. 1,200,000 was no trifling sum. He could assist if the matter was not overly burdensome.
Taking a deep breath, Madame Ma said, there is a blacksmith shop on Happiness Street.
Known as the Jinshi Blacksmith Shop.
The proprietors are Qin Jinshi and Yang Yuron. To be candid, the prodigal son of our Li family, Li Mu, resides there. As far as I know, this blacksmith shop has numerous issues. I hope the industrial and commercial department can impose appropriate sanctions. I've noticed that Supervisor Liu has a fondness for fish. If they are dealt with severely, I could present you with a fish valued at 100. Supervisor Liu's eyes sparkled with interest. Was the Li family willing to part with $1 million for merely investigating a shop? Truly, the Li family's wealth was easily earned. Ah! Of course. Punishing unscrupulous merchants is our duty, he proclaimed, thumping his chest. At that moment, Madame Ma finally exhaled in relief. The previous encounter in the square,
where Yang Yuron's words almost drove her to madness, lingered in her mind.
Her current animosity was directed more fiercely towards that woman than even towards Li Mu. That woman's tongue was excessively venomous. Even if it required spending a sum of money.
She was determined to ruin her family business and ensure she tasted the bitterness of hardship.
Chapter 57, Have we overestimated him? Upon returning to the school, Li Mu was immediately struck by the cacophony at the entrance.
A throng of students had congregated, yet the main gate was only partially open. With a group of students from Heishui High School meticulously checking their documents. The one overseeing the order was none other than the student council president, Lin Yuya.
Welcome to Heishui High School.
Students, please refrain from crowding and maintain some distance.
Present your student pages, and you shall soon be allowed entry. Do not rush. Once inside, turn right and follow the yellow arrows on the ground to queue at the Academic Affairs Office. Lin Yuya announced with a resonant voice.
Her striking beauty and graceful figure instantly captured the attention of many male students.
However, Lin Yuya soon spotted Li Mu amidst the crowd.
Her eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed towards him, a fragrant breeze trailing behind her as she playfully stood before him.
You finally returned. I thought you might not show up today. What is going on? Li Mu inquired, nodding towards the gathering. You wouldn't believe what transpired yesterday in your absence.
Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng have transferred here. And there is a large influx of transfer students from Tenglong High School coming to our school. Today marks the arrival of the second batch, along with students from other institutions, Lin Yuya explained, her gaze towards Li Mu growing increasingly admiring. All of this chaos was a direct consequence of Li Mu's actions. No wonder he had so effortlessly made Zhao lose face the other day while jokingly suggesting that Principal Lin Changming would have to ponder over the situation. It turns out he had orchestrated such a formidable counterattack without even making an appearance.
What incredible power could he possibly wield? Are Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng already at school? Li Mu asked as he began walking toward the entrance. Yes. They arrived early and even inquired about you this morning. Lu Chunfeng was quite upset about your absence and insisted on challenging Zhang Jiwei to a duel.
Lin Yuya chuckled, recalling the amusing scene from that morning.
She personally guided Li Mu through a side door that was not open to the public. Upon entering the school,
they were met with a long line of students at the Academic Affairs Office, all of whom had just arrived. The school, neither large nor small, was noticeably bustling with activity. Lin Yuya led Li Mu directly to the martial arts arena. Although the Heishui High School's training ground was expansive, its facilities were outdated and sparse, some training dummies were even rusted or damaged.
Nevertheless, the vastness of the arena was filled with a crowd, eagerly watching what appeared to be a duel.
The moment Li Mu and Lin Yuya appeared, gasps of astonishment rippled through the spectators.
Wow! It's Li Mu!
Exclaimed a girl, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Li Mu is here!
The amazement was predominantly from the newly transferred students. The original students of Heishui University greeted Li Mu with enthusiasm. Li Mu approached the sidelines and gazed into the arena, where Lu Chunfeng stood at the center.
With slightly bent legs, he stood casually, resembling a towering iron edifice.
Surrounding him were three individuals, one wielding fists and feet, another brandishing a long knife, and the last thrusting a spear. The trio unleashed a frenzied display of martial prowess from 3 different angles, attacking Lu Chunfeng relentlessly.
However, a faint azure glow emanated from Lu Chunfeng's body. His feet remained steadfast, while his upper limbs casually deflected their strikes. The attacks landed on him as though they were striking solid iron, leaving not a single mark upon him. A look of annoyance crossed Lu Chunfeng's face. Ugh! This is tiresome, none of you can break through my defenses. Your feeble attempts barely register as an itch. As he spoke, with a sudden snap, he grasped the descending long knife firmly in his hand. With a fierce squeeze, the blade shattered with a resounding crack. Concurrently, an explosive surge of vital energy erupted from him, sending all 3 adversaries sprawling away. The intensity of his power was on an entirely different level. The air around erupted with screams and cheers. Lu Chunfeng, with an exasperated gesture, pointed toward Zhang Jiwei, who stood at the sidelines. Oi! Spearman, let us have another round. Zhang Jiwei responded with a calm smile, tilting his chin slightly in the direction of Li Mu. Your awaited guest has arrived. Turning his head, Lu Chunfeng immediately spotted Li Mu, his eyes lighting up. Li Eguan! You've finally come! He strode confidently toward Li Mu, embodying a sense of having awaited his presence for quite some time. You just transferred to our school and already started giving people nicknames. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Li Mu replied, somewhat annoyed. He had overheard Lu Chunfeng referring to Zhang Jiwei as Spearman and himself as Li Eguan. What ridiculous nicknames! You can give me a nickname too, I'm not afraid. But you're not getting away today. I see you've also broken through to the 3rd tier, splendid. Now we're on equal footing, and you're unscathed, so it's my turn to receive a strike. Lu Chunfeng exclaimed eagerly. Li Mu had sensed the auras of both Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng earlier. They, too, had just broken through to the 3rd tier. Truly remarkable talents. It seems you're determined not to miss this strike, Li Mu retorted. Indeed. Lu Chunfeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he recognized the opportunity in Li Mu's words. He had long pursued the chance to receive a blow from Li Mu for a very specific reason. While others thought him merely a martial enthusiast who enjoyed brawling, they did not understand that his talent required him to continually push the limits of defense to grow stronger. Moreover, this strength could not derive from individuals significantly above his level, that would only be counterproductive. The powerful attacks from those of equal or even lower tiers would facilitate the rapid growth of his innate abilities. Unfortunately, ever since he had awakened his talent, it had become increasingly difficult to find such worthy opponents. I shall grant you this opportunity. Li Mu felt there was no need for further evasion and nodded in agreement. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted around him as the crowd parted, creating a larger circle. Excitement surged among the onlookers. Previously, many had found the matches against Lu Chunfeng increasingly dull, as none had been able to breach his defenses. However, with Li Mu now stepping forward, anticipation reached its peak. Soon, the exhilarated Lu Chunfeng eagerly ushered Li Mu to the center of the arena. Go, Brother Feng! Shouted several girls from the crowd, clearly his ardent admirers. Lin Yuya, however, was not pleased. She raised her fist and shouted, Go, Brother Mu! As she did, other girls from Heishui High joined in her cheer. Lin Yuya shot a defiant glare at Lu Chunfeng's supporters, her eyes seemingly conveying, Humph, who doesn't he have their admirers? Comparing the number of admirers between Heishui High and Li Mu? Absurd! The girl shot annoyed looks at Lin Yuya, but her voice drowned theirs completely. Among these girls stood one adorned in a flowing azure gown, whose color matched Lu Chunfeng's attire perfectly. Upon closer inspection, she possessed a refined demeanor and gazed at Lu Chunfeng with unmistakable affection. After a few cheers, the girls began to converse among themselves. I hope Brother Feng will be all right. Li Mu seems quite formidable. The girl in the azure gown smiled faintly, nodding slightly as she coolly remarked, Rest assured. Brother Feng will undoubtedly let Li Mu make a move, it seems they have overestimated him. With a hint of derision, she shook her head, displaying her disdain. The Heishui High students around them immediately felt discontented. These girls were clearly from Chongming High, and the girl in the gown was evidently Lu Chunfeng's superfan.
While it's acceptable to admire Lu Chenfeng, there was no need to belittle Li Mu.
Hey, could you keep your comments civil? This is a friendly match,
protested a male student. The girl in the gown cast a dismissive glance at him, smirking lightly before averting her gaze,
seemingly too disdainful to engage in even a brief argument.
Yet, she proceeded to explain to her companions. Li Mu's victory over the monster-tailed python was largely due to Zhang Jiwei having first pierced the creature. It was the disruption of the monstrous energy that significantly weakened its defenses.
Unfortunately, many fail to comprehend such nuances.
As she spoke, she intentionally glanced at the male student, implying that only she possessed the insight to understand, while the others were mere fools.
I agree. Many seem to have overestimated Li Mu. Brother Feng might have been momentarily confused, perhaps intimidated by his championship title, she added.
The other girls nodded in agreement,
whispering their concurrence.
The male student, infuriated yet at a loss for a rebuttal, turned away in frustration.
At this moment, all eyes were fixed in the center of the arena.
Li Mu had already drawn out the Jinghua stick. Lu Chenfeng bent his legs slightly, yet remained steadfast in his position, his arms tightly clasped as he shouted, "Come!"
Chapter 58, Many fail to comprehend such intricacies, yet Li Mu remains unfazed.
With a flourish of his right hand, he twirled a staff, gently directing his left finger toward Lu Chenfeng's shoulder, specifically, the left one. Subsequently, he retracted the staff, grasping its tail with his right hand, and casually swung it toward Lu Chenfeng's left shoulder.
The onlookers were taken aback. Was this a jest? There was not a hint of true energy emanating from Li Mu.
This indicated that he had not employed any true energy. And this strike bore no force whatsoever, merely a playful tap with his weapon.
To exaggerate slightly,
the force exerted by a teacher striking a sleeping student with a book during class would surpass this.
Even Lu Chenfeng furrowed his brow,
preparing to reprimand Li Mu for not taking the fight seriously. However, when the staff struck his shoulder, he felt as if a small mountain had collided with him.
His body suddenly sank.
The blue bricks beneath his feet shattered with a distinct crack.
The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Zhang Jiwei's eyes gleamed brightly. Lu Chenfeng, however, trembled with excitement. "Oh, young man, you seem to underestimate me. You dare to strike without even using true energy. Come again. Show me your true skills."
Lu Chenfeng pointed at Li Mu, his aura surging fiercely, causing his clothes to flutter without wind.
Impressive. Li Mu's interest was piqued.
He had merely tested the waters without utilizing true energy. Yet the tremendous strength of the 8 tigers of the Burden Mountain combined with a weapon weighing 1155 Jin was something most martial artists could hardly endure. He had never clashed with Lu Chenfeng before and was merely probing. To his surprise, Lu Chenfeng appeared unscathed.
Li Mu rolled his neck, retracting the staff. This time, a powerful aura erupted from him.
With a swift motion, he drew the staff back, gripping its tail while the other end rested on the ground behind him. He then swung it with vigor toward Lu Chenfeng.
Bang! The staff struck Lu Chenfeng's shoulder, unleashing energy that radiated outward, causing the garments of the spectators to flutter violently.
The blue bricks beneath Lu Chenfeng were no longer merely shattered, he left an imprint in them, from which white powder erupted. The bricks beneath his feet had been reduced to dust.
Li Mu! Focus!
Lu Chenfeng laughed maniacally, abruptly pulling his feet free from the bricks. Adjusting his stance, he roared, and with a rip, his garments exploded. His form expanded significantly, reaching a terrifying height of over 2 meters. A golden hue radiated from his body, and his energy surged to an astounding level. Even Li Mu regarded him with newfound respect. That previous strike had crushed the skull of a third-tier monster.
Excellent!
Li Mu exclaimed, repositioning the staff behind him, his body taut like a drawn bow. He swung the staff overhead, accompanied by a fearsome whoosh, directing it toward Lu Chenfeng. As the staff passed through the air, a colossal illusory shadow of the staff followed closely behind, measuring nearly 2 meters in length and as thick as an arm.
Zhang Jiwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue.
The weapon's ethereal shadow wielded by Li Mu bears a striking resemblance to the golden spear and iron horse of his own armament, although it lacks the golden hue.
Its imposing aura seems to possess a tangible essence. This shadow is indeed substantial.
It is a manifestation of Li Mu's century-long comprehension of the flowing cloud's three tremors, enhanced by the inferior celestial technique he acquired. Under Li Mu's profound understanding, the three tremors have entirely evolved into a unique martial art.
There is no need for layering.
He can directly transmute the formidable might of up to three tremors into a singular ethereal projection, while it may appear as though he has merely struck once. The intensity of this shadow's assault is, in fact, a cumulative force equivalent to that of the flowing cloud's three tremors. Although this strength is somewhat inferior to the iron cutting strike, it remarkably conserves a wealth of vital energy compared to its predecessor, akin to a standard attack. Thus, Li Mu has aptly renamed the flowing cloud's three tremors as Flowing Cloud's Shadow, a somewhat juvenile name, yet fitting.
Moreover, the inferior celestial technique has induced a qualitative transformation in the iron cutting strike.
Now, upon infusing vital energy into the staff, Li Mu can generate a terrifying tremor.
The intensity of this upheaval makes him feel as though he could indeed cleave iron with his staff.
He hesitates to employ it against Lu Chunfeng,
fully aware that Lu Chunfeng would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it.
As expected, feeling the terrifying might of the flowing cloud's shadow,
Lu Chunfeng abruptly raised his arms to block Li Mu's thorny staff.
Simultaneously, Li Mu activated his keen sight to observe the flow of Lu Chunfeng's vital energy.
A dazzling,
brilliant surge of energy erupted from beneath Lu Chunfeng's feet, shooting upwards and instantaneously permeating his entire being. Not only did it coalesce into a radiant glow at the point of impact, but it also enveloped him in an all-encompassing shield.
Boom! With a thunderous crash, Lu Chunfeng's towering frame, exceeding 2 meters, was struck as if by a truck, sliding backward while shattering bricks beneath him. With a resounding thud, his back collided forcefully with a training dummy.
The dummy was so severely impacted that it failed to register a numerical response before being deformed and shoved back several paces. All the students were left in shock. A long gash of shattered bricks marred the ground, accompanied by a cloud of dust, confirming that the preceding events were no mere illusion.
"Brother Feng!" cried out a girl in a flowing blue dress, rushing forward. Other girls and several eager classmates quickly joined to assist. Yet, from within the haze, Lu Chunfeng's laughter resonated. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
He shook off those around him and stood up, his arms hanging limply, with his right forearm clearly injured. Lu Chunfeng staggered forward a few steps, his gait unsteady and wavering, yet his face radiated exhilaration. He slowly approached Li Mu, extending his unhurt hand and giving him a thumbs up.
"Awesome," he began.
But before he could finish, his eyes rolled back dramatically, and his mountainous form lurched forward. Li Mu, quick-witted and agile, rushed to support him, relieved that he had not employed the iron cutting strike. Had he combined the flowing cloud's shadow with the iron cutting strike, today might have ended in catastrophe.
Lu Chunfeng fainted entirely. They hastily transported him to the infirmary. Fortunately, he was not gravely injured and would survive. Li Mu addressed his surrounding classmates,
prompting several male students to come forward and lend a hand.
The onlookers were left speechless. How could this not be considered a serious matter? With a bruised forearm, he had fainted entirely.
If this had occurred on the battlefield, he would have already been at the mercy of his adversaries. Zhang Jiwei also approached to assist, calmly remarking,
"I had already warned him."
Li Mu shot him a disapproving glance.
The group began to carry Lu Chunfeng towards the infirmary, leaving behind the girl in the flowing blue dress.
Her expression was one of anxiety, yet she seemed hesitant to mingle with the other students, likely due to her elevated status, and chose to wait until they exited before following. Just then, a few classmates who had overheard her speaking passed by, deliberately discussing loudly. "Oh, thank goodness Lu Chunfeng overestimated Li Mu and adopted the strongest defensive stance. Had he underestimated Li Mu, he would likely have been severely incapacitated."
"Ah! But you fail to understand. Did you not notice Zhang Jiwei standing nearby?"
Lu Chunfeng faltered entirely because Zhang Jiwei first pierced through him.
This disrupted Lu Chunfeng's energy,
leading to a significant drop in his defenses. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as many failed to grasp the subtlety of the situation.
The two students bantered back and forth, mimicking the girl's earlier tone, unable to suppress their laughter. The girl in the long dress turned pale with anger, never having felt her face burn with such embarrassment before.
The students were not disrespecting Lu Chunfeng, rather, they were targeting the girl. She, who followed Lu Chunfeng to transfer schools, secretly looked down upon Heishui Hai and even held contempt for Li Mu. In her eyes, Lu Chunfeng was the only invincible one. Mocking her seemed a mere trifle, her dreams needed to be shattered, teaching her the importance of respecting others.
If given the chance, it would be delightful for her to experience Li Mu's prowess firsthand.
Lu Chunfeng suffered no grave injury.
With a fractured left arm, such an ailment was trivial for him. A bit of medicine and he would be back to normal by the next day.
As for his fainting, it was diagnosed as an excessive release of energy that had momentarily disrupted his meridians. He soon regained consciousness.
When Lu Chunfeng awoke, only Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei were present in the infirmary.
You initiated the duel, you should compensate for the damage to the training grounds.
Li Mu jested upon seeing him awake. Lu Chunfeng sat up and, noticing his arm was bandaged, remained silent while gesturing towards Zhang Jiwei with his chin. That is unnecessary.
The training grounds are set to be renovated shortly.
Their family will cover the costs.
Li Mu looked at Zhang Jiwei, puzzled. Zhang Jiwei had already established himself at Heishui High and now he was expected to contribute to the renovation of the training grounds?
Truly a wealthy consortium. Zhang Jiwei nonchalantly replied, A-level. Are your parents considering adopting a son? Li Mu inquired earnestly.
No, Zhang Jiwei shook his head with equal seriousness.
Enough of your banter. You too. Lu Chunfeng rolled over and got out of bed, the sickbed creaking with his movement.
He pointed at Li Mu and exclaimed, You have truly invigorated me. It is nearly noon, allow me to treat both of you to a meal, and perhaps we can share a drink together. Li Mu chuckled inwardly, realizing that if this were to be the case, he could save quite a bit on dining expenses in the future.
Chapter 59, Trafficking in Stolen Goods. Still in denial.
The three individuals, having emerged as the top three, naturally formed a bond of camaraderie. Li Mu called his mother, Yang Suying, to inform her of his return to the surface. He mentioned that he would be dining with friends at Happiness Street, specifically at the Jinshi blacksmith shop.
Yang Suying, chuckling,
offered a few words of advice before hanging up the phone.
Has Mu Tu not returned for dinner? Inquired Yang Yorong, who was preparing a meal nearby.
Yes. He has quite a lot on his plate now. He mentioned dining with those two S-class gifted children, Yang Suying replied with a smile. She nodded at her brother-in-law,
Chen Jinshi, who was busy tempering iron.
It was indeed wise to cultivate these relationships, as those two had specifically transferred to the school to support Mu Tu, leaving the resource department in a precarious situation. The online community was vocally condemning Heishui High School. Yet Yang Suying and the others were unaware that the entire incident had been instigated by Li Mu, who had initiated the turmoil after confronting Zhao Yi. As the family was preparing for lunch, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The three exchanged glances and hurried through the shop.
To their astonishment,
two heavy-duty pickup trucks emblazoned with the words Comprehensive Business Law Enforcement were stationed at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. Many nearby merchants were hurriedly clearing their storefronts, anxious about potential confiscations.
However, it was evident that the visitors were not targeting them.
A rotund man descended from one of the trucks,
letting out a loud belch as he landed.
He strode directly toward the Jinshi blacksmith shop, flanked by 7 or 8 individuals clad in business law enforcement uniforms.
Where's the owner? Come out. The hefty man bellowed.
Chen Jinshi quickly approached. Hello, I am the owner. The man retrieved a document from his pocket and thrust it toward Chen Jinshi.
Business inspection team. Routine check.
As he spoke, he belched again, pocketing the document.
Standing closer,
Yang Suying could distinctly smell the stench of alcohol. It was evident that the man had just indulged in a hearty meal.
Ah, our qualifications are complete.
They are all right here. Chen Jinshi courteously gestured toward the wall behind the counter, where various business licenses were displayed.
Are they complete? Who determines that?
The man retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him. I need to inspect your warehouse. Immediately, several burly men stormed into the shop, rummaging through the premises. The shelves and walls were lined with numerous finished weapons, and the shop was quite spacious. There was also a dedicated large warehouse in the courtyard.
After a brief interval,
The men emerged, breathless. Report to the team leader, we've discovered suspicious high-value energy metals. It appears to be the batch that Zhang's group reported missing.
Upon hearing this, the faces of Chen Jinshi and the others paled.
Yang Yurong shouted furiously, what Zhang's group?
The metals in our warehouse were procured legitimately. We possess transaction records.
The group leader exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury.
Silence. Did I accuse you of theft? Why the overreaction?
This batch of metals has been reported lost by the Zhang Group's steel mill. Even if you have transaction records, it merely indicates you have purchased stolen goods.
I suspect you are involved in fencing stolen property.
The shop will be sealed, and the metals confiscated.
Do you have any objections? If you do, you can accompany me for an investigation.
The corpulent leader spoke with hands on his hips, tilting his hefty head, exuding an air of arrogance. His words left no room for doubt regarding his threats, either you confess, or I will detain you all.
Stolen goods?
You must have evidence to make such claims. Yang Suying retorted, pulling her sister away in anger.
Moreover, this matter should be handled by law enforcement, not you.
It was evident that the opposing party had come to stir trouble. Yang Suying saw no reason to continue reasoning with them politely. The leader's brow furrowed deeply as he glared at Yang Suying. He detested those who were unafraid of them and had some understanding of the law.
They were not easily fooled. Are you blind? I am from the Industrial and Commercial Authority. What do you mean I am not law enforcement?
The corpulent man shouted angrily at Yang Suying and her companions.
His fierce demeanor indeed startled them.
Seeing their fear, he felt a sense of pride. With his brother being the supervisor of the Industrial and Commercial Department, he was accustomed to getting his way without resistance.
No restaurant or establishment dared to demand money from him.
Humph. As long as you acknowledge that you purchased stolen goods, I will merely seal your shop and refrain from detaining anyone.
If you dare to resist, the law will be merciless.
With his hands on his hips, the leader coldly threatened, his intentions clearly visible on his face. Although his enforcement was dubious, he needed them to admit, in their own words, that they had purchased stolen property.
With a recording device capturing their admission, the situation would become much simpler. Otherwise, it could become rather troublesome. Do you possess such authority to detain?
Yang Suying asked coldly. The corpulent man fumed with rage once more. This woman was the greatest obstacle to his plans today. His assertion of detaining them was merely a tactic to intimidate them into confessing to purchasing stolen goods.
Being from the Industrial and Commercial Department, he indeed lacked the authority to detain individuals. If someone resisted, he could contact law enforcement to handle the situation. However, if he unlawfully detained someone,
it would amount to illegal confinement.
Humph.
If you dare utter a single word of dissent, you will see whether I possess such authority.
Yang Suying scoffed.
I do not know how much you were paid to charge into battle for the Li family, but have you considered that should circumstances change, you will bear the consequences?
The Li family could merely be implicated in bribery, but what about you?
The leader's expression changed momentarily, but it was fleeting.
Damn it! He almost let this woman intimidate him. Change? What change could possibly occur? In the realm of industrial and commercial law enforcement, the situation has escalated dramatically.
The individual in question, with connections to a minister, has made it clear that should this matter spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire for those involved. The hefty man retorted, challenging the unwillingness to acknowledge the situation. Yang Yurong perceived the man's unease. It was evident that they were being targeted for retribution by the Li family. However, the Li family had only managed to sway the Industrial and Commercial Department, leaving the law enforcement agency untouched, which explained their absence. You need not threaten us, our establishment is spotless. There is not a single piece of stolen property here. With these words, Yang Yurong burst out the door, calling for attention, come quickly. The Industrial and Commercial Enforcement is framing merchants. They are enforcing the law under the influence of alcohol. They are coercing us into admitting to the sale of stolen goods. Are there any reporters present? Everyone, take out your phones and record this. The hefty man, having accepted favors from the Li family, was determined to ensure their discomfort.
Admitting to the sale of stolen goods would lead to irreversible consequences.
If they were indeed violating the law, then it was time to escalate the situation and see if public opinion could be swayed.
If you can truly wield such power, then we might as well submit. Indeed. The hefty man's expression shifted dramatically.
He barked at several burly men nearby, "Seize those three at once.
How dare they challenge the authority of the judicial department? You are courting disaster." With the accusation of theft firmly established, he ordered, "Arrest them and seal the shop." A throng of individuals immediately subdued the three.
Chen Jinshi forcefully pushed away two of the burly men, exclaiming, "You are utterly lawless.
Aren't you afraid of the repercussions?" The hefty man, visibly inebriated, slammed the table and declared with booming authority, "Here, I am the law."
He then turned to the surrounding merchants who were attempting to document the incident.
"Let us see who dares to continue recording." The crowd, intimidated, promptly lowered their phones.
Chen Jinshi struggled valiantly but refrained from physically assaulting the enforcement officers, aware that such an act would only undermine their position. The number of officers was overwhelming, and soon the three were firmly restrained. The trio was swiftly escorted to a vehicle, which was shut with a resounding clang. At that moment, one of the hefty man's subordinates approached him.
Concern etched on his face. "Chief, what do we do now?"
He was inquiring about the fate of those apprehended.
Knowing they lacked the authority to detain anyone and had no solid connections within the law enforcement agency to facilitate a transfer. "What do you mean, what to do?"
They defied the law and dared to provoke the enforcement officers. Of course, they are to be taken back.
They will be detained in the department, in my office. And we shall see if they confess. Chapter 60, Do you know me?
At the command of the rotund man, the robust individual swiftly confiscated all cash from the counter,
as well as valuable items within the establishment, akin to a whirlwind. However, as long as they affixed a seal, it was deemed an official act, entirely justifiable. Clearly,
this was not their first transgression. Yang Yorong sat in the car, observing the proprietor of the opposite store through the window, and discreetly signaled to him.
The owner, a fruit vendor, responded subtly with a blink.
He maintained an amicable relationship with the Chun family, and though he dared not provoke the hefty figure at that moment, Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiachi were absent. Yang Yorong intended for him to keep an eye on the children.
Shortly after the two vehicles departed, Chen Jiachi and Chen Jiafeng returned, backpacks in tow, running back home from school, which was not far away.
It was their customary practice to return for lunch. Upon arriving at the door, they were instantly taken aback, staring blankly at the seal for quite some time.
"Sis, did we take a wrong turn?" Chen Jiafeng queried, bewildered.
Chen Jiachi, in a state of panic, rushed forward and banged on the door with urgency.
"Mom! Dad!" No one answered, and in her distress,
she attempted to tear down the seal.
"Don't tear it!"
A voice suddenly called from behind, belonging to the fruit vendor's aunt across the street. The two turned to see the vendoress shop, its contents removed, with only a half-open door.
The aunt beckoned them urgently, "Hurry, come here."
They hastened to the fruit shop, and the aunt pulled them inside, slamming the door shut behind them.
"Aunt Lin, what happened? Where are my parents?" Chen Jiachi asked anxiously.
"The industrial and commercial enforcement officers came to inspect your home. They took your parents away.
And your aunt as well." The aunt explained patiently. "On what grounds could they arrest them?" Chen Jiafeng erupted with anger.
"I'm not certain, but I overheard your aunt mention something regarding the Li family," the aunt replied. As she spoke, Chen Jiachi took out her phone to call her parents, only to discover that their phones were all switched off. Overwhelmed with concern, tears streamed down her face.
"What should we do? What should we do?"
Her mind was in disarray as she repeatedly dialed the number. Aunt Lin remained supportive,
doing her best to comfort the two. "Do not panic, this is not the time for haste. Think carefully, do you know anyone who could help save your parents?" "Cousin!"
Chen Jiafeng suddenly exclaimed.
"What about my cousin? Wasn't he taken away, was he?"
"No," Aunt Lin shook her head, her eyes lighting up.
"Indeed.
Your cousin is the champion of the abyssal first battle, he must know some influential people." As Chen Jiachi dialed the number amidst her tears, she asserted.
My cousin will definitely not let them get away with this.
At the Yunning restaurant, within a luxurious yet cozy private room, Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei,
and Lu Chunfeng were enjoying drinks.
This establishment had been arranged by Zhang Jiwei, as it was owned by their family. The Zhang Group rests upon three main pillars: energy and metals, pharmaceuticals, and catering.
Employing playful sarcasm, one might summarize, in the abyss, they fish for the elite. Among the commoners, they cast their nets, and with the warriors, they reel in their catch.
The underlying theme suggests that no one can escape their clutches. Although the Zhang family conglomerate does not rank at the pinnacle in any of these realms, the interdependence of their ventures ensures their enduring prominence. The table is laden with sumptuous dishes, the price is steep, and the 3 bottles of wine are rare treasures seldom seen by ordinary folk.
Today,
Li Mu had initially intended to savor the wine, having activated his ability to wield it with bravado.
However, to his astonishment, a mere sip left him flabbergasted. He contemplated many things, yet one aspect eluded him: this divine ability did not enhance his tolerance for alcohol. Simply put, Li Mu possessed no capacity for liquor. After downing a couple of taels, he felt himself drifting into a euphoric haze. Yet, it was undeniable that the richness of the wine only intensified with each sip. With 2 glasses consumed, the atmosphere among the trio grew considerably more congenial.
They engaged in light-hearted banter, discussing an array of topics.
Observing Li Mu's struggle with alcohol,
Lu Chunfeng harbored mischievous intentions, eager to intoxicate him further, though most of his attempts were thwarted by Zhang Jiwei. After several rounds of dishes,
Zhang Jiwei turned to Li Mu, inquiring, "I hear you've been promoted to the Young Wolf Guards?" "Oh. You seem quite well informed," Li Mu replied, taken aback. Zhang Jiwei chuckled, shaking his head. "It's hardly a secret, many in the reserve have seen it." Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Mu asked, "Aren't you two planning to descend into the abyss?" With a thump on the table, Lu Chunfeng exclaimed, "Who says we aren't? That's precisely my intention. I've just been preoccupied with breaking through. To be frank, my return has greatly aided my advancement to the 3rd rank.
The insights gained from combat far surpass personal training.
Once you've experienced it, you can't help but crave more.
Regular training feels excruciatingly slow in comparison, so I intend to join the reserves tomorrow.
My father insists I'm naturally suited to be an officer." Lu Chunfeng promptly declared his stance. Zhang Jiwei smiled faintly. Regardless of Li Mu's mention,
their fates of joining the reserves seemed preordained.
Lu Chunfeng's father serves as the head of the 1st Division of the Law Enforcement Department, ranking just below Bai Taiwei. Zhang Jiwei's backing, the Zhang family conglomerate, spans 3 vast industries.
Yet, they remain stymied in their progress due to the lack of military backing from the Zhenyuan Army.
The question arises, why does every family and faction seek to infiltrate the Zhenyuan military? The answer lies in the allure of immense profit. The abyss may witness many social warriors purging monsters, but the resources generated by Zhenyuan soldiers far surpass those gleaned by others.
Monster remains, herbs, crystals, energy sources, metals, and more. These treasures are submitted by Zhenyuan soldiers in exchange for merit, elevating their status and converting contributions into purchasable military resources to bolster their strength.
In turn,
the Zhenyuan military processes, refines, and transforms these materials into usable supplies, ultimately benefiting the soldiers. This intricate system is laden with substantial profit.
Who will undertake the processing and production? Ordinary factories?
Such endeavors require military-grade enterprises, as these are military supplies that must be handled by military industries.
Without military enterprises,
one must rely on top-tier social enterprises for processing.
The benefits involved are sufficient to drive any faction to madness.
To obtain processing permissions from the Zhenyuan Army or even establish a military enterprise without military backing is sheer nonsense. Secondly, there is the formidable might of the military. If a family is supported by the military, even without extraordinary warriors among them, they can still stand firm.
This is due to the cohesive nature of military districts,
where few dare to test their resilience. Presently, the Zhang family continues to rely on the strength of grandfather Zhang Jiwei.
Relying on this single lantern is far from adequate. Zhang Jiwei represents the hope for the Zhang group to gain access to the Zhenyuan army.
Just as the 3 were deeply engrossed in conversation, a knock at the door suddenly silenced them.
"Come in," Zhang Jiwei called out.
A manager entered, smiling apologetically as he bowed slightly.
I apologize for interrupting the enjoyment of our esteemed guests.
He then turned to Zhang Jiwei, young master, the deputy minister of the Commerce Department, Li Chengkai. And the deputy minister of the Law Enforcement Department, Zhao Jinhua, happened to be dining here as well. They mentioned they saw you earlier and wished to offer a toast.
Zhang Jiwei's brow furrowed at once.
Lu Chunfeng, visibly displeased, muttered, "What a nuisance." Zhao Jinhua was indeed a subordinate of his father, clearly here for that reason.
Moreover,
the deputy minister of commerce was keen to curry favor with Zhang Jiwei, as the number of large enterprises he managed would serve as his trump card in future promotions.
Everyone knows that the Zhang Group is a vast enterprise with significant influence. Since childhood, Zhang Jiwei has aimed for the stars. And he would even consider selling the Zhang Group if it meant benefiting his parents.
Both glanced at Li Mu, who shrugged, "I have no objections.
They are here to seek your favor, and I cannot interfere.
I shall step aside." With that, he leaned back in his chair, adopting a posture of indifference.
Zhang Jiwei then said, "Let them in."
After all, these two were elders, and Zhang Jiwei was not an arrogant individual.
Before long,
two middle-aged men accompanied by several subordinates entered.
The others were also dressed in administrative uniforms, clearly from different departments.
Upon entering, they wore expressions of forced smiles.
"Ah!
I thought I had seen incorrectly earlier, it truly is young Master Zhang." Li Chengkai, with his broad face and composed demeanor, held a glass and chuckled warmly, exuding approachability.
Zhao Jinua's attention quickly fixated on Lu Chunfeng. "Ah, young Master Lu, you oh no. Young Master Lu, what happened to your hand? Who hurt you?" Lu Chunfeng's expression darkened immediately. "Shut up. I was injured during a normal sparring session."
Zhao Jinua's face flushed, yet he merely chuckled awkwardly, not taking offense.
After all, everyone was aware of Lu Chunfeng's temperament.
Zhang Jiwei, maintaining politeness, stood and smiled. "I didn't realize Minister Li and Minister Zhao were here."
"My apologies. Which private room are you dining in? Today, the meal is on me. Master Zhang is so generous."
"We merely came to share a drink." "We didn't expect," Li Chengkai replied with a cheerful demeanor. "After all, there are subordinates behind him, and toasting is merely a formality, which also carries a semblance of prestige. The very fact that he can cultivate a relationship with the scion of the Zhang Group is, in itself, a mark of honor." The group of minor officials, such as supervisors and directors, who usually act with impunity, found themselves utterly at a loss for words. However, before he could finish speaking, he noticed someone seated by the wall. Upon recognizing Li Mu, both Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhe were taken aback. Li Langwei," they exclaimed. "My sincerest apologies.
My eyesight has unfortunately failed me.
I did not realize it was you, Li Langwei.
Please forgive me."
Li Chengkai stammered in panic.
This reaction left Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng utterly bewildered.
Li Mu was equally stunned.
"You know me?" he inquired.
Li Chengkai's face beamed with joy.
"Of course. I know you.
You were at the banquet hosted by Deputy Commander Wang."
Chapter 61, Illegal Detention of Military Families? Li Mu was taken aback.
At the banquet hosted by Wang Longqing to celebrate the breakthrough to the Xian stage, indeed, numerous leaders from various departments were present.
However, Li Mu had no inclination to memorize each one. Zhao Jinhua quickly interjected, Yes. I was there too. To be honest, we were just discussing you at the table."
Achieving the rank of Xiaolongwei at such a young age is truly remarkable.
"Your future is undoubtedly limitless." These two leaders, upon entering,
instinctively focused on those most advantageous to themselves, completely overlooking Li Mu. Yet, the few individuals behind them had already noticed Li Mu.
However, they did not take it seriously, for they were not qualified to attend Wang Longqing's banquet.
But upon hearing the title of Deputy Commander Wang and the mention of Xiaolongwei, they were all drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, they had not cast any unfriendly glances toward Li Mu, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire.
"Now I understand."
"What a pleasure," Li Mu replied, rising politely. "Ah, to be in the same private room with three outstanding young talents today is indeed a fortunate occasion for us." Li Changkai laughed heartily, yet both he and Zhao Jinhua were profoundly astonished. The attitudes of Wang Longcheng and Bai Taiwei towards Li Mu at the banquet were still fresh in their minds. And now, he had ascended to Shay Alongwai at just 18. This young man was certainly not to be trifled with. He was genuinely one of Wang Longcheng's trusted individuals, indeed, a military officer. A newly promoted military officer. The son of a wealthy consortium, and the offspring of a police magnate. All three were among the top 3 in the first battle of the Abyss. Their martial prowess was indisputable. The mere fact that these 3 could sit together and enjoy drinks indicated the formation of a small group with terrifying potential. The energy they could wield in the future was beyond estimation. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng had also come to comprehend the situation fully. Lu Chenfeng, unable to contain his playful spirit, grinned at Zhao Jinhua and said, "Hey. Weren't you asking who injured me? It was him." With that, Lu Chenfeng pointed at Li Mu and lifted his arm, which was wrapped in bandages. Zhao Jinhua felt as if the world had gone dark. What? Lu Chenfeng's injury was actually inflicted by Li Mu. Hadn't he just cursed the unknown assailant? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The others were also engulfed in shock. Lu Chenfeng was renowned for his defensive prowess as an S-class gifted warrior. How could he have been injured by Li Mu to the point of needing bandages? It seemed that the Shay Alongwai title was indeed earned through genuine strength. Li Mu, aware that Lu Chenfeng was merely playing a trick, did not hold it against him, understanding that he was only trying to curry favor. Thus, Li Mu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was of no concern. Zhao Jinhua finally breathed a sigh of relief, immensely grateful for Li Mu's magnanimity, and prepared to offer him a drink. Li Changkai spoke a few more words, and the atmosphere grew lively. A group of people prepared to toast the 3. Li Mu had already poured the wine, but suddenly, the phone on the table rang violently. Upon encountering his cousin Chen Zheqi, Li Mu's brow furrowed with concern. He quickly offered an apology before answering the phone. The room was eerily quiet, even without the speakerphone. Zheqi's distressed voice was distinctly audible. "Cousin. Something has happened. What is it? Speak." Li Mu hastily moved towards the corner, his voice low and urgent. "The business regulatory authorities have sealed the shop. They've taken my parents and aunt." Her anguished cry reached the ears of Li Changkai and Zhao Jinhua, causing both to feel an immediate tension at the nape of their necks. Changkai nearly dropped his wineglass, which clattered loudly onto the table. "What did you say?" Li Mu's voice turned suddenly frigid. "My brother and I just returned, and the shop is plastered with seals. The neighbor said that 2 vehicles from the regulatory office arrived. They accused my parents of purchasing stolen materials from the Zhang group and took them all away." At this moment, Zheqi found her composure and succinctly conveyed the situation. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's icy gaze fixed upon Li Changkai, who felt as though he were prey being stalked by a ravenous wolf, a mere morsel in its sights. Li Mu asked in a grave tone, "Do you know where they have been taken?" "I don't know." Zheqi lamented. "Wait for me at the fruit shop." Li Mu concluded the call and slowly lowered his phone. The atmosphere within the room became palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified, leaving Changkai and the others momentarily breathless. Zhang Jiwei broke the silence first. "It's impossible that we are responsible." His declaration was resolute. "The reputation of our security measures is paramount. Even if the Zhang group truly lost something, it would have been addressed discreetly." Li Mu understood this all too well. Without a moment's hesitation, he deduced that the Li family had colluded with the regulatory authorities. However, fretting would yield no results. He needed to ascertain where his mother and aunt had been taken. The most expedient means was to exert pressure on Li Changkai, regardless of his involvement, as the regulatory officials were under his purview. "Minister Li, if you have any grievances with me, feel free to express them directly. Why involve my family?" Li Mu spoke with a veneer of levity, yet his eyes bore the weight of lethal intent. The effects of his earlier drinking had activated his confidence, causing an aura of intimidation to emanate within a 5-meter radius, enough to unnerve even the most privileged leaders present. Everyone in the room felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, not merely psychologically, but physiologically, unbeknownst to them. They mistook the pressure of his presence for his murderous intent.
Li Wolfguard. I assure you, I have no part in this matter of arrests. However, rest assured, I will address this situation with utmost seriousness. I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Li Chengsai's voice trembled as he spoke.
With trembling hands, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and immediately dialed a number.
I just want to know where he is. Li Mu spoke in a cold tone.
The foremost priority was to locate the individual swiftly to avert any danger.
I understand. I understand.
Li Chengkai nodded repeatedly, signaling to Li Mu as the call connected. Upon the call's connection, Li Chengkai bellowed, "Have them check the law enforcement records."
Do it now. However, it was evident that the overweight officer had acted unlawfully, leaving no enforcement records to find.
After a prolonged silence, Li Chengkai, drenched in cold sweat,
responded, Li Langwei, there are no enforcement records.
Be but rest assured, there are only 7 branches in Dongqing district, I will go to each one immediately. With a resounding crash, Li Mu forcefully kicked aside the table obstructing his path and strode out with an aura of lethal intent,
casting no further glance at Li Chengkai and the others.
As he exited the restaurant, he dialed the phone number of his aide, Zhang.
This matter did not require troubling Wang Longcheng.
As a Zhenyuan officer, with his mother detained, he possessed the authority to summon military reserve forces.
Informing Zhang was merely to expedite the process. Zhang Jiwei and the others quickly followed suit.
However, upon their exit, they witnessed Li Mu mounting his warhorse, shouting fiercely as he galloped away, soaring over 4 or 5 cars parked by the roadside, and racing down the highway.
How am I to explain this to Li Langwei?
Li Chengkai exclaimed, slapping his thigh in shock, utterly flustered.
Zhang Jiwei scolded, business enforcement is your domain. Do you think your explanations will matter if something truly goes awry?
Immediately have your subordinates conduct a thorough inspection.
Rectify this mistake as swiftly as possible. If you delay, no one will come to your aid.
After delivering this admonition, Zhang Jiwei, accompanied by Lu Chenfeng, swiftly entered his vehicle and ordered the driver to take off. The car sped away in pursuit of Li Mu. Zhang Jiwei also had a horse, but he lacked the authority to ride it within the city. Such a privilege was reserved for officers. Li Chengkai, enlightened by Zhang Jiwei's words, realized that the only option left was to exert every effort to make amends. There was no alternative. He frantically called Zhao Jinhao to get into the car, while simultaneously dialing to investigate all the business administration offices. Zhao Jinhao and Li Chengkai were allies in this predicament. There was no escaping the situation today, especially since he needed to make a strong impression in front of Lu Chenfeng. Thus, upon entering the vehicle, he immediately contacted the enforcement department to mobilize all personnel.
Li Chengkai was truly frightened.
Li Mu was not driving, he was riding a horse. The implication was clear, he was asserting his identity as a Zhenyuan officer.
His family,
being military dependents, were subject to protection. Given that they were detained at the Business Administration Department, it constituted absolute illegal detention.
Illegal detention of military dependents.
It appeared that someone was about to face dire consequences today. Li Chengkai was filled with trepidation, knowing that whether the fallout would land on him depended on how satisfactorily he managed the situation to appease Li Mu.
Chapter 62, Capture.
Li Mu galloped back to the blacksmith shop on his warhorse, with his adjutant Zhang already tracing the location. The abduction had originated from this very spot. Upon returning, no matter where the subsequent destination might be, he could reach it with utmost swiftness. This was a narrow street, with only 2 lanes designated for vehicular traffic. As Li Mu sped along, he drew the attention of passers-by. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he found it indeed plastered with seals. 2 figures burst forth from the fruit store, Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiaqing.
Cousin. Both siblings had swollen eyes, their youth rendering them unaccustomed to such distress.
And they were visibly shaken.
Mount up.
Li Mu commanded, swiftly pulling them onto the broad back of his steed. The horse, robust and powerful, bore the added weight of the 2 children without so much as a hint of strain. Observing Li Mu atop the horse brought a sense of reassurance to Chen Jiaqing and Chen Jiafeng. It signified that their cousin had garnered some merit within the town's military.
At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang. It was his adjutant Zhang.
Upon answering, Zhang provided a location, the Business Administration Department on Tianxin Street. where the security team had already been dispatched.
Excellent.
Do not act impulsively and risk lives. Remember to first unearth the mastermind behind this, Zhang reminded him.
Understood.
Li Mu concluded the call and signaled for Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiaqing to hold on tightly as he urged the warhorse towards Tianjin Street.
As they departed, Aunt Lin from the fruit store emerged, joining a few onlookers. Oh dear, young Li Mu is quite remarkable. How many ordinary folks possess a warhorse? He must have achieved military accolades. I truly hope he teaches those ruffians a lesson. Meanwhile, at the Business Administration Department on Tianjin Street, Yang Suying, Yang Yorong, and Chen Jinshi found themselves handcuffed within the corpulent manager's office. The door stood wide open. As the manager and his henchmen busily sorted through the valuables recently confiscated from the blacksmith shop. Unlike typical businesses, the blacksmith's trade was modest yet highly profitable. After all, they sold skill rather than mere iron. Each transaction could yield thousands, resulting in a collection of nearly 20,000 from the counter. One of the subordinates eagerly presented 12,000 yuan, neatly bundled, to the manager. Hee, team leader Lu, this haul is quite impressive. The overweight manager grinned in satisfaction as he tucked the money into his pocket. However, one anxious lackey ventured, team leader, what shall we do about them? Keeping them locked up seems rather improper. They were not connected to any influential superiors and bore a certain apprehension. With a cold smirk, Lu retorted. What is there to fear? Should the sky fall, I shall bear it. I am the leader of the business administration. Detaining a few individuals hardly constitutes a problem. Bring me a confession form. He waved his hand dismissively and strode into the office. Soon after, someone presented him with a drafted confession form. Lu had only one path left before him. This compels Yang Suying and her companions to confess, acknowledging their involvement in the trafficking of stolen goods. Once they sign the confession, he can promptly deliver them to the authorities, thereby resolving the matter flawlessly. Otherwise, he truly cannot afford to detain them indefinitely, which would complicate matters. At this moment, Yang Suying and the others are confined within a constricted pipeline. This passage is so low that standing is impossible, leaving them no choice but to sit on the ground. Lu, the corpulent man, shakes the confession document in his hand. Well, have you made up your mind? Will you admit to the criminal acts? Spare us. We will never confess to something we did not do. I am eager to see how you will fare in the end. Yang Suying retorts, gritting her teeth. Previously, she had been the wife of the Li family. And during Li Qianfeng's lifetime, she had encountered Lu too many times to count. She had long discerned his insecurities, otherwise, he would not be so intent on forcing their confessions. Once they confess, they would be handed over to the authorities, and that would indeed be the end. She does not believe the Li family possesses such extensive power to dare eliminate them here today. Lu's fury escalates. The reason this matter is proving so arduous is entirely due to this wretched woman. Were it not for her, those two might have already been frightened into confessing. Very well. Continue to resist the law. Let us see who ultimately suffers. He bellows. You too. Do you wish to share her fate? Or would you prefer to seek leniency? The choice is yours. This is an opportunity one am offering you. As he speaks, he forcefully throws the confession document in front of Yang Yorong and Chen Jinshi, attempting to intimidate them into submission. Damn it! Yang Yorong spits, striking the confession squarely. I will acknowledge your mother, she exclaims angrily. Humph, very well. Lu responds with a twisted smile, his rage morphing into mockery. He then commands, this room is too dim. Fetch me a large lamp. Instantly, someone rushes out to retrieve an enormous spotlight. The terrifying light and heat emanating from it could roast a person in mere minutes. Let alone a simple egg. Even a first-rate martial artist would struggle to endure such torment for long. Crucially, it leaves no physical marks, making it perfectly suited for extrajudicial punishment. Just then, Lu's phone rings, and his expression brightens as he answers. Hello, brother, what is going on? A thunderous voice erupts from the other end. You fool, what trouble have you caused this time? Lu, perplexed, responds, Huh? I haven't done anything wrong. He is bewildered.
as the store closure was authorized by his brother. Apart from this, he has committed no wrongdoing.
If you don't know, think carefully about it. Do not act recklessly before I arrive. Finishes manager Lu before hanging up.
Uncertain about the trouble Lu has stirred. He knows only that a superior had inquired about the situation.
Lu's brows furrow deeply. What on earth is happening?
He belches angrily, glaring at Yang Yurong and the others.
You lot!
Stop dawdling and sign the confession quickly, then get lost.
I have pressing matters to attend to. Yang Yurong, having overheard the earlier phone call, quickly deduced a possibility.
A sardonic smile crept across her face as she remarked, "You foolish glutton, with intellect such as yours, your demise is hardly unjust." No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from within the building housing the business administration department.
Ah! Ah!
The cries, numerous and growing closer,
filled the air.
In the midst of Lu the Fat's mental paralysis, several plainclothes security personnel charged forward.
Crouch down! Came a thunderous command, and a kick, as unyielding as steel, struck him squarely in the thigh. Lu the Fat was left bewildered, uncertain whether he was to crouch or kneel.
The force of the blow sent him sprawling to the ground, where a massive hand seized his throat, pinning him firmly to the floor. A few security personnel approached to free Yang Suing and her companions from their handcuffs, assisting them as they were escorted down the stairs. Everywhere they passed lay the business enforcement officers who had previously resisted, now writhing on the ground, clutching their midsections. The plainclothes security team was the first wave to arrive, tasked with safeguarding military personnel and their families, typically stationed in the family quarters.
The undercover team, donned in civilian attire,
was adept at executing operations that required a sudden and stealthy approach, allowing them to infiltrate and act without drawing attention.
Unbeknownst to Lu the Fat,
these individuals in plain clothes were a mystery to him. It was only when he was pressed to the ground that he regained his senses.
How dare you?
Who are you to assault public officials?
Do you have any idea who I am?
He exclaimed. However, before he could finish his protest, the undercover personnel seized him by the hair and dragged him out. The searing pain prompted Lu the Fat to thrash violently, yet the more he struggled, the more his hair suffered. The security team paid no heed to whether Yang Suing and her companions were involved in any illicit dealings.
That was a matter for the enforcement department to investigate. Their orders were clear: subdue the wrongdoers and rescue the military families. Chapter 63, Being Honest.
Seeking forgiveness, Lu Fatty shouted helplessly, but was rendered speechless when dragged out of the building. Not only he, but his band of subordinates, who had charged into battle, emerged with bruised faces, one after another, being pulled from the building.
Yang Suing stood outside, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Just then, Li Mu rode in at a gallop. Dad! Mom!
Chen Jiaqin and Chen Jiafen cried out, leaping from the horse into their parents' embrace. Li Mu rushed to Yang Suing.
Mom, are you all right?
Yang Suing quickly shook her head.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Yet, Li Mu was seething with rage. For he had clearly seen the deep purple bruises encircling his mother and aunt's wrists, marks left by tight handcuffs.
At that moment, a dozen plainclothes security personnel dragged all the injured men out.
Even many unresisting office workers from within the building were escorted outside, forced to squat against the wall.
Witnessing Lu Fatty in his gang's dismal state, the office workers dared not resist. They thought they were being robbed. Confused, they wondered why the robbers had the audacity to bring them out onto the street. Lu Fatty continued to bluster. What do you want? This is the Ministry of Commerce. This is a public institution. How dare you attack public officials? You are utterly lawless.
Just as Li Mu was about to approach him for questioning, a figure clad in white hurried over. It was Supervisor Lu, who had previously visited the Li household. Upon seeing Lu, Lu Fatty immediately cried, "Brother!
Save me!" Supervisor Lu,
taken aback by the scene, quickly pieced together the situation upon spotting Li Mu. It was clear that his brother had dealt with Yang Yorong's forge, and Li Mu had brought the matter to resolution. He had long heard from the Li family about Li Mu's connections with military officials. Observing the dozen or so upright figures, it was evident they were soldiers from the military district. It seemed Li Mu's deceased father had deeper ties with this officer than he had imagined, even willing to lend a dozen soldiers to support Li Mu.
These individuals, dressed in plain clothes, clearly intended to keep the matter from escalating too far.
However, it appeared that Lu Fati had truly miscalculated. Today, he would surely face repercussions. With this thought, Supervisor Lu approached Li Mu with a smile.
"Ah, Li Mu, my brother. Look here, it's all a misunderstanding, must it escalate to such a level?"
As he spoke, he extended his hand for a handshake, signaling to Li Mu with his eyes. Perhaps they could settle this amicably today.
Lu Fati, however, erupted. "Brother! Have you lost your mind? He nearly beat me to death. What do you mean settle it? Be quiet." Supervisor Lu snapped back, his irritation evident. "You fool! Can't you see these plainclothes are all soldiers?"
Internally, he felt a surge of anger. His brother had been assaulted, yet he found himself powerless to restore his honor.
One cannot simply apprehend all these undercover warriors, nor seize Li Mu right under their noses. Today, one must concede defeat. However, when he turned back, he discovered that his outstretched hand had yet to be clasped by Li Mu.
His brow furrowed in displeasure.
Li Mu, with a cold gaze, inquired, "What manner of being are you?" Supervisor Lu's countenance darkened with malevolence.
The flesh on his face quivered violently. He had not anticipated Li Mu would dare speak to him in such a manner and utter affront.
Was it merely the influence of his father that granted him this audacity?
Furthermore, their connections were not as formidable as presumed.
Otherwise, these Zhenyuan soldiers would not be operating in secrecy but would boldly come to his aid. Li Mu!
"Do not overstep your bounds," Supervisor Lu hissed through clenched teeth, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing the nearby undercover soldiers might overhear.
Li Mu, fixing his gaze upon him, asked, "Did you instruct him to make the arrests?" Supervisor Lu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yang Suing and the others, suddenly enlightened.
All this commotion was instigated by his brother capturing people.
No wonder the higher-ups had been inquiring about the situation here.
They were likely intimidated by Li Mu's modest military connections, causing Lu to startle.
However, seeing Li Mu's demeanor ignited a furious blaze within Supervisor Lu. "So what? I tell you, today is."
Before he could finish his sentence, Li Mu delivered a resounding slap.
Not only did it knock out his teeth,
but it also shattered his jaw.
Supervisor Lu collapsed beside Lu Ponzi, his vision first engulfed in white, then black. Gradually, clarity returned.
But he felt as though his mouth had ceased to function properly. Soon after, a wave of excruciating pain enveloped him. Lu Ponzi, gripping his collar and shaking him vigorously,
incessantly called out his name, amplifying his agony. "Would!" Both Yang Suing and Yang Yorong exclaimed in unison, fearing that Li Mu's lack of restraint might lead to irreversible harm.
After all, these individuals were public servants.
"Why you dare strike me?"
Supervisor Lu struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth as he pointed accusingly at Li Mu, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just then, the ground began to tremble ominously. A cacophony of thunderous noise approached, causing the crowd of onlookers to scatter in panic. From the left street, a formidable convoy of military vehicles surged forth. Simultaneously, from the right, a fleet of enforcement vehicles blared their sirens as they sped towards the scene. In the street behind, a herd of majestic warhorses galloped by, all converging on this very location.
The three forces converged, swiftly encircling the area with an impenetrable blockade.
Several military vehicles even barreled onto the greenbelt, nearly trampling Lu Ponzi and the others.
Lu Ponzi, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Rescue is at hand. We're saved, brother." He then glared at Li Mu and his companions, declaring, "Prepare to meet your end."
Yet Supervisor Lu remained utterly bewildered, for he knew he had summoned no one.
Could it be that these individuals were aware of his predicament and had come to apprehend Li Mu? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Was it possible his brother had called them? It is implausible that my younger brother could summon military personnel.
The military vehicle and the soldiers descending from the warhorse were distinctly clad in the combat attire of the garrison forces stationed in military family quarters.
The garrison forces?
Observing the plainclothes soldiers, who exhibited no signs of panic, an epiphany struck him. Yang Suiying hastened to Li Mu's side, with Yang Yorong and Shen Jinshi quickly surrounding him as well. They had assumed these individuals were there to apprehend Li Mu. However, unexpectedly, a captain from the garrison approached Li Mu with brisk steps and saluted respectfully.
Li Langwei. Is everything well with the military family? All is well.
Upon hearing this exchange, Yang Suing and her companions were left bewildered, with Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiuqi's eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu's supervisor, however, felt a wave of darkness envelop him.
Langwei. Military family. My own brother has illegally detained a military family member?
At that moment, the sound of two abrupt breaks echoed from the crowd outside. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, along with the perspiring Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhui, rushed over.
Upon seeing the garrison soldiers present, everyone was gripped by fear.
Li Chengkai approached Li Mu, bowing deeply. Li Langwei,
grant me a chance.
I will handle this matter and ensure your satisfaction. Li Chengkai cast aside all concerns.
With the garrison involved, it was highly likely that Wang Longcheng would be informed. If Li Mu resolved this matter personally today,
he would truly have nowhere to atone for his sins.
Very well. I grant you this opportunity.
Li Mu replied in a grave tone. If he were to manage it himself, it would merely involve severe coercion. However, as someone from the Commerce Department, Li Chengkai could easily grasp these individuals' vulnerabilities.
Li Chengkai, overjoyed, turned to his assistant, bring Wu Jiao to me. And contact the sword hall.
Li Mu had to concede, the minister was indeed formidable.
With a single command, Lu's supervisor sprang to life. No. No.
Ministerly, I will explain everything. Li Chengkai halted his assistant and approached Lu's supervisor, seething with rage.
You will answer my questions truthfully. Any hint of concealment, and I will ensure your suffering is unimaginable.
All right. Lu's supervisor was utterly shattered, overwhelmed with despair. Meanwhile, the portly Lu was utterly confounded, just beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. It seemed they had provoked someone they ought not to have.
Who ordered the arrests?
Li Chengkai inquired. I did not authorize the arrests, my brother acted foolishly and apprehended someone. We truly did not know they were a military family.
Lu's supervisor lamented, tears and snot mingling as he spoke.
Otherwise, I would never have allowed him to make those arrests. It was the Li family that engaged in bribery. The Li family sought to manipulate medical approvals, offering over 10 million to Wu Jiao.
In return,
the Li family had their blacksmith shop shut down. I was momentarily foolish, Minister Li.
I will tell you everything. I am willing to be a whistleblower. I beseech you, show mercy and do not hand me over to the sword hall. Chapter 64, Capture at the Li residence.
Supervisor Lu's voice was laced with palpable terror, seemingly reacting intensely to the mere mention of the Sword Control Hall.
The Sword Control Hall, a governmental body dedicated to the eradication of corrupt officials, resembled a modern-day secret police. In Li Mu's understanding,
it functioned similarly to the notorious Eastern Depot, serving not only as an oversight authority but also as a significant force against the Heavenly Society.
In critical moments, it wielded the power to execute before reporting. Many corrupt officials would rather face death than fall into the clutches of the Sword Control Hall.
In this martial world,
the bureaucratic hierarchy was starkly evident.
Take Lu, the rather corpulent supervisor, for instance.
As a team leader, he already wielded considerable power over the common folk.
Above him lay the division, represented by his rank, followed by the department, akin to the level held by Lu Chunfeng as father, with Li Chengkai serving as his deputy. Above the department was the office, represented by Bai Taiwei's rank, and beyond that was the hall, a level of leadership that Li Mu had yet to encounter. The branch divisions were comparable in rank to departments, with those in administrative roles categorized as departments, while law enforcement agencies were designated as branches.
Naturally,
the functional categories influenced the hierarchy, leading to instances where a minister of law enforcement might disregard the deputy director of the administration.
Upon hearing Supervisor Lu divulge everything,
Li Mu let out a cold snort. He had finally secured leverage against the Li family.
Is there evidence of their bribery? Li Chengkai pressed.
Yes. There are their transfer records.
Lu stammered. I meant the details of your discussions about the bribe.
Li Chengkai retorted sharply.
The transfer records, alongside testimonies from him and Wu Zhiyo, would only substantiate the bribery aspect. Moreover, the Li family would undoubtedly attempt to deflect blame. Beads of sweat cascaded down Lu's forehead. He had attended the Li family's banquet where the discussions took place, but he had no audacity to record such conversations. Even if he had, the dialogue was veiled in ambiguity. High-ranking officials and family members often spoke in hushed tones, not out of pretentiousness, but to eliminate any possibility of incriminating implications. At the banquet, neither he nor the Li family members had uttered a single word about bribery, they had merely discussed the fish, using its price as a covert bargaining chip for the bribe. Even if recordings were produced, they would serve little purpose. Nevertheless, Lu was acutely aware of Li Mu's icy demeanor, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He understood that today, the true authority was Li Mu. Should this harbinger of doom be displeased, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Li Changkai further advised. Think carefully about who within the Li family instigated you to harm military dependents. A sudden epiphany struck Lu. Indeed, the gravest crime was not the bribery but the attempted harm against military dependents. He and his brother were the direct perpetrators, having undeniably committed the crime of endangering military families. Li Changkai's words served as a stark reminder. Li Mu would not be satisfied with merely mentioning the Li family's bribery, he sought far graver repercussions. At this juncture, what was stopping Lu from implicating the Li family and redeeming himself by turning against them? He immediately cried out. It is Li Daong and Li Ji from the Li family. They are the ones who incited us against the blacksmith shop. We truly had no idea there were military families involved. But Li Daong and Li Ji certainly knew. Upon hearing this, Lu, the supervisor, noticed a visible relaxation in Li Mu's expression. It was clear that Li Mu was satisfied. Indeed, he was pleased, secretly admiring Li Qingcai's cleverness. When Lu mentioned the Li family's bribery, Li Mu felt discontent. Such an accusation would not harm the Li family's foundation. However, the premeditated harm against military families was a different matter altogether, and Li Mu sought to sever the Li family's vital lifeline. Unexpectedly, with a mere nudge from Li Changkai, Lu fixated on Li Daong and Li Ji. Li Changkai turned to Zhao Jinhe and exchanged a knowing glance. Zhao Jinhe quickly approached and stood beside Li Changkai. Addressing Li Mu, Li Langwei, the Li family bears a grudge against you and dares to hire assailants to harm military families. This is a grave offense. Rest assured, I will immediately lead a team to apprehend the criminals and thoroughly investigate this matter to provide you with an explanation. Li Changkai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Li family has become exceedingly arrogant. Although there are some bad apples in our business department, I will ensure that they receive proper ideological guidance, compelling them to disclose all bribery details and make amends. We will fully cooperate with the law enforcement investigation. At this moment, even Lu, the supervisor, fell to his knees, desperately bowing to Li Mu, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, Li Langwei, rest assured. I will certainly confess, and the Li family will pay the price. I will reform. Li Mu addressed Zhao Jinhe and Li Changkai, saying, Then I shall trouble the two ministers. After uttering these words with a calm demeanor, Li Mu turned and approached his mother, Yang Suying. Yang Suying and Yang Yorong were utterly dumbfounded. Chen Jinshi and Jiafeng Jechi were also in shock, having witnessed the entire scene. These two deputy ministers were bowing and scraping before Li Mu. Just moments ago, Lu, who had jovially sought Li Mu's favor, was now prostrating on the ground, urgently pleading for his life. The once arrogant Lu was now at the lowest rung of this judgment. At this point, he was terrified, reduced to a quivering mess, knowing that his own brother was desperately trying to bring down the Li family just to secure his own life. He believed his demise was imminent. Yang Yorong and Chen Jinshi exchanged glances, recalling the time they were apprehended at the blacksmith shop, thinking they were in serious trouble, only to realize it was their adversaries who had fallen into dire straits. Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jechi were even more astounded, their minds racing. Their cousin was a Shea Longwei, a military officer. Mom, let us go home. Li Mu gently rubbed the bruise on Yang Suying's wrist, with tears glistening in her eyes. Yang Suying gazed up at her son's face, filled with pride. In the dim light of her tears, the image of Li Mu gradually became blurred.
And she seemed to glimpse her long-missed husband, Li Qianfeng, a remarkable figure who had achieved great renown before the age of 20. The captain of the security team raised his hand to signal, and a group of security personnel swiftly approached, escorting Yang Suiying and others onto the military vehicle.
Before boarding, Li Mu addressed Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng, suggesting they come to his home for a visit, as the earlier incident had dampened their spirits. Although Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng had not rendered substantial assistance, their presence and willingness to help were noteworthy.
Had Li Mu not resolved the matter as a member of the Wolf Guard, they would have utilized their connections to aid him in addressing the issue. This sentiment was something Li Mu felt obliged to acknowledge. The two nodded in agreement, and Li Mu ascended into the vehicle first. The mounted security personnel promptly retreated to the military family district, leaving behind a contingent of law enforcement officers to detain relevant personnel from the Department of Commerce. Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinha hastened to Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng. "Young Master Zhang, young Master Lu, we sincerely request your favorable words on our behalf," Zhao Jinha said with a polite smile. While they could manage the situation to Li Mu's satisfaction, their ultimate goal was to foster a positive relationship with him.
Ensuring the matter was handled well was paramount. Zhang Jiwei offered a faint smile before stepping into the vehicle. Lu Chenfeng gave Zhao Jinha a knowing glance, urging him to take decisive action and assert his stance. After all, Li Mu was also observing Lu Chenfeng's response regarding the law enforcement department's involvement. Once they had seen Zhang and Lu off, Zhao Jinha took a deep breath, assuming the authoritative demeanor befitting the deputy minister of the law enforcement department. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Take 4 vehicles and escort the individuals back. The rest, follow me to the Li residence. Apprehend them." Chapter 65, As You Wish. Let's get to the bottom of it. In the Li family villa, a celebration was underway.
Wu Zhiyou, the deputy minister of the business administration department, had already made a commitment.
The pharmaceutical approval would be finalized in the next couple of days.
Although this bribery had cost over 10 million, the Li family had suffered considerable losses and had little to celebrate. However, news had arrived that the blacksmith shop had been sealed, and it seemed that Yang Suiying and her companions had been apprehended. At that moment, old Madame Ma was elated. She specifically instructed that today should be celebrated in style.
The Li family had finally turned the tables. At the banquet, old Madame Ma raised her glass high and cheerfully declared, "Today is indeed a double celebration. I feel quite content. Come, let us drink to this." Everyone laughed and raised their glasses in unison.
The most amused among them was Li Xiaohong,
who put down her glass and remarked, "That wretched Li Mu must be suffering now.
How laughable for a poor wretch to think he could contend with us. It's a pity I cannot personally avenge that slap." She gritted her teeth at the end of her statement.
Li Xiaohai, shaking his glass nonchalantly,
kicked off his shoes and placed his feet on the edge of a stool.
"Do not worry, I will avenge that slap for you." All eyes turned to Li Xiaohai, who confidently asserted, "Have I not already broken through to the second tier?
With Zhang Jiwei from the Holy Dragon Martial School gone,
I am now the sole S-rank warrior from the Holy Dragon Martial School.
Their resources will surely be diverted to me."
With 20 days remaining until the citywide elite competition,
Li Xiaohai boasted, "With my S-rank qualifications and these resources, I will undoubtedly experience significant growth and strength. Just hope I do not encounter Li Mu at the elite competition.
Otherwise, hey."
He scoffed coldly and downed his drink. His hatred for Li Mu had reached a boiling point. The S-rank talent had only achieved 31st place, turning Li Xiaohai into a laughingstock. Numerous short videos mocked his flashy moments, even editing together battles involving him, Li Mu, and others.
The stark contrast in their combat prowess was evident to any martial artist.
Thus, he fervently wished for Li Mu's immediate demise.
At this moment, Li Ji frowned and said, "Confidence is commendable, but you absolutely cannot afford to fail this time. The elite competition is your opportunity to soar. Do not let me catch you at any undesirable places in the coming days. Focus on your training and ensure you stand out."
Antier was naturally displeased with her husband reprimanding their son.
"Why are you being so harsh? S-rank talents often reveal their strength later, you know that. You must give Xiaohai time to grow. The longer the time, the more his talent will manifest. It has barely been half a month since his awakening, why the rush? Even if he were to fail at this elite competition,
There is still the college entrance examination.
Anti-Air defended her son, which irked Li Ji,
who felt a strong urge to scold his wife.
And still not anxious? There is no need for haste, Li Mu is rapidly becoming as formidable as his father. What nonsense about a late surge? Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, which late surge are they talking about? Even Li Mu, with his F-grade talent, is far ahead.
He even questions whether his son, this good-for-nothing, has truly exchanged talents with Li Mu.
Now, the Southern District is about to engage in its inaugural battle. Following this, the other two districts will compete.
After all 4 districts have concluded their matches, in about 10 days.
The top 250 from each district will participate in a pinnacle elite competition. This is a grand stage to showcase individual prowess. Unlike the inaugural battle, this elite competition will be completely public and widely observed throughout the city.
Li Xiaohai comfortably leaned back and confidently declared, "Rest assured, father.
This time I will soar to great heights."
The elderly matriarch nodded in satisfaction.
Truly, my Li family's young man. Such gallantry. The aunt raised her glass with a smile, saying, "To the prosperity of our Li family." Cheers.
The crowd raised their glasses in unison.
Prosperity. Prosperity.
Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent sirens shattered the joyous atmosphere,
followed by a chorus of screeching brakes. Then came the thunderous sound of car doors slamming shut. Everyone was taken aback. What is happening? Let us go check. The matriarch, visibly displeased, set her glass down.
Just as Li Daong stood up, the Li family door was violently smashed open.
Dozens of fully armed law enforcement officers surged in, brandishing weapons with an imposing presence.
They stormed in and immediately surrounded the dining table.
Without a word, someone stepped forward and forcefully slammed Li Daong and Li Ji onto the table. Their faces were thrust into the dishes. What are you doing? What is happening? The entire Li family was thrown into chaos, anxiously inquiring.
Li Xiaohong and other younger members rushed to intervene, shouting for the officers to release them.
Yet,
they too were pinned down on the table.
Li Xiaohai bellowed, "You dare! Do you know who I am? Get lost!" Slap.
A resounding slap sent Li Xiaohai stumbling backward several paces. Never having experienced such treatment, his fury ignited as he charged at the officer who struck him.
The officer,
with a cold smirk, remained utterly still.
The matriarch was horrified and attempted to intervene, but it was too late.
Li Xiaohai had already thrown a punch at the officer's chest. With a resounding thud, the impact was considerable, yet the officer remained unfazed, laughing even louder.
Assaulting law enforcement. Arrest him as well.
Instantly, another officer rushed in and delivered a kick that sent Li Xiaohai flying, akin to a toad crashing to the ground.
Li Xiaohai felt as though he might vomit bile.
Regret consumed him as he realized the truth: his once prided strength was utterly incapable of shaking the resolve of his adversaries. However, the other party stood still, seemingly intent on framing him for the crime of assaulting an officer.
What is happening?
Madame Ma exclaimed anxiously.
At that moment, Zhao Jinhao entered from outside, speaking coldly. "Li Daong, Li Ji, you are suspected of hiring a hitman to harm a military family member. You are under arrest."
Li Daong and his companion were pinned down, unable to utter a word.
Madame Ma immediately shouted, "Wait! Wait! We did not do anything. You cannot arbitrarily accuse us."
Zhao Jinhao scoffed.
Arbitrarily accuse? Ha, let me clarify your fate. Bribing the head of the Industry and Commerce Department to seal the blacksmith shop was your doing. Wasn't he it? Madame Ma realized that Supervisor Lu must have been apprehended. She was certainly not foolish enough to admit it. Moreover, the bribery transaction was conducted through Li Daong's account. Even if the truth emerged, there would only be evidence against Li Daong.
As long as the others maintained their ignorance, it would not lead to dire consequences. Impossible, we would never engage in such acts.
Ha, the evidence is irrefutable.
Your words are of no consequence, Zhao Jinhao remarked with a smirk.
Well, even if they made such a mistake. The blacksmith shop is home to my daughter-in-law. They are all relatives of our family. This is a matter concerning the Li family. Madame Ma exclaimed in exasperation. Are you deaf with age?
I just made it very clear, you are accused of harming a military family member. Furthermore, just because you claim it is a family matter, who acknowledges it?
Does Li Mu admit it? Or does Yang Suiying? Zhao Jinhao shot her a glance. Military family member? Who is that?
The old lady was taken aback. The charge of harming a military family member is severe. If apprehended, they might not even emerge.
Zhao Jinhao felt amused.
Observing the bewildered expression on the old lady's face, it seemed the Li family truly did not know of Li Mu's identity.
But that was inconsequential. What pretense? Li Mu holds the rank of a minor wolf guard. This is likely the highest rank your Li family has ever produced. Oh dear, my apologies, I almost forgot. I forgot that you have already expelled Li Mu from the family. What a brilliant decision. Arrest everyone, search the others. Are you still afraid of arbitrary accusations? Rest assured. We will thoroughly investigate the Li family. We will not close the case without clarity. Chapter 66, The Gift of Growth. Zhao Jinha's words struck Lady Ma with precision. Akin to a thunderclap. Li Mu is actually a member of the Lesser Wolf Guard? When did this happen?
It has not been long since leaving the Li family.
And Li Mu has already attained the rank of the Lesser Wolf Guard?
If this is indeed true, then Li Daong and Li Ji are utterly doomed.
Moreover,
Zhao Jinha's implication is that he intends to thoroughly investigate the Li family.
Which family is without its share of scandals? No family can withstand scrutiny. Now, Zhao Jinha is leveraging the investigation into the harm of military families to probe into the Li family?
Over 80% of the Li family's business has legal violations. Once an investigation commences, everything must come to a halt. Furthermore, nearly half of the Li family members would face repercussions, with many likely to face imprisonment. Although she considered herself astute, and believed that she and some of the female relatives in the family had maintained a semblance of purity, they do not manage the family business. If all those who oversee the family's enterprises are apprehended, the Li family will collapse. Who would have thought that the opposition would be so ruthless? They are driving the Li family towards ruin. Regrettably, lamentations were futile as Lady Ma and her companions were forcibly dragged from the Li family estate and taken back to the Law Enforcement Bureau.
Meanwhile,
at the Jinshi blacksmith shop, witnessing Yang Suiying and others being escorted back by several military vehicles left the neighbors dumbfounded. They had surmised that Li Mu possessed some influence. Yet they were unaware of the extent of his power.
Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng arrived shortly thereafter.
Yang Yurong and her companions first expressed their gratitude to Aunt Lin across the street, then invited Zhang Jiwei to stay at the blacksmith shop for the afternoon.
Particularly,
after learning that Lu Chunfeng's arm had been injured by Li Mu, Yang Suiying insisted on preparing a sumptuous meal to entertain them. At the dining table, the group was naturally most curious about how Li Mu had acquired his rank in the Lesser Wolf Guard.
Primarily intrigued by the accomplishments that could lead to such a promotion in such a brief span.
Li Mu realized he could no longer evade the inquiries and recounted his recent experiences, omitting the part where he lost consciousness to spare Yang Suiying from distress. Chen Jiaqin and Chen Jiafeng had completely idolized Li Mu.
The revelry continued until after 10 o'clock at night, with Zhang Jiwei and his companion being driven away,
while Chen Jinshi and Yang Yurong were somewhat inebriated. Watching her dazed mother retire to her room, Li Mu also returned to his quarters. Contemplating the need to arrange housing for his mother and others in the military family district. Although he held a military rank, his mother and aunt did not qualify for residence there. Merely possessing a rank was insufficient, one must also hold a specific military position. Only with such a title could they be allocated a free dwelling in the military family district, with the quality and location of the residence corresponding to the rank held. Reflecting on this, Li Mu recalled the documents Wang Longcheng had provided him the previous day. He retrieved the materials from his storage space and examined them closely, feeling somewhat perplexed as the documents contained classified investigative information. The content chronicles the records of individuals who have undergone talent replacement in the past decade, resulting in mutations.
There are approximately a dozen such records. For instance, one document details the transformation of an A-level talent and an E-level talent post-replacement, wherein the E-level talent acquired some peculiar abilities. Another case involves a D-level talent and an S-level talent exchanging abilities, leading to a mutation in the D-level talent. Upon upgrading to a C-level talent, despite being a life-related ability, it proved to be quite astonishing. However, after thoroughly examining the various documents, Limu found that the mutations merely introduced some odd characteristics without significantly enhancing the talents. He pondered why Wan Longcheng would provide him with such information. After much contemplation, he suddenly grasped a line of thought. Given Wang Longqing's capabilities, he could only uncover a handful of such records, indicating that these instances are indeed rare. Each year, countless individuals undergo talent replacement, yet only a mere dozen cases of mutation have been documented over the past decade, with minimal enhancement in abilities. When Limu mentioned to Wan Longcheng that his immobilization and transformation techniques stemmed from a talent mutation, it became evident that Wan Longcheng intended to convey that mere verbal assertions would not suffice. Such claims could only deceive the ordinary. As one ascends, skepticism from others becomes inevitable. This implies that Wan Longcheng harbored doubts about Limu's fabrications, yet he was willing to protect him, even offering a cautionary reminder. To conceal the anomalies in one's abilities, it is imperative to establish credible written documentation. Only then can one preemptively silence any gossip. A smooth and seamless transition into the label of genius is essential. Otherwise, should one reveal an extraordinarily unusual F-level talent and display exceptional prowess before influential figures, the inevitable inquiry would arise, to which one could only respond that it was a result of talent mutation. If any adversaries are among those influential individuals, who knows whether one will be groomed for greatness or subjected to experimentation? It is crucial to transform the untraceable into something traceable. Upon realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Limu. Fortunately, the first to harbor suspicions about him was Wan Longcheng. Yet, how could he provide proof? After much deliberation, Limu concluded that he should undergo another talent test to explore potential explanations. Coincidentally, he needed to purchase some herbal seeds the following day to cultivate his fortune. And he could conveniently take the talent test then. With this thought, Limu organized the documents, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. The next morning, he nearly exhausted his remaining funds, purchasing a plethora of herbal seeds. He then headed straight for the abyss. Talent testing is an energy-intensive event of national significance. Conducted once every 6 months, with individuals aged 18 and above eligible to participate. Those who have already awakened their talents do not require as much energy for subsequent tests, though they still incur considerable expenses. The Zhenyuan Army also has such testing institutions. Upon arriving at the testing facility, Limu found it relatively empty, as few awakened individuals returned for retesting. Unless there are specific reasons necessitating the issuance of certain talent certificates, Limu made his identity clear, and the staff courteously escorted him to an observation room. This spacious and well-lit chamber was enclosed on 3 sides by glass, with a massive energy stone at its center. At one end of the glass, individuals were connected to a computer. Li Wolfguard placed his palm against the energy stone, infusing it with his vital energy. Following his instructions, Limu began to slowly channel his vital energy. Meanwhile, the 2 staff members engaged in casual conversation. An 18-year-old Wolfguard, truly impressive. It's a pity he possesses an F-level talent, one remarked, gesturing at the computer screen displaying Limu's awakened talent registration. You're not aware? He was once a young master of a prominent family. He awakened an S-level talent, only to have it downgraded to an F. The other, slightly annoyed, clicked on the detailed information. The records indicated that Limu's initial talent was S, which had been changed to F. Goodness. Is that even possible? The first exclaimed, eyes wide. I told you to watch less Abyss livestreams and pay more attention to social news. The Abyss is our lifeline. We can barely keep up with news that pertains to life and death, let alone gossip. As they chatted, the energy stone in the observation room suddenly began to hum with brilliance. However, upon observing the stone's hue, both staff members were left in shock. If Limu had an F-level talent, the energy stone should be purple. Yet now, a deep azure light surged forth from the stone. This was the color corresponding to a D-level talent. Indeed, the intensity generated by the energy stone was subsequently detected, and a clear mechanical voice echoed throughout the observation room.
Talent, Super Heavy Strike. Level, D. Chapter 67, Pressure from the Department of Techniques. Upon hearing the broadcast, Li Mu was utterly bewildered. He merely intended to check his talents by acquiring the aptitude certificate to see if there were any opportunities available. How could his talent possibly have upgraded? Could Wang Longcheng have meddled with the results, deliberately fabricating a D-grade aptitude for himself? That seemed implausible. The awakening of 1's talents is recorded in the national database, rendering any form of deception impossible. Not even the commander-in-chief could alter such records. Li Mu hastily withdrew his hand and delved into his consciousness to examine his aptitude. Indeed, his innate talent had transformed. Previously, it was an F-grade, heavy strike, characterized by the trait, inflicts an additional 2 damage based on true energy strength upon attack. For a long time, the impact of this aptitude had been negligible. Some might argue that a percentage-based increase in damage is impressive, but its true strength would only manifest in the later stages. However, Li Mu's former S-grade talent, 9 Heaven's Thunderous Movement, boasted 6 distinct traits. Among them, 1 was, inflicts an additional 30 thunder damage based on true energy strength upon attack. The disparity between 2 and 30 is stark, a mere 1/6 of the total effect. This disparity was precisely why Li Mu harbored such intense resentment towards the Li family. Now, Li Mu's talent had evolved into Super Heavy Strike, a D-grade aptitude. Equipped with 2 traits, inflicts an additional 5 damage based on true energy strength upon attack, and enhances weapon damage against armor by 5. These enhancements are straightforward, increased damage and armor penetration. For an average student, such boosts would be insignificant. Yet for Li Mu, who possessed techniques like divine weaponry, mountain bearing technique, iron cutting style, and flowing cloud shadow, these 2 augmentations were nothing short of raw and direct power. Nonetheless, Li Mu remained perplexed. Why had his aptitude shifted from F-grade to D-grade? Was it a growth-type aptitude? Just as he was lost in contemplation, a prompt from the system suddenly appeared. With each advancement of the celestial method, the aptitude will grow 2 levels. The celestial method is categorized into unranked, inferior, lower, middle, and superior. Li Mu was taken aback. Could the celestial method be this formidable? It could actually alter 1's innate talent. Yet, reflecting on this, Li Mu realized his folly. Even the inferior celestial method could utilize any 3 internal martial arts as nourishment. If it were truly upgraded to superior, would transforming a talent even be a challenge? This was likely a form of self-correction by the system, ensuring that his vast array of divine powers fit seamlessly into this high martial world. Li Mu calculated silently. Unranked is F, inferior is D, lower would be B. Middle is S, and superior would presumably be SSS? Astonishing. Just as Li Mu was in a state of shock, the 2 operators were equally dumbfounded. For on their screens, Li Mu's records had automatically updated to reflect a D-grade, growth-type aptitude. The emergence of a growth-type aptitude in the system indicated that it had undoubtedly appeared in history before. However, how many such instances occurred and who they involved was beyond their knowledge. The 2 promptly reported the matter according to protocol, while Li Mu immediately dialed Wang Longcheng's number. In just a few words, the matter was clarified. Wang Longcheng's tone had risen significantly. What? Li Mu had no choice but to repeat it. The D-grade should now have been automatically corrected in the talent registration system. Ha ha ha, splendid. Wang Longcheng laughed heartily. Perhaps outsiders could not fathom the reason behind his laughter, but both he and Li Mu were acutely aware of its significance. This was immensely important for Li Mu. The subsequent affairs shall be entrusted to me. You need not make too much noise, simply proceed with your tasks, Wang Longcheng advised. Very well, Uncle Wang. There is one more matter. I was wondering about a military position. Do you have any arrangements? Li Mu contemplated for a moment, deciding it was best to address this directly with Wang Longcheng. Oh. Wang Longcheng paused briefly, then quickly comprehended the situation. You rascal. You wish to arrange for your mother to enter the military family district, do you? In truth, it is primarily about contributing to the military district. Nonsense. If I were to arrange for you a long-term military position, what would you do? Wang Longcheng jested with a mock frown. I
I wouldn't do anything.
Li Mu replied succinctly. He desired a military title but did not wish to be tethered to a desk job.
How about this?
You can approach Minister Song and take on an advisory position in the Martial Arts Research Department.
It's both leisurely and prestigious.
And should you have any profound insights into martial techniques, it will be convenient for you to make your mark there.
After a moment of contemplation, Wang Longcheng assigned Li Mu to the Martial Arts Research Department,
while others were racking their brains for achievements, contemplating what they could accomplish.
Li Mu only needed to think about what he wanted to do.
Wang Longcheng felt that even if he were to assign Li Mu as an instructor or captain of the guard, Li Mu would still effortlessly make his achievements.
However,
such positions were far too constraining for Li Mu. He would never accept them.
All right then.
Li Mu hung up the phone and headed straight to report to the Martial Arts Research Department. Within the department, Minister Song, Professor Su, and others were convening a meeting. However, their discussions were markedly different from the meaningless workplace gatherings. Their meetings inevitably revolved around substantive issues.
The atmosphere in the conference room was notably tense.
Minister Song took a long drag from his cigarette, allowing the smoke to shroud his face. He spoke, "The reform of paper-based techniques for bladed weapons needs no further elaboration regarding its importance. The Military Law Division has assigned tasks to all 10 military districts across the 3 cities, mandating at least a 5 optimization." As soon as he finished speaking,
the conference room erupted in murmurs of disbelief. A 5 increase? That's an enormous challenge. The reform of paper-based techniques for bladed weapons has stagnated for 5 years. Why the sudden demand for such a significant improvement?
Indeed, if it were regarding staff techniques, we should be able to present a flawless report on the reform of the flowing clouds and 3 shocks technique this year. The atmosphere was tinged with a sense of grievance.
Minister Song sighed, alas.
The mortality statistics from the National Martial Arts Institute indicate that the death rate among bladed weapon practitioners has shown a continuous upward trend for 6 months. The leaders of the National Institute of Martial Arts slammed the table, and the pressure on the various military legal offices was palpable. The full name of the National Institute of Martial Arts is the National Research Institute of Martial Arts. It operates under a unified military and political structure and stands as the paramount authority in the realm of martial arts across the entirety of Huaxia.
The mortality rate among warriors is significantly influenced by the martial arts methodologies they employ. The Military Legal Office is a branch of the National Institute. Specifically the Zhenyuan Military Martial Arts Research Office.
Martial arts techniques can be disseminated through one-time use martial arts stones or in the form of printed texts, which encapsulate the methodologies within books. However, the essence of martial arts is often elusive, best understood through personal experience rather than mere verbal transmission. By merging their insights into a martial arts stone, an individual can grasp the subtleties of the technique. In contrast, printed texts struggle to convey such intricacies effectively.
Unfortunately,
the production of martial arts stones is exceedingly limited, with higher-level techniques yielding even fewer stones. This scarcity results in exorbitant prices. Even the most basic techniques start at tens of thousands.
Consequently, they remain inaccessible to the masses. For instance,
the technique known as flowing clouds 3 shocks has a coverage rate of less than 40 among martial artists specializing in polearm systems. This is not due to their inability to afford it, but rather because such techniques cannot be produced in sufficient quantities.
The demand far exceeds the supply.
Thus, the widespread dissemination of printed martial arts methodologies has been a formidable challenge that the National Institute of Martial Arts has tirelessly endeavored to overcome. Once a printed version of a particular technique enables complete comprehension, it would effectively grant all practitioners of that style access to an additional technique at no cost.
After all, the cost of printing is minimal. Each person could easily possess their own copy. Yet, despite continuous improvements and refinements in various techniques,
the best printed martial arts methodologies currently achieve only 30 of the efficacy of the martial arts stones, and this is contingent upon the practitioner's aptitude.
For those of lesser comprehension, perceiving even 10 is considered quite normal. Once again, the meeting room fell into silence. At that moment,
a sudden knock at the door interrupted the stillness.
Minister Song and the others furrowed their brows. "Come in." Entering was Assistant Lu, who quietly announced, "Minister Li Mu has arrived."
Although the members present were initially displeased, interruptions during martial arts department meetings are typically frowned upon. The mention of Li Mu relaxed the expressions of all present. Minister Song's face broke into a smile. Let him in at once.
Chapter 68. Is it possible to rewrite this ineffective technique? Assistant Liu promptly turned around to welcome Li Mu inside.
Li Mu had originally come to report for duty and did not intend to interrupt their meeting. Upon encountering Assistant Liu, he inquired about the whereabouts of the minister and others. To his surprise, Assistant Liu immediately escorted him to the conference room. Minister Song and Professor Su had previously instructed that whenever Li Mu arrived, regardless of their current activities, they must be notified.
If they were not in a meeting, no notification was necessary.
Upon entering the conference room, Li Mu was met with the sight of 2 to 3 dozen prominent figures from various departments of the Technique Division. All of them greeted him with smiles, and Minister Song rose to welcome him with a beaming expression.
To be honest, I was just thinking about you,"
he exclaimed. And this was no exaggeration. Several others had mentioned that if there were to be a refinement of the Luoyuan Sanjin,
they might be able to present a perfect optimized version on paper.
In fact, they were already engaged in paper optimization, and whenever the Luoyuan Sanjin was mentioned, Li Mu inevitably came to mind, the genius who elevated it to the level of Luoyuan Luoyuan.
It truly was a mutual advancement. I also come bearing a task,
Li Mu stated, offering an apologetic smile to the assembly.
I hope I am not interrupting your meeting. This meeting does not exclude you. Please, have a seat.
Professor Su cheerfully gestured to the chair beside him.
Assistant Liu remarked, it truly is Li Mu.
I have never seen Professor Su take such a liking to anyone before. It is not everyone who has the privilege to sit beside him. After a few humble words, Li Mu took a seat.
Minister Song inquired. You mentioned you have a task, what is it?
Deputy Commander Wang sent me to report to the Technique Division as an advisor and to inquire if we are in need of personnel, Li Mu replied.
Indeed. We are certainly in need. Others may not, but I particularly require your presence.
Minister Song exclaimed, bursting into laughter.
Professor Su was equally delighted. Previously, they had tried to persuade Li Mu over drinks to join them, but he had declined. It was unexpected that Deputy Commander Wang had managed to convince him.
To have him join the Technique Division was akin to receiving a stroke of good fortune from the heavens. Even the other senior officials expressed their joy and extended their warm welcomes.
We will discuss your employment later. Let us first conclude this meeting, Minister Song declared, clapping a hand on Li Mu's shoulder.
Li Mu nodded obediently and sat attentively to listen. Since you arrived late, allow me to brief you on the earlier meeting's content. Minister Song began explaining the paper optimization task to Li Mu, ensuring he understood its significance. He clarified the military district's involvement. The order had been issued by the Military Law Division at the Beishan border. The Beishan border is home to 3 cities, known as the Northern 3 Cities. They were currently in Taizhou City, with the larger Linyuan City, and the even larger Shueqi City nearby. The Military Law Division was located within Shueqi City, overseeing the technique departments of the 10 military districts across the 3 cities.
Within the city,
various esteemed institutions of martial arts exist. Currently, Li Mu finds himself in the Pearl Military District, ranked last among the top 10 military districts.
Consequently, the pressure from the Commander-in-Chief is immense.
There is hope that this opportunity will yield a commendable recognition from the Northern Military Law Division, thereby enhancing the visibility of the Pearl Military District.
Li Mu attentively absorbed these remarks, observing the reactions of those around him.
He then addressed the gathering, saying, Minister Song,
esteemed leaders, I am a newly appointed advisor.
I am not well versed in the operations of the martial arts department, nor am I privy to certain confidential data.
May I pose a naive question?
Professor Su chuckled and replied, no problem, speak your mind. If you're unsure, just ask.
I'm here to support you.
Li Mu continued, I am curious about the 5 optimization mandated from above.
How challenging is this for our department?
This was a source of great confusion for Li Mu,
who had previously only been a student.
The intricacies of optimizing martial arts on paper were realms he had yet to explore.
Very challenging,
Minister Song responded gravely. Professor Su patiently elaborated, paper martial arts differ significantly from mental techniques. Each individual's output of martial arts stones is unique, allowing practitioners to directly receive insights. However, paper martial arts are standardized. They have been shaped through generations of effort and have taken on a distinct form. Martial arts are interconnected. A change in one aspect affects the whole. In the process of optimization and improvement, breakthroughs are necessary, yet the original integrity must not be compromised. Otherwise, the functionality of the martial arts may falter, leading to significant issues. Thus, any alteration to the martial arts should aim to avoid regression. Only on that foundation can true optimization occur. Upon hearing this, Li Mu comprehended fully. Now that he was a member of the martial arts department, could he possibly be provided with a martial arts stone for sword techniques and the corresponding paper martial arts after the meeting? As soon as he posed the question, Minister Song promptly produced 2 items and placed them on the table. Why wait for the meeting to conclude? We have them right now. If you have no further business, you may experience and examine them on the spot. We have ample time to accompany you. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Why did the entire martial arts department regard Li Mu as a prodigy? After a brief investigation, they discovered that he had only learned the flowing cloud 3 shocks the day before military training, and by the next day, he had used the flowing cloud 5 shocks to break the instructor's leg. What does this signify? It indicates that, in the realm of genius, time is irrelevant. What truly matters is one's extraordinary comprehension of the martial arts they observe. For Li Mu, the difference between grasping a concept for 1 second and understanding it for a month is negligible. In summary, the world of the gifted is beyond their comprehension. Indeed. We are not in a rush. Perfectly, we shall safeguard you. Others chimed in, echoing the sentiment, creating an atmosphere that suggested Li Mu would not be allowed to leave without studying. With a sense of resignation, Li Mu took the martial arts stone and the martial arts book from the table. The martial arts texts were exceedingly thin. The estimated total is merely several tens of thousands of words, accompanied by various illustrations of true energy circulation and body meridian diagrams. Li Mu found it amusing, reminiscent of the martial arts manuals depicted in films. This technique is known as the falling leaf blade technique, classified as a mundane practice. Its essence lies in swiftness, employing high-frequency strikes to defend through offense. It is widely utilized among blade practitioners. The current highest comprehension rate of the falling leaf blade technique is merely around 25, which is already quite commendable among physical manuals, as explained by Professor Su. A comprehension rate of 25 signifies that a martial artist learning from the manual can only harness 25 of the technique's power as understood from the foundational stone of the falling leaf blade, which represents the pinnacle of comprehension. If one considers the average, it barely reaches the teens in percentage. Li Mu initially concentrated intently on reading the manual, before proceeding to shatter the foundational stone on sight, commencing his understanding of the falling leaf blade technique. The subpar celestial technique automatically bestowed upon him a century's worth of insights, enabling Li Mu to grasp the essence of this technique thoroughly. Even in verbal expression, Li Mu could articulate distinctive concepts with utmost precision. It could be posited that the falling leaf blade technique, in Li Mu's hands, transcended into a superior practice. Although he could describe it in words, doing so would inevitably result in a significant loss of its essence, akin to reverting a superior technique back to a mundane one. Several minutes later, Li Mu opened his eyes once more. He picked up the physical manual of the falling leaf blade technique again. Minister Song and the others were rendered speechless, all eyes fixed on Li Mu, hesitant to disrupt his contemplation. Li Mu flipped through the falling leaf blade technique for a while longer, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He then turned to Minister Song and inquired, must the optimization of the falling leaf blade technique be based on this current manual? Minister Song and the others appeared somewhat bewildered. What could this mean? Li Mu smirked and turned 2 pages in the manual, saying, "What I mean is, can we discard this aspect and write an entirely new manual?" Chapter 69, Preparing to View Properties, Encountering Misfortune. Upon Li Mu's conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the room. Not a single breath was heard for quite some time. Finally, Minister Song inquired, "Do you possess a different insight?" I cannot claim to have profound insights, Li Mu replied. It is merely that the current written techniques feel rather awkward and deviate from my understanding. Therefore, I find it challenging to make alterations on this foundation.
May I compose my own version of the falling leaf sword technique?
Li Mu refrained from elaborating fully, merely indicating his unique interpretation.
Absolutely. You certainly can. Minister Song exclaimed. Elated.
The others were equally intrigued, recognizing that the mind of a genius indeed operates differently.
Having just grasped the essence, he already held a distinct understanding.
It was evident that Li Mu harbored disdain for the existing written technique, even contemplating its overthrow.
Surely, there must be a more sophisticated approach.
As for the extent of this, it would only be revealed once Li Mu completed his work.
With the meeting concluded,
Li Mu was formally integrated into the Martial Techniques Department, appointed as a senior consultant for the research of major techniques, a position even higher than that of many supervisors. His monthly salary amounted to 100,000, supplemented by allowances for his 2 medals, totaling an additional 70,000, 50,000 for second-class merit and 20,000 for third-class merit. His rank in the Wolf Guard was on par with many supervisors, and given his influence in the department, his position was justified, otherwise, Wang Longcheng would not have acquiesced. After finalizing his employment, Li Mu returned to the blacksmith shop, where he selected a sword to begin practicing the falling leaf sword technique.
Days slipped by, and 3 days had elapsed. However, these 3 days were not solely spent on understanding the falling leaf sword technique and writing the new methods. Li Mu utilized this time to thoroughly adapt to the third-tier intensity, increasing the maximum weight of his divine weapon technique to 455 pounds. With the inherent weight of the Jinghua staff, his weapon now weighed 505 pounds. With the remaining 700 victory points, Li Mu first allocated points to alchemy, unlocking 2 new elixirs, the upper-grade body stabilizing pill and the lower-grade sea filling pill. The upper-grade body forging pill is an advanced version of the body stabilizing pill, boasting extraordinary effects, yet requiring exorbitant materials, 2 of which are simply unavailable in the market, leaving Li Mu with only herb seeds. Within the fertile field technique, he cultivated 3 types of herbs. The lower-grade sea filling pill aids in expanding the sea of elixirs, enhancing the flow of true energy. These 2 formulas consumed 700 points. Subsequently, Li Mu activated a new divine ability, Copper Head, Iron Arm, costing 200 points. Copper Head, Iron Arm, instantly hardens the body as if forged from gold and stone, enhancing defense by 50 times for 1 second. Li Mu then expended 800 points to consecutively activate 3 nodes in the skill tree, increased duration by 1 second. Defense enhanced by 100 times, and enemies attacking experience 30 of their attack as recoil. Further spells were temporarily unnecessary, and the victory points required for activation were excessively high. Thus, Li Mu allocated the remaining 1000 points entirely to Whispering Insight. The enhancement was successful, bestowing upon him the ability to conceal divine weapons within the ear's cavity, allowing for continuous enlightenment in his cultivation at a rate of 46 of the normal pace. This rate was akin to dedicating half of a day to rigorous training. Li Mu could distinctly feel the formidable acceleration in his cultivation, experiencing notable advancements each day. It was reminiscent of a scenario where one neglects homework after school, only to receive commendations from the teacher the following morning for exceptional work. This sense of effortless progression instilled a twinge of guilt in Li Mu, yet it was undeniably exhilarating. On the 3rd morning, Li Mu opened the courtyard door and stretched languidly. Inside the courtyard, Chen Jinshi was tinkering with iron ingots, while Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong prepared breakfast. Chen Jiaqin and Chen Jiafeng, still bleary-eyed, engaged in practice, their makeshift blades clashing rhythmically as they grew increasingly animated. Though devoid of innate talent, the duo selected their weapons based on personal preference. Initially wielding long spears out of admiration for Li Mu, they had since shifted to using sticks. Just yesterday, Li Mu had completed the leaf blade technique and encouraged them to practice it for an entire day and night. They were obedient, willingly serving as Li Mu's test subjects, practicing diligently both at school and home. Upon rising that morning, they had already begun their earnest sparring. Li Mu observed them for a while, nodding in approval. Despite their lack of natural talent, their comprehension was commendable. They executed the leaf blade technique with commendable form. Stop! Li Mu called out to the 2 of them. What is it, cousin? They queried. Jiafeng, come here. Li Mu beckoned Chen Jiafeng over and whispered in his ear for about a minute.
Chen Jiafeng's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, while Chen Jiaqin, filled with curiosity, strained to hear their exchange.
All right, continue. Li Mu commanded, permitting them to resume their duel.
This time, employing the same leaf blade technique, Chen Jiafeng, who had previously been at a disadvantage, suddenly turned the tide, beginning to gain the upper hand against Chen Jiaqin.
Chen Jiaqin pouted in dissatisfaction, protesting, Cousin, how biased you are. You teach him secrets but not me.
Li Mu chuckled heartily,
as he had merely wished to test whether verbal guidance could effectively complement the written technique.
This method clearly proved effective, at least in bridging the gap in a martial artist's understanding of the technique, yielding prompt results.
Li Mu hastily offered some pointers to Chen Jiaqin as well.
Yang Suiying interjected with a smile, all right, enough sparring.
Let us eat. Sure.
Li Mu responded cheerfully, and the two joined him at the dining table.
At the table?
Li Mu remarked, Uncle, you should also close the door soon and accompany us to the military housing area to look at houses.
He had arranged to take his mother and aunt to view properties in the military housing area that day.
Chen Jinshi scratched his head awkwardly, actually.
I wanted to mention this to you today. You two moving into the military housing area is perfectly fine. Our family will also move in. I hope it won't cause you any inconvenience.
Deep down, they certainly aspired to reside within the military family district.
This was not born of vanity, rather. Living there would elevate their social standing.
Having toiled at the lower rungs of society for so many years, he was acutely aware of the vicissitudes of life. Once they moved into the military family district, his blacksmith shop would no longer be subjected to harassment from various authorities, and his children would no longer face disdain. They would be spared from any unjust treatment. Yet, they harbored a fear that Li Mu might err in his efforts to secure their place in the district. Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng gazed at Li Mu with hopeful eyes. They were eager to relocate to the military family district, oblivious to their father's concerns. They knew only that once they moved there, no one would dare bully them at school, and the teachers would certainly not neglect them.
Li Mu smiled gently.
His tone resolute, rest assured, I am mindful of the situation. As a member of the Zhenyuan Army, I am devoted to the welfare of the people of Huaxia.
If my loved ones lack even the most basic assurances of safety, I cannot find peace. When Li Mu spoke of my loved ones,
it resonated with such clarity and sincerity that even the robust Chen Jinshi felt a warmth within. To refuse again would surely chill Li Mu's heart.
He nodded heavily in agreement.
Yan Yorong and Yang Suiying exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng chuckled foolishly,
feeling at ease as they eagerly dug into their meal. The family joyfully finished breakfast and prepared to head out.
When it was mentioned that they would be viewing a house, Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiaqi requested leave to accompany them.
After all, their academic load was not particularly burdensome at the moment.
In the high school for martial arts, the curriculum comprised 40 liberal arts and 60 martial disciplines. As long as one's abilities were not lacking, taking time off was quite manageable.
The family secured the shop door and was just about to depart when several figures approached briskly. It was none other than the Li family.
Leading them was the exceedingly haggard Granny Ma, followed by Li Mu's aunts and cousins, including Li Xiaohong and Li Lan.
Without exception, they were all women.
Chapter 70, just because of her words, you almost die. The 6 individuals hastily approached Li Mu and his companions, causing their brows to furrow in concern. Such ill fortune to encounter this early in the day.
Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu.
The voice of old Madame Ma was somewhat hoarse,
evidently due to the recent turmoil. The entire Li family had been rendered utterly paralyzed.
The relatively clean female relatives had been reluctantly released. Yet all individuals associated with the family business who were implicated in unlawful activities were under investigation. Should they confess, severe penalties awaited them.
Particularly,
Li Daong and Li Ji faced charges of attempted murder against a military dependent.
With the relentless grip of Supervisor Liu and others, the likelihood of conviction was high,
carrying a minimum sentence of 20 years. Li Shaohai had assaulted an officer, resulting in a near-fatal beating while incarcerated.
Upon release, he was gravely injured, with medical expenses soaring into the hundreds of thousands.
During these past few days, old Madame Ma had resorted to her savings, spending extravagantly. Yet she remained unable to reach those truly in control. The Li family was now devoid of both personnel and resources, having lost all their business ventures.
Once a third-rate family, they were now thoroughly incapacitated.
This situation instilled in old Madame Ma a profound sense of helplessness.
After much contemplation, she felt compelled to seek out Li Mu.
She reluctantly acknowledged that all of this turmoil stemmed from his influence.
If only Li Mu would speak up,
Dayang and Ji would surely be released, perhaps even reviving the Li family's fortunes.
Xiao Mu,
I understand you harbor some misunderstandings about the Li family.
But look at your grandmother,
see what she has become. Aunt Li Wan, displaying commendable acting skills, spoke to Li Mu with a face full of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Old Madame Ma coughed a couple of times in a supportive manner, raising her expressive eyes to Li Mu with heartfelt sincerity.
Xiao Mu, I know you are a good child. May I offer you an apology? For the sake of family, please think of a solution.
Your uncles have never endured such mistreatment.
The family's business has come to a complete standstill.
I am now relying on you, my dear grandson. Although I have never expressed it before.
You have always been the pride of the Li family.
At this point, old Madame Ma even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears.
Li Mu silently observed her performance before calmly inquiring, "Oh? I am the pride of the family? Surely not. Hasn't my pride been transferred to Li Xiaohai instead? What? Has your pride diminished so swiftly?"
His words left the old woman's complexion shifting between shades of blue and white, her expression twitching multiple times, clearly unsettled.
Xiao Mu, I know you are upset. But I too wish for the Li family to thrive. I admit my decision-making was flawed, yet my intentions. Her speech was abruptly interrupted by Li Mu. Your intentions are quite pure.
You favored your precious grandson, Li Xiaohai, bestowing upon him the finest, hoping for him to elevate the Li family to soaring heights of prosperity and glory. Unfortunately, Li Xiaohai, much like yourself, is but a piece of worthless clay. Your foolishness has squandered the last vestiges of the Li family's fortune. Have you ever contemplated the notion that if you were to acknowledge even a fraction of my father's toil, or a sliver of the kinship that flows in my veins,
I, with my F-grade aptitude, have achieved what I have today?
Imagine if I were endowed with an S-grade talent.
What glory would you then behold? Li Mu's voice was as frigid as ice, steeped in mockery.
His words left the elderly Mrs. Ma utterly speechless. Indeed, Li Mu's F-grade talent, although modest,
heralded limitless prospects within the ranks of the Wolf Guards. What if he were still an S-grade talent?
Even if love had no place in your heart, even if your intentions were purely utilitarian, with Li Mu's sense of familial loyalty, he would have already elevated the Li family to great heights.
How did it come to this? The second aunt could scarcely endure the disparagement directed at her son. What did you just say? Do you possess any conscience? Do you even understand the meaning of kinship? You have brought this family to ruin. Do you not intend to atone for your sins?
Li Mu cast her a cold glance.
To be honest, there was a fleeting moment when I felt a pang of affection. I even contemplated sparing you. But your words have filled me with aversion and fury. Thus, I find myself disinclined to assist you. My apologies, but I am rather emotional by nature.
Turning once more to Mrs. Ma, Li Mu stated, "Remember, it is not that I refuse to help.
Everything has been destroyed due to your second daughter-in-law.
Just because she uttered that one ill-fated remark, you all must continue to bear the consequences."
With that, Li Mu's smile faded,
and he no longer cast them a glance as he briskly exited.
Yang Suying did not spare a look at the elderly woman.
It was not that she and her son were devoid of compassion. On that fateful rainy night, Yang Suying had acutely felt her son's life hanging by a thread.
The Li family showed no regard for blood ties, seeking their lives instead. Why should they demean themselves?
Yang Yorong had initially intended to deliver a few sharp words to Li Mu but soon realized there was no need for her intervention. Her nephew had inherited her talent for scathing retorts. Mrs. Ma stood rooted in shock, as if struck by lightning. She did not dare to impede Li Mu and the others as they departed, nor did the others dare to utter a word. Their eyes brimmed with anger towards Li Mu, yet they were too intimidated to voice their thoughts.
The second aunt's complexion turned pale. Li Mu's earlier remarks were clearly aimed at her. She clenched her teeth, feeling for the first time that her son was a disappointment. With an S-grade aptitude already in hand, why could he not surpass Li Mu? If only he were stronger, she would not endure such humiliation. Li Mu and his companions hailed 2 vehicles and headed directly to the military dependence district, a residential area located a mere 10 kilometers from the blacksmith's shop. Easily accessible via an elevated road, requiring no more than a 10-minute drive. The military dependence area was guarded by a dedicated security team. After presenting his credentials, Li Mu was granted passage by the guards. This was the first time Yan Yorong's family had entered the military dependence district. Upon arriving at this place, where sentinels were stationed every 10 steps and guards every 5, a palpable sense of pressure ensued. Yang Yorong discreetly cautioned Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiechi, urging them to refrain from speaking out of turn or casting their gazes about haphazardly. She feared they might cause a disturbance. Li Mu merely smiled in silence, choosing not to undermine his aunt's authority. Indeed, exercising caution was wise. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the military family district garden, 2 individuals stood. A middle-aged woman, dressed in a sharp and professional uniform of the district's property management, was accompanied by a young girl of 18 or 19 years. The girl, also clad in the property management attire, appeared to be an intern. She was relatively attractive, with a commendable figure. Having stood alongside the older woman for quite some time, she impatiently inquired, "Aunt, must we wait here? This feels rather demeaning." Silence, the middle-aged woman chided softly. "Zhang Yanyan, how many times have I instructed you not to speak out of turn in such settings? Bringing you here is already bending the rules." This young man, Li Mu, became a Xiaolanwei at just 18. A prodigious talent. I brought you along to familiarize yourself with him. If the opportunity arises, perhaps a relationship could blossom. You must conduct yourself properly and refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Zhong Yanyan pursed her lips, choosing to remain silent. The older woman sighed, aware of her niece's rebellious nature. She had recently secured her niece a position within the military family district's property management. As her niece encountered more prominent figures, her aspirations seemed to grow increasingly lofty. Yet, her concerns were not about her niece finding a partner. However, upon receiving notification to host Li Mu, she was given his profile, which revealed that he was indeed a remarkable young man. Even with her broad perspective, she found it challenging to conceive of another as exceptional as he. Should they manage to forge a connection, her niece's future would be assured. After a brief wait, a group finally entered through the door. The middle-aged woman promptly approached them, extending her hand with warmth. "Hello, Li Wolfguard. I am Zhong Hong, the property manager of the military family district. I will be your host for today's property viewing." "Greetings, Manager Zhong," Li Mu replied with a smile as he shook her hand, subsequently introducing his family members. Zhong Hong was quite amiable. Sharing the same gender, she engaged in pleasant conversation with Yang Suing and the others, effectively bridging the gap between them. She then led the group inside. At first, Li Mu cast a glance at the girl standing behind Zhong Hong, but noting that she was not introduced, he assumed she was merely an intern observing the reception etiquette and soon diverted his attention. This, however, incited a flicker of annoyance within Zhong Yanyan. Initially, upon seeing Li Mu, she had felt a spark of attraction. He possessed a striking appearance and an impressive demeanor, despite being a year her junior. He exuded a mature masculinity. Yet, the fleeting glance he bestowed upon her was devoid of any spark, and thereafter, he did not look her way again. This deeply provoked Zhong Yanyan. She detested Li Mu's feigned indifference while clearly yearning to behold beauty. Such men are the most insufferable. They project an image of moral superiority while harboring a sordid nature within. Moreover, she was drawn to those valiant warriors who truly engage in the blood-soaked battles of the battlefield, that is the essence of a real man. According to her aunt, Li Mu held the position of an advisor in the Department of Martial Arts. It was evident that the rank of the young Wolfguard was attained through the study of martial arts, suggesting he was more of a scholarly fighter who likely had never set foot on a battlefield or tasted blood. Her rebellious spirit was already ignited. The more her aunt admonished her, imploring her to wait and to be mindful of her words and demeanor, the more she felt inclined to rebel.
harboring a growing dissatisfaction towards Li Mu. Upon their encounter, discovering him to be such a character only intensified her disdain, leaving her expression consistently sour. As for Li Mu's young wolfguard rank, she found it utterly unremarkable, after all. Her aunt was the property manager in a military district and was acquainted with numerous members of the middle and upper wolfguards. Chapter 71, untroubled by concerns. Zheng Hong was exceptionally diligent, guiding the group further inside while narrating the community's features.
The security in our military family district could easily be deemed the highest standard in the entire Taizhou city. The environment was unparalleled.
With greenery covering over 60 of the area, and amenities such as healthcare, martial arts training, and shopping facilities were all readily available. A small river meandering through the military family district branched off from the city's Yuzhuan River.
As Zheng Hong continued her exposition,
Yang Yorong found herself forgetting to remind her son. The family couldn't help but gaze around in wonder, continually expressing their astonishment. The military family district not only boasted exquisite surroundings but also outshone those so-called luxurious communities. The fragrant blooms and foliage were utterly refreshing, immersing them in a delightful reverie. Living in such a place was indeed a privilege. The expansive activity square was flanked by martial arts arenas, supermarkets, gardens, and entertainment complexes. All without the chaotic and crowded atmosphere one might expect. Adults accompanied children as they frolicked joyfully in the square, while pet owners strolled and played in the park. There were no towering buildings, the tallest structures were merely 3 or 4 stories high, housing only a few hundred residents in total.
Zheng Hong led the group to a quaint building.
Li Langwei, I have prepared 4 distinct housing options for you, each varying in floor level, view, and layout. As she spoke, she subtly gestured to her niece, Zhang Yanyan, urging her to open the door.
Yet, Zhang Yanyan appeared oblivious,
distractedly tapping her fingers and casting her gaze elsewhere. With a sigh, Zheng Hong naturally approached to pull open the door, welcoming Li Mu and his party inside. This was a duplex covering a total area of 240 square meters, featuring 6 rooms and 4 bathrooms, with 2 living areas on each level. The upper floor was more compact and cozy, while the lower floor was spacious, ideal for hosting guests and activities. The front courtyard was available for personal use.
As Zheng Hong elaborated, Li Mu's family toured the house, their eyes brimming with satisfaction.
This was truly a mansion among mansions.
The interior boasted an elegant and timeless decor, ready for immediate occupancy.
It was hard to believe that this house required no expenditure, merely holding a military position in Zhenyuan County meant it was essentially a gift. Though elated, they refrained from asking too many questions.
Li Mu inquired, "Who resides above?"
"Your upstairs neighbor is the deputy instructor of the Mingzhu military district." Holding the rank of Zhong Langwei, Zheng Hong replied, her heart filled with a mix of admiration and reflection. The allocation of houses was determined not by rank but by military position. Although Li Mu held the rank of Xiao Langwei, his position was indeed comparable to that of a deputy instructor. He truly was a rare young talent. Had it not been for her daughter being only 13 or 14, she would never have considered introducing him to her niece.
If he were her son-in-law, she would be overjoyed. "Mom, what do you think?" Li Mu asked his family. "It's quite good," Yang Suiying replied with a shy smile. The entire Yang Yorong family nodded in agreement.
Zheng Hong, however, smiled and said, "If you are not in a hurry, we can explore other houses for comparison." "Thank you for your assistance," Li Mu responded.
Li Mu found the reasoning quite sound,
and thus he directed his words towards Zheng Hong.
Meanwhile, Zhong Yanyan let out an exasperated sigh.
She had initially anticipated that with the satisfaction expressed by Li Mu's family,
the day's tasks would soon conclude.
To her dismay, her aunt insisted on exploring additional options, delaying her return to the lounge for gaming, which left her visibly annoyed. Zheng Hong was so infuriated that she felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. Li Mu, however, sensed her discontent but chose to dismiss it. Having encountered the Li family earlier that morning, he was already in a rather foul mood and saw no reason to let a stranger ruin his day further. After all, he believed he would have no future encounters with such individuals. The group proceeded to examine 3 more properties. Perhaps influenced by preconceived notions, Yang Suiying, Yang Yorong,
and the others unanimously expressed a preference for the first property.
Li Mu's primary concern was his mother's happiness. His own living arrangements were of little consequence to him. He estimated that his military rank would soon rise, necessitating a larger residence in the future.
Upon returning to the first property, they scrutinized it once again.
Chen Jiaqing and Chen Jiafeng dashed about, already envisioning their own living arrangements. Zhong Hong was quite pleased.
I will expedite the paperwork.
Please contact me when you are ready to move, and I will arrange for personnel and transportation to assist with your belongings. Should you require any additional purchases, please inform me in advance, and the property management will prepare accordingly.
As for the entry permits, I can only process 6 based on the current headcount.
Should you need more or wish to reissue any, feel free to reach out, it's merely a formality.
Let me share my contact information for your convenience.
After finishing her remarks, Zhong Hong produced her phone and looked at Li Mu with anticipation. Li Mu took out his phone and added Zhong Hong on a messaging app.
Zhong Hong then introduced, "This is Zhong Yanyan, an intern in the property management. Let her add you as well for direct communication should any issues arise."
As she spoke, Zhong Hong hastily signaled to Zhong Yanyan.
However,
Zhong Yanyan merely offered a faint smile, adopting a formal demeanor as she stated, "No need for concern. You can approach us directly at the property management office for any matters. Alternatively, you may call our office, we are always ready to assist you." Li Mu chuckled lightly, not taking her words to heart, and withdrew his phone.
Zhong Hong's expression shifted dramatically.
She had not anticipated that. Despite her efforts to facilitate an introduction between her niece and this promising young man, Zhong Yanyan would behave so absurdly. Here she was, the manager of the property department,
forced to smile and appease someone of Li Mu's caliber. What right did this underachieving individual, who had faltered in her examinations, have to act so disdainfully? After all,
she had just spent a considerable time serving Li Mu with utmost courtesy.
With just a few careless remarks, Zhong Yanyan had shattered her efforts completely.
Zhong Hong cursed herself for her lack of foresight, failing to recognize her niece's obliviousness.
This blunder could very well be her undoing.
No longer willing to tolerate her niece's behavior, Zhong Hong turned to Li Mu with genuine regret.
"Li Wolfwei, I sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry. My intern is simply thoughtless. I am so sorry."
As she spoke, Zhong Hong deeply bowed to Li Mu. It was evident to Li Mu that Zhong Hong must have some familial connection with Zhong Yanyan. However, Zhong Hong harbored no ill intentions. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right, let us leave it at that for now.
I will contact you later.
We shall take our leave."
With that, he began to walk out.
Zhong Yanyan, witnessing her aunt's exaggerated bow of apology towards the other party, furrowed her brows in disbelief, thinking to herself,
"Is this really necessary? What a ridiculous display. You are the property manager of a military family district, why be so humble?"
Zhong Hong insisted.
"Allow me to escort you all out."
At that moment, several individuals unexpectedly entered from outside, led by Bai Tai Wei, accompanied by her secretary and 2 security personnel. Upon seeing Bai Tai Wei, Zhong Hong froze for a brief second in shock, before hurriedly exclaiming, "Director Bai, hello.
I was just showing Li Langwei around."
In her flustered state, she stood at attention. In the eyes of these individuals, the personnel from the Zhenyuan Army were undoubtedly more formidable than the local officials.
However,
the Zhenyuan Army was stationed far away, while someone like Bai Tai Wei, whose mere presence could shake the city, exerted a far greater sense of pressure upon them. At times, her influence surpassed that of her husband, the chief commander.
Bai Tai Wei smiled faintly, "You have worked hard." She then turned to Li Mu, her smile transforming into one that was much more warm and genuine. "And Bai." Li Mu called out cheerfully.
Bai Tai Wei approached with a playful frown,
saying to Li Mu, "Aren't you going to introduce me?"
Li Mu promptly introduced everyone, "And Bai, this is my mother, Yang Suing, and this is my aunt, Yang Yurong, along with my uncle, Chen Jinshi. My cousins, Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng." As Li Mu introduced his family,
Bai Tai Wei took the initiative to shake hands with Yang Suing.
Finally, Li Mu introduced them, "Mom, Aunt, this is Bai Tai Wei, the director of the Eastern District Law Enforcement Bureau, and also the wife of our military district's deputy commander." Yang Suing felt a sudden stiffness in her hand as she grasped Bai Tai Wei's.
"Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau.
Chapter 72. A contact number would suffice. Yang Yorong and his wife were so frightened that they scarcely dared to breathe. Chen Jikiki and Chen Jiafeng stood with their mouths agape, while Chen Jiafeng instinctively glanced at his trousers, relieved to find he had not wet himself. Bai Taiwei grasped Yang Suying's hand and smiled, saying, "I am just a year younger than you, and I have long wished to meet you, dear sister. Now that you have moved into the military family district, our family should grow closer." Bai Taiwei's tone was warm and inviting, and with her hands clasping Yang Suying's, the distance between them quickly diminished. Yang Suying felt less anxious, determined not to bring shame upon her son. "Li Mu has certainly worried you," she said. "He has often mentioned how much your support has meant to him. I have yet to express my gratitude in person." Bai Taiwei gently patted Yang Suying's hand and laughed. "All right, we seem to be growing increasingly formal. In due time, you will come to understand my character. We are indeed true allies." The subtlety in Bai Taiwei's final remark did not escape Yang Suying and the others, who, although not entirely grasping the meaning, sensed the sincerity in her words and felt their tension dissipate. It was evident that she was not merely engaging in pleasantries. Meanwhile, Zhong Yanyan stood in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the revelation that Li Mu was acquainted with Bai Taiwei. She was well aware of Bai Taiwei's status, and even as the niece of the property manager in the military family district, she would not dare utter a word. The warmth Bai Taiwei displayed towards Li Mu's family was unexpected. Zhong Hong sighed, having long suspected that Li Mu's background was remarkable. Yet she had not anticipated it was this extraordinary. It was a grave mistake to bring along the ineffectual Zhong Yanyan today. Bai Taiwei continued to praise Li Mu. "As for assistance, we truly have not contributed much to Li Mu. Rather, he, the young wolf warrior, has carved his path through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. His strength is such that all peers in his rank look up to him. Presently, the military's most popular instructional material is his combat videos. His future potential is boundless." Bai Taiwei intended to celebrate Li Mu, hoping to instill pride in his family. However, Li Mu inwardly lamented that Bai Taiwei had spoken too freely. "Indeed." Upon hearing her words, Yang Suying and Yang Yorong's faces turned pale, casting reproachful glances at Li Mu. When had he ever mentioned emerging from a sea of blood? Why had he never mentioned a word of it to them? Bai Taiwei felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing her blunder. Yet, Zhong Yanyan's expression began to brighten. She had thought Li Mu's achievement stemmed from a mere change in technique, but discovering he had fought his way through bloodshed was a different matter entirely. If that were the case, he was indeed worth considering. With strength, battlefield experience, a respectable rank, a home in the military family district, and good looks, was he not the embodiment of her ideal partner? Though his air of feigned superiority was slightly off-putting, it was a minor flaw in an otherwise exquisite character. At that moment, Bai Taiwei's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and, with an apologetic expression, said to Yang Suying, "Sister Yang, I'm sorry, but I must take my leave." "Oh, please go ahead and attend to your matters," Yang Suying quickly replied, recognizing the significance of their visitor. A department head who had made a special effort to meet them amidst her busy schedule. Before departing, Bai Taiwei added, "Make sure to inform me when you move in. Old Wang and I would love to join you for a hot pot meal." "Absolutely, I will," Yang Suying nodded repeatedly. With that, Bai Taiwei left in haste. And the moment she was gone, Yang Suying shot an annoyed glare at Li Mu. "You little rascal! You didn't tell me." And I had to hear it from her, which only made me more anxious. Mom, I was wrong. I promise to inform you next time." Li Mu replied with a cheeky grin, attempting to evade her ire. At this juncture, Zhong Hong spoke up, "Li Wolfwei, I." She trailed off, her face pale with fear, convinced that Li Mu would undoubtedly report her to Bai Taiwei. She truly wished to plead for leniency but was at a loss for words. After all, Zhong Yanyan was her responsibility, and even Bai Taiwei had witnessed her presence. It was a significant reception task, and bringing along her intern niece was against protocol. No matter how she explained, she could not escape accountability. However, Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, "Manager Zhong. We will need your assistance with the follow-up work regarding our relocation. We will require your support with various procedures." Zhong Hong stared at Li Mu in shock. His implication of offering assistance meant he would not pursue her culpability. At that moment, her heart swelled with gratitude.
Of course, it's the least I can do. She thought to herself. This is truly a person of exceptional caliber. In a different scenario, if it were a typical second-generation heir who felt wronged by Zhong Yanyan, they would undoubtedly seek to retaliate against me, not resting until I was utterly ruined. Yet, Li Mu deemed it unnecessary. Beyond having a foolish relative, Zhong Hong possessed commendable professional skills and provided diligent service. There was no need for hostility. Suddenly, Zhong Yanyan interjected, Li Wolfwei, why don't we exchange contact information? The manager is quite busy, so you can reach out to me directly if anything arises. With confidence, she took out her phone and opened the chat application to add a friend. Li Mu merely smiled lightly and replied, no, thank you. He then turned to Yang Suiying. Mom, should we continue exploring, or head straight out? Let us leave directly, we'll have time to look around once we move in, she decided. Thank you for your assistance, Manager Zhong. Until we meet again, Li Mu concluded, and the family made their way towards the exit. Allow me to see you off. Zhong Hong quickly offered. However, Yang Yurong, walking behind, stopped her with a smile. Manager, you should tend to your own affairs, to be honest. It seems a bit uncomfortable for you to accompany us. Yang Yurong had long been aware of Zhong Yanyan's character. Previously, I held a dismissive view of our humble wooden acquaintance. Yet now, there is an eagerness to acquire his contact information. Such a lack of decorum is truly appalling. Should Zhong Hong choose to associate with them, it is likely that Zhong Yanyan would follow suit. She is determined to prevent such an occurrence, as it is utterly distasteful. Thus, she took it upon herself to shield Li Mu from this unwanted attention. Upon hearing the remarks, Zhong Hong felt an acute sense of embarrassment, ultimately compelled to halt her pursuit. She watched as Li Mu and his family departed, a profound sigh escaping her lips. Alas! Even though Li Mu bore her no ill will, it was evident that he did not wish to forge a deeper connection. Had she not brought Zhong Yanyan along today, she could have left a more favorable impression on Li Mu, potentially leading to a closer rapport in the future. Now, that prospect seemed bleak. Witnessing her disappointment, Zhong Yanyan withdrew her phone, her expression rife with indignation. How could Li Mu so brazenly humiliate her in front of everyone? As a young lady, she had sought his contact information, yet he displayed not a shred of gentlemanly conduct. What a pretense! She muttered under her breath, stowing her phone away. Zhong Hong, taken aback, turned sharply to glare at her, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, Zhong Yanyan, I must have been blind to your true nature, having known so little about you. I never imagined you could be this foolish. If it weren't for your father's pleading, your circumstances would never allow you entry into the military property zone. What audacity gives you the right to scorn a young wolfguard? Speak! Zhong Yanyan defiantly retorted, I don't understand. You are the manager of the military property zone. Why are you so intimidated by him? The wolfguards treat you with respect, don't they? Your connections are extensive. Surely you don't need to worry about just this one? Zhong Hong was nearly driven to madness. Had it not been for her cultivated restraint, she might have slapped her. With a fierce reprimand, she declared, You are utterly ignorant. No other term seemed fitting. The military property zone is composed solely of the finest property elites selected by the housing authority. We are merely employees here, serving them better, with no military ties whatsoever. Their civility towards me stems from their manners, not from any reverence for my position. Here, I am but a servant, do you understand? Do you think the young wolfguard is of a trivial status? With a single word, I could be cast out. By this point, Zhong Yanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom the disparity between her aunt's actual standing and her own misconceptions. Zhong Hong resolutely stated, I have shown you more leniency than you deserve. Now, leave me be. Do not bring me further trouble. Perhaps you do not believe me. But today is your sole opportunity. In your lifetime, you shall never encounter another young talent of the wolfguard's caliber. With that, Zhong Hong shook her head and strode away, leaving Zhong Yanyan in stunned silence. Chapter 73, The Secret Mission of Living Crystals, Departing from the Military Family District. Li Mu intended to journey to the Abyss to submit the falling leaf sword technique to the Department of Martial Arts. Meanwhile,
Yang Suiying and others returned home to begin packing, preparing for an extensive relocation the following day. Upon arriving at the abyss, Li Mu returned the falling leaves sword technique he had composed to the Department of Martial Arts. In truth, he could have completed it in a single day if he had pressed on, as the original technique contained over 30,000 characters, while his version comprised merely over 10,000. However, there was no rush. Li Mu did not need to be excessively extraordinary, nor did he wish to exhaust himself unduly. In the Department of Martial Arts, Minister Song and his colleagues gazed in astonishment at Li Mu's completed falling leaves sword technique, rendered speechless by its brilliance.
Could it truly be the falling leaves sword technique?
Although Minister Song was aware of Li Mu's exceptional comprehension, this was beyond all expectations. Not only had it been condensed to over 10,000 characters, but it was also succinct and profoundly insightful, seemingly surpassing the previous iteration.
Compared to Li Mu's rendition, the former version appeared verbose.
It is noteworthy that the falling leaves sword technique had existed for 2 to 3 decades, with paper optimizations ongoing for over 10 years. This was the culmination of decades of research by numerous martial arts scholars, yet Li Mu rendered it as mere dross.
The enhancement was far beyond a mere 5. Any martial artist with considerable understanding could likely grasp at least 50 to 60 of it.
Professor Su's aged eyes glimmered with a hint of clarity as his hand trembled slightly while holding the manuscript.
In his view, the Zhenyuan Army consisted of children. Empowering these children with stronger abilities could potentially save their lives. This was his ultimate pursuit in life. According to their estimations, Li Mu's paper technique was at least 50% superior to the previous version. The specifics would depend on its practical application.
Both they and the military law department would recruit a cohort of sword practitioners to learn the paper version and conduct comparative tests against another group practicing the original technique to arrive at a definitive conclusion. If Li Mu could indeed enhance the paper version to a strength of 60, it would mean that all sword practitioners received a complementary technique and undeniable achievement.
Quickly find 10 sword practitioners who have never trained in the falling leaves sword technique for the comparative tests. Minister Song began organizing immediately. Professor Su, gripping Li Mu's hand,
urged him, "Should you wish to research any technique in the future, simply inform me.
High-grade techniques are also permissible." Professor Su's firm grasp on Li Mu conveyed his admiration. This promise was designed to facilitate Li Mu's improvement of techniques.
Although Li Mu was a prodigy and now a member of the Department of Martial Arts,
they could not compel him to innovate. If he felt pressured, he could simply refuse, leaving them powerless. Thus, they needed to approach him gently, never with force. This matter relied entirely on Li Mu's willingness. By assuring him he could freely access high-grade techniques, they sought to inspire his initiative. Li Mu truly took this to heart. As he still lacked 2 superior internal techniques, Li Mu was immediately filled with joy.
"Really?"
"Indeed,"
Professor Su replied with a smile.
"However, you must diligently work on optimizing the ordinary techniques." "All right, I currently need 2 superior techniques. Let us go,"
Li Mu exclaimed, pulling Professor Su towards the technique repository. Professor Su burst into laughter, realizing he had been dragged along as a hostage. Li Mu feared that the individuals in the technique room would not trust his words alone. Professor Su generously permitted Li Mu to select 1 superior and 1 exquisite technique, while he was free to choose among the ordinary techniques. Li Mu acquired 1 exquisite internal technique and 1 superior internal technique, along with 12 ordinary techniques, 10 for staff, 1 for saber, and 1 for sword. He was tempted to take more, but he noticed that Professor Su was entirely funding these techniques out of his own pocket. There were military regulations to consider. Having achieved great merit, Li Mu would naturally receive recognition within the army.
However, Professor Su could not reward Li Mu with the entire department's techniques, as that would lead to chaos. Moreover, the nature of techniques is such that one cannot overindulge. Receiving so many at once was already beyond Professor Su's comprehension. Nonetheless,
Li Mu had his own plans. Even the ordinary techniques, when enhanced by the inferior celestial technique, would not be inferior to the superior offensive techniques.
All techniques that came into Li Mu's possession, after being infused with a century of understanding, would transform into a different form, striking at their essence.
He integrated the 2 internal techniques into the inferior celestial technique. Inferior celestial technique has integrated kill intent rebound, adding the rebound characteristic, rebound, when attacking an enemy.
A small portion of true energy is reclaimed by oneself.
Inferior celestial technique has integrated bone-piercing dark energy, adding the bone-piercing characteristic, bone-piercing, significantly enhances the penetrating power of attacks.
The bone-piercing dark energy is an exquisite internal technique.
Inferior celestial technique deepens understanding of the practice techniques through a century of insight, greatly improves Dan C in meridians. Allows for the integration of internal techniques, absorbing their characteristics into the celestial technique. Current characteristics include rejuvenation, rebound, and bone piercing. Integrated internal techniques can be replaced. If one were to understand these two new characteristics in gaming terms, they would signify health regeneration upon attack and armor penetration.
As for the other ordinary techniques,
through Li Mu's comprehension of the inferior celestial technique, he has achieved a holistic understanding. Now, Li Mu's grasp of various staff techniques, sweeping, slashing, thrusting, and chopping, has reached unprecedented heights,
allowing him to perfectly demonstrate every martial skill learned. This is the formidable aspect of the inferior celestial technique. Once a certain level is attained,
the offensive techniques of this world become merely embellishments. The great sage's divine abilities present an overwhelming advantage in this realm.
Now,
Li Mu possesses numerous methods within his great sage's divine abilities, rendering the value of offensive techniques increasingly limited. As for the two ordinary techniques involving saber and sword, they were merely for Li Mu to familiarize himself in advance, preparing for future enhancements of paper techniques. The improved technique of the falling leaf blade must first undergo testing by our own personnel.
After a few days, we will report to the Military Law Division.
And once they have verified it, they will provide a qualitative assessment of its specific strength. Only then can we settle your military merits.
You will have to exhibit patience for a few more days, Professor Su explained with a smile, hands clasped behind his back as he walked alongside Li Mu.
It's quite all right, I am not in such a hurry, Li Mu replied. The two strolled leisurely out of the martial arts department, gazing up at the abyssal dome, just about to engage in conversation. Suddenly, a contingent of guards appeared in the distance, seemingly escorting several individuals swiftly towards military headquarters.
What is happening? Li Mu inquired, puzzled.
Professor Su shook his head in response. Meanwhile, in the grand conference room of military headquarters, a gathering of high-ranking officials convened. General Liang Huojun of the Pearl Military District occupied the foremost seat, flanked by Deputy Commander Zhang Qing, Chief Commander Liao Feng, and Deputy Chief Commander Wan Longcheng. The four district leaders were assembled, with even the lowest ranking officer present being a senior guard.
The atmosphere was tense.
General Liang Huojun was the first to speak. The living crystal ore is a rare energy metal, crucial for the production of high-quality weaponry.
The researchers have arrived, and their recommendation is to conduct a preliminary assessment. I invite everyone to share your thoughts.
He then turned his gaze towards Zhang Qing. After a brief pause, Deputy Commander Zhang Qing responded. I believe there is no need for a preliminary assessment. We should concentrate our forces and push forward.
We must act swiftly to seize a portion of the resources.
His fervent speech, however, met with scant agreement.
Wang Longcheng countered, that approach is rather perilous. Many creatures feed on living crystal ore, and a rapid advance would expose us too soon.
If even one high-tier creature appears, our soldiers may not have a chance to retreat.
Moreover, once the mine is exposed, we will lose the opportunity to extract it altogether.
My suggestion is also to conduct a preliminary assessment.
Zhang Qing cast a cool glance at Wang Longcheng, anger flickering in his eyes. Yet, Wang Longcheng's opinion garnered unanimous support. Given the current situation, which was already lacking personnel, concentrating forces could lead to catastrophic consequences if they were entirely wiped out.
Then let us proceed with the preliminary assessment, General Liang Huojun concluded decisively. The parameters for this assessment were set, no more than 4 individuals in the entire area and no more than 2 in a team.
The research institute had only sent 1 researcher, necessitating a single escort. Does anyone have any recommendations?
He inquired, prompting all eyes in the room to turn to Wang Longcheng. Reluctantly, he spoke, my second daughter happens to be a student excelling in abyssal surveying. She is at the peak of the 3rd tier and should be capable of undertaking this assessment.
Chief Commander Liao Feng nodded in approval. Deputy Commander Wang's spirit of sacrifice is commendable. If your daughter participates in this operation, the Research Institute will undoubtedly have no objections. This is of great significance. Others in the room also nodded in agreement.
Wang Longcheng added, however, I have one requirement: the individual escorting my daughter must be designated by me.
Chapter 74. We choose Zheng Kan. Regarding Wang Longcheng's proposal, there was unanimous agreement among all present.
After all, he had even put his own daughter at stake, surely.
Hiring a bodyguard was a reasonable request.
A little over an hour later, while sipping tea in the Department of Martial Arts, Li Mu received a sudden phone call from Wang Longcheng.
Hello, Uncle Wang.
Yes, where are you?
In the Department of Martial Arts.
Good,
there's a mission.
Come to the command center.
Li Mu was taken aback. The command center?
Wang Longcheng had never assigned him a task directly before.
Typically,
he would not make such a call for ordinary missions.
I'll be there right away. Li Mu hung up the phone, bade farewell to Professor Su,
and hurried towards the command center.
Upon his arrival, Officer Zhang was already waiting, personally escorting Li Mu into the command center.
They maneuvered through several corridors until they reached a small conference room.
As soon as he entered the room, Li Mu felt a tingle at the back of his neck and quickly stood at attention. Commander-in-Chief, good day. Deputy Commander, good day. Chief Commander, good day. Deputy Commander, good day.
Li Mu greeted each one in rapid succession, as if reciting a list of names.
The conference room was filled with prominent figures from the Mingzhu military district.
Liang Huojun smiled faintly. I have heard much about you these past few days.
Serving the nation. Li Mu responded with unwavering respect. Excellent. Now that everyone is here,
let us discuss the matter at hand, Liang Huojun said, addressing Chief Commander Liao Feng. Li Mu began to survey the individuals around him.
In addition to several key figures,
there were a few others present. Among them were 3 individuals clad in Research Institute attire, the same guards he had seen escorting Professor Su on their previous outing, a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman,
and a young girl in her 20s. Before Deputy Commander Zhang Qing stood a tall,
slender youth who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Qing. One could discern their familial connection without the need for DNA testing.
Standing before Wang Longcheng was an exquisitely beautiful girl.
Though Li Mu had never encountered her before, her features bore a hint of Bai Taiwei's resemblance. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters,
and her demeanor exuded a poignant grace reminiscent of Lin Daiyu.
As if sensing Li Mu's gaze, she glanced at him, only to quickly avert her eyes, her lashes drooping, a blush creeping onto her cheeks.
Is she that sensitive? Li Mu mused, not deluding himself into thinking she was enamored with him.
It seemed she was simply shy by nature.
Chief Commander Liao Feng nodded.
The reason for gathering everyone here is to discuss a classified mission. At a specific coordinate within the 4th grade monster zone, our exploration team has discovered a mineral deposit. It has been confirmed to be a living crystal ore,
which holds immense value for our military district.
However, we are currently unable to ascertain the extent and depth of the vein. As you all understand, in the abyss,
the atmosphere is of utmost importance.
Should there be an excess of individuals surpassing the red line, or martial artists exceeding the red line grade, the area in question will swiftly attract a multitude of monsters, including exceptionally formidable ones. The creatures here are of the 4th tier, possessing heightened awareness. Even 4th tier martial artists will gradually draw in these monsters. Therefore, to ensure the prompt completion of the mission, the designated threshold is set at the peak of the 3rd tier, specifically within the yellow classification, and teams must operate in pairs, exploring from 2 directions to swiftly gather concrete data for our subsequent actions. Allow me to introduce the newly appointed distinguished researcher from the Northern Research Institute, Zhang Linlin, who is responsible for this primary survey.
As he spoke, Liao Feng gestured towards the young woman from the institute.
Zhang Linlin stepped forward with an impassive expression.
This is Wang Yinhui, the esteemed daughter of Deputy Commander Wang Longcheng.
Yinhui is a gifted student specializing in abyssal energy, proficient in reconnaissance, and is tasked with the secondary survey.
The middle-aged couple from the Research Institute made their presence known,
with the woman emphasizing the importance placed on this survey by higher authorities, underscoring the necessity to ensure the mission's success and the safety of the 2 surveyors. She subtly cast a glance at Li Mu and Zhang Qing's son, intentionally reminding Liang Huojun and others that the lives of their personnel are invaluable and that only the best must be employed for this endeavor. This remark incited a sense of indignation among Liang Huojun and his companions. After all, she was merely a minor director from the Northern Military Science Research Institute. Yet she spoke with such audacity. Wang Longchang had even risked his own daughter. Was it necessary for her to voice such sentiments? However, since she had spoken, Liao Feng skillfully shifted the dialogue. Naturally, the identities of the escorts are also quite exceptional. This is Zhang Kong, the son of Deputy Commander Zhang, a peak third-tier martial artist of formidable strength, with a commendable record of 170 merit points, currently serving as the captain of the escort squad. Zhang Kong stood tall, his demeanor exuding pride. Zhang Qing's decision to involve his son in this mission was motivated by a desire to challenge him. Should the mission succeed, the merit gained would be substantial. Although the fourth-tier area is perilous, Zhang Qing serves as the escort, possessing means of escape should dire circumstances arise. Liao Feng then pointed towards Li Mu. This is Li Mu, at the mid-stage of the third tier, yet possessing exceptional combat capabilities. He holds a second-class Guardian medal and the title of Lesser Wolf Guardian, currently serving as a senior advisor in the Department of Martial Arts. These two are rare prodigies among our third-tier ranks. We shall defer to the Institute's judgment regarding which escort to select. As Liao Feng spoke, he entrusted the decision to the representatives from the Research Institute. The initial plan was for Li Mu to escort Wang Yinhui, as designated by Wang Longchang. However, given the recent remarks from the Institute, Liao Feng decided to adapt the arrangement on the fly. If you are concerned about the capabilities of the bodyguards, you may choose for yourselves to avoid any blame in the event of complications arising from our arrangements. The trio from the Research Institute exchanged glances, their expressions tightening as they regarded Li Mu. Mid-stage of the third tier? Commander Liang, is there truly no other peak third-tier warrior available in your military district? The woman inquired, thinking to herself that this Pearl military district was being excessively unreasonable. The entire military district only needed to select 2 individuals. Yet there was even a mid-level third rank? Is this task being treated as a jest? Liang Huojun cast a fleeting glance at her, but remained silent. The woman from the Research Institute seemed to sense Liang Huojun's frosty demeanor and wisely chose to keep her mouth shut, conversing with the other 2 instead. Zhang Linlin couldn't even be bothered to glance at Li Mu, pointing instead to Zhang Kong. I choose him. Their rationale was quite straightforward. Zhang Kong was the son of the deputy commander, and thus had access to the finest resources in terms of techniques, weaponry, and spiritual treasures. Furthermore, he stood at the pinnacle of the third rank. In stark contrast, Li Mu was merely at the mid-level of the third rank, lacking any notable background. As for the Guardian medal, they were not particularly aware of its significance. Upon reviewing their selections, Liang Huojun and Liao Feng exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles. These individuals certainly had inflated egos, yet their discernment was lacking. The Guardian medal was awarded only after saving at least 3 comrades from dire straits. It was a testament not only to one's strength but also to one's character. On the battlefield, one could always trust their back to a person bearing the Guardian medal, a testament to a soldier's reliability. Wang Longcheng felt a wave of relief upon seeing their choice of Zhang Kong. In the entire military district, apart from Li Mu, he could not entrust the safety of his daughter to any other third-rank warrior without apprehension. Very well, Li Mu will escort Wang Yinhui. Does anyone have any objections? Liao Feng turned to Li Mu and Zhang Kong, noting that they needed to confirm their agreement before proceeding with the task. It was imperative that both individuals were willing participants in the mission. Agreed. Li Mu had no intention of disappointing Wang Longcheng. Zhang Kong, somewhat reluctant, also murmured his consent, though his gaze frequently wandered towards Wang Yinhui. He usually concealed his true nature well, maintaining a diligent facade in front of his father. Yet, his greatest passion lay in women, and he had always been audaciously bold in his pursuits. Ever since he laid eyes on Wang Yinhui, he had been devising ways to win her over. She was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating an ethereal charm tinged with a hint of melancholic allure. Her delicate gaze was utterly enchanting. Such a woman ignited within him an insatiable desire for conquest. Had it not been for his father's prior warnings about the research institute's influence and their unsolicited selection of him, he would have eagerly volunteered to be Wang Yinhui's bodyguard.
All right, if there are no further objections, we shall depart at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 75. This young lady is quite amusing. Once the gathering dispersed,
Wang Longqing called Li Mu, leading him and Wang Yinhui back to his private lounge.
Upon entering, Wang Longqing approached his desk, while Wang Yinhui, displaying remarkable poise and consideration, stepped forward to pour water and brew tea.
Her adeptness at this task clearly indicated that she was no stranger to such duties, not merely a sheltered young lady. After preparing 2 cups of tea, she handed one to her father and placed the other on the table, casting a shy glance at Li Mu without uttering a word, her cheeks flushing crimson. Wang Longqing observed his daughter, then turned to Li Mu with a wry smile.
Ah, I believe you've noticed as well.
My daughter is quite like a sensitive mimosa, having always been timid around boys since childhood. Finding a suitable match in the future will surely be a challenge.
Father. Wang Yinhui's face reddened further, and she shot her father a disapproving look.
Wang Longqing chuckled. All right, Li Mu, I have mentioned this more than once. You are not a stranger, consider him as an elder brother. No, wait, he should be your younger brother, as Yinhui is a few months your senior.
As he spoke, he glanced at Li Mu.
Rest assured, Uncle Wang, regardless of the outcome of the mission, I will ensure she returns to you safe and sound. Li Mu understood Wang Longqing's primary concern, thus he got straight to the point without unnecessary embellishment. Wang Longqing nodded appreciatively.
I entrust Yinhui's safety to you, naturally. I have complete faith. Otherwise, I wouldn't have singled you out for this task. I owe you some compensation for imposing this mission upon you. Isn't it time to upgrade your weaponry?
Go to the supply office and procure a specialty weapon. The one you currently use is somewhat obscure.
If they lack it, seek it elsewhere. Whatever the cost, I shall cover it.
Li Mu could hardly suppress a grin.
Uncle Wang, are you rewarding me or merely ensuring your daughter's safety? Hey! Little rascal, do you really want to know?
Wang Longqing shot him a playful glare.
Yes, of course. Li Mu chuckled. I would be foolish to decline a specialty weapon, which is worth at least 2 million. In truth, once a weapon attains specialty status, it becomes increasingly challenging to locate a suitable finished product. The more advanced weapons tend to possess unique attributes, requiring custom forging, thus, finding a ready-made weapon that fits perfectly is often a matter of luck. Now be off with you, and remember to come for dinner tonight. Your Aunt Bai has some words of wisdom for you. Wang Longqing jestingly admonished. Certainly.
Li Mu replied with a smile, then turned to Wang Yinhui, giving her a slight nod and deliberately announcing, I shall take my leave now, teammate.
Wang Yinhui was taken aback by Li Mu's sudden address,
her face flushing a deep shade of red. Li Mu even sensed that her head seemed to be steaming.
Wang Longqing, irritated,
thought to himself that this rascal was fully aware of his daughter's shyness.
Was he deliberately teasing her in front of him?
Just as he was about to express his annoyance, Li Mu raised an eyebrow at him, swiftly turning and darting out the door.
Who said Wang Yinhui was shy?
She was truly a delightful character, akin to a chameleon.
Little scoundrel! Wang Longqing scolded irritably. He then turned to Wang Yinhui and said, You too, I pointed at you. Can I still hold my grandson? When alone with her father, Wang Yinhui's demeanor softened.
Pouting her lips, she turned her head in a haughty manner, ignoring Wang Longqing's admonishments. Having emerged from the abyss, Li Mu promptly dialed Zhang Jiwei's number.
Hello, Master Zhang, could you assist me in procuring a weapon?
The Zhang family is engaged in metal processing, operating within the upstream sector of weapon manufacturing, thus acquiring a high-grade weapon was certainly within reach.
After some inquiries, Zhang Jiwei indeed managed to locate a special-grade weapon, a formidable club. They arranged to meet at a designated location.
Li Mu initially assumed that upon meeting,
Zhang Jiwei would escort him to a weapons market. However, as soon as Zhang Jiwei alighted from the vehicle,
he retrieved a club from his spatial ring and tossed it to Li Mu.
Li Mu caught it effortlessly. It felt substantially heavy, likely weighing at least 200 pounds.
The club was entirely silver, adorned with intricate patterns at both ends, resembling a coiling ghostly visage. This ghost-faced club, weighing 220 pounds. Was forged from silver glimmering crystal iron and contained the throat bone of a 7th-grade monster, the ghost-faced pigman. When swung, it emitted a ghastly wail. The stronger the user's true energy, the more penetrating the sound became, capable of injuring an enemy's internal organs.
Zhang Jiwei elaborated.
Li Mu, enchanted, swung the weapon.
Indeed.
The motion produced a wind-like sound akin to a ghostly scream, sending shivers down one's spine. The sound was highly penetrating yet contained within a certain range, not traveling far. Without employing his true energy, Li Mu realized that should he unleash it, the weapon's eerie cry would likely catch any monster off guard. This remarkable penetration aligned perfectly with the new characteristic, bone penetration, he had acquired from his celestial art. The combination filled Li Mu with a sense of overwhelming prowess.
How much does it cost? Li Mu inquired after admiring the weapon for a moment.
Not much, consider it a gift. Zhang Jiwei casually replied as he opened the car door and hopped inside, flooring the accelerator and speeding off.
Hey! What about the receipt?
Li Mu exclaimed, exasperated.
This fellow truly left no opportunity for him to spend a dime.
He had no desire to be pretentious with Zhang Jiwei, after all. He could repay the favor in due time.
However, he wished Zhang Jiwei would at least provide him with the receipt. How was he to seek reimbursement from Wang Longcheng? For dinner, Li Mu dined at the Wang family residence.
As Wang Longcheng had mentioned, Bai Taiwei had given Li Mu a long list of instructions. Although Li Mu lacked a receipt, Wang Longcheng still reimbursed him 3 million.
Li Mu was absolutely delighted. An exquisite weapon plus 3 million. That evening,
he returned home and gifted his mother 250,000.
However,
Li Mu's joyful mood was shattered before he could retire for the night by an unexpected phone call from an unfamiliar number.
As soon as he answered, a deep voice interrogated him, "Is this Li Mu?" "Yes. I am Zhang Kong.
Tomorrow morning, you need to apply to the Research Institute to exchange with me."
Zhang Kong commanded in an irrefutable tone.
"I refuse to exchange," Li Mu replied offhandedly.
"What did you say?" Zhang Kong seemed unable to believe his own ears. "Don't switch.
If you dare to utter such a death wish again, say it once more."
The icy inquiry seemed to be squeezed from between his teeth. During the introduction today,
Li Mu was well aware that he was the son of the vice commander.
To his astonishment, not only did Li Mu know his identity,
but he also had the audacity to defy his orders.
It was as if he had a death wish. Li Mu was incensed. "What kind of fool are you? Can you hear your mother clearly when you ask that?"
"No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains unchanged."
"If you have no other nonsense to spew, just hang up. If you ask that again, I swear I'll slap you." The line fell silent in an instant. For a full 3 seconds,
Li Mu heard a sudden, thunderous intake of breath from the other end, akin to the prelude of a roaring explosion.
With lightning speed, Li Mu hung up the phone. What a fool!
He had no idea what transpired on the other end, but Zhang Kong did not call back. Li Mu settled down for a peaceful sleep. The following morning, at the transport zone of the Mingzhu military district, amidst the escort of a large contingent of guards, soldiers swiftly stepped aside,
watching the commotion from a distance.
Before the transport portal, alongside the commander-in-chief, the various high-ranking officials of the military district had gathered.
2 small teams began to inspect their equipment and supplies. Each time the Zhenyuan Army embarked on a mission, after reporting the task level,
they could freely receive corresponding medical supplies, such as hemostatic pills, sealing pills, and energy restoration pills, which were standard provisions. While they were generally ineffective when consumed normally,
they were crucial for survival in critical moments.
After the transport, they could proceed on horseback, but they had to dismount upon entering the 4th-tier region.
2 bodyguards.
Should you encounter combat, resolve it swiftly.
Do not linger. Liao Feng imparted his final instructions.
Understood.
The group responded before making their way to the transport portal.
The 2 individuals, needing to be transported to the same location, had to maintain physical contact. Li Mu naturally took hold of Wang Yinhui's hand.
Wang Yinhui's breath momentarily caught, and she instinctively flinched.
However, her effort was too feeble to escape Li Mu's powerful grip, causing her face to flush deep red.
Meanwhile, Zhang Kong glared at Li Mu with a predatory gaze.
From the moment they met today, Zhang Kong wished he could pierce Li Mu with his eyes.
After returning home yesterday, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Wang Yinhui.
He yearned to seize her then and there. He was determined to embark on a mission with Wang Yinhui to create an opportunity.
After much contemplation,
he concluded that it would be most suitable for Li Mu to play the role of the villain.
If Li Mu volunteered to the research institute, and Jiang Linlin selected him, then he would be paired with Wang Yinhui. This splendid plan was shattered by Li Mu's resolute refusal. Moreover,
Li Mu had the audacity to insult him.
It was utterly infuriating. He was now consumed with rage towards Li Mu.
His lust had corroded his mind, in his fantasies. If he could just accompany Wang Yinhui on a mission, perhaps he would be able to conquer her during the execution of the task.
Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Yet the duck that was almost in his grasp was startled away by Li Mu.
He was filled with an intense hatred. Li Mu, upon catching his gaze,
couldn't help but chuckle.
Not only did he not release his grip, but he also slightly lifted Wang Yinhui's hand, allowing Zhang Kong to see even more clearly.
Zhang Kang's eyes widened in fury.
However, Li Mu had already taken Wang Yinhui through the portal. With a flash of white light, the two found themselves in a vast expanse of wilderness. There were no ruins of buildings, but the ground was strewn with shards of black crystal and substance. The earth was cracked everywhere, filled with various broken branches and leaves. Strange towering trees were exceedingly sparse, with not a single one in sight for dozens of meters. And most were withered. Li Mu first observed his surroundings meticulously before feeling a slight force in his hand.
It was then he realized he was still holding Wang Yinhui's hand and quickly let go.
Checking his watch, he glanced at the map. Over 120 kilometers lay ahead, a long journey indeed.
As he spoke, Li Mu summoned his steed, Yao Gu. Wang Yinhui exclaimed in surprise and also produced her own horse token. Yet Li Mu remarked, "How can I protect you if we ride two horses? What if a monster appears and frightens the horses away?" "Huh?" Wang Yinhui stared blankly at Li Mu. "What do you mean, huh? Get on this one."
Li Mu pointed to the space before him, causing Wang Yinhui to blush instantly. Chapter 76, galloping and swiftly striking. Each time Li Mu witnessed her in such a state, he found it rather endearing. Wang Yinhui stood there, torn in her thoughts. He felt that Li Mu's words were quite reasonable.
However, she was a girl, how could she sit in? "Hurry up!" Li Mu suddenly exclaimed, startling Wang Yinhui.
Reluctantly, she pressed her lips together and approached Li Mu's horse, placing her hand in his. With a swift tug, Li Mu pulled her onto the horse, positioning her in front of him while enveloping her in his embrace.
Throughout the entire experience, Wang Yinhui blushed deeply, sitting rigidly as if turned to stone.
She could feel Li Mu's warm body temperature radiating from behind her. His arms encircled her form, pressing against her back, although he did not fully embrace her. The sensation was nearly indistinguishable. Nonetheless, a profound sense of security surged within her.
Outwardly, Li Mu appeared as steady as a rock, but internally, his heart raced uncontrollably.
It was his first time holding such a fragrant girl so closely, and she was undeniably beautiful and graceful. Attempting to maintain his composure, he dramatically unfurled his cloak, letting it drape over them with a flourish. The silver rings embroidered on the back of the cloak made Li Mu chuckle.
The irony of a silver ring on his cloak was not lost on him.
However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something peculiar within that silver ring. He grasped it for a closer look.
Within the silvery circle, a blood-red eye flickered in and out of visibility.
It was difficult to discern unless one looked closely. Li Mu was certain that this feature had not been present before. The previous cloak had only a black and red pattern, devoid of anything within the silver ring.
Moreover,
he could distinctly sense that the cloak's energy was now leagues beyond its former state.
Ever since his return from the Bone Demon realm,
he had been too preoccupied to examine it. It appeared that the energy absorbed from the slain monsters had finally allowed this evolving spiritual treasure to mature.
As he engaged with the cloak, a wave of spiritual consciousness surged into Li Mu's mind.
It seemed as if the cloak was imparting to him the method to harness its newly developed abilities.
"Close." Li Mu breathed softly. Immediately,
the blood-red eye within the silver ring began to slowly shut.
Subsequently, Li Mu felt his aura sharply constrict, diminishing into the confines of the cloak.
Though it still radiated outward gradually, it was reduced by more than half compared to before.
Li Mu was elated.
The newfound ability of the cloak was the power of breath concealment. While the act of sealing one's breath may not seem spectacular at first glance,
it was immensely practical in the abyss.
Though he couldn't claim to be entirely invisible to the monster's radar, it would significantly minimize the range at which he could be detected.
What a precious treasure! Li Mu couldn't help but exclaim internally.
On a side note, it seemed that the system's victory points could be utilized to modify spiritual treasures. His victory points were quite meager, having previously focused on strengthening and unlocking the great sage's divine abilities. It would be wise to consider enhancing his spiritual treasures next. With this thought in mind, Li Mu waved his cloak, enveloping Wang Yinhui in its folds as well.
Wang Yinhui was suddenly enveloped by the cloak. Initially taken aback,
she sensed that this cloak could conceal one's presence. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sensation of intimacy with Li Mu invaded her thoughts.
Akin to sharing a bed with him. It was utterly mortifying. Could you please refrain from smoking? I can hardly see the path ahead.
Just as she was drowning in embarrassment, Li Mu's exaggerated remarks echoed from behind her, causing her world to spin.
Oh heavens! Please open up a chasm to the underworld for me.
This planet is no longer suitable for my existence. After teasing her, Li Mu urged the warhorse forward,
causing an even more tumultuous ride.
Wang Yinhui felt as though she were already a married woman. Meanwhile, in the command center, there were two command stations, one occupied by Liao Feng and the other by Wang Longcheng. As Wang Longcheng opened the screen displaying Li Mu and Wang Yinhui, he had barely settled onto his chair when he leapt back up, eyes wide with astonishment.
His eyelids flickered uncontrollably.
Those around him could even hear his quiet curses.
What a scoundrel!
Yet, after venting, he took a deep breath and gradually calmed down, returning to his seat. Although it felt akin to watching his prized cabbage being ravaged by a wild boar, he reassured himself that this boar was one he had raised himself. As it rummaged about, it was within his own garden, which brought him some comfort.
Had it been another wild boar?
He would have charged into the garden to extract its tusks, tear its mouth, and obliterate its eggs. This was a third-tier monster zone. And although the remote bone moved swiftly, no monsters emerged. Concerned that Wang Yinhui might succumb to the heat, Li Mu decided to divert her attention.
What is your talent? By the way? He casually inquired. A-level, Fate Sublimation, Wang Yinhui replied softly.
Li Mu stood directly behind her, his breath brushing through her long hair and sending a shiver down her spine, evoking an oddly peculiar sensation. Her hair was dark and lustrous, cascading down her back, with strands at her temples gathered and secured, creating an ethereal appearance despite its simplicity.
What does the sublimation entail?
Li Mu questioned, puzzled.
A little dog.
I suppose I can be considered a summoner, Wang Yinhui replied with a slight smile.
Sublimating a little dog? Transforming it into your summoned beast? More or less.
But I only enjoy rescuing stray dogs, which is why my power is limited, Wang Yinhui explained.
Li Mu understood now. In this world,
there were indeed pet cats and dogs, with many exquisite low-tier creatures dwelling in the abyss. Numerous beautiful pets were bred from these animals.
Unfortunately, abandonment was rampant,
and many stray cats and dogs roamed the cities. Humans, all possessing foundational martial skills, would mercilessly eliminate any pets that dared to harm them. Even many harmless pets often met with untimely ends or were left disabled.
Most summoning talents were typically employed to enhance summoned beasts, rendering summoners themselves rather fragile. Just then, a pitch-black monster charged toward them from the front.
Resembling a monkey and towering at 2 meters, it is entirely enveloped in a hard, carbon-black shell.
As it sprints, fragments fall away in a cascade. Its 2 crimson eyes glimmer ominously.
Wang Yinhui assumed Li Mu would dismount, but instead, he commanded her, stay still.
In the blink of an eye, Li Mu vanished. Wang Yinhui was struck with terror as the creature charged towards her. Li Mu was gone. Was he intending to sacrifice her to the monster, seizing the opportunity to strike? Good gracious, this combat style seems rather reckless for Yinhui. And the horse.
It galloped straight toward the beast. Foolish horse. Stupid horse. Flee elsewhere. Panic surged within her as her hands clutched the mane of Yaogu.
Yet, at that moment, Li Mu reappeared a dozen meters in front of the horse, suspended in midair.
With a sweeping motion of his staff, he shattered the silence, accompanied by a chilling wail. A silver arc of light burst forth as the staff struck the creature's chest. Just as Wang Yinhui wondered why Li Mu targeted the body rather than the head, surely a blow to the body would yield little damage, she witnessed the creature crumple as if struck by a rolling pin. The area where the weapon made contact caved in, folding the entire creature at that point. It was no exaggeration to say the monster was sent flying.
Fragments of its shattered black shell hung momentarily in the air, still retaining the monstrous silhouette.
The scene was strikingly vivid. Before the debris could touch the ground, Li Mu vanished once more with a soft sound, reappearing on the back of the horse behind Wang Yinhui. He suddenly embraced her, eliciting a startled scream from her.
"Shoo!
Be quiet," he admonished, somewhat irritable. At that moment, Wang Yinhui hardly registered being held by Li Mu. She remained profoundly astonished by his earlier display of power.
What was that? Teleportation? He annihilated a creature of equal rank in half a second, only to return instantly? What an extraordinary ability! In truth,
Li Mu had been somewhat restrained.
The transformation technique also consumed energy. Had it not been for his determination to ensure Wang Yinhui's safety, he would have simply struck the monster dead from his mount. What a simpler solution that would have been. Other steeds might falter in the face of such a creature, but Yaogu would not.
This exceptional warhorse exhibited a unique trait: it was exceptionally fearless.
It showed no trepidation towards the monster and seemed eager to charge into battle.
Although its strength fell short of even a second-tier creature, it remained undaunted.
Why, you may ask, was it so unafraid? Simply put, it was foolish. Chapter 77, Could we replace the bodyguards?
In the command center, Wang Longcheng observed with astonishment as Li Mu employed a transformation technique to vanquish the monstrous foes. Realizing that Li Mu genuinely prioritized the safety of his daughter. Meanwhile, at the adjacent command platform, Liao Feng sat with his arms crossed, leaning back in his chair,
scrutinizing the battle between Zhang Kong and the monsters.
Zhang Kang's prowess was indeed commendable. His formidable long sword wielded great power. His steed was evidently exceptional, exhibiting remarkable speed.
Yet it too harbored a fear of the creatures.
Jiang Linlin rode a horse herself, and whenever confronted by monsters, Zhang Kong dismounted to engage in combat, swiftly dispatching his adversaries. However, the ease with which he fought paled in comparison to Li Mu, significantly delaying their journey. The middle-aged couple from the research institute stood near the main command platform, occasionally glancing toward the auxiliary platform. They were astounded to witness Li Mu's horse almost ceaselessly in motion. He would appear, eliminate the monsters in a flash, and return to his steed in one seamless motion.
Moreover, riding alongside Wang Yinhui, the safety of Wang Yinhui was greatly enhanced, rendering her as steady as a rock.
The pair exchanged knowing glances.
Could it be that this Li Mu possessed spatial abilities?
Yet, how could he deliver such terrifying blows that could annihilate monsters with a single strike? While both blunt and sharp instruments could achieve a kill, discerning eyes recognized the disparity between the two.
How could someone of the mid-third tier possess such capabilities?
Thus, their attention increasingly shifted towards Li Mu's exploits. Swiftly grasping the truth, he surpassed Zhang Kong by a considerable margin. No wonder such a crucial mission warranted his involvement. The female researcher promptly signaled to her male counterpart.
Clearing his throat, the male researcher addressed Liao Feng, Commander Liao. Might we recall them for a moment to replace their bodyguards?
They were compelled to act swiftly in consideration of Jiang Lilin's safety. It would be far less appropriate to raise concerns upon reaching their destination. One could not possibly propose such a change midway through the mission.
Wang Longcheng frowned at their request, while Liao Feng also felt considerable irritation. How dare they? I have already extended significant courtesy. I allowed you to select your own bodyguards before departure. You complained incessantly about Li Mu's capabilities and chose Zhang Kong. Now, as we approach our destination, you wish to recall him? Are you jesting?
The leaders of the Mingzhu military district had long harbored dissatisfaction with these two. If not for the considerable influence wielded by the old guards within the research institute, the researchers would hardly dare to act so brazenly. Of course, their audacity stemmed from the fact that the Mingzhu military district held the lowest standing in the north. Should their relationship with the research institute deteriorate? Their situation would become exceedingly precarious. Liao Feng responded coolly, "This mission is no child's play."
Change the personnel? What justification do you have?
The female researcher stepped forward. "We believe that this Li Mu is far better suited to serve as Jiang Linlin's protector." Liao Feng cast a glance at her, incredulous at her utter lack of shame in making such a brazen statement.
"I find your argument compelling. However, I cannot make a decision on this matter.
You should approach Deputy Commander Zhang to express your concerns. If Deputy Commander Zhang agrees, we will promptly recall them."
Liao Feng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Both individuals' expressions changed, and they fell silent. Zhang Kong is the son of Deputy Commander Zhang.
Are they supposed to approach him to discuss what?
To convey that we believe Li Mu possesses superior abilities compared to your son and to request their return? To substitute your son? Liao Feng's remarks were evidently intentional. The female researcher let out a soft huff.
If there is no exchange, then so be it.
Do you truly think so highly of Li Mu? Zheng Kong is not without merit. What is so remarkable about a refusal?
The two ceased to engage with Liao Feng.
Approximately an hour later,
a voice from Wang Longqing reached them.
"Commander, we have arrived in the 4th tier area, 7 kilometers from the mission objective." In the footage, Li Mu and Wang Yinhui had dismounted. The surrounding environment was increasingly vibrant, with green trees, grassy patches, and even small animals beginning to appear. Ahead,
there appeared to be a mountain range. They should walk along the edge, avoiding the dense forest as much as possible.
Understood. Li Mu gestured for Wang Yinhui to follow behind him.
The verdant scenery within the abyss was, in fact, more unsettling. The usual state within the abyss was one of desolation and ruin. Areas cleared by humanity were often devoid of even small creatures.
Yet here, there were tusked squirrel-like beings gnawing on crystalline food, their crimson eyes fixated on Li Mu and Wang Yinhui as they passed. In the sky, 2 birds with beaks as sharp as scissors engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Their discordant cries sent shivers down the spine. Feathers rained down, mingling with a mist of crimson.
Before they even touched the ground, one had succumbed, grasped by the other, which prepared to take flight once more.
A peculiar creature,
agile like a cat yet nearly twice its length, suddenly leaped up, ensnaring both birds in its grasp. With 6 claws tightly gripping their bodies, it brought them crashing to the ground. It then swiftly unfurled its form, clutching the 2 birds as it darted towards the canopy of a large tree,
disappearing within its branches.
Humanity has persistently studied abyssal creatures, discovering that all such beings bear resemblances to life forms from Blue Star, as if they are all mutations of those species.
However, the supernatural energies present in the abyss have not manifested on Blue Star. This has left humanity in a state of profound perplexity.
Through the continuous advancement of archaeology, it has been revealed that many geological formations within the abyss closely resemble those of Blue Star from decades to over a century ago, as if it were a mere replica of Blue Star. It was only with the emergence of supernatural flora and fauna that abyssal creatures began to mutate, becoming stronger, larger,
and more ferocious.
What followed was a cycle of slaughter and extinction.
The presence of numerous architectural ruins within the abyss indicates that civilization, and perhaps even humanity,
once thrived there, only to vanish without a trace.
Whether they perished or transformed into something else remains an enigma that humanity continues to explore.
As for the origins of those supernatural energies, no one truly knows when or where they began to manifest. Li Mu observed the small creatures around him, which regarded them with keen interest. Generally, these animals lacked any significant rank, at most reaching a mere first-tier status.
Typically, beings of Li Mu's aura would cause such creatures to steer clear.
Nevertheless, for the sake of precaution, Li Mu retrieved a wine gourd from his spatial storage, a recent purchase intended solely for holding liquor. He uncorked the gourd and took a sip, the fiery liquid causing him to hiss in surprise.
Wang Yinhui looked at him in confusion, puzzled by his decision to drink. However, after he indulged, the small animals within a 5-meter radius, and even further, trembled in terror and fled. Li Mu then accessed his system.
On his journey thus far, he had vanquished over a dozen monsters, acquiring 410 victory points. He spent 300 points to unlock the safe haven technique, safe haven technique, by drawing a circular barrier on the ground with a weapon. The barrier possesses approximately half the defensive power of Copperhead, Iron Arm simultaneously. Allies within the barrier experience a significant boost in morale, enhancing their true energy strength by 10 for a duration of 5 minutes. Once again, it was a skill that provided a percentage increase.
His current defensive power,
augmented by his physical strength and true energy intensity, was already 100-fold compared to the base.
Many of the calculations eluded Li Mu's understanding. But as long as the system comprehended them, that sufficed.
The 10 enhancement of true energy, while contingent upon allies being within the barrier, promised immense potential as the range expanded in the future. This divine technique was also a part of the skill tree. Li Mu expended 100 victory points to illuminate a node, duration increased by 10 minutes.
This safe haven technique would undoubtedly provide adequate protection for Wang Yinhui against minor threats.
After walking 5 or 6 kilometers, the number of small animals increased.
Yet not a single large monster was in sight.
At this moment, the mountainous terrain ahead began to ascend, revealing a range of hills stretching backwards.
Trees and rocks became increasingly abundant. Wang Yinhui raised her hand, and 2 large dogs leaped from the spatial realm before them. Li Mu glanced over, silently admiring the sight.
These dogs resembled shepherd breeds, yet stood an impressive height of nearly
1.8 meters.
One was pure white, while the other was black and white,
appearing exceptionally clever and well-mannered. As soon as they emerged, the dogs joyously bounded around Wang Yinhui, occasionally glancing at Li Mu with no sign of hostility. Their ears perked in alertness. Silence, Wang Yinhui signaled for quiet before producing a white cotton swab for the dogs to sniff. After they inhaled the scent, both dogs let out a series of sneezes, prompting a gentle laugh from Wang Yinhui. She affectionately petted their heads and commanded, "Go find." Instantly, the dogs dutifully sprinted ahead. "What are they searching for?" Li Mu inquired. "It's the scent of the synthetic living crystal perfume I created," Wang Yinhui replied.
As she retrieved a device from her storage ring, scanning the surroundings as they advanced, clearly entering work mode. Meanwhile, Li Mu remained vigilant, inquiring about Wang Longcheng through his communicator.
"Commander, how is the situation over there?"
Wang Longcheng in the command room glanced at the main command platform and replied in a nonchalant manner, "We have just entered the 4th tier zone."
Chapter 78, What Are You Worth?
Li Mu let out a quiet chuckle, realizing that Zhang Kong was merely a gluttonous fool, possessing only an A-grade talent. Although he had reached the peak of the 3rd rank, his strength likely did not surpass that of Zhang Jiwei in his early 3rd rank. However, it had been 4 to 5 days since Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng joined the reserve of the Zhenyuan Army. Given their prodigious rate of advancement and the boundless supply of spiritual liquid, they had probably already reached the mid-3rd rank. While Li Mu pondered,
Wang Yinhui's instrument suddenly emitted a faint buzzing vibration.
Instantly, Li Mu sharpened his focus.
Wang Yinhui used a small shovel to scrape away the surface and picked up a fragment.
The presence of fragments indicated that they were likely in the vicinity. Living crystal stones absorb vast amounts of energy, existing in a semi-living state. Many monsters are particularly fond of consuming such substances, which can trigger their evolution and mutation. Therefore, areas abundant in fresh crystal ore are likely to harbor monsters.
As Wang Yinhui rambled on,
it was unclear whether he was explaining things to Li Mu or merely speaking to himself, but he was undoubtedly engrossed. The two explored for a full 20 minutes before Zhang Kong and Zhang Linlin entered the area from another direction.
Zhang Linlin also entered work mode,
taking out her instruments to survey the surroundings.
Fortunately, neither group encountered any monsters, occasionally dispatching a few minor creatures with ease.
The working phase lasted approximately 30 minutes before Zhang Linlin furrowed her brow and reported, "Command Center. We have been surveying for half an hour and have only discovered numerous inactive crystal fragments.
There are no signs of living crystal veins underground."
A male and female researcher in the command room nodded in agreement, concluding that there had likely been crystal veins in the area previously, but they had been entirely excavated.
The female researcher promptly issued a command.
"In that case, move closer to the mountain and search for 3 more exposed points for detection.
If nothing is found, we can call it a day." "Understood," Zhang Linlin replied.
The exposed points referred to locations where crystal fragments were concentrated. Generally, if a vein existed, The probability of discovering it while exploring underground nearby was the highest.
The group showed no inclination to consult Liao Feng and the others, seemingly indifferent to Wang Yinhui's findings. Regardless, as nothing had been reported from that side, they would ultimately defer to their judgment. Meanwhile, Wang Yinhui produced a small notebook, sketching and jotting down notes as they explored. Li Mu seized an opportunity to glance at it,
noting that Wang Yinhui appeared to be drawing a distribution map of the veins. Liao Feng, who had been observing both sides from an objective standpoint,
recognized that Li Mu and Wang Yinhui had already scoured a vast expanse of several thousand meters.
Wang Yinhui sketched as he walked, while the two large dogs continually returned with various items to provide feedback to him.
In contrast, although Jiang Linlin seemed diligent, her path lacked any discernible pattern, meandering haphazardly and leaving many areas unexplored.
It was uncertain whether this was due to laziness or incompetence.
Another half-hour passed.
Jiang Linlin conveyed her feedback once more.
Command Center. I have detected 3 exposure points.
Here, there are merely traces of former mining veins, yet there is no evidence of any actual vein. Her frustration was palpable. The expressions of the middle-aged male and female researchers mirrored her discontent. This Pearl Military District is blatantly misreporting military intelligence. I wonder which fool claimed that live crystal stones were discovered in this vicinity.
Initially, I thought we would achieve a significant accomplishment, but it turns out to be a wasted trip. Let us prepare to head back. The middle-aged female researcher issued her command tersely.
She then turned to Liao Feng.
Wang Longqing inquired, Wang Yinhui, have you made any discoveries on your end? Wang Yinhui had been deeply engrossed in her work, failing to report back, and instead,
her excitement only grew with each search. Upon hearing her father's voice, she snapped back to attention, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the mountainside.
Commander!
I believe there may be mother stones present here.
What? Wang Longqing was instantly taken aback. Liao Feng also looked over in astonishment. The middle-aged couple furrowed their brows even more. What is your basis for this?
Wang Longqing, well aware that this was no joking matter, pressed urgently for an explanation.
Wang Yinhui replied, I have examined all the crystal fragments found within the area. These fragments are distributed in a fan shape, the farther away they are, the earlier they lose their vitality. This indicates that the former crystal veins here collapsed in a systematic manner, from the farthest to the nearest. The female researcher approached, her voice cold as she interjected, this is utter nonsense. How can you determine the timeline of the crystal fragments losing their vitality? By their color, Wang Yinhui asserted firmly. Although the color differences are minuscule, with a sufficiently large sample size, it becomes quite easy to discern. The female researcher fell silent, realizing the validity of her point.
Jiang Linlin was searching along a line, while Wang Yinhui was examining an area.
In terms of meticulousness, the latter indeed outperformed the former. As the two conversed,
Liao Feng activated the communication sharing, allowing Jiang Linlin to hear Wang Yinhui's conclusions. She expressed her dissatisfaction immediately, stating, as a professional surveyor from the Research Institute,
I do not concur. You claim that the veins collapsed on their own, what is your reasoning?
Though her expertise was not the highest, she had been selected for this mission due to her notable performance within the 3rd tier of the yellow rank. Nevertheless, she had emerged from a professional research institute.
I already stated that there are no veins here. How dare you, a mere student, question my conclusions? Wang Yinhui retorted.
Only mother stones possess the consciousness to collapse on their own. Crystals that have crumbled will rapidly emit an energy aura, attracting monsters. The purpose of the mother stone is to devour these creatures. It continuously collapses crystals, akin to scattering food on the ground to lure birds,
gradually guiding its prey into its trap. It is precisely there.
As Wang Yinhui spoke, he pointed towards the mountainside. According to the distribution map I had drawn, that location appeared to be the epicenter of the ore veins extension. Upon hearing that Wang Yinhui had even sketched a map, Jiang Linlin felt her authority severely challenged.
I am the one affiliated with the Research Institute. Who do you think you are to draw a map? This is simply outrageous. She immediately scoffed, humph, absurd.
Not only is there no primary ore, but any vein with even a hint of discontinuity would have been detected long ago. Command Center. I refuse to listen to this amateur's nonsense any longer. I request to return. Grant permission to return to the city, the mission is concluded. Commander Liao. Please issue the order. The female commander coldly echoed her sentiments. Liao Feng cast a glance at Wang Longcheng, who returned a knowing look. Liao Feng then declared, Zhang Kong. Zhang Linlin's team will return to the city. Li Mu, Wang Yinhui's team will continue the survey. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged male and female researchers protested simultaneously, Commander Liao. What do you mean by this? Did you not hear me say the mission is over? Liao Feng abruptly rose, fixing her with a cold stare. His imposing presence erupted, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a low hum. The aura of a practitioner above the Xian stage was terrifying in its intensity. The two practitioners of the 6th and 7th ranks felt their bones ache under the pressure. Am I giving you face? The mission is concluded. I have already sent your personnel back. Our military district will carry out its own surveying tasks. How dare you presume to dictate terms? Who do you think you are? Chapter 79, Return and Depart. In the face of Liao Feng's sudden outburst, the middle-aged couple was instantly drenched in cold sweat. They felt as though they might be shattered by Liao Feng's imposing presence at any moment. After his scolding, Liao Feng let out a cold huff, finally retracting his fierce demeanor. The two immediately gasped for breath, their hearts racing with trepidation. Upon reflection, they recognized they had indeed overstepped their bounds. Accustomed to their usual arrogance, they were revered wherever they went within the research institute. Even the larger military districts greeted them with cordiality. However, Wang Yinhui's recent remarks were a direct challenge to Zhang Linlin's authority, and by extension, to the institute's prestige. They had thought to impose their authority to compel Wang Yinhui to comply, which had led to their hasty command over Liao Feng. Yet now, coming to their senses, they felt a deep-seated resentment. Even so, Liao Feng had gone too far. How dare he resort to violence? Truly outrageous. They exchanged glances at the surveillance monitors scattered throughout the command center, their hearts filled with disdain. Commander Liao's formidable prowess. When he needed the research institute, he greeted them with smiles, but upon discovering there were no mineral veins, he felt entitled to scold them at will. Very well. I shall certainly report your hospitality to the higher-ups. The female researcher remarked coldly. Had it not been for Zhang Linlin and the others awaiting the teleportation array, they would have already turned to leave. Zhang Kong and Zhang Linlin crushed their return stones, and the return array began to coalesce. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Wang Yinhui, having received their orders, continued their ascent up the mountain. Since Wang Yinhui had mentioned that there were mother stones atop the mountain, Li Mu activated his fiery eyes to scrutinize the terrain. Although the fiery eyes could not penetrate the mountain itself, they could perceive the flow of true energy. Capable of seeing through both humans and monsters, Li Mu wondered if they could also detect living crystal stones. His understanding of living crystal stones paled in comparison to Wang Yinhui's, but he was aware of the nature of their mother stones. Living crystal stones, as their name implies, are alive. They can be transported by monsters, move on their own, or be displaced by geological changes and floods, absorbing energy and gradually growing into mineral veins. The mother stones, in turn, are the source from which these crystals proliferate. The rate at which mother stones produce crystals far exceeds that of the crystals growing independently after leaving the mother stone, sometimes by several-fold or even a dozen times. Securing a mother stone would be akin to acquiring an inexhaustible living crystal mine. As Li Mu surveyed the area, he indeed spotted something of interest. In the distance, he discerned several faint points of true energy activity scattered across the mountainside. Though weak, they were undeniably present. There is something there, I shall go take a look. Li Mu alerted Wang Yinhui, gesturing in a specific direction. Wang Yinhui nodded in agreement and followed suit. Before Li Mu could reach the designated spot, a large dog bounded ahead of him, leaping excitedly towards the target. It was the black and white spotted dog. Upon arriving at the designated point, the dog discovered a soft, crystalline formation that emitted a scent identical to that of the substance Wang Yinhui had previously detected. However, what had been consumed previously was all rather tough. Yet here it was surprisingly soft. In an instant, it bit down fiercely, its rear end raised as it began to frantically tear away. Just then, Li Mu suddenly shouted, "Foolish dog, get out of the way!" As he spoke, he stomped down with tremendous force, shattering the stones beneath his feet. Like a cannonball, he propelled himself towards the massive dog. Who said this dog was foolish? Not in the slightest. Upon hearing Li Mu's shout, it instantly became alert, its fur bristling. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the dog leaped high into the air. At the same time, the spot where it had bitten the crystal trembled violently. In the next moment, a gaping maw erupted from the ground, shooting upwards, snapping at the airborne dog twice in the air. The terrifying force of its bite resonated with two thunderous cracks. One could only imagine how devastating the bite would be. Although it missed those two attempts, the dog had reached its maximum altitude. Once it descended, it would undoubtedly fall right into the creature's jaws. Li Mu arrived just in time. With a sweeping strike of his staff, he sent the creature flying a dozen meters away. In that instant, where the creature had emerged, a colorful, finger-thick appendage stretched forth, resembling an umbilical cord, pulled out by the creature for quite a distance. Then, with a sharp crack, it snapped. In that moment of fracture, the tail of the creature and the connection point to this umbilical cord, along with a segment of the cord measuring over 10 meters, shattered into countless crystalline fragments. The creature was left with only half of its body intact, as shards rained down from the sky. Despite the absence of sunlight, these fragments sparkled brilliantly. Even the fireworks Li Mu had witnessed paled in comparison to this dazzling spectacle. Meanwhile, the remaining portion of the umbilical cord rapidly retracted into the gaping hole from which the creature had emerged. Simultaneously, the teleportation array on Zhang Linlin and Zhang Kang's end activated. With a flash of light, the two returned to the military district's teleportation array. Inside the command room, witnessing the emergence of this creature left both researchers, a man and a woman, utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? Could there truly be a mother stone here? Upon seeing the creature, Wang Longchang was both astonished and elated. He swiftly commanded, "Li Mu, hurry and take Yin Huan away. There is a high likelihood that a mother stone exists within this mountain. However, such creatures are guardians controlled by the mother stone, and now that they have been discovered, more monsters will emerge to attack you. Withdraw immediately." Just as Wang Longcheng issued his command, Wang Yinhuan felt a strong grip around her waist. Before she knew it, Li Mu had hoisted her onto his shoulder. As they left the original spot, the ground beneath where Wang Yinhuan had been standing suddenly erupted. Another creature charged forth. This time, it was a gigantic crocodile-like monster, its tail still connected to that crystalline umbilical cord. But as it burst forth from the mountainside, the cord snapped with a resounding crack. The crocodile monster then fiercely pursued Li Mu, its rear half composed entirely of that transparent crystalline substance, with its eyes also shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Wang Yinhui let out a startled cry, and the two large dogs immediately dashed over. Wang Yinhui swiftly returned them to her beast-controlling space. Li Mu, meanwhile, was carrying Wang Yinhui as he sprinted down the mountainside. Occasionally, monstrous creatures would erupt from the ground ahead, most of which had their rear halves transformed into crystalline forms. They were of various types: wolves, apes, but all had lost their original appearances due to the modifications. Nevertheless, under Li Mu's agile maneuvers, not a single one managed to harm them. With his keen perception, he could sense the surging energy emanating from the ground right before the monsters emerged. This was how he had saved that foolish dog moments ago. Li Mu managed to lead Wang Yinhui safely out of the mountainous region, yet behind them surged hundreds of monsters, a terrifying sight that shimmered ominously. "Run, Li Mu. Do not stop," Wang Longcheng urged. The Mother Stone possessed limited intelligence but acted on instinct. The fragments that had just exploded would emit a powerful aura, causing monsters within hundreds of kilometers to converge here swiftly. The Mother Stone was aware that it would soon be discovered and devoured, thus it was desperately struggling. Otherwise, it would not have sent out so many guards to pursue them. Li Mu pressed on with urgency, his heart racing as he asked, "Hundreds of miles? Such a vast area?" "That is a conservative estimate," Wang Longcheng replied gravely. Had he known earlier, he would have instructed his daughter to return sooner. Although they had confirmed the presence of the Mother Stone, it was destined to be devoured by the monsters. His daughter would remain in peril.
Now,
monsters within a radius of hundreds of kilometers were undoubtedly converging towards them. They would have to carve a bloody path to escape.
Even with Li Mu by his side,
Wang Longqing felt a tightening in his chest.
What are we waiting for?
Li Mu suddenly set Wang Yinhui down and, with a swift motion of his weapon,
drew a golden circle with a 3-meter diameter on the ground. Crush the return stone, quickly, he instructed loudly. Faced with the imminent onslaught of monsters,
Wang Yinhui had no time to think and mechanically obeyed Li Mu's command, shattering a return stone.
Stay within this circle. Even if the sky falls, do not move or use your energy, Li Mu declared.
With a firm stomp, he created a resounding echo. Wang Yinhui felt a momentary blur in her vision. And to her astonishment, 3 Li Mus appeared before her.
Not only Wang Yinhui but also Liao Feng was taken aback. What is this new trick? He wondered.
Just moments ago, he had heard of transformation techniques, and now it seemed they had escalated to duplicity. He gazed in shock at Wang Longqing, who was equally bewildered.
Meanwhile,
the monsters had closed in. The 3 Li Mus spread out in a fan formation, ready to confront the approaching horde.
From the command center's aerial perspective, everyone felt that the 2 Li Mus would be instantly overwhelmed by the monstrous tide.
These creatures were all of the 4th rank, with the smallest exceeding 2 meters in height and the largest towering around 4 meters. Compared to the throng of several hundred monsters, Li Mu and his companion seemed minuscule.
Yet, in the next moment, they realized.
3 Li Mu steadfastly defended 3 directions, akin to windshield wipers on a car. Li Mu alone unleashed the flowing clouds and flickering shadows, wielding his staff with unparalleled finesse. His 2 doppelgangers guarded each flank, their silver rods sweeping through the air,
sending monsters careening backwards as if abruptly folded in half.
Each strike was a decisive kill, devoid of any suspense. What astonished everyone was that a few monsters managed to escape, attempting to assault Wang Yinhui within the golden circle.
Terrified, Wang Yinhui crouched, shielding his head. Yet, in the next instant, those monsters seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. Despite their frenzied attacks, they could not breach the golden circle even by a step.
The monsters quickly formed a circle to launch their assault, compelling Li Mu and his 2 doppelgangers to split into 3 directions. After a minute of maintaining the doppelgangers, Li Mu swiftly summoned them again.
Meanwhile, within the golden circle, the return city array was rapidly consolidating. Wang Yinhui,
activating the array, remained motionless, drawing upon his true energy, and within this protective barrier, the true energy flowed harmoniously. Thus, the formation progressed swiftly. Approaching the 3-minute mark,
the return city array had taken shape, radiating light. Wang Yinhui urged urgently, "Hurry, come in."
Wang Longqing felt a wave of relief wash over him.
He had not anticipated that Li Mu could protect the activation of the return city array.
At that moment, the 2 were utterly safe. Wang Yinhui assumed that once Li Mu had safeguarded the array's activation, he would leap into the barrier, allowing them both to return home.
However, he was taken aback by Li Mu's apparent disinterest in entering the circle. As the radiant white light enveloped him, Wang Yinhui exclaimed, "No!" Yet,
in the blink of an eye, the white light dissipated, and he found himself at the entrance of the military district's teleportation array, with Li Mu nowhere in sight.
Instead, his father shouted through the communicator, "Li Mu, what are you up to?"
Meanwhile, Li Mu had already decimated over half of the monstrous horde.
Freed from the burden of Wang Yinhui, he unleashed his full potential, bellowing, "Commander, what does that mother stone look like?"
Wang Longqing's frustration surged.
This rascal had the audacity to pursue such a notion?
Judging by the scale, it should be the size of a human head, colorful, and heart-shaped.
Following those tunnels should lead him to it. Certainly.
In the scene, Li Mu executed a sweeping circular motion, dispersing the surrounding monsters. He then launched himself into the air,
shouting, "I'll be right back."
Before his voice faded, he transformed into a bird, leaving the bewildered monsters behind as he soared toward the mountainside, diving straight into the stone cavern from which these creatures emerged.
Chapter 80, Entering the Tiger's Den, Seizing the Opportunity. Upon witnessing Li Mu transform into a bird, The command room fell into a momentary silence.
Although Li Mu had previously demonstrated his shapeshifting abilities, those instances involved turning into a mosquito, rendering him invisible. This transformation appeared akin to teleportation, yet they understood it was not as formidable as true spatial movement.
However, this time,
they beheld a living person metamorphose into a bird before their very eyes. They had encountered true teleportation practitioners in the realm of spatial manipulation and had seen living beings transported across vast distances via teleportation arrays.
Yet,
the phenomenon of a human transforming into an animal was a profound challenge to their understanding of the world.
Quickly, open his viewpoint,
Liao Feng urged anxiously,
eager to ascertain Li Mu's situation after he had just vanquished over 100 monsters.
Nevertheless, several hundred remained, seemingly responding to the call of the Mother Stone as they began to race back into the mountain, retreating into the stone caverns.
Clearly, they were preparing to defend their territory. All signals have been lost. It seems this lad's shapeshifting even affects the technological wristwatch, Wang Longcheng remarked,
shaking his head as he continued to manipulate the controls, yet still unable to locate Li Mu's signal.
While he may excel outside, if he is inside,
Liao Feng expressed his profound concern. After all, the interior of the mountain was the lair of the Mother Stone. Wang Longcheng shook his head in response. The Mother Stone must have carved out a significant space within the mountain. As long as there are places for these monsters to settle, Li Mu will be able to engage in combat.
Given his prowess, he will undoubtedly manage.
The final statement left Wang Longcheng uncertain whether he was comforting Liao Feng or merely himself.
Time elapsed, second by second, yet Li Mu's signal remained elusive.
The command room's door swung open as Zheng Kong and Zhang Linlin hastily entered.
Zhang Linlin, visibly irate, confronted the middle-aged researchers in the institute,
saying with a hint of sarcasm, "Teachers, we should leave promptly. The Pearl Military District seems to harbor doubts about us." Her tone dripped with arrogance.
Liao Feng was infuriated,
thinking to himself, "I am the esteemed commander of the military district.
When did it become appropriate for a mere staff member from the research institute to speak so condescendingly?"
Were it not for his fear of the old-timers at the institute, and recognizing that their presence was intended as technical support, he would have easily dismissed her with a sharp retort. Thus, he ignored her completely, keeping his eyes fixed on the screen, which was devoid of any signal.
Zhang Linlin was taken aback when she noticed the middle-aged researchers exchanging glances with her.
Rather than exiting, they too appeared tense, their eyes glued to the screen.
At that moment, Wang Yinhui rushed back, breathless and anxious. "Father, what has happened to Li Mu?"
In her urgent state, she resorted to a more personal form of address. "There is still no signal," Wang Longcheng replied. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flickered across the screen, revealing an image.
However, it was too dark to discern any details. "Li Mu! Li Mu! Respond!" Wang Longcheng called out urgently. "If you hear the signal, release the drone.
I can assist you in surveying the surroundings." Although the imaging technology on the watch is quite advanced, it is often constrained by the unique circumstances of the user,
the terrain, and various interferences.
Hence, many martial artists are equipped with small reconnaissance drones. The drone's signal must be robust, providing visibility to the command under exceptional circumstances.
However,
Li Mu did not respond. All that could be heard was the deafening roar of beasts.
"Maximize the imaging signal.
Elevate the perspective," Liao Feng instructed. Wang Longcheng hurriedly operated the controls, continuously pulling the view outward. After extending several hundred meters, the mountainside came into view. As he pulled back further, the image began to quiver. In the distance, a dark line on the horizon approached rapidly.
As they focused intently, everyone held their breath. It was an unfathomable number of monsters. They raced chaotically, tearing at one another, a tumult of dust swirling into the air. Wherever they passed, numerous bloodied creatures lay in their death throes on the ground. The shocking scene made Wang Yinhui's heart race with dread. Wang Longcheng also furrowed his brow.
Both he and Liao Feng were seasoned practitioners, having witnessed even more terrifying sights, yet at this moment, they felt a surge of anxiety for Li Mu. These monsters, like sharks sensing blood, had already reached the base of the mountains. They began to frantically burrow into the caves.
"Li Mu! Find a way to escape. Retreat now. Wang Longcheng was uncertain if Li Mu could receive the communication, but he had to try. In mere seconds, these monsters had swarmed the entire mountainside, densely packed, sending shivers down their spines. Wang Yinhui, terrified, collapsed to the ground, for nearly all the escape routes were blocked by the monsters. Those passages were already narrow. Zhang Kong wore a sly grin, reveling in the misfortune. That fool had ventured inside the mountain? He deserved it. How dare he insult me? He should have perished long ago. Even if he survived this mission, I would find a way to ensure his demise. Dying in the abyss would be considered a stroke of luck. The command room fell into a profound silence. Just then, Liao Feng suddenly pointed towards the mountaintop. Up there! Wang Longcheng swiftly adjusted the perspective, focusing on the summit. There, a cascade of debris erupted. Following that, a loud bang. Chunks of rock flew, and a spherical object, the size of a human head, shot skyward. Moments later, Li Mu emerged. At that moment, he was covered in vibrant shards of crystal, resembling a figure of color. As he landed, he shook himself, scattering countless colorful fragments. The horde of monsters below instantly fixated on Li Mu. Looking down, Li Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly tore off his cloak. The object in midair was just about to descend, and he caught it in his cloak, binding it with ease. Then, with the cloak, he hurled himself into the air. His form transformed into that of a gigantic eagle, soaring towards the cloak. In an instant, the scene transformed from Li Mu to the soaring eagle, only to vanish abruptly, leaving Wang Longcheng and the others enveloped in profound confusion. Did he manage to seize that cloak? Was there a creature leaping into the air to assault him? How far could Li Mu fly? Could he transcend the monstrous tide? The atmosphere within the room was suffocatingly silent, even Jiang Linlin and her companions dared not breathe. Yet, their concerns were not for Li Mu's safety, rather, they were anxious about their own futures. They had just observed with clarity that the object enveloped by Li Mu's cloak was indeed the mother stone of the living crystal. The vitality of the mother stone was exceedingly robust. As long as it was not forcibly gnawed upon or destroyed by a monster, it could easily survive. They had all previously assessed that this location lacked a mother stone, only to discover, to their astonishment, that not only was it present, but Li Mu had also managed to secure it against all odds. If this mother stone were to be brought back, what would become of them? Moreover, this was a monumental achievement. One mother stone could perpetually spawn living crystals. Its significance for the entire city, no. For the entirety of the 3 cities in the northern region, would elevate the weapon crafting industry to unprecedented heights. The middle-aged male and female researchers exchanged furtive glances, each perceiving the other's thoughts. They not only had to evade punishment but also devise a means to share in this glory. Of course, this was contingent upon Li Mu truly being able to return with the mother stone. The stifling silence lingered for over 10 minutes. During which the image flickered momentarily before disappearing once more. After 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Longcheng finally grasped the situation. A mysterious smile spread across his face, and his expression lightened considerably. He turned to Liao Feng and said with a grin, "Shall we, leader? Let us go to the entrance and welcome the hero together." Chapter 81, Wordplay? Useless, I have surveillance. As Wang Longcheng and his companions stepped out of the command building, they beheld Li Mu in the distance, perched upon a magnificent steed, clutching a bundle fashioned from a cloak. The rounded object within pulsated with life, though Li Mu bore no substantial injuries. His attire was marred with colorful debris, his battle suit torn in multiple places, stained with blood, uncertain whether it was his own or that of the monstrous adversaries. Upon approaching, Li Mu dismounted with agility and presented the cloak to Wang Longcheng. I, Li Mu, acting under your command, Commander Wang Longcheng, have successfully completed the mission. Liao Feng, standing nearby, seethed with frustration. This little rascal has devoted all his cunning to this? So, you returned to the city solely to deliver this personally to Wang Longcheng, fearing that others might steal your leader's glory? This boy must surely have designs on Wang Longcheng's daughter. Liao Feng's heart ached with jealousy. Wang Longcheng had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Wang Longcheng felt a swell of emotion. After Li Mu's brief signal and subsequent loss of contact,
It was evident that he had transformed, shattered the return stone, and then taken flight.
Wang Longqing surmised Li Mu's intentions. He clearly understood that retrieving the Mother Stone was a monumental achievement.
Had he returned brazenly, the Supreme Commander and others would have surely greeted him at the teleportation portal. And upon meeting, Li Mu would have had to present the Mother Stone to the highest authorities. It was apparent that he wished to ensure the credit was bestowed upon Wang Longqing alone, hence his direct delivery.
Wang Longqing chuckled inwardly, this lad was indeed astute. Albeit his reasoning was somewhat naive.
Merit was merit, he, Wang Longqing, was no pushover within the military district. The Supreme Commander and his entourage would not gain significantly more credit for welcoming him. Nevertheless, Li Mu's loyalty was enviable and deeply appreciated.
With a gentle smile, Wang Longqing stepped forward and gave Li Mu's shoulder a hearty pat. Concern etched his features as he inquired, "Are you injured?" "All is well,"
Li Mu replied with a grin. He had indeed endured fierce combat within the mountain cave, yet with the application of his protective techniques and the consumption of wine, he unleashed his full martial prowess. The dual restorative effects of the inferior celestial technique, rejuvenation and nurturing, had allowed him to completely replenish his energy. By the time he burst forth from the mountaintop, he still retained half of his vital energy.
"Excellent,"
Wang Longqing commended, his smile radiating approval.
Wang Yinhui breathed a sigh of relief.
Had Li Mu perished amidst the horde of monsters while protecting her, she would have found it unbearable. She was astonished by Li Mu's formidable strength and his peculiar ability to transform into a great bird. As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but recall the moment when Li Mu had held her while riding. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed. For the first time, she perceived a man as truly exceptional. Li Mu was handsome, powerful, composed, and enigmatic, exuding an unparalleled sense of security that she had never experienced with anyone else.
Li Mu unfurled the cloak,
revealing the Mother Stone before Wang Longqing, a vibrant, crystalline heart pulsating with energy, radiating waves of power.
"Quickly, let me see." The middle-aged female researcher approached briskly, reaching out to seize the precious Mother Stone.
Wang Longqing cast a cold glance in her direction, causing her to freeze in her tracks, startled.
"I apologize, but the Mother Stone is invaluable.
From this moment forth, it is under strict surveillance.
No one is permitted to interfere. Stand back,"
Wang Longqing commanded sharply. Liao Feng immediately contacted the commander-in-chief. Such a vital entity as the living crystal Mother Stone must be placed under the highest level of scrutiny without delay. This entails that all experts above the Xian rank in the military districts must report their whereabouts, ensuring that at least one-third of these powerful individuals remain stationed and do not venture out.
The Mother Stone is to be shielded from any unauthorized personnel until it reaches a stage suitable for development. This precaution serves two primary purposes. Firstly, to prevent formidable monsters from breaching the military district to seize the Mother Stone, a scenario that, while unlikely, cannot be overlooked. Secondly, to deter members of the Heavens Society from coveting such a premier resource. The three researchers from the institute were incensed, particularly Zhong Linlin, who shot a venomous glare at Wang Yinhui, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed with rage. She seethed, wishing fervently that the discovery of the Mother Stone were her own. Soon, the commander-in-chief and his entourage arrived, bestowing fervent commendations upon everyone present. Especially Wang Yinhui and Li Mu, expressing intentions to personally advocate for Li Mu's recognition. Wang Longqing had already secured comprehensive recordings from the command center for this very purpose.
Subsequently, Commander Liang Huajun convened a high-level monitoring meeting to place the living crystal under stringent oversight. The living crystal, possessing life attributes, cannot be stored in storage spaces, otherwise Li Mu would not have had to carry it himself. With stringent regulation now in place, Li Mu could finally relinquish his worries. The matter of the Mother Stone's return to the military district remained classified.
The next step involved the arrival of specialists to ensure its vitality,
followed by the selection of a location to establish a military-industrial enterprise for development and production.
The so-called specialists would be personnel from the Energy Division of the Research Institute. After Commander Liang reported to the Institute, 3 hours later, experts and several leaders finally arrived. Many bringing bedding with them, as they would reside there for an extended period to ensure the Mother Stone could effectively absorb energy and continuously generate living crystals.
As for the teleportation devices, they could only operate within the abyss, with exorbitant costs for construction and maintenance. The terrestrial distances between cities remain limited,
necessitating the use of airships for travel. Thus, could teleportation arrays be established between two cities within the abyss? The answer is no,
as they would be unable to locate one another.
Assuming the distance between Ironhand City and Abyssal City is 2,000 kilometers.
The entrances to the abyss for these two cities would theoretically also be 2,000 kilometers apart.
However,
once one enters the abyss and begins to explore in the direction of Abyssal City from Ironhand City, even if one were to traverse 20,000 kilometers,
they would still fail to find Abyssal City.
It is as if the expanse of the abyss and the terrestrial realm do not exist on the same plane. Up until now, within the vast territories of Huaxia, no two cities have ventured into the abyss to explore one another. Consequently, no two cities have achieved instantaneous teleportation. The interconnection between terrestrial long-distance transportation and the abyss represents two formidable challenges that generations of spatial warriors have tirelessly endeavored to conquer.
Humanity's descent into the abyss resembles a plunge into a forest shrouded in impenetrable darkness and mist.
Only through relentless exploration, dispelling the obscurity, charting maps, cultivating resources, and enhancing martial prowess can one continue the quest for knowledge until the ultimate answers are revealed.
Only then can humanity truly pause its relentless pursuit.
Upon the arrival of the Research Institute personnel, all four prominent figures of the Mingzhu military district sprang into action.
Among the visiting leaders from the Research Institute were two venerable professors adorned with over 40 academic medals,
although their military ranks were equivalent to that of Liao Feng. When it comes to the value of their accolades, even the formidable General Liang Huajun would respectfully address them as seniors.
Ha ha ha, old Tong, old he. It has been far too long.
Liang Huajun promptly approached the Research Institute's delegation, warmly greeting the two esteemed professors. Professors He and Tong, exuding amiability, exchanged pleasantries,
indicating a prior acquaintance.
Liang Huajun then turned to the middle-aged man leading the Research Institute's team.
Director Liu, thank you for leading the charge in this technical support endeavor.
With a smile, Director Liu grasped Liang Huajun's hand and replied, after all, this is the first living crystal stone mother stone from our northern frontier.
Its research value is immeasurable, and the Institute places great importance on it. Professors He and Tong volunteered to come.
Upon hearing this, the septuagenarian Professor He, with a hint of excitement, rubbed his hands together and remarked, indeed, the mother stone of the living crystal.
Previously, we could only observe it at the winter front and in Lingyun Wanhua City.
However, they were quite protective, and we never got the chance to truly examine it. Finally, we in the northern frontier have our own mother stone.
His animated gesture elicited knowing smiles from the assembly.
At this juncture, Director Liu turned his gaze to the pair of middle-aged researchers and offered them encouragement.
You have worked hard as well. Seizing the opportunity,
the female researcher stepped forward with a smile, stating, it was no trouble at all.
This time,
being able to bring back the mother stone is entirely thanks to the exceptional efforts of the command personnel of the Mingzhu military district. We merely conducted some surveying work, which pales in comparison to the contributions of the valiant soldiers. The male researcher beside her nodded in agreement.
After her statement,
the female researcher cast a cheerful glance at Liang Huajun and the others. She was determined to ensure that the leadership remained oblivious to the exact circumstances surrounding the acquisition of the mother stone. Although they had not encountered any dire consequences during this operation, their prior decision to abandon the search for the mother stone, only for it to be brought back by others, would certainly jeopardize any future prospects for advancement within the Institute if discovered.
Hence,
she took the initiative to engage in a clever play on words. Despite having conducted some utterly futile surveying work, it was proclaimed that only surveying tasks were performed, while the Mingzhu military region was credited with combat operations. It sounded as though the two entities had collaborated seamlessly to accomplish their mission. The crux of her cunning lay in her initial affirmation of the strategic efforts of the Mingzhu military region.
A glance towards Liang Huajun served as a reminder to them, well then, I have already acknowledged your monumental contributions. We are merely claiming a small share of the accolades. Surely, as a commanding officer of your stature, you would not stoop to unmask our modest achievements, would you?
Although Jiang Linlin felt a twinge of discontent within. For she had not received the lion's share of the accolades, she found this outcome to be somewhat acceptable.
One must not be overly greedy in life.
Lian Huojun chuckled softly, indeed saying nothing further. However, at that moment, Wan Longqing interjected, "It seems our esteemed professors are quite eager. Let us proceed to the Mother Stone without delay. I have prepared a video documentation of the entire process of acquiring the Mother Stone, which will facilitate a more detailed and comprehensive understanding of its significance."
Chapter 82, A New Approach to the Mother Stone Development. Upon concluding his remarks,
Wan Longqing observed the pallor that swept over the faces of the middle-aged researchers and Jiang Linlin, a ghastly white that was truly alarming.
Each of them inwardly cursed Wan Longqing with fervor. What was the purpose of this preparation? The female researcher managed an awkward smile. "Is this really necessary, Deputy Commander Wang?"
she inquired, fixing her gaze intently upon him. Yet, Wan Longqing did not spare her a glance. Instead, he smiled at the two elderly professors.
Upon hearing her question, Professor Tong's interest was piqued. "Ah! This is absolutely essential!" he exclaimed. Director Lu, too, raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at the female researcher. Seemingly bewildered by her naive inquiry, Wang Longqing was well aware that they should review the mission records. Not only should they examine them, but they ought to scrutinize every detail from the onset of the task, as if they would employ a magnifying glass.
Their research pertained to surveying and energy resources, necessitating a meticulous analysis of the surrounding environment of the Mother Stone, the terrain, its habitat, and the peculiar monsters it consumed.
Wang Longqing elaborated.
The Mother Stone resides within the mountain, where it commands the monsters to carve out an immense crystal cavern.
There is no signal within,
and we initially had no opportunity to document the scenes inside.
However, thanks to our brave warrior who personally excavated the Mother Stone from the mountain, we now possess astonishing footage of the crystal space captured amidst perilous circumstances.
He has also retrieved the Mother Stone and is currently resting near the supervision area,
ready to answer any inquiries from the scholars.
These words sent waves of excitement through Professors He and Tong, who could hardly contain their eagerness. They implored Wang Longqing to lead the way without delay, as they were brimming with countless questions for Li Mu and were desperate to behold the crystal space.
As the group departed, the middle-aged researchers and Jiang Linlin lagged behind, their faces drained of color, their spirits utterly deflated. Jiang Linlin, in particular,
felt her breath quicken at the thought of her previous misjudgment being scrutinized by Director Lu and others,
compounded by a twisted sense of jealousy.
The notion that Wang Yinhui's professional and precise survey results would be laid bare before them made her feel an overwhelming discomfort that radiated through her very roots.
The mere thought of Wang Yinhui entering Director Lu's field of vision, and perhaps the research institute, was too much to bear. She could not entertain such a possibility,
harboring a deep-seated desire to see Wang Yinhui fail.
Wang Longqing, on the other hand, harbored a rather straightforward intention, to duly commend his subordinates and daughter.
Li Mu had fought valiantly alongside his daughter, and he felt compelled to maximize this recognition and elevate them into a broader sphere of influence.
As for the potential humiliation of these three inept individuals, that was merely a convenient byproduct. The expression of Deputy Commander Zhang Qing was equally grim.
His composure far surpassed that of the others, yet the absence of significant achievements from Zhang Kong during this mission left him feeling somewhat vexed.
Fortunately, Zhang Kong did not commit any grave errors, his contributions remained commendable. The group arrived at the Mother Stone Regulatory Office, where they first examined the Mother Stone with great scrutiny. Subsequently, two elderly professors engaged Li Mu with an array of meticulous inquiries. Finally, they collectively viewed the video recordings of the task execution.
Initially, Jiang Linlin and her companions held on to a flicker of hope, believing that as long as the footage did not reveal the command room, they could reluctantly accept the outcome.
To their dismay,
Wan Longqing had the audacity to include footage from the command room. Upon witnessing the middle-aged couple and Jiang Linlin not only failing to contribute to the mission but also attempting to obstruct the survey task, Director Lu's expression darkened significantly. The video, meticulously prepared by the Mingzhu Military District, clearly conveyed an undertone of dissatisfaction. Yet, Director Lu found himself at a loss for words,
unable to cast blame on the Mingzhu Military District.
The brazen behavior displayed by the middle-aged couple and Jiang Linlin, who dared to scold the esteemed commander of the military district, was utterly unacceptable.
Our research institute has diligently pursued academic excellence for generations, earning its current reputation through tireless effort. The military district leaders hold our institute in high regard, yet you choose to squander its esteemed reputation in such a manner? This is simply outrageous.
As Director Lu's brows furrowed with fury and his countenance darkened, the middle-aged researchers in Jiang Linlin realized that their world was crumbling around them.
That night, Li Mu returned to the military family district in Wang Longqing's vehicle. Today, Yang Suiying and Yang Yorong's family had completed their relocation and settled into the military family district. Under the arrangement of Bai Taiwei, the two families were to dine together that evening. Bai Taiwei had mentioned that it was essential to give Yang Suiying's family a warm welcome upon their arrival. However, given the Wang family's elevated status, it would not be appropriate for Wang Longqing's family to dine at Li Mu's home. Thus, the warm welcome took on a symbolic form, transitioning to a dinner at the Wang residence. At the banquet in the Wang family's living room, the chef and housekeeper presented a succession of exquisite dishes, while Wang Longqing unveiled a collection of fine wines he had preserved for years. Bai Taiwei directed everyone to take their seats, arranging them in an intriguing manner. The head of the table was Wang Longqing, with Bai Taiwei seated to his left, followed by Yang Suiying, Yang Yorong, and Chen Jinshi. To Wang Longqing's right sat Li Mu, accompanied by Wang Yinhui, Chen Jiaqing, and Chen Jiafeng, aptly designated as the adult side and the children's side. Once seated, Chen Jiafeng, visibly eager, gazed longingly at the sumptuous feast before him, awaiting the adult's signal to indulge. Meanwhile, Chen Jiaqing, who took a great liking to Wang Yinhui, engaged her in cheerful conversation, primarily extolling her sister's beauty. As the dishes neared completion, Bai Taiwei smiled at the impatient Chen Jiafeng, saying, "The dishes are nearly ready. Let us commence the meal. This is our family banquet, so feel free to indulge in any dish you desire, do not hold back." Chen Jiafeng's eyes lit up. He turned his gaze towards his mother and, upon receiving a confirming nod from Yang Yorong, expressed his gratitude and began to serve himself. Thus, the feast commenced. Yang Suiying was the first to raise her glass, addressing both Bai Taiwei and Wang Longqing. "I would like to toast to you both for the care you have shown. Courtesy of Commander Wang and Director Bai. This first cup is for you." After all, they had only met twice. While one might suggest casualness, she felt it inappropriate to be overly informal. Wang Longqing chuckled heartily, saying, "Sister Yang, now that we are gathered at this table, there's no need for such formality. You are older than both of us, henceforth, call me little brother and him little sister so as not to offend our hearts." His sincerity was palpable, and Yang Suiying understood that they truly bore no airs. Bai Taiwei raised her glass as well. "This toast is also mine to make, for it celebrates your new home. Moreover, had it not been for Li Mu's protection during today's mission in the abyss, my daughter's life would have been in jeopardy, and any notion of merit would have been moot. Therefore, this cup is dedicated to your family." At this moment, Chen Jinshi chuckled, "Now, that simply won't do. If we are to toast, I must raise my glass to both of you as well." Yang Yorong chimed in, "Come now, let us all toast together." Laughter erupted, and everyone raised their glasses, oblivious to who was toasting whom. The atmosphere grew notably warm, resembling a familial gathering. During the meal, Yang Suiying inquired of Bai Taiwei regarding the mission that Li Mu and his team were undertaking that day. Bai Taiwei provided a general overview as Yang Suiying's gaze frequently drifted towards Wang Yinhui, who sat beside Li Mu. Strangely, the more she looked, the more she found her enchanting. This young woman was not only beautiful but exuded a gentle grace, her smile radiating serenity. When she laughed, her cheeks flushed adorably. As a mother, Yang Suiying keenly observed that although Wang Yinhui was engaged in conversation with Chen Jiaqing, her eyes would occasionally flicker towards Li Mu. Noticing Li Mu engrossed in a lively discussion with Wang Longqing, Wang Yinhui's expression registered a hint of disappointment. Yet, when she saw Li Mu finish his drink and empty his cup of tea, she gently pushed her own teacup towards him. This small gesture did not escape Yang Suiying's notice, nor did it go unnoticed by Bai Taiwei, who could not suppress a smile. Li Mu, however, remained oblivious to such tender sentiments, fully absorbed in Wang Longqing's discourse. Wang Longqing continued, "The next crucial step is development. It is vital to understand that once live crystal stones are utilized in manufacturing, the production of premium weaponry in our military district will significantly increase. This will greatly enhance our overall strength and recruitment efforts.
Our military district currently lacks its own energy metal military industrial enterprises and must continue to seek cooperative companies for processing. Nearly 70% of our energy metal industry is controlled by a single processing military enterprise.
My stance is clear: we must not place all our eggs in one basket. If we entrust the live crystal stones to them, it would lead to monopolization. Not only will this render them increasingly uncontrollable, but the decline in competitiveness will also lead to a certain lethargy.
Therefore, we must contemplate a new steel enterprise to undertake the development of the mother stone. I have gathered some preliminary data, and it appears that over the past 2 years, the Zhang Group's metal industry has been thriving.
Since you are quite close to the young heir of the Zhang Group, what insights can you provide? Chapter 83, Doubling the Training Speed. After listening to Wan Longcheng, Li Mu smiled and turned his gaze towards his uncle, Chen Jinshi.
I am somewhat aware of the situation regarding the Zhang family's enterprise.
However,
there is a frontline worker from Zhang's group present at this dining table.
My uncle's blacksmith shop has always sourced its raw materials from Zhang's metal industry.
Wan Longcheng immediately directed his attention to Chen Jinshi.
Oh.
Chen Jinshi, sitting a bit further away, had not overheard their conversation and looked puzzled as they turned to him.
Uncle, Wang Shu wishes to know how the metal industry of Zhang's group is faring, Li Mu explained.
Wang Longcheng added, there is no need for formality, please speak candidly. I am merely conducting a minor research inquiry.
Chen Jinshi hurriedly replied, oh, well. I must admit, I don't grasp the intricacies too well. However,
to be honest, ever since I began utilizing the energy metals from Zhang's group, I have not turned to other suppliers.
Firstly, while Zhang's prices may be slightly elevated, the quality is undeniably superior.
Furthermore, their after-sales service is commendable. Previously, with other suppliers, our waste materials went unregulated.
Yet, Zhang's group handles waste recycling, offering fair prices.
And they dispatch vehicles to collect it with just a phone call.
When one considers all these factors, it is indeed worry-free and effortless, with substantial quality.
For the past 2 years, any blacksmith devoted to crafting weapons like us has relied on Zhang's products.
A community has formed around it. As Chen Jinshi spoke of his craft, he became animated. Wan Longcheng nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of this endorsement from a frontline worker, which attested to the excellence of Zhang's metal industry.
Seeing Wang Longcheng's interest piqued, Li Mu remarked, tomorrow, I will meet with Zhang Jiwei to inquire if they are interested. If they possess the capability, they must already be preparing to compete for this military enterprise tender.
Wang Longcheng nodded. Excellent.
Please make the effort. If Zhang's group is indeed interested, I will require a proposal to be delivered directly to me. In this development of the Motherstone, our voice holds substantial weight.
Furthermore,
the suggestions from the Research Institute do not pertain to mere cooperative processing enterprises, but to genuine military-grade firms. Those well-known metal enterprises often fill their proposals with empty rhetoric. In this environment, where interests and backgrounds dominate the tendering process, if we adhere strictly to the bidding procedures, it is likely that Zhang's proposal will be eliminated before reaching the final round, never even arriving at our hands.
Wan Longcheng spoke with a sense of resignation.
While Zhang's group is relatively sizable in the East District, it lacks the competitive edge that several enterprises with military backgrounds possess in the entirety of Iron Hand City. This time, holding sway in the negotiations, he would not permit those inferior companies to take charge of the living crystal stones.
This decision is of utmost importance, both for Wan Longcheng and for the Mingzhu military district.
Indeed. Li Mu nodded in agreement. As he turned back and casually lifted the teacup before him to take a sip, he was startled to discover that there were 2 teacups in front of him. He immediately glanced at Wang Yinhui beside him, only to catch her stealing a glance at him. The speed with which Wang Yinhui's delicate face flushed crimson startled Yang Suiying.
Who thought to herself, has this child matured so quickly? Even boiled shrimp cannot turn red this fast.
After the meal concluded, as they stepped outside, Yang Suiying deliberately moved a bit closer to Wang Yinhui, observing her with interest.
To be honest,
this young girl was not only charmingly beautiful but also possessed an exquisite figure. Her hands were clasped over her abdomen, accentuating her bosom. Her legs were neither too thick nor too thin, and her slender waist sculpted an astonishing hourglass figure. However, Yang Suiying refrained from commenting on it.
Upon returning home,
the family members busied themselves, each tidying up their respective rooms.
It was not until evening that Li Mu finally lay down.
He summoned the system. In this particular mission, Li Mu had accumulated a total of 7,850 victory points, significantly more than the last time he had fought in the realm of bone demons. The primary reason was that he had faced only 4th-tier monsters this time.
Currently, 4th-tier monsters could hardly withstand a single blow from him.
After deducting the points spent on learning the Inshin method and unlocking the transformations of the flying bird and the flying eagle, he had 7,150 points remaining. Without hesitation, Li Mu allocated 5,000 points to enhance the Whispering Ear. Consumed 5,000 victory points. Enhancement of Whispering Ear successful. Whispering Ear conceals a divine weapon within the ear cavity of the universe, allowing for continuous comprehension and cultivation.
With a speed of 246 of normal cultivation rate.
As soon as the points were allocated, Li Mu could distinctly feel a qualitative change in his cultivation speed. The improvement was extraordinarily significant, surpassing even the times when he devoted himself entirely to training.
Moreover, this enhancement was constant. However, despite the rapid cultivation speed, Li Mu sensed that it lacked a certain solidity. Continuous battles were still necessary to temper and solidify his progress in cultivation. After this battle,
Li Mu felt that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier.
If all went well,
with the current cultivation speed of Whispering Ear, he could break through to the 4th tier within days. After enhancing the Whispering Ear, Li Mu allocated another 545 points to the Divine Weapon Technique. Consumed 545 victory points. Enhancement of Divine Weapon Technique successful. Divine Weapon Technique bestows weight upon weapons, currently at 2,000 pounds.
Adding the weight of the weapon itself,
it totaled 220 pounds.
Li Mu stretched his arms, finally surpassing a ton. With 1,605 victory points remaining, he took out his cloaks.
Although victory points could be used to transform and upgrade spiritual treasures, Li Mu had long neglected this aspect due to the inadequacy of his great sage abilities.
However,
after this battle, he realized the importance of spiritual treasures. He thought to play around with the cloak.
How to transform a spiritual treasure? Inject victory points into the spiritual treasure to gain enhancement attributes. The more points injected, the stronger the attributes. He decided to inject 1,600 points to enhance the cloak, opting for an all-in approach.
Please provide the enhancement direction, slaughter, protection, recovery, arcane arts, domain.
Let us focus on protection. Li Mu currently does not lack in offensive capabilities.
When donned, the cloak offers 70% of your original defensive strength. When removed, it retains 50%.
Li Mu raised an eyebrow. What on earth? Is this spiritual treasure beginning to exploit my intrinsic power? Nevertheless, one must concede that this attribute is exceedingly formidable.
With the celestial immortal technique and medicinal pills at his disposal, even without activating the copper head and iron arm technique, his defensive prowess far exceeds that of ordinary warriors. As his cultivation deepens, possessing a spiritual treasure that consistently provides 70% of his original defensive strength is indeed